The destitute bonus army swelled to nearly 20,000 and established a massive, interracial tent colony on the Anacostia Flats within sight of the capital, as well as more than 24 smaller camps throughout the city. After the Senate killed the bonus bill, about 6,000 veterans remained in D.C. for more than a month and a half, living in deteriorating conditions before President Herbert Hoover ordered the group's removal in late July. More than 500 soldiers led by General Douglas MacArthur, and assisted by Major Dwight D. Eisenhower, used tanks, tear gas, and armed battalions to clear the camps and burn them down. 7. Hoover's rough treatment of the bonus army helped propel New York's Democratic Governor Franklin Roosevelt to the White House in 1932. With a winsome smile and unflagging optimism, the charismatic Roosevelt campaigned on a promise to cut federal spending and balance the budget. On taking office, however, he launched the New Deal, an unprecedented peacetime expansion of federal power in which the government embraced a much larger role in the American economy. The federal bureaucracy blossomed with dozens of new federal agencies. Between 1933 and 1935, the number of federal workers in Washington jumped from 63,000 to 93,000. By 1940, it reached 166,000. While other urban areas contracted, D.C. grew by more than a third, topping 663,000 people by 1940, larger than 12 states. Much of the increase came from the city's black population, which grew by more than 40% during the 1930s. 8. The capital thrived with new people and new energy. The New Deal has made the capital a boom town, wrote journalist David Cohn in The Atlantic. Massive public works projects run by the Works Progress Administration employed thousands of workers and altered the city's downtown landscape as a host of new federal buildings appeared, including the Supreme Court Building, the Federal Trade Commission Building, and the enormous Department of Agriculture headquarters. 9. As the city boomed during the New Deal and World War II, a new generation of black activists and their allies arose to challenge Jim Crow, find decent housing, and fight for economic survival. The Negro, wrote NAACP attorney Charles Hamilton Houston, sought to occupy his rightful place as an American citizen without adjective, hyphen, or qualification. They used new forms of protest, including boycotts, union organizing, and sit-ins, and they formed interracial alliances with a growing number of white people in Washington and around the country, who saw racial inequality in the nation's capital as a stain on America's reputation. Washington today is the center of the new push for Negro equality, wrote a New York Times reporter in 1943, a sort of laboratory in which some of the specific means for advancing the Negro are being tried. This experimentation produced mixed results at the time, but the community activism and interracial organizing of the 1930s and 1940s helped lay the foundation for the post-war civil rights movement. 10. A public danger and a nuisance, alley clearance and the push for affordable low-income housing. John Elder considered himself an ally of the black community. Born aboard a German ship anchored in Baltimore in 1876, Elder was a proud descendant of abolitionists and came of age at the height of the Progressive Era. After graduating from Cornell, he began his career as a reporter in the mold of muckraker Jacob Riis. Drawn to the housing issues that he covered, he left journalism to become a housing activist, though he retained a reporter's zeal for conflict and controversy. 11. Elder moved to Washington in 1920 to work at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. After a brief stint in Pittsburgh, he returned in 1933 to help establish the Washington Housing Association, an organization devoted to developing low-income housing. By that time, the lifelong progressive Republican had come to believe that private housing initiatives alone could not meet the desperate needs of the poor, and he looked to incoming Democratic President Franklin Roosevelt to bring public resources to his life's work. With almond-shaped blue eyes and an impish smirk, the combative but optimistic Elder became the face of housing reform in Washington for the next 2 decades. 12. Elder represented a new spirit of reform in Washington in the 1930s as middle and upper-class reformers created interracial social service organizations to address public problems. They established a local community chest, which organized charitable giving. By 1931, it was raising more than $2 million annually to distribute to local organizations. Like Elder, community chest head Elwood Street believed that any social service work should embrace the entire city, and before he took the job he insisted that the organization's efforts include outreach to the Black community. With Black Howard Professor Kelly Miller serving as vice president, the community chest funded a variety of groups that worked exclusively in Black neighborhoods, including settlement houses with biracial governing boards. 13. Housing was perhaps the city's most intractable problem, an issue that intertwined race, poverty, and the city's political impotence. Newcomers and longtime residents alike struggled to find decent housing in a city with high rents and few vacancies. Entire swaths of residential development and arc beginning along the Potomac in Georgetown and extending across the northern tier of the city through Tenallyton, Chevy Chase, Tacoma Park, and Brookland were essentially off-limits to Black residents. Even in Black neighborhoods, Black renters had to pay higher rents than their white counterparts. Incomes fell during the Depression, but rents remained high because of strong demand, often consuming well more than half a family's income. Forced to find housing wherever they could, many newcomers crowded into alley dwellings and boarded with kin, placing ever-increasing strains on neighborhoods, schools, and social services. One survey of an area along North Capitol Street found that most homes had leaky roofs, warped floors, broken windows, and doors which wouldn't close. A large percentage of the buildings were old, dilapidated, and in such a state of disrepair, in many cases, as to be almost unfit for human habitation. 14. For John Elder and other housing reformers, the persistence of alley dwellings was particularly galling. 2 decades after the passage of the Alley Dwelling Act of 1914, the resilient alley communities remained, growing ever more impoverished and segregated. Many middle-class housing reformers linked material shortcomings with moral deficiency. The alleys represent the poorest and least resourceful sections of Washington and foster a large percentage of its crime, poverty, disease, immorality, and high rate of infant mortality, wrote Black sociologist William Henry Jones in a 1929 study. Alleys, Jones continued, were the nuclei of a certain retrograde kind of Negro culture and had become the habitats of a class of people who are unable, or who do not wish, to measure up to white cultural standards. Jones's emphasis on the cultural deficiencies of the Black lower class so jarring to modern ears underlay much of the reform efforts in the 1930s. Housing reformers believed fervently that, in Elder's words, with dwellings of a different type, the character of the people will be altered. 15. Jones's study helped to reignite the fight to end alley housing. Shortly after it was published, Elder called for a new federal ban on alley dwellings, and during the next several years the effort gained support from civic organizations, city planners, and newspaper editors. The New Deal accelerated the movement. Eleanor Roosevelt, though she declined to participate in the First Lady ritual of touring Washington slums, encouraged housing reformers to push for a new bill. Written largely by Elder himself, the Alley Dwelling Act passed in 1934.16. The act promised to transform low-income housing in the city. It aimed not only to eliminate alley housing but also to fund public homes for former alley residents, a radical departure for the federal government, which, apart from temporary World War I-era efforts to build dorms for war workers, had never ventured into the housing market. The bill created the Alley Dwelling Authority, ADA, a federal agency that had the local power to condemn structures, remove tenants, and build new units. Congress appointed Elder to head the new agency. Though Congress gave the ADA only $500,000 in funding, the original bill had asked for $3 million. The ever-ebullient Elder confidently believed that the agency would meet its ambitious goal of eliminating all of D.C.'s alley housing in just 10 years. 17. The Blind Alley of Washington, D.C. Housing reformers sought to eradicate alley communities, which they considered to be breeding grounds of vice and immorality. Despite decades of reform efforts beginning in the 1890s, alley communities remained a distinctive part of D.C.'s urban landscape through the mid-20th century. Monday Evening Club, Directory of Inhabited Alleys of Washington, D.C. The goal of clearing alleys had widespread appeal, but there was no consensus about what to do with alley residents once the slums were demolished. For Elder and other reformers, the answer was public housing. Noting that private industry had failed to meet the demands of low-income residents, Elder argued that the ADA should embrace an expansive agenda of housing construction. He refused to demolish any homes until alternative housing could be secured for displaced residents, and he pushed Congress ultimately, without success, to appropriate sufficient money to provide public housing for all former alley residents. 18. But public housing was exceedingly controversial in an increasingly segregated city. The ADA's 1937 plan to replace a notorious alley in the Foggy Bottom neighborhood in Northwest, for example, generated significant opposition. The ADA leveled more than 90 alley homes and built a modern two-story, 24-unit apartment complex in St. Mary's Court on 24th Street. Elder and the ADA originally planned for black residents to occupy the new homes, but white developers and residents objected. Negro occupancy would hinder development, they complained. Opening of the new apartments to colored tenants will tend to make permanent the Negro population in the area and would lead, they feared, to decreased property values and a white exodus to other neighborhoods. Black residents from the Lincoln Civic Association countered with protests of their own, enlisting support from citywide white organizations such as the Washington Housing Association. Their protests helped convince the ADA to allow black residents to occupy the new apartments. 19. Elder's commitment to public housing and his sincere efforts to rehouse displaced residents drew withering criticism in Congress, particularly from Southern members of the district committees in the House and Senate. Long among the least desirable assignments for a member of Congress, the district committees became, by the 1930s, a haven for Southern segregationists concerned about creeping integration in the nation's capital. Coming from the one-party South where black voters were disfranchised, these Democrats were a key part of the New Deal coalition, and they used their positions to derail reforms that they feared would undermine segregation in Washington. The chairman of the House Subcommittee on District Appropriations was Ross Collins, a Mississippi lawyer who lavished money on military weaponry but choked off funds for reform efforts in the district. After the Community Chest released an expose of Washington slums titled First City Worst City, city officials called on Congress to spend $3.2 million on programs to help the poor. Collins coolly trimmed it to $900,000. When Elwood Street, then in charge of the city's Department of Public Welfare, asked him to increase funding for poor black girls at Nanny Helen Burroughs's National Training School for Girls, Collins refused. "My constituents wouldn't stand for spending all that money on niggers," he explained. Congressional opposition ensured that housing reformers never had enough money to achieve Elder's goal of housing displaced residents in public units. 20. The ADA also provoked opposition from private home builders and business groups, which charged that socialistic government interference in the housing market created unfair competition with private interests. Determined to prove that market forces could better address the city's housing crisis, private companies such as the Washington Sanitary Improvement Company and the Washington Sanitary Housing Company undertook new low-income housing projects. Unwilling to assume the financial risk of renting to less desirable tenants, these private housing companies instead focused on low-income white people and what they called colored tenants of the better class. With significant fanfare, the two companies built 1,034 units for low-income residents between 1934 and 1939. In a city where tens of thousands of low-income residents needed housing, the inability of private housing developers to meet demand only underscored the magnitude of the problem. 21. The ADA attracted critics within the black community as well. Too often, the black people whose lives were most affected by housing reforms were left out of policy-making decisions. The black community's views on alley clearance were not monolithic. Many middle-class black leaders considered alleys embarrassing and harmful to the fight for racial equality, whereas alley residents themselves often defended the close-knit communities in which they lived. Yet there was a universal fear that the elimination of alleys would lead to displacement. Few black Washingtonians had faith that white housing reformers had their best interests at heart. Elder may have been committed to finding decent homes for former alley residents, but other city planners wanted to convert alleys into usable space for commercial development. Ulysses S. Grant III, grandson of the former president and head of the National Capital Parks and Planning Commission, considered alleys a public danger and a nuisance. He envisioned one alley near Union Station being replaced with tea gardens catering to the guests of nearby hotels, and garage space for their cars. Despite Elder's promises, Grant's ideas were closer to reality. As the Star reported in late 1937, most Ada alley clearance projects did not result in new homes for displaced residents. Instead, officials generally used the land for parks or garages. 22. One persistent thorn in the Ada's side was Lincoln Civic Association head Edward Harris, who had helped preserve St. Mary's Court for black residents. Harris gave voice to growing concerns about displacement resulting from alley clearance efforts. For several years after the St. Mary's Court fight, he challenged Elder and the Ada to live up to their promises. Slum clearance, Harris insisted, should not involve rooting, colonizing, and depriving Negro people of homes. He and his allies accused the Ada of having disregarded human habitation by removing dwellings, scattering, and not rehousing former tenants, and undermining the faith and confidence of colored citizens. 23. Harris also worried about displacement caused by federal development because the government was gobbling up residential neighborhoods as part of its New Deal expansion. In Harris's Foggy Bottom neighborhood, the government planned to build new headquarters for the War and Navy departments, displacing 300 families. City projects had similarly disruptive effects on low-income and minority communities. In 1929, city commissioners uprooted the district's largest concentration of Chinese residents to build a new municipal center, only to abandon the project and transform the area into a park when tax receipts shriveled and Congress cut the federal contribution. Despite objections from the white business community, roughly 600 Chinese residents moved to H Street NW, between 6th and 7th Streets, where they established what is known in the 21st century as Chinatown. See Chapter 14, Point 24. In public meetings, congressional testimony, and letters to Franklin and Eleanor Roosevelt, Harris consistently pointed out the uncomfortable truth that the Ada never had either enough money or power to build public housing units on the scale necessary to meet the challenge of displacement. Such concerns only grew as black residents, stymied by restrictive covenants, pressured by local white leadership and government officials, and discouraged by lending institutions, slowly abandoned long-standing communities in Fort Reno, Georgetown, and other now predominantly white areas. 25. We will condemn your property, Fort Reno, Georgetown, and the disappearance of black communities. Fort Reno in Upper Northwest offered a prime example of how federally supported local development displaced poor people and exacerbated the city's housing problem. Built by Union troops during the Civil War, Fort Reno attracted contrabands who formed the nucleus of a small but thriving post-war black community. Enveloped within the sparsely inhabited, mostly white area of Tenallyton, Reno's black residents lived far from the crowded alleys and enjoyed abundant open space, land for vegetables and chickens, and a bustling school. Elite Washingtonians long considered the area too hilly and remote from downtown, but white developers in the early 20th century, inspired by the successful development of Chevy Chase, Tacoma Park, and other remote suburbs, coveted Tenallyton for its hilltop views and country air. 26. As farmland turned into single-family homes, white developers and compliant local officials eyed the land around Fort Reno, envisioning parks and schools for white children to increase property values. The only obstacle was Reno's black community. So white developers, with support from local and federal officials, began an effort to purge black residents. First, they bought up land adjacent to the fort for the purpose of preventing further building for colored occupancy, developer Harold E. Doyle explained years later. The next step was to dislodge the longtime landowners. Although the Chevy Chase Land Company tried every way possible to get these colored out, according to one white observer, black homeowners refused to sell. The real estate companies and local citizens associations then pressured the federal government to purchase the property through the newly created National Capital Parks and Planning Commission. 27. The commission exercised the power of eminent domain and offered minimal compensation to landowners as it bought land around Reno to build Alice Deal Junior High School, opened in 1930, and Woodrow Wilson High School, opened in 1935. The two schools today sit within a 45-acre gem of greenery in a neighborhood studded with million-dollar homes. It was a matter of offering little, what was a little bit of money for their property, recalled Mary Daniel, a black resident of Reno. Either that or we will condemn your property. Developers razed dozens of homes and 3 churches during the removal process, ripping the social fabric of Fort Reno's black community irreparably. By 1940, few black families remained in the area. Forced to abandon the only homes that they had known, the uprooted families, some of whom had lived in Reno for more than half a century, sought rental housing elsewhere, often in areas where they had no family ties or connection to their neighbors. 28. What happened in Fort Reno was not an isolated experience. It was part of a larger pattern of displacement that took root in the 1920s and flourished as housing segregation solidified in the 1930s and 1940s. A similar result happened in Georgetown, where local development combined with private neighborhood revitalization efforts to put significant pressure on low-income residents to leave areas in which they had lived for decades. By the early 20th century, Georgetown was in decline. The silting of the Potomac had ruined the port. The C&O Canal, never the economic engine that its boosters had promised, closed for good in 1924 following a devastating flood. Grimy dwellings and crumbling buildings pockmarked the area. Beginning in the 1920s, a group of white residents led by John Elder, who lived at 2811 P Street, started an influential homeowners committee of the Citizens Association of Georgetown that launched a rehabilitation effort to restore the neighborhood's federal-style homes. Ambitious white residents, sometimes with speculative interests, refurbished old homes, created a historical society, and placed revitalization at the top of their agendas. 29. During the 1930s, Georgetown became a hip locale for young New Dealers and members of the federal elite. By the 1940s, one observer noted, Georgetown had become a quaint, historic, desirable place for white people to live. The low-income, mostly black residents who clustered south of the C&O Canal between the Potomac and Rock Creek could not afford to rehabilitate their dilapidated homes or pay the rapidly rising rents, and they were denied loans from local lending institutions. Over time they fled to other parts of the city. In the 21st century, Georgetown remains one of Washington's whitest and wealthiest areas. 30. Housing developments, whether public or private, tended to displace low-income residents and exacerbate residential segregation because they were built within a larger context of codified segregation that was growing stronger. By the 1930s, racial restrictive covenants were the norm in white communities across the city and increasingly in the surrounding suburbs of Montgomery County, Maryland, and Fairfax and Arlington counties, Virginia, where long-standing rural black communities slowly receded in the face of white in-migration. As neighborhoods such as Tenallyton, Fort Reno, Georgetown, and Foggy Bottom became wealthier and whiter, black residents were hemmed into areas where they already predominated, even as thousands of Southern migrants continued to arrive. With fewer and fewer outlets for the black population, black neighborhoods grew increasingly poor and crowded. Washington took on the pattern that would characterize it for the rest of the 20th century, an increasingly poor, black inner city ringed by almost exclusively white neighborhoods and suburbs. 31. Middle-class white reformers of the 1930s, though sincerely committed to ameliorating the horrible living conditions of the district's poor, generally did not address the city's fundamental racial or economic inequalities. They did not fight restrictive covenants, push for integrated public housing developments, or work to end segregation in the government and unions. Instead, they found ways to work within the system of segregation rather than challenge it, often tolerating or even encouraging practices that many black Washingtonians found unacceptable. At the Ada, Elder hired a black housing assistant, Charles Flagg, but he sometimes scheduled Ada staff retreats at segregated venues and simply did not allow Flagg to attend. Community Chest director Elwood Street hired no black employees and regularly held events in segregated facilities. There are too many difficulties that would arise if black employees were hired, explained a white official who served on the organization's budget committee in the late 1930s. The niggers do not measure up to the whites, he went on. They are dull and lack intelligence. 32. With such attitudes ingrained in many white elites, it would have been exceedingly difficult for Elder, Street, or other white reformers to challenge segregation even if they had been so inclined. Their success at raising money to build low-income housing, provide recreational opportunities, or otherwise improve living conditions for the black poor rested on their ability to convince people with money, wealthy Washingtonians and district committee members in Congress that their reforms were reasonable but not radical. They had to assure their financial masters that their efforts would not upset the segregated balance of life. Hence, the ADA refused to support housing projects that defied the predominant racial demographics. Elder believed that he was doing as much as he could in a frustrating and constrained political context, and he bristled at criticism from the black community. Black critics, he argued, simply asked for too much when they demanded that he and the ADA fight for integrated public housing. In the District of Columbia and in Congress, the preponderant opinion is so strongly against this that such a policy adopted by the ADA would kill it. Instead, he proposed to build for Negroes in areas now occupied by Negroes, but his critics say it were better to leave conditions as they are. The humanitarian in Elder rebelled against simply leaving these people until white opinion will accept Negroes as next-door neighbors. 33. But what Elder saw, to his chagrin, was that more and more black Washingtonians with an increasing number of radical white allies were no longer satisfied with the charitable crumbs that fell from a segregated table. They had only one desire, Elder acknowledged, full racial equality. And they were not going to wait for white reformers to give it to them. 34. Don't buy where you can't work, the New Negro Alliance and the challenges of interracial grassroots organizing. John Aubrey Davis was a child of Woodrow Wilson's Washington. Davis was born in 1912, the year Wilson was first elected, and grew up among D.C.'s ambitious black middle class in Strivers Row, an area between 16th and 19th Streets just northeast of DuPont Circle that was home to black Howard professors, business owners, and federal clerks. Davis's father had worked in the government printing office, but his promising career had been stunted by President Wilson's segregationist practices, see Chapter 8. Embittered by the experience, the elder Davis nurtured a sense of outrage in his children and took them along to NAACP rallies, including an anti-lynching march when John was just 9 years old. 35. At Dunbar High School, John Davis learned history and protest from NAACP head Naval Thomas, and he studied writing at Williams College in Massachusetts, where he earned Phi Beta Kappa honors and graduated summa cum laude. So light-skinned and fair-eyed that he once was thrown out of a colored-only train in Virginia because the conductor thought he was white, Davis later would earn a Ph.D. in political science and serve on the NAACP's research team for Brown v. Board of Education. Davis was among the new generation of local activists who would use new tactics and tap new allies to fight for equality in the nation's capital. 36. In 1933, driven by what he later called the double assertiveness of youth and race revolt, Davis returned home from college determined to improve the economic prospects of black workers. He approached the district branch of the NAACP with an idea to conduct systematic boycotts of discriminatory businesses in black neighborhoods, but branch leaders rebuffed his plan, fearing that confrontational tactics could lead to white economic retaliation. After Naval Thomas's death in 1930, the group had grown conservative and complacent. Internal bickering and turf battles led the national office to revoke the district branch's charter in 1937, an embarrassing reprimand for what had been perhaps the NAACP's most powerful local branch in the 1910s and 1920s. Though the charter was restored 2 years later, it would be another decade before the NAACP played a significant role in district civil rights struggles. 37. Undeterred, Davis implemented the idea on his own. On August 28, 1933, he led a small march of pickets in front of the Hamburger Grill at 1211 U Street NW to protest the firing of 3 black employees. The protest sparked the creation of the New Negro Alliance, which sought to leverage black purchasing power into expanded economic opportunities for black workers. Davis enlisted other young college graduates as well as what he recalled as young guys from the street corner in what he hoped would be a cross-class organization. Like other Don't Buy Where You Can't Work efforts in northern cities, the alliance used private negotiations, public protests, and economic boycotts to pressure business owners to hire black employees in non-menial positions. They targeted businesses in black neighborhoods that catered to a black clientele and thus were more vulnerable to consumer pressure. 38. The Hamburger Grill protest was an immediate success. Within 2 days, the black employees were back at work. The alliance quickly scored 2 more important victories in late 1933 by persuading the Evening Star and the A&P grocery store chain to hire more black employees. The group's early success earned praise and publicity from the black press and black pastors, and by early 1934 it counted about 1,000 members from across the black community, including Walter Washington, who later would become the city's first black mayor. Its picket lines featured educator Mary Church Terrell, Roosevelt administration official Mary McLeod Bethune, and other high-profile black Washingtonians. The nation's top black legal talent, including the NAACP's Charles Hamilton Houston and his protege Thurgood Marshall, offered pro bono assistance to alliance attorneys. By 1938, the group claimed to have secured more than 5,000 non-menial jobs for black workers. 39. The alliance inspired a backlash from white employers and customers who resented the group's picket lines, which disrupted foot traffic outside targeted stores. If they want colored clerks, why don't they start a store of their own, groused one white employee of People's Drug Store, which refused to acquiesce to alliance demands. White customers sometimes rallied around targeted stores. As one researcher noted about a protest at the People's on 14th and U Streets NW, since the colored have been standing out in front, the white trade has increased 40. The alliance's aggressive tactics landed it in court. The group spent much of 1934 and 1935 attempting unsuccessfully to fight 2 separate injunctions against the boycotts. But a third case made its way to the Supreme Court and would prove to be the alliance's most lasting legacy. The case involved the Sanitary Grocery Company, a Delaware chain with dozens of stores in Washington. In April 1936, Sanitary opened a store near 11th and U Streets NW, just a couple blocks from the alliance's headquarters. It refused to hire black clerks, prompting the alliance to station a lone picketer who patrolled the area with a sandwich board reading, "Do your part. Buy where you can work. No Negroes employed here." After Sanitary sued, alliance attorneys argued that nonviolent pickets and boycotts were a form of protected free speech. By a 6-2 margin, the Supreme Court decided in favor of the alliance, ruling that the peaceful and orderly dissemination of information about a labor dispute was lawful, even by people or groups not directly involved in the dispute. 41. Though little known today, the court's March 1938 decision in New Negro Alliance v. Sanitary Grocery had a profound impact on the course of social movements nationwide. In the short run, it encouraged the spread of Don't Buy Where You Can't Work efforts around the country and gave the alliance a powerful weapon to use in its battles with local companies. Within a year, nearly all the businesses along the U Street and 7th Street NW commercial corridors had agreed to alliance demands. In part due to bad publicity stemming from the case, Sanitary Grocery changed its name to Safeway, but it remained steadfastly discriminatory in its hiring practices for years to come despite continued alliance demonstrations. 42. In the long run, the New Negro Alliance ruling was a watershed victory for protesters of all types. It protected the use of boycotts and pickets as a protest tactic, giving the court's imprimatur to labor unions, civil rights groups, and other activists seeking to use consumer power as leverage against corporations. The alliance's efforts to protect black workers met ideological opposition from within the black intelligentsia and the labor movement. For some radical black thinkers, such as Howard Professor Abram Harris, the alliance's strategy of promoting black hiring threatened to undermine class-based interracial alliances among workers. They argued that all jobs for Negroes' efforts only provoked white retaliation and divided the working class at a time when workers needed to unite across racial lines. 43. Radical labor organizers, often affiliated with the communist or socialist parties, also rejected race-specific tactics and focused instead on building interracial alliances of workers. The parties were small and controversial, but the terms communist and socialist were not the career-ending epithets that they later would become during the Cold War. The parties challenged racial discrimination at a time when both Republicans and Democrats wooed white supremacists. Many of the district's radical activists worked with or within the Congress of Industrial Organizations, CIO, founded in 1935 as a challenge to the racially segregated American Federation of Labor, AFL. Committed to organizing all workers within a particular industry, the CIO embraced interracial unionism and created unprecedented opportunities for black workers to bargain collectively and exercise leadership roles. Though Washington did not have a large industrial base, the CIO was active in the city, attempting to organize workers across racial lines in private industries and the federal government. Interracial organizing was exceedingly difficult, in part because manual labor remained unofficially segregated into white and black jobs. Black workers generally were relegated to the dirtiest, most menial, and least paid work. White employers often justified the job discrimination by claiming that black workers were simply unsuited for skilled work. Asked why the Cafritz Construction Company hired no black carpenters, the company's bookkeeper explained, "To be a carpenter one must be intelligent, have a certain amount of training and imagination. Everyone can't do carpentry." 44. As the Depression deepened, more and more white workers were willing to accept whatever jobs they could find, often displacing their black counterparts. In 1938, 10,000 women, 90% of whom were black, lined up to get job applications for 2,000 janitorial positions available in the federal government. A melee erupted when police helped white women at the back of line get applications first, ahead of black women who had waited in line all night. White women could move down the economic ladder to take a janitorial job. Black workers, however, could not do the reverse. White workers retained a virtual monopoly on the better-paying, skilled jobs. By the end of the decade, more than 98% of the city's boilermakers, motormen, conductors, machinists, and telephone linemen were white men, and more than 97% of the stenographers, telephone operators, and clerical workers were white women. 45. White workers jealously guarded their benefits, consistently objecting to working alongside African Americans. District unions affiliated with the AFL almost uniformly excluded black workers, making it difficult for them to find work or bargain for better working conditions. Race also became a handy way for business owners to sabotage unionizing efforts. It seems the employer would tell the niggers what was the use of joining, for as soon as they could the whites would kick them out, explained a white official with the bakery salesman union. And to the whites they would say, "Why deal with those niggers? If you just wait a while we will kick them all out and get whites." 46. It was not simply white workers or owners who feared interracial unions. Black workers, too, were skeptical, worrying that joining forces with white counterparts would jeopardize their own jobs. Annie Stein, a white organizer with the Restaurant Alliance of the AFL, encountered significant resistance to unions among black workers. Not only did they worry about discrimination from their white colleagues, but they also fear that their jobs will be filled with whites if they are paid the same wages, Stein said. The colored know that the only reason they have the jobs is because they are willing to accept less pay. 47. Despite such obstacles, union organizers made headway in the district during the 1930s by applying simple economic logic. As the bakery salesman union official put it, a white bricklayer gets $12 a day and a nigger only $6 a day. The result is the niggers are undercutting the whites, and being in competition with one another they both lose. White workers only hurt themselves by excluding their black counterparts, he believed. It's no use trying to keep the nigger down, as it only keeps the rest of us down. 48. The CIO-affiliated United Federal Workers of America, UFWA, made interracial organizing an explicit goal when it launched a campaign to organize federal workers in 1937. Unlike the other two unions that represented federal workers, the UFWA eagerly recruited black workers and challenged segregated conventions within the federal government. President Roosevelt made several high-profile black appointments such as Mary McLeod Bethune, who became director of the National Youth Administration, and Robert C. Weaver, who was the Department of Interior's advisor on Negro affairs, but his administration did not undo the segregated hiring practices within executive agencies. With the New Deal came a burst of new hiring, but aspiring black employees often did not benefit. The new Civil Works Administration, for example, received 4,500 applications from white job seekers and hired 2,000, a 44% hiring rate. It received 2,600 applications from black people but hired only 115, a 4% hiring rate, 0.49. At the UFWA's helm was Eleanor Nelson, the white, slightly built daughter of a U.S. representative from Maine. Radicalized by the treatment of the Bonus Army marchers in 1932, Nelson became a member of the Communist Party. Under Nelson's leadership, the Union fought for collective bargaining rights for all workers, and it refused to hold meetings or social events in segregated facilities. African Americans served as UFWA officials, represented the Union at public events, and ran many Union affiliates. The city's biggest black union was the UFWA-affiliated United Cafeteria Workers Local Industrial Union No. 471, run by Oliver Palmer, a soft-spoken black South Carolinian who bussed dishes for 25 cents an hour in the Treasury Department. The UFWA's communist leanings limited its appeal and ultimately led to its downfall in the 1940s, but for a brief period the union made modest gains to establish collective bargaining rights for federal workers. 50. Outside of the federal government, labor activists sought to improve working conditions for manual laborers, particularly in the laundry industry. Laundry was big business indeed. See, a white-collar town is a good place for a laundryman, went the local joke. The CIO established a local laundry workers union to help laundry workers fight for shorter hours, better pay, and more breaks from their sweltering jobs. 51. Inez Robertson, a part-time organizer for the local union, began working in a laundry at age 14 and joined the union in 1937, when she was in her 20s. Despised by management as one of those CIO niggers, she sought to organize the lowest-paid workers, most of whom were black, at Arcade Laundry at 1010 Vermont Avenue Northwest, where she had worked for 7 years. Arcade's owner, Harry Viner, paid the company's 150 workers the standard industry wage of 20 to 25 cents an hour, but he often punched them out at 4:30 p.m. regardless of whether they actually left work. If any of the girls should kick, they would be fired, Robertson explained. They were all too afraid to do anything. The union launched a series of strikes at Arcade beginning in 1937 and culminating in 1941. Despite Viner's full-page appeals for public support in the Star and other newspapers, the workers won their pay increased to 25 to 30 cents an hour for a 48-hour week. 52. The Laundry Workers Union, the UFWA, and other CIO-affiliated unions may not have revolutionized working conditions in Washington, but they showed the potential for interracial organizing even during a time of seemingly rigid segregation. The union movement broadened the pool of white allies willing to work for racial equality and established nationwide interracial networks among activists. White union organizers defied the notion that all white people supported segregation, and many of them, most prominently Annie Stein, became active in Washington's post-World War II civil rights movement. The unions allied themselves with radical civil rights organizations at work in Washington, particularly the National Negro Congress, NNC. Founded at Howard University in 1935, Howard was experiencing a renaissance in activism under the leadership of its first black president, Mordecai Johnson. The NNC was a national organization dedicated to building a coalition of radical labor, religious, and civic organizations to fight racial discrimination, particularly in the workplace. The outspoken socialist head of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters, A. Philip Randolph, served as president. Though much of the NNC's work focused on Chicago, New York, and other industrial cities, its leaders saw the Washington Council as vitally important because they believed that race relations in the nation's capital set the tone for racial struggles throughout the United States. Like the UFWA and other left-wing organizations, the NNC ultimately foundered on the shoals of Cold War politics, but for a decade after its founding it was among the most visible and effective civil rights organizations in the city. 53. The NNC's top priority in Washington was police brutality, an issue that resonated deeply in the black community. Aside from the 1919 riot, the district had little experience with the white mob violence that plagued other southern communities, but black Washingtonians suffered disproportionately from legal violence at the hands of law enforcement officials. During Reconstruction, Washington's police force had been filled with black recruits. After disfranchisement in 1878, however, it had become an almost all-white force. In 1933, there was one white police officer or firefighter for every 153 white D.C. residents, but only one black officer or firefighter for every 2,047 black residents. 54. District police were notorious for their rough treatment of black residents, particularly the poor. Black Washingtonians often endured abusive language, unwarranted searches, and physical force, even during routine investigations. "Niggers have no constitutional rights," growled one police officer during a raid in which he verbally abused a black woman, knocked her mother to the ground, and rummaged through her home without a warrant. The Constitution was made by and for white men. An NNC study found that local police had killed an average of 4 black men every year during the late 1920s and early 1930s. The black press regularly reported cases of D.C. officers using excessive force against black women as well, often displaying photos of bruised and battered victims. 55. The wanton use of violence by D.C. police had an effect akin to lynching elsewhere in the South. It reinforced the system of racial subordination and discouraged black people from challenging their place in society. Black residents, especially in low-income areas, came to fear John Law almost as much as Jim Crow. Despite vehement objections from black witnesses, reporters, and civic groups, perpetrators rarely faced official sanction, and the abuse continued. As one frustrated NNC activist wrote, "If you are a colored woman enthroned in your house at 5 o'clock in the morning and a police sergeant weighing some 300 pounds pushes his nightstick onto your stomach and calls you a goddamn nigger, there is nothing you can do about it." 56. The NNC launched a vigorous, coordinated campaign to end police violence in the nation's capital. Led by National Secretary John P. Davis, in 1936 local NNC activists began investigating the police and publicizing egregious examples of police mistreatment of black residents. They worked with churches, unions, civic groups, and civil rights organizations such as the New Negro Alliance to mobilize community members and put grassroots pressure on political leaders and city officials. Recognizing the political impotence of the district, they also cultivated supporters in Congress and pushed them to investigate the district police department. 57. The NNC's efforts came together in the summer of 1938 after the police killed a mentally ill black World War I veteran named Leroy Keyes. Seizing on community outrage in the wake of Keyes's death, the NNC organized a broad coalition of organizations, from the Communist Party to the Moderate Interracial Committee, to protest the killing. At one July march, 2,000 protesters, about 400 of whom were white, planned to carry caskets for each victim of police brutality in the previous decade. The police prohibited the caskets, but sign-toting marchers chanted "Stop Legal Lynching," as a crowd of 10,000 lined the streets. "A crisis of violence is impending," wrote the Reverend Robert W. Brooks, the black pastor of Lincoln Congregational Church. "How long will the law-abiding citizens of the district tolerate these assassins in uniform to continue to tyrannize the public?" 58. The NNC gathered 24,000 signatures on a petition calling on President Roosevelt to fire the police chief, suspend 5 officers, fund pensions for victims' families, and create a civilian review board. "Our lives, our homes, our liberties each day are made less secure because of unrestrained and unpunished police brutality, the petition read. The anti-police brutality campaign proved remarkably successful, at least in the short term. At a mass meeting in June 1939, the Washington Council of the NNC celebrated 1 year of blustering city life in which no policeman found it necessary to defend himself by cutting down harmless citizens, reported activist John Lovell in The Crisis. Keeping the pressure on with more parades, mass meetings, and media campaigns, activists scored an important victory 2 years later when the hated police chief, Ernest Brown, stepped down. His successor, Edward Kelly, proved much more amenable to the demands of the black community, and within 4 years he had tripled the number of black officers on the force. 59. Like the New Negro Alliance's boycotts and the CIO's interracial unionizing, the National Negro Congress's campaign against police violence showed that new kinds of community organizing could produce important results. But pickets and protests were no substitute for political power. Black Washingtonians still struggled to protect their interests because they lacked the power to hold public officials accountable and ensure that they address black grievances. When Washingtonians are granted suffrage, the Negro will get his civil rights the next day, wrote Victor Daley, a black official in the U.S. Department of Labor, in The Crisis. That is one reason why the people in the Capitol do not vote now. The movement to win D.C. voting rights, however, faced struggles all its own. 60. The alley will dominate the avenue, race and the struggle to win suffrage in D.C. In the early decades of the 20th century, a new suffrage movement grew increasingly militant in its calls for district voting rights, paralleling the nationwide push for women's suffrage. After disfranchisement in 1878, efforts to restore the ballot had united black activists with a host of white Republicans and labor leaders who remained committed to the egalitarian goals of radical Reconstruction. By the 1920s and 1930s, however, the struggle for voting rights, like so much of life in Washington, had become polarized along racial and economic lines. Support for suffrage grew in part because the federal government had failed to live up to its fiscal obligations. The disfranchisement bargain struck in the 1870s was simple: in exchange for giving up their claims to suffrage, district residents gained the security of having the federal government pay for half of the city's annual budget. The half-and-half plan became sacrosanct among local leaders. Fear of losing the federal contribution helped doom previous efforts to restore the franchise. Frugal members of Congress, however, soon began reconsidering the half-and-half plan, and in 1921, Congress abandoned it altogether. By 1937, the federal government contributed less than 15% of the city's budget, angering local leaders and triggering a fiscal crisis that threatened the city's solvency. In a 7-part expose of the district government, Washington Post reporter Merlo Pusey described a hamstrung democracy burdened by divided authority, congressional indifference, and fiscal uncertainty. As a result, local officials struggled to meet basic public health standards, provide adequate schools, or keep the city safe. Suffrage supporters argued that if D.C. had representatives in Congress, then the city could secure stable funding and prevent undue meddling in district affairs. 61. A prime mover in the suffrage movement was Theodore Noyes, the white editor of the Evening Star. A native Washingtonian with undergraduate and law degrees from Columbian College, which later became George Washington University, Noyes inherited the editorship of the Star from his father, Crosby Noyes, in 1908 and spent decades advocating for the development and beautification of the district. Noyes was convinced that the best way to protect the district's economic and political interests was to have a voting representative in Congress. District residents were defective and delinquent Americans, he believed, and until they could vote for their own representative, the city could expect only meager congressional support. In 1917, he helped form the Citizens Joint Committee on National Representation for the District of Columbia, which drove the suffrage movement for the next 2 decades. 62. With positive coverage in the Star and other white newspapers, the suffrage movement gained support from leading white organizations, including the Board of Trade, the Voteless League of Women Voters, and the Federation of Citizens Associations. An unofficial referendum held in April 1938 drew nearly 100,000 voters and showed overwhelming support for both local suffrage, 88%, and national representation, 93%. Black Washingtonians were even more supportive. One Washington Post poll showed that 95% of black respondents supported suffrage compared to 80% of whites. 63. The racial split grew wider on the question of self-government, known locally as home rule, for district residents. Black Washingtonians generally supported both national representation and home rule but placed a higher priority on the latter. Walter A. Pinchback of the Black Bloomingdale Civic Association testified in 1938 that every fair-minded citizen of the district would like to have the privilege of national representation, but would it not be better for Congress to establish some form of local government, whereby the citizens could choose their own officials who would be directly responsible to them? 64. Most white voters also supported home rule, but Theodore Noyes, the Board of Trade, and other white elites adamantly opposed it. Home rule, they believed, would lead to black control, as they believed it had during Reconstruction. Black voters would support huge spending increases, rack up debt, and levy higher taxes, all of which would hurt business, lower property values, and encourage wealthy people to leave Washington. "The city has a color problem," wrote Grover Ayres of the 10 Miles Square Club in the Post in 1938. In the past, politicians used the colored vote as they intend to do should Congress grant the district any kind of suffrage today. John Turner of the 16th Street Highlands Citizens Association told Congress that Negro domination would ruin the city, so national representation is the safest course to pursue with the mixed population in the district. 65. Ongoing racial concerns led the Post's Merlo Pusey to dismiss suffrage as inherently impractical and undesirable. With so many white residents choosing to vote by mail in their home states, the balance of power would be held by black voters, Pusey argued. Stimulation of racial politics in the nation's capital is not a pleasant prospect. A more apocalyptic assessment came from white resident and community gadfly Clinton Howard, the grandnephew of Civil War General O. O. Howard. At a 1943 congressional hearing, Howard warned that if D.C. were granted suffrage, the city would be ruled by the underprivileged, illiterate, proletarian class. "The alley will dominate the avenue." 66. The specter of black political power, Theodore Noyes acknowledged, undercut the elite effort to win D.C. representatives in Congress. "We have had a hard time getting this Congress to discriminate between national representation and the Negro dominating in local suffrage." No suffrage bill passed Congress before World War II. The city's continued disfranchisement undermined the ability of its activist community, whether suffrage supporters, union organizers, advocates for racial equality, or others, to make decision-makers pay attention to their concerns. Living in the nation's capital put their local struggles tantalizingly close to the halls of power, but they usually failed to generate much national attention or sympathy. For civil rights activists, that began to change in early 1939, when a controversy surrounding black opera singer Marian Anderson trained the media spotlight on racial segregation in the nation's capital. 67. Blight on democracy, racial discrimination in D.C. attracts national attention. Anderson, perhaps the foremost black artist of her time, was invited to perform in Washington as part of an annual concert series sponsored by Howard University. Concert organizers hoped to have her sing at Constitution Hall, a spectacular 4,000-seat auditorium on D Street NW just off the ellipse in front of the White House. Owned by the Daughters of the American Revolution, DAR, Constitution Hall opened in 1929 and was the city's largest performance space. It also was segregated. Black patrons could attend events, provided they sat in colored-only areas, but the DAR banned black performers. 68. The Anderson concert planners knew of the white artists-only policy but hoped that the singer's fame and accomplishments, and the prospect of a sold-out venue, would convince the DAR to reconsider. The women who ran the DAR were neither impressed nor interested, they rejected the request. Anderson's team then asked the city's school board for permission to perform at White Central High School, home to a 2,000-seat auditorium. Following the recommendation of school superintendent Frank Ballou, the board refused. The DAR's decision, coupled with the school board's rejection, triggered an extraordinary, biracial backlash. The barring of Marian Anderson was a note heard round the nation, wrote Victor Daly in The Crisis. It was like a spark that ignited the whole city. 69 Though ordinary black Washingtonians had long been mistreated by police, packed into overcrowded neighborhoods and schools, and humiliated by the city's southern customs, the Anderson snub touched a raw nerve, particularly among the black elite. It seemed to serve notice, once again, that no matter how accomplished a black person could become, she or he still would be treated as a second-class citizen in the nation's capital. Local black leaders, with visible and vocal white allies, seized on l'affaire Anderson as an opportunity to bring national attention to the state of race relations in the city. They formed the Marian Anderson Citizens Committee, MACC, chaired by NAACP lawyer and former school board member Charles Hamilton Houston. With support from a network of 90 local groups, MACC coordinated an effective grassroots campaign involving petitions, letters to the editors of local newspapers, telegrams to local and federal officials, and interracial mass meetings that attracted up to 1,500 people, about a third of whom were white. Citizen pressure forced the school board to reconsider its decision, but the board reasserted its policy of segregation and agreed to allow Anderson to perform only if the concession will not be taken as a precedent. Concert organizers and the MACC refused to accept such conditions. 70. The grassroots work paralleled a behind-the-scenes effort to win support from sympathetic members of Congress and federal government officials, including Interior Secretary Harold Ickes, who had served as the president of the Chicago NAACP, and First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt, a token member of the DAR. Ickes embraced the movement immediately. Roosevelt initially was reluctant to get involved publicly for fear it might hurt the cause. By 1939, she had become a lightning rod for criticism from white conservatives owing to her consistent support of integration. But in late February she publicly resigned from the DAR, spurring the effort to find a place for Anderson to perform in Washington. 71. As Easter Sunday approached, MACC members coalesced around an audacious idea, to host a concert on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial. Secretary Ickes loved the plan and secured President Roosevelt's approval. Less than 2 weeks later, an interracial crowd of 75,000 braved a blustery wind to hear Anderson sing a stunning rendition of My Country 'Tis of Thee as well as several spirituals. The event helped recast the meaning of the Lincoln Memorial and the legacy of Lincoln himself, transforming the site into a space for black protest. It became a monument not only to the man who preserved the Union but also to the great emancipator, the racial conscience of the nation. 72. MACC members felt almost giddy with the sense of possibility. Washington is a giant awakened, wrote an excited John Lovell. Mary McLeod Bethune believed the concert was a breakthrough moment. Through the Marian Anderson protest concert we made our triumphant entry into the democratic spirit of American life. After a decade of growing activism among black Washingtonians, Bethune, Lovell, and other local leaders hoped that the Anderson concert would help force institutional changes and break down barriers to black employment, housing, and education. 73. Some observers hailed the Anderson concert as a turning point in the long struggle for racial equality in the nation's capital, but substantive, enduring long-term change required more than a high-profile concert on the Mall. The image of the interracial crowd united on behalf of American ideals faded quickly. After the concert, Negroes were still unable to attend theaters, use Central High School or Constitution Hall, or to exercise their rights as American citizens, wrote the editors of New Negro Opinion. The pent-up emotions of thousands of Negroes were discharged quietly over the reflecting pool, and then the straitjacket of social policy and racial prejudice was quickly made secure and operative again. 74. The concert had been a remarkable moment of interracial unity, a symbolic victory that lifted the spirits of black Washingtonians and their allies, but it produced little substantive change. Despite efforts by the local MACC to capitalize on the media attention by pushing for an end to all segregation in the nation's capital, the momentum dissipated as the nation's attention quickly shifted to the brewing war in Europe. With Adolf Hitler's German army marching across the continent, President Franklin Roosevelt called on America to become the arsenal of democracy. The federal government and federally funded defense industries began hiring at a frenetic pace, and the nation's capital grew dramatically. Even before the United States officially entered the war in December 1941, there were upwards of 200,000 federal workers in D.C., roughly double the peak number during World War I. The metropolitan area's population soon soared to more than 1 million. With this new Army of the Potomac on its streets, Washington became the wartime capital of the Western world, an eager, scurrying overcrowded metropolis, wrote James Reston in the New York Times Magazine in June 1941.75. Black newcomers were among the masses who flooded into the city, part of what would become the greatest internal migration in American history. Pushed by agricultural woes and racial violence and pulled by the promise of economic opportunity, hundreds of thousands of people, black and white, left the rural South in the 1940s. Most of them wound up in industrial cities such as Chicago and New York, but many black migrants, particularly from Virginia and the Carolinas, headed for Washington. The city's black population surged by nearly 50% during the 1940s, reaching more than 280,000. By 1950, black people made up 35% of the population, the highest percentage in the city's history. 76. When they arrived in Washington, black workers often struggled to find work. The city government often shut black job seekers out. Not a single black person, for example, could be found among more than 500 workers at the municipal jail, the workhouse, or the National Training School for Boys, and black workers also faced significant hurdles to federal employment. Despite race-neutral hiring protocols, some agency heads and federal contractors, particularly in defense industries, found ways to discriminate against black applicants and employees. Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters leader A. Philip Randolph and other black labor and civil rights organizers met with Roosevelt administration officials to protest such employment discrimination, to no avail. So, as a last resort of a desperate people who had failed to get decisive results, Randolph wrote, he and his allies launched the March on Washington movement to bring tens of thousands of black people for a march along Constitution Avenue to the Lincoln Memorial in July 1941.77. Fearing racial violence and negative publicity, President Roosevelt hurriedly issued Executive Order 8802 barring discrimination in defense industries based on race, creed, color, or national origin. The order also created the Fair Employment Practices Committee, FEPC, to adjudicate claims of workplace discrimination. Randolph called off the march and claimed a stunning victory that proved the power of pressure politics. The episode showed that Roosevelt, like many other politicians, will remain aloof from the Negro question until there is an organized resentment and pressure as to make it a national embarrassment if he does not act, wrote Howard University law student and activist Pauli Murray. 78. With federal protections in place, black federal employment increased significantly. By 1944, the Urban League reported, there were 41,566 black federal workers in Washington, up from fewer than 10,000 before the war. Roughly 9% of federal workers were black. Yet black workers still were confined to the lowest-paying jobs. A 1942 survey showed that more than 60% of black federal workers did custodial work while only 2.3% were in upper-level positions. 79. Though Randolph's threatened masses never descended on D.C., the looming war thrust the nation's capital into an uncomfortable spotlight. Washington was a blight on democracy, wrote Alden Stevens in a blistering Harper's Magazine article that hit newsstands in December 1941. Washington, the capital, is a symbol of democracy in America. Washington, the city, is a symbol of almost everything that sincere and thoughtful men know is wrong with democracy in America. Writing for a national audience, Stevens exposed how inadequately prepared the city was to handle the extraordinary influx of war workers, but he reserved his sharpest critiques for Washington's racial practices. Here in the capital of a nation dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal, 1/3 of the residents are forbidden. The theaters and the restaurants of the principal business area are effectively blocked in their search for employment, are commonly charged 2 to 3 times as much rent as the other 2/3 are charged for equivalent accommodations, and are hated and feared because they do not like it, Stevens wrote. Washington combines the worst features of North and South 80. Soon after Stevens's article appeared, Japanese warplanes attacked a U.S. naval installation in Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, and the United States immediately joined what came to be known as World War II. It was a war, President Roosevelt had said during his 1941 State of the Union speech, to defend the 4 freedoms on which a peaceful world rested: freedom of speech and religion and freedom from want and fear. As the Great War had a generation earlier, this Second World War would open opportunities for racial activism in the nation's capital. Are you for Hitler's way or the American way? Wartime activism in the nation's capital. Jewel Crawford Mazik was a face of black patriotism during the war. A Georgia native with mixed Creek, Cherokee, and black heritage, Mazik graduated from Spelman College in 1935 and moved to Washington to attend graduate school at Howard University. She married a Howard medical student and, after earning her master's degree, worked 2 jobs to put her new husband through school. She also helped raise 3 of her nieces in their home on 1861 California Street Northwest, just north of the Strivers Row neighborhood where the New Negro Alliance's John Aubrey Davis grew up. Mazik briefly was a government girl during World War II, working as a file clerk in the Library of Congress. An intense woman who combined radical political ideas with conservative personal habits, Mazik left her government position in 1943 to become a union organizer, community activist, and feminist pioneer. She had little interest in the social life of elite black Washington to which her education, income, and marriage entitled her. Instead, she devoted herself to political action and was a frequent presence on picket lines, at mass meetings, and in congressional hearings. 81. Svelte and attractive with a photogenic smile, Mazik was chosen in 1942 to be the subject of an extensive day-in-the-life photo collection by the Office of War Information, OWI, which highlighted the wartime contributions of Black Americans as part of its mission to boost support for the war. Aware of the political implications of the project, she agreed to be photographed because she hoped the exposure would help improve black employment prospects in the federal government. In the propaganda photos, which were distributed to press organizations nationwide in 1943, one appeared in an OWI booklet, Negroes and the War. The smartly dressed Mazik chats with white colleagues, works diligently in the library stacks, passes out flyers at a union rally, donates plasma at a Red Cross blood drive, sits quietly next to a white woman on a crowded streetcar, speaks to church members about black efforts for the war, and reads to her adoring nieces. She appears as the model of patriotic, middle-class black America. 82. Jewel Mazik, worker at the Library of Congress. The Office of War Information followed Jewel Mazik for a day-in-the-life portrayal of black patriotism during World War II. Here, Mazik rides home next to a white woman on a Washington streetcar. Library of Congress. As Mazik knew, her experience was not typical of black Washington or even black federal workers. Another OWI photo project, this one by black photographer Gordon Parks, offered a starker portrayal of black life in D.C. The Kansas-born Parks arrived in Washington shortly after Pearl Harbor to begin a fellowship with the Farm Security Administration. Angered and disillusioned by the discrimination he encountered in his new home, Parks determined to use his camera to show the rest of the world what the great city of Washington, D.C., is really like. 83. Parks trained his lens on Ella Watson, a janitor for the federal government. The daughter of a man murdered by a Southern lynch mob, Watson never earned a high school diploma and struggled to support her family on her meager salary. If Mazik represented the achievement of black Washington, Watson symbolized its despair and persistent lack of opportunity, illustrated dramatically by Parks's haunting American Gothic, Washington, D.C., picture of Watson standing plaintively, mop and broom in hand, before an illuminated American flag. The OWI, perhaps not surprisingly, did not widely distribute the Watson pictures. 84. The contrasting images of Mazik and Watson revealed the sensitive and often controversial representation of race in Washington as the nation prepared for and fought another world war. Recognizing that racial prejudice in the capital city was a public relations nightmare, federal officials and propagandists touted the loyalty, prosperity, and integrated life that Mazik and other successful black people led, while downplaying the poverty and prejudice that Watson and her low-income peers faced. When the second edition of the Work Progress Administration's Guide to Washington appeared in 1942, censors carefully edited the chapter on the Negro in Washington by Sterling Brown, a black poet and English professor at Howard. Gone were Brown's incisive critiques of the city's race relations and his discussion of contemporary struggles against racial discrimination that had appeared in the 1937 edition. All that remained was a triumphal story of black progress. 85. But officials could not contain the revolutionary potential of the war. Even more than the Great War, the struggle against the Axis powers offered racial egalitarians the opportunity to sharpen the contrast between American ideals of freedom and the reality of racism. The nation's race problem is a war issue, wrote activist Pauli Murray. With the German and Japanese enemies openly pursuing regimes of racial superiority, activists argued that racial equality was the American way. White supremacy was not just morally wrong, it was un-American. Activists had powerful champions within the federal government, as well as support from a generation of scholars who were chipping away at the intellectual foundations of racism. 86. As black soldiers fought overseas, black workers built airplanes, and black clerks staffed the federal war bureaucracy, civil rights activists nationwide pursued a double-V campaign aimed at defeating fascism abroad and Jim Crow at home. Negroes, like other American citizens, helped build America, love America, want to defend America, wrote Black War Manpower Commission employee Lucia Pitts in the Washington Post. They must have their rightful share not only of woe and tribulation and sacrifice, but of economic opportunity and faith in America. 87. Despite pressure to mute protests during the war, Jewel Mazik and other local activists staked a claim to that rightful share by challenging the hiring practices of the Capital Transit Company, a private corporation that owned a public monopoly to operate Washington's only bus and streetcar lines. Unlike in other southern cities, public transportation in Washington had remained integrated since Reconstruction, when the city's streetcars had been a flashpoint for racial conflicts. None of Capital Transit's well-paid drivers or streetcar operators, however, were black. All its black employees toiled in the maintenance division or as custodians. Even as it faced a desperate wartime labor shortage that forced 30–50% of its buses to be idled, the company refused to hire black motormen, instead recruiting white women and government workers to moonlight as part-time drivers. 88. Activists saw Washington's streetcars as a highly visible place to make a wartime statement about American values and show, as one post-letter writer put it, that the four freedoms are more than just mere words. With support from a broad array of allies including the National NAACP and the Federal Office of Defense Transportation, the newly organized Committee on Jobs for Negroes in Public Utilities sponsored a late-to-work ad campaign highlighting the impact that Capitol's petty racial prejudices had on the war effort. It flooded the Fair Employment Practices Committee with petitions signed by nearly 6,000 Washingtonians of both races and urged the FEPC to stop Capital Transit's antisocial and unpatriotic discrimination. The black community, the FEPC chairman acknowledged, saw the promotion of its race-to-trolley platforms as the test of government sincerity in promising equal opportunity to all Americans. 89. Capital Transit's management refused to budge. Washington has always been considered a Southern city, company officials argued, and many Southern white war workers harbored prejudice that could lead to strikes, physical violence, and bloodshed if black operators were hired. Furthermore, company president E.D. Merrill claimed, black people simply were not qualified to be drivers, in part because they did not have years of cultural experience behind them. 90. After a series of hearings in November 1942, the FEPC ordered the company to stop discriminating. Grudgingly, the company hired Bernard Simmons, a college graduate employed as a private chauffeur, as its first black streetcar operator apprentice. When Simmons reported for work in February 1943, however, 16 white Union members refused to train him and sat with their buses idle until he was ordered off the premises. Offered a job as a custodian instead, he rejected it. He then was fired. 91. In response, Mazik and other activists set up pickets at busy intersections. Her sign read, "Negroes drive tanks in Tunisia, why not buses and streetcars in Washington?" And staged a Capitol Transit Week of protests in May that culminated with an 800-person march to Franklin Square, site of the spirited Emancipation Day celebration back in 1866. Despite the organized protests and repeated orders from the FEPC, however, the transit company did not comply. Its platforms remained lily-white until it went bankrupt in 1956. The FEPC proved toothless in the face of implacable white resistance. 92. The Capitol Transit fight paralleled an effort by Howard University students to break the day-to-day habits of segregation in Washington's public spaces. Wartime rhetoric about freedom, combined with a military draft that compelled young men to serve in a segregated army, spurred the students to act. The city epitomized the great gap between official United States war propaganda and racial practices within our own borders, recalled Polly Murray, one of 2 women in her Howard Law School class. Segregation in the nation's capital was an especially galling indignity. 93. A North Carolina native with a degree from Hunter College, Murray already was a veteran of civil rights protest. She gained national attention during her unsuccessful attempt to integrate the University of North Carolina in 1938 and spent time in a Virginia jail for refusing to sit at the back of a segregated bus. She had the ear of First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt, whom she had befriended a decade earlier and with whom she corresponded regularly. Several years older and more experienced, the fiery, focused Murray became a leader and mentor for protesting Howard undergraduates such as Ruth Powell. 94. Powell arrived at Howard from Massachusetts in 1942. Like photographer Gordon Parks and other non-Southern black newcomers, she reacted angrily to segregation in Washington. She spent many afternoons sitting alone at whites-only counters, seething in silence as she waited in vain for service. In January 1943, she took 2 Howard classmates with her for some hot chocolate at the United Cigar Store on Pennsylvania Avenue NW. Initially refused service, they remained at the counter until the police arrived and ordered the managers to give them their drinks. But after the women objected to being charged more than twice the usual price, the police escorted them to jail. 95. The women's stool-sitting technique, the term sit-in had yet to be coined, won widespread support on campus. One survey found that more than 97% of Howard students believed that black students should actively fight for equal rights, even during wartime. Through the campus chapter of the NAACP, Polly Murray and other Howard students raised money, sponsored speakers, and lobbied Congress to pass a D.C. civil rights bill. They also planned a series of direct action protests modeled on Mohandas Gandhi's nonviolent campaign against British rule in India. Are you for Hitler's way, race supremacy, or the American way, equality? Read flyers that activists distributed. 96. Like the New Negro Alliance, the student protesters targeted stores in black areas, such as the Greek-owned Little Palace near 14th and U Streets NW. Students picketed the Little Palace for 4 days in April 1943, forcing the owner to change the store's service policies. The next year, 56 students spent a day sitting on stools at Thompson's restaurant at 11th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue downtown. By the end of the day, management had buckled, and the students were served. 97. The victory was short-lived, however. Like the Capitol Transit Company, Thompson's did not change its official policy on segregation, and before students could start a renewed campaign, nervous Howard administrators intervened. Shortly before the students' demonstration in April 1944, Mississippi Senator Theodore Bilbo had taken charge of the Senate District Committee. An irascible segregationist who called for the deportation of black soldiers to Liberia, Bilbo eagerly used his position to derail any civil rights initiatives. Howard was a federally chartered institution whose budget depended heavily on federal funding, and Howard President Mordecai Johnson and the Board of Trustees felt that they could ill afford to antagonize Bilbo and other congressional appropriators. They forced the students to call off further protests. When direct action protests resumed after the war ended, Howard students largely were uninvolved. 98. The Howard sit-ins and Capitol Transit protests sparked concerns about the potential for violence in a city where racial tensions were near to the boiling point in summer 1943. After a devastating race riot erupted in Detroit that June, middle-class civic leaders of both races created the Citizens Committee on Race Relations, which sought to conduct a systematic inventory of racial problems and propose peaceful policy solutions. Like other such groups across the South, the Citizens Committee sought primarily to harmonize race relations and ameliorate tensions rather than challenge white supremacy or economic inequality. 99. For the Citizens Committee and other middle-class reformers, housing loomed as the city's #1 social problem. As during previous wars, Washington could not keep pace with the rapid influx of so many new people. Newcomers crammed into overcrowded neighborhoods, pushing rents up even as housing conditions for poor black residents deteriorated. The overwhelming demand for housing put an end to slum clearance. Alley properties were more lucrative than ever, and housing authorities could not justify demolishing even the most dilapidated of homes when it was virtually impossible to find alternative places for former residents to live. Bad as most of these slum pigsties may be, wrote Agnes Ernst Meyer, the philanthropic wife of the new editor of the Post, they cannot be condemned until there is some place for the Negro to go. 100. One social worker investigating a public housing unit found 3 families living in a 4-room frame shack with a yard toilet, an outside water supply, a leaky roof, cardboard partitions between some of the rooms, an unsafe stairway, and walls from which much of the plaster had fallen. Wartime priorities once again had trumped housing concerns. Alley housing, which was supposed to have been eliminated by 1944, and 1918, before that, endured long after the war's end in 1945.101. The federal government's wartime expansion compounded the housing crisis, as officials exercised the power of eminent domain to buy up residential property for new government facilities, often in predominantly black areas. Hundreds of low-income black families in downtown D.C. had to leave their homes to make way for new Social Security, railroad retirement, and census buildings. Across the Potomac in Virginia, federal authorities uprooted more than 1,000 black residents of East Arlington to expand Arlington National Cemetery and create a network of roads leading to what would become the Pentagon. 102. In a free housing market, pent-up black demand would inspire developers to increase supply by building more units. But the D.C. market was never free. Restrictive covenants limited black mobility, lending practices restricted black access to loans, and white resistance to integrated housing artificially shrank black housing options. White developers, busy building homes for thousands of new white war workers, simply ignored growing black demand. They did not build a single private development for black families during the war. Black Washingtonians, the Citizens Committee noted, were squeezed tighter and tighter into a few little islands within the district. 103. Into the breach stepped a black preacher, Elder Lightfoot Michaud. The colorful and controversial head of the Church of God, Michaud came to the district in the early 1930s and established a storefront church on Georgia Avenue NW that quickly blossomed into an evangelical empire with a popular radio show, a bustling Happy News Cafe, and mass baptisms in the Potomac. With donations from white supporters as well as black congregants, Michaud built Mayfair Mansions, a 596-unit complex on Benning Road NE, far from existing white neighborhoods. Mayfair Mansions was the largest single development for black families built during the war, but Michaud aimed to attract black professionals, not the poor. 104. Low-income black residents and war workers looked to public housing to relieve the housing pressure. They found that federal and local housing authorities abided by white demands for segregated housing. The Federal Defense Homes Corporation followed the lead of John Elder and the local Alley Dwelling Authority, which was rechristened the National Capital Housing Authority in 1943. Although he claimed that housing black war workers was a top priority, Elder insisted that authorities should not mix races in a housing project and should seek only to provide housing for each race on sites already occupied by that race. 105 When the war began, the federal government hurriedly built dozens of two-story barracks for war workers downtown for whites only. Despite Elder's assurances, however, white citizens associations and private home builders almost uniformly opposed black public housing developments, particularly after Eleanor Roosevelt called for desegregated public housing in the district in late 1943. 106 The White Federation of Citizens Associations demanded the abolition of the National Capital Housing Authority altogether, and it worked with the local Home Builders Association to scuttle wartime housing developments. Though public housing opponents often couched their criticism in race-neutral language about costs and local control, much of their objection stemmed from racial fears, as the FCA's president, Harry Wender, acknowledged during testimony before a Senate subcommittee in June 1944. A Jewish attorney who prided himself on his biracial community work in Southwest, Wender saw himself as a moderate, mediating force between white segregationists and advocates of immediate racial equality. He supported public housing, even as the organization he led opposed it. Wender told the senators that race was the very highly inflammable reason for white opposition to public housing. White residents wanted to protect the present pattern of the community, and without ironclad guarantees to protect segregation in public housing, the people of Washington are going to, by a very vast majority, oppose it. 107. In the face of vociferous white opposition to integrated housing, wartime housing advocates did not attack segregation itself but challenged housing authorities to provide more and better housing options for black residents. One important new activist was Dorothy Height, the black leader of the Phyllis Wheatley YWCA at 9th Street and Rhode Island Avenue NW. A Richmond native with a master's degree from New York University, Height arrived in Washington in 1939 at age 27 at the beginning of what would be a 7-decade civil rights career. The Wheatley Y offered affordable housing to low-income women at its 4-story headquarters, but Height recognized that city and local officials needed to take aggressive measures to meet the demand of thousands of war workers. 108. When Height confronted federal housing officials about why so few housing projects were being built for black workers, she was told, "The blacks always look after their own." Even black housing official Robert Taylor proved unsympathetic. Black Washingtonians did indeed look out for their own. Many opened their homes to boarders or relatives coming up from the South, but Taylor's indifference incensed the inimitable Height. She promptly sent volunteers to survey residents about conditions in their neighborhoods and reported their findings to Taylor at a meeting attended by more than 300 women. Pressure from Height and other black activists helped ensure that the Federal Defense Homes Corporation built hotels for black war workers, including Lucy Diggs Slough Hall, a 322-bed dormitory at 1919 3rd Street Northwest named for the late black tennis champion and Howard University dean. 109. Even as they worked with white officials to win access to better housing, many black Washingtonians feared that housing planners, public and private, shared a desire to push black residents away from desirable downtown areas. Nearly every black resident interviewed in a mid-1940s study believed that there is a plan afoot to gradually segregate the entire colored population across the Anacostia River. Black activist Geneva Valentine worried that the government would simply buy up land and tacky over whole Negro communities and wipe them out in the District of Columbia, rebuilding and changing its occupancy altogether. Fears of displacement or removal even led some black residents to support white citizens associations in their opposition to public housing. Echoes of such concerns would be heard in coming decades as black Washingtonians struggled to cope with post-war urban renewal and gentrification. 110. Despite wartime pressure, determined white resistance at the local and federal levels largely preserved segregation in the nation's capital during the war years. In fights against employment discrimination, segregated public spaces, and inadequate housing, racial egalitarians often achieved symbolic or small-scale victories but ultimately failed to defeat Jim Crow. At war's end, Capital Transit Company still had no black operators, Thompson's restaurants still refused to serve black customers, and black residents still could not find housing in much of the city. Despite the sweeping rhetoric about freedom, democracy, and the American way that accompanied the U.S. war effort, World War II stalled racial progress in D.C. But the ground underneath white segregationists was shifting rapidly. During the 1930s, advocates for racial equality pioneered new strategies, built extensive interracial alliances, and tapped broader networks of allies nationwide. Though their efforts produced only modest, short-term results, they helped lay a foundation for a remarkable post-war movement that would transform Washington. As the nation celebrated the end of the war in 1945, the nation's capital was about to begin a period of profound racial change unseen in the city since the days of Reconstruction. 10. Segregation does not die gradually of itself. Jim Crow's collapse, 1945–1956. We, the citizens of Washington, D.C., are sick of segregation. It is wrong and indefensible. It makes us vulnerable to national and worldwide criticism. Petition to President and D.C. Board of Commissioners, 1953. John Philip Sousa Middle School on Ely Place in southeast Washington sits across from the pristine ballfields of the Washington Nationals Youth Baseball Academy and the lush hills of Fort DuPont, the district's second-largest park. Named for the famed U.S. Marine Band leader from Southeast who composed the Stars and Stripes Forever, the school attracted international attention as a civil rights battleground in the early 1950s and is now a National Historic Landmark. A $34.5 million renovation in 2008 rehabilitated the building's fading brick and glass exterior, modernized the interior, and added a civil rights museum for a student body that is almost entirely African American. 1. When it opened in 1950, Sousa Junior High was intended solely for white students from the burgeoning middle-class communities of Fort DuPont and Benning Heights. Though 21st-century Washingtonians often assume that neighborhoods east of the Anacostia River have always been predominantly black, far southeast was roughly 83% white at mid-century. White developers plotted the Fort DuPont and Benning Heights areas in 1907, rejecting L'Enfant's grid system in favor of meandering roads that traced the hills and valleys of the natural landscape. The neighborhoods originally housed exclusive communities protected from black encroachment by racial restrictive covenants. 2. As the city's population surged in the early 1940s, the Alley Dwelling Authority rapidly erected apartment complexes in the area, and white federal workers poured in. With its dead-end streets and cul-de-sacs that deterred traffic, the area attracted so many families that local schools soon were overwhelmed. Kimball Elementary School, just a third of a mile from Sousa, was so crowded that students had to go on half shifts. The Post reported in 1949 that children entering the 6th grade this fall never had a full day of schooling. To relieve the congestion, school officials went on a post-war construction binge in southeast. Sousa Junior High was the crown jewel, a palatial 38-room facility with 2 gymnasiums. 3. Sousa's sparkling campus caught the attention of black families in Hillcrest and other black neighborhoods nearby. They had to send their children to overcrowded, poorly equipped junior high schools across the Anacostia River. 4. Impatient with the increasing disparities between the white and black school systems, black activists decided to challenge segregated schools directly, rather than fight the school system to abide by the latter part of separate but equal. When Sousa opened on September 6, 1950, they marched to the school's front door seeking admission for 11 impeccably dressed black school children. Denied entry, they sued D.C. School Board President Melvin Sharp, 11-year-old Spotswood Balling, the son of a widowed bookbinder for the General Services Administration, became the face of the case. Balling v. Sharp eventually wound its way to the U.S. Supreme Court, where it became a companion case to the momentous Brown v. Board of Education decision in 1954. Spotswood Bowling's simple request for admission struck at the heart of segregated life in far southeast and across Washington. For the white families who moved there in the 1940s, the neighborhoods of far southeast offered many attractions: low-density development, minimal crime, moderately priced housing, and beautiful vistas of downtown. Life in these neighborhoods, as in other white areas across D.C., was largely segregated at the end of World War II, protected by the laws and customs of a city that remained officially dedicated to preserving racial separation. 3 decades after the rise of the new Negro brought a burgeoning spirit of militancy to the struggle for racial equality, Washington remained a Southern city whose white leaders defended racial restrictive covenants, upheld the dual school system, and supported Jim Crow practices. Confident white conservatives believed that they could parry any post-war attack on their segregated way of life, just as they had after World War I. Yet the world of segregated Washington, seemingly so resilient, proved to be remarkably fragile. Within a decade, the pillars of that world had crumbled under the pressure of ceaseless community agitation, powerful interracial alliances, key Supreme Court decisions, and strategic support from federal authorities, including Presidents Harry Truman and Dwight Eisenhower. Despite their lack of voting power, Black Washingtonians and their white allies across the nation used a variety of political and legal strategies to rouse public opinion and force Congress and the courts to dismantle the legal framework of Jim Crow. The end of official segregation coincided with and helped spur massive demographic shifts that by 1957 had turned Washington into the nation's first major city with a black majority. In far southeast, the transformation was dramatic. Between 1950 and 1970, the area went from 83% white to more than 85% black. 5. The years between the end of World War II in 1945 and the Supreme Court's 1954 decision in Bolling v. Sharp were the most decisive period in the city's history since the 1860s. Only the heady days of the Civil War and Reconstruction saw so much racial change happen so quickly in Washington. Suddenly, it seemed, segregation in the nation's capital collapsed, half a decade or more before similar changes happened elsewhere in the South. By the end of the 1950s, the institutions of public life in Washington, schools, hotels, restaurants, theaters, recreation facilities, government agencies, unions, professional associations were no longer racially segregated. For civil rights supporters, the transformation was breathtaking, a stunning achievement after many decades of struggle. Yet the new Washington also was bewildering for white conservatives who now felt alienated and powerless, victimized by forces beyond their control. Both could agree with the assessment from a 1959 report on race relations in the Capitol: a major social revolution has taken place in Washington. 6. Intolerable, racial discrimination in the capital of the free world. Charles Hamilton Houston was as responsible as any individual for the post-war revolution that toppled Jim Crow in D.C. He was well prepared for the struggle. Born in 1895, Houston was the grandson of enslaved Kentuckians but the son of an ambitious, educated, middle-class Washington couple. A quiet, serious only child, Houston finished M Street High School at age 15 and graduated magna cum laude from Amherst 4 years later. When the United States joined the Great War in 1917, he volunteered to become an officer and witnessed blatant racial discrimination both during training and in France. "I was damned glad I didn't give my life for my country," a bitter Houston recalled. "I was determined that if I lived I was going to have something to say about how this country should be run." On returning to Washington, he witnessed the July 1919 riot that exploded not far from his parents' house at 10th and R Streets NW.7. The riot, coupled with his wartime experience, fueled Houston's determination to use the law to fight racial discrimination. He headed to Harvard Law School, where he was the first black editor of the Harvard Law Review. At age 34, he became vice dean of Howard University Law School, which then offered only night classes and had little prestige. The relentless, no-nonsense Houston transformed Howard into an accredited institution with a demanding curriculum and a star-studded faculty focused on a racial justice mission. He was hard-crust, remembered his most prominent student, future Supreme Court Justice Thurgood Marshall. "He made it clear to us that when we were done with law school we were expected to go out and do something with our lives." 8. Impatient with injustice but disciplined in temperament, Houston became special counsel to the NAACP in the 1930s and engineered the organization's strategy that gradually dismantled the legal framework of segregation, both in Washington and across the South. In the 2 decades before his untimely death in 1950 at age 54, Houston was involved in nearly every major legal case involving segregation, including Missouri ex rel. Gaines v. Canada, 1938, in which the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that states that maintained a graduate school for white students also had to provide in-state graduate education to black students. He also was active in local racial struggles, from the New Negro Alliance to the Marian Anderson concert to the Capitol Transit protests. A strapping 6 feet tall with copper skin, prominent cheekbones, and an austere, unflappable demeanor, Houston earned a reputation as a dogged, sharp-minded litigator. Given his experience during and after the Great War, Houston knew that whatever gains had been achieved during World War II could easily be lost in the aftermath. Indeed, even before troops began returning home in late 1945, the forces of segregation began reasserting themselves in Washington. The backlash against racial equality could be felt in downtown businesses such as Landsberg's department store on 7th and E Streets NW, which had begun serving black customers at its soda fountain during the war but quietly returned to segregated service after white customers complained. 9. It was visible in the actions of local officials, including the city's Board of Recreation, which voted in June 1945 to reinforce rather than repeal its segregation policy for public recreational facilities. It manifested itself in the post-war demise of the Fair Employment Practices Committee, which closed its doors permanently in 1946 after segregationists in Congress led a successful campaign against it. 10. And the backlash reverberated in the thundering rhetoric of Senator Theodore Bilbo of Mississippi, the chair of the Senate District Committee, who told one cheering crowd back home, "I wanted this position so I could keep Washington a segregated city." When Bilbo was re-elected in 1946, the Post lamented that the Confederacy, which was never able to capture Washington during the course of the Civil War, now holds it as a helpless pawn. 11. Senator Bilbo was indeed a serious impediment. All appropriations for the city went through his committee, so city leaders avoided antagonizing him. But his blatant bigotry and blustery broadsides about Negro inferiority did not represent the way racism in D.C. generally worked. Washington's conservative white leadership, the appointed commissioners, the businessmen of the Board of Trade, the city planners, the leaders of the Federation of Citizens Associations tended to be recalcitrant but refined, neither as explosive nor as extreme as Bilbo or his segregationist colleagues in Congress. Though they were no less committed to keeping Washington segregated, they usually couched their racism in soothing rhetoric about promoting harmony and avoiding unnecessary dangerous friction, rather than in threats of violence or base appeals to racial hatred. 12. Charles Hamilton Houston was the architect of the NAACP's strategy to dismantle the legal structure of segregation. A community activist as well as a dogged litigator, Houston was involved in nearly every civil rights effort in D.C. in the 1930s and 1940s. Photograph by Addison N. Scurlock, Scurlock Studio Records, Archives Center, National Museum of American History, Smithsonian Institution. Racial segregation was simply a natural state preferred by white and black people alike, according to Clifford Newell, the head of the FCA. He and other well-meaning white people who believed in segregation had no feeling of animosity toward racial minorities. The provision of equal opportunities for all citizens does not necessarily imply that they must be enjoyed in common, argued the Rhode Island Avenue Citizens Association. To segregate was not necessarily to discriminate, in their view. As FCA official John Connaughton told the Washington Daily News, there is no discrimination in Washington. 13. Ulysses S. Grant III epitomized Washington's powerful but low-key segregationists. The grandson of the famed Union general, Grant was a West Point graduate who came to Washington in the 1920s and spent 4 decades leading various city planning organizations. Though raised in the North and abroad, he approached race relations from the South. While running the National Capital Parks and Planning Commission from 1942 to 1949, Grant used federal money to clear out downtown slums, build modern housing complexes for white federal workers, and move low-income black residents elsewhere. Black activists accused him of attempting to create a Hitler-like ghetto in the far northeast section of the district. And in the rear of Anacostia, a charge Grant vehemently denied. He called himself a very sincere friend of the colored people, but he spent a career embedding segregated housing patterns into D.C.'s residential geography. 14. Those patterns hardened even as Washington changed dramatically during and after the war. Like other urban areas, the district was fast becoming the center of an expanding metropolitan area, a region more than just a city. Even after the war ended and demobilized soldiers returned home, the federal government, and particularly the peacetime military bureaucracy, continued to expand with the Cold War. The Washington region grew apace, but all the growth took place in the suburbs. The city's population peaked above 900,000 in 1943, then began a steady, six-decade decline. Washington's share of the region's population shrank from 68.5% in 1940 to 36.9% 2 decades later. 15. Suburbanization exacerbated the area's racial and economic segregation, due in part to federal policies. The Federal Housing Administration, FHA, a New Deal agency designed to increase home ownership, produced maps that categorized neighborhoods according to their risk level for mortgage loans. Most black neighborhoods in the central city, as well as neighborhoods in racial transition, were outlined in red ink and labeled Type D, the riskiest designation. New homeowners, including returning veterans using money from the GI Bill, generally avoided such neighborhoods and headed instead for the Blue Line Type A areas, most of which were in the suburbs. Because selling a home to even one black home buyer could jeopardize an entire neighborhood's credit rating, many suburban communities and real estate brokers used the FHA's redlining to justify restrictive covenants that barred selling homes to racial minorities. 16. Table 5 Washington's population, 1940–1960. Redlining effectively shut black homeowners out of the suburbs during this unprecedented period of federally financed suburbanization. Black people were 34% of the suburban D.C. population in 1900 but only 6% in 1960. The few black suburbanites lived primarily in racially isolated rural enclaves such as Sandy Spring, Maryland, that dated to the 19th century. Redlined neighborhoods, meanwhile, deteriorated as access to capital for investment dried up and relatively poor Southern migrants arrived. More than 12% of black homes in the city lacked running water, more than 16% lacked electricity. 17. Essentially all of the Southern black migrants who poured into the Washington area during and after the war settled in the city, while nearly all the white newcomers went to the suburbs. Whereas the district's black population more than doubled in 20 years, from 187,266 in 1940 to 411,737 in 1960, its white population declined by nearly one-third. The suburban population, meanwhile, jumped nearly 330%, reaching more than 1.3 million in 1960. In 1939, FHA officials had predicted that eventually the district will be populated by Negroes and the suburban areas in Maryland and Virginia by white families. Thanks partly to FHA policies, by the late 1940s this process was well underway. 18. Washington was not only changing demographically and spatially but also becoming more cosmopolitan and influential. The United States emerged from the war as the world's sole atomic superpower, raising the capital's international profile and magnifying its importance in global affairs. With the growing Cold War rivalry between the United States and the Soviet Union, Washington became the capital of the free world, the showcase of American values. During the World War, racial issues could be ignored by a nation focused on winning battles. During the Cold War, however, civil rights itself became a battleground as Soviet propagandists delighted in bringing the world's attention to American racial hypocrisy, particularly in the nation's capital. Every incident of racial discrimination in D.C. is avidly seized upon for propaganda by our enemies, wrote Phineas Indritz in The Nation. 19. Houston and other civil rights activists seized on the rhetoric and reality of the Cold War to argue that racism in Washington threatened national security by undermining America's moral authority and hindering its efforts to sway other countries to its side in the Cold War. The United States has assumed a leadership role among the member nations of the United Nations, members who represent all races, creeds, and colors, noted Francis McPeak, a white pastor who later co-chaired the Committee for Racial Democracy in the nation's capital. It will become increasingly embarrassing to high government officials, as well as to our citizenry, to extend the hospitality of our land to visiting personages who must see and often suffer the racial restrictions placed upon one-third of our own Washington citizenry. 20. Harry Truman, the diminutive World War I veteran and former haberdasher who assumed the presidency on Franklin Roosevelt's death in 1945, was surprisingly receptive to this line of argument. Despite his roots in segregated Missouri, Truman came to see civil rights as both a moral and a strategic issue. He, along with a number of high-ranking State Department officials, recognized how racism hampered American foreign policy, and how important black votes were to the Democratic Party. He proved more willing than his predecessor to embrace civil rights. We shall not finally achieve the ideals for which this nation was founded so long as any American suffers discrimination as a result of his race, or religion, or color, or the land of origin of his forefathers, he declared in a remarkable 1948 Civil Rights Address to Congress. 21. Truman issued executive orders to end racial discrimination in the federal government, Executive Order 9980, and ban segregation in the military, Executive Order 9981, and his administration offered critical support to the growing bipartisan coalition of racial liberals and foreign policy realists who believed that national security interests demanded an end to racism in Washington. He appointed the President's Committee on Civil Rights to study race relations and recommend appropriate changes in civil rights law. The committee's Watershed 1947 report, To Secure These Rights, called Washington a graphic illustration of a failure of democracy. The city's racial situation was intolerable, the committee concluded, and it recommended ending all codified racial discrimination in the district. Truman supported the committee's recommendations, though he did not appoint commissioners who wanted to implement such radical ideas. 22. The local civil rights community enthusiastically embraced the To Secure These Rights report. Having witnessed the power and effectiveness of the Marian Anderson Citizens Committee, a growing, interracial core of local activists including black and white lawyers, labor organizers, veterans, scholars, and clergy established action committees to do research, promote awareness, coordinate strategy, raise funds, and conduct protests. They employed a variety of judicial, political, and educational strategies, detailed studies to reveal the extent of discrimination, lawsuits aimed at undermining the legal foundation of segregation, public relations campaigns designed to win sympathy from a national audience, direct action protests targeting local businesses, and lobbying efforts attempting to sway key members of Congress. 23. There were committees for everything. The Citizens Committee on Race Relations monitored acts of discrimination throughout the city. The Committee for Racial Democracy in the nation's capital sought to create a coalition of like-minded civic, social, and labor organizations to push for civil rights legislation. The Veterans Citizens Committee to oust Bilbo pledged to picket until the Mississippi senator left office. 24. Among the more active groups was the Committee Against Segregation in Recreation, CASR, which challenged the District Board of Recreation's segregation policy. Recreation was a serious issue in an increasingly crowded city without adequate play space. Images of black children banned from playing on empty white playgrounds stoked anger within the black community and helped humanize the callousness of segregation. With support from some 80 community groups, the CASR bombarded the Recreation Board with letters and petitions, publicized examples of positive interracial recreation, and championed the board's lone black member, Alice Hunter. A graduate of Minor Teachers College and president of the D.C. Federation of Parent-Teacher Associations, the soft-spoken Hunter became a vocal critic of the board's policies, a woman whose personal warmth and charm masked her unshakable determination to end discrimination. But Hunter and the CASR struggled to win over the board's white members, including Chair Harry Wender, who claimed to abhor racial discrimination personally but insisted that the board had to maintain segregation to comply with district law. The committee found more success in fighting discrimination in private recreational entities such as the Uline Arena on 3rd Street NE, which proved vulnerable to economic pressure. 25. Civil rights committees tied their campaigns to larger national themes and struggles. They tapped the expertise, prestige, and financial resources of the increasingly broad array of sympathetic white supporters across the nation, particularly in the courts. Such powerful allies and the changing local and global context help explain why Black Washingtonians could make so much more progress in the decade after World War II than they had in the previous 75 years. Calvin Chase, Nannie Helen Burroughs, Archibald Grimke, and other local Black leaders in earlier decades were no less aggressive, creative, or hard-working than the activists of the 1940s and 1950s. They simply operated in a much more constrained context in which their claims to racial justice did not resonate beyond the circles of Black Washington or serve the needs of political elites. The reliance on influential white allies, Cold War rhetoric, and the courts came with a price, however. Aware of the need to appeal to a broad national audience, local activists focused on press-friendly issues that could attract widespread support and provide winnable court cases, such as housing, youth recreation, or public accommodations, rather than on economic matters such as unionization, income inequality, or employment discrimination that could trigger accusations of communism. Despite such limitations, the post-war movement for racial equality slowly eroded the confidence that Washington's white conservatives had in their ability to resist changes to their way of life. White segregationists felt as if their city was slowly slipping from their grasp, and they hoped to strengthen their hold on housing by reinforcing the restrictive covenants that blanketed Washington's white neighborhoods. Our hard-earned and much-loved homes, the battle over racial restrictive covenants in housing. White use of racial restrictive covenants grew in the immediate post-war period, particularly in areas such as Bloomingdale, Brookland, and Columbia Heights that bordered expanding Black communities. Fearing that the high Black demand for housing and the higher prices Black buyers had to pay would tempt white residents into selling out, white homeowners, real estate firms, and lending agencies collaborated to prevent a Black invasion that they assumed would destabilize white neighborhoods and lower property values. 26. The Washington Real Estate Board's Code of Ethics clearly stated that no property in a white section should ever be sold, rented, advertised, or offered to colored people, and it barred agents who did so. It also policed the advertising pages of local newspapers to ensure that property listings were appropriately segregated by race. Commercial lenders refused to offer loans to Black customers who sought financial support to buy homes in white neighborhoods. Citizens associations rallied white homeowners to support and expand the use of covenants. They often helped homeowners set up ghetto funds to support legal action against people who broke covenants. White organizations defended the use of restrictive covenants, wrote the Congress Heights Citizens Association, because we feel abolition of covenants would deteriorate the value of our hard-earned and much-loved homes. 27. Many white Washingtonians did not blame Black people for buying homes as much as they blamed outsiders for fomenting racial tension. Communists, the media, civil rights agitators, the Supreme Court, even Eleanor Roosevelt. Real estate agents were a favorite target. Unscrupulous real estate agents, white and colored, are using unfortunate and frequently innocent colored people to amass fortunes for themselves and to destroy white communities, fumed one white attorney. At a 1947 community meeting, a white homeowner in Northeast mused about taking a nice healthy club or a crowbar to the heads of real estate agents seeking to undermine his neighborhood, but, he lamented, our only redress is in courts. 28. One man who inspired the wrath of white homeowners was Raphael Ursciala, a rogue agent who had been barred from the Washington Real Estate Board for selling white properties to Black people. An Italian immigrant and Central High School alumnus with degrees from Catholic University, the University of Maryland, and the University of Rome, Ursciala was a lawyer, teacher, author, and linguist who spoke 10 languages. As a member of the Catholic Interracial Council, Urshiola didn't believe in covenants at all and testified in court that he would prefer to sell to the colored man because he has so much harder time getting a home. He also conceded that he liked selling to black buyers because they paid 30% to 40% more for their homes. 29. Urshiola sold the home that ultimately destroyed the legal underpinnings of restrictive covenants in D.C. and established Charles Hamilton Houston as the foremost black lawyer in the nation. In June 1944, a black couple, James and Mary Heard, bought a home through Urshiola at 116 Bryant Street Northwest across from Macmillan Park and just a few blocks east of Howard University. Noticing that there were black-owned homes throughout the neighborhood, including several on that block, the Hoods assumed that there would be no problem with their arrival. They were wrong. 30. The Hoods' home was one of 20 on the block still covered by restrictive covenants, and news of the sale reached white attorney Henry Gilligan, who was on retainer with the North Capital Citizens Association to pursue continuous litigation. A former school board member who lived around the corner, Gilligan had spent 2 decades enforcing restrictive covenants without having lost a case. He threatened the Hoods with legal action if they did not move immediately. When the Hoods were unable to sell the house quickly enough to satisfy the white neighbors, Gilligan hauled them and, in a separate case, Urshiola as well into court on behalf of several neighbors, including Lena Hodge. In their complaint, the plaintiffs claimed that having black residents on Bryant Street would be harmful, detrimental, and subversive of their peace of mind, comfort and property rights, and would make the area undesirable as a neighborhood wherein white people may live. It already seemed to be less attractive to white residents by the time the case went to trial. 3 other houses on the block had been sold to black buyers. 31. Gilligan had reason to be confident that his unbeaten streak would continue in the case against the Hoods. Courts, after all, had been quite friendly to white homeowners in their battle to preserve segregated neighborhoods. In the 2 decades since the U.S. Supreme Court in Corrigan v. Buckley, 1926, had determined that restrictive covenants were private contracts not subject to constitutional scrutiny, the Federal Appeals Court had turned back repeated challenges. In one celebrated wartime case, Myers v. Burgess, 1945, a black government employee was forced from her home on the 2200 block of 1st Street Northwest not far from the Hoods' house. 32. But Federal Appeals Court Judge Henry Edgerton, a well-respected Kansan appointed by President Roosevelt, dissented from the Myers ruling. Noting that our Corrigan decision was probably unsound when it was rendered, Edgerton argued that the court should consider not only the changing housing situation throughout the city but also the effect of restrictive covenants on the black population. 33 Edgerton's dissent encouraged Charles Hamilton Houston and his liberal allies in the legal community to view restrictive covenants as potentially vulnerable to a constitutional challenge in the post-war world. Houston served as the Hoods' defense attorney, joined by a brilliant young Howard Law graduate, Spotswood Robinson III, who later was appointed as the first black judge on the D.C. Circuit. They were among more than a dozen civil rights lawyers around the country who were challenging covenants in court. The District Court and U.S. Court of Appeals both bowed to precedent and ruled against the Hoods, but Judge Edgerton issued another stinging dissent in the appellate decision. He forcefully articulated the case against what he considered inequitable and indefensible racial restrictive covenants, arguing that they had helped create a ghetto system. The question is whether law should affirmatively support and enforce racial discrimination. The answer, he insisted, was number 34. Houston, Robinson, Urshiola, and a white government attorney named Phineas Indritz, who volunteered to help after he read Judge Edgerton's dissent, appealed Heard v. Hodge to the U.S. Supreme Court. In 1948, the court heard the case along with a companion suit, Shelley v. Kramer, arising out of St. Louis. 2 justices recused themselves because restrictive covenants covered their own homes, including Justice Wiley Rutledge's wooded manor on Indian Lane near American University. In his argument before the court, Houston emphasized one essential question: shall we in the United States have ghettos for racial, religious, and other minorities, or even exclude such minorities entirely from white areas of our country? by a system of judicially enforced restrictions based on private prejudices and made effective through the use of government authority and power. The judicial enforcement of prejudice was plainly incompatible with the reasons why the United States fought in the war, Houston argued. Racism must go. 35. The court decided unanimously in May 1948 to overturn the lower court's rulings in Heard v. Hodge, finding that judicial enforcement of race-based restrictive covenants violated the Civil Rights Act of 1866 by limiting black Washingtonians' equal right to own and use property. The covenants no longer were legally enforceable, and the Hoods could keep their home. 36. Racial restrictions did not end overnight. Indeed, many homes, particularly in wealthy neighborhoods west of Rock Creek Park, maintained restrictive covenants for years afterward, protected by peer pressure among white homeowners and enforced by developers rather than the courts. But Heard v. Hodge was a turning point. White real estate agents and property owners remained committed to preserving white neighborhoods, using violence at times, but black homebuyers had the weight of the law behind them for the first time. Within a few years, most of the city's neighborhoods had opened to black settlement. The decision encouraged housing activists nationwide to push for integrated public housing, which was soon incorporated into the Housing Act of 1949.37. The Heard decision also showed that the Supreme Court was willing to overturn its precedents in race cases. Barely 2 decades after the Corrigan decision had solidified restrictive covenants as a legal means of preserving residential segregation, the court saw fit to change its mind. What else might the justices reconsider? The lost laws, Annie Stein, Mary Church Terrell, and the collapse of D.C.'s discriminatory legal structure. Annie Stein spent her life challenging authority. The daughter of poor Ukrainian Jewish immigrants in Brooklyn, Stein embraced radical politics as a student at Hunter College in the early 1930s. She proudly joined the Communist Party, telling one crowd, if fighting for lower tuition fees, for the rights of the Negro, for higher wages for student workers, for lower prices for the lunchroom, if that be a red then let's be reds. That comment earned her the attention of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, which would track her for the rest of her life. A lithe 5 foot, 7 inches with a thin face and prominent features, Stein personified the menace that unnerved Washington's white conservatives, a radical agitator bent on destroying cherished customs. 38. Stein first came to D.C. as part of a student protest in 1933, and she saw firsthand not only the city's segregated patterns but also their fragility. When she joined a large, interracial group of students to demand service at a whites-only restaurant, they were not tossed out because there were too many of us, she noted. It struck some of us that a sizable group could make Jim Crow restaurants tremble. She returned to Washington after graduation and worked briefly in the Works Progress Administration before leaving to focus on labor organizing. As chair of the Women's Trade Union League in D.C., she helped organize low-wage laundrywomen and restaurant workers. During the war she led a citywide strike to protest wartime inflation. By the late 1940s, Stein was the primary caregiver for 2 young children and lived with her husband in a crammed 2-bedroom apartment in Trenton Terrace, a predominantly Jewish complex on Trenton Place SE that was filled with aging New Dealers and liberal activists. Dubbed a leftist nest by the House Committee on Un-American Activities, Trenton Terrace attracted flocks of FBI agents who monitored the Steins and their neighbors and rummaged through their trash. As secretary of the local chapter of the Progressive Party, she learned to mute her communist affiliations but never renounced them. 39. Stein played an outsized role in the local civil rights struggle after the publication of Segregation in Washington, an incendiary 91-page booklet that appeared in December 1948, 7 months after the Heard decision. The culmination of more than 18 months of research, the report featured compelling anecdotes, pictures, and statistics that dissected Washington's racial practices and revealed the full extent of discrimination. It was produced by the National Committee on Segregation in the nation's capital, an interracial Chicago-based group backed by the Julius Rosenwald Fund. The organization's membership boasted an impressive lineup of prominent liberals, including former First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt, Walter Reuther of the United Auto Workers, and then Minneapolis Mayor Hubert Humphrey. 14 of the committee's 91 members were from Washington, including Howard University President Mordecai Johnson, sociologist E. Franklin Frazier, and the ubiquitous Charles Hamilton Houston. Written for a national audience, the report emphasized Washington's role as a symbol of democracy in the Cold War battle of ideas. Its unsparing analysis showcased racial discrimination in education, employment, healthcare, and housing, blaming primarily the Board of Trade, real estate companies, and other business interests whom the committee accused of profiting from discrimination by pandering to the least tolerant white people. It also condemned the district commissioners, housing officials, and other public authorities who tolerated discrimination and helped the city become the capital of white supremacy. Only the federal government, the report concluded, has the power to break the chains that bar 250,000 Negroes in Washington from their equal rights as Americans. 40. Segregation in Washington confirmed what local white conservatives had long feared: the momentum of elite public opinion had shifted significantly in favor of civil rights, at least at the national level. Yet segregationists, both in Congress and locally, continued to resist changes to a way of life they considered natural and harmonious. After the publication of Segregation in Washington, the Federation of Citizens Associations responded with an indignant, 8-page statement attacking the report for its viciously distorted picture of race relations in Washington. Tracing the roots of racial antagonism back to Reconstruction, the group warned that the dangerous overnight repeal of segregation will bring about chaos, further inflame both races, and add fuel to the fires of racial misunderstandings. Rather than trying to impose integration by legislation or administrative fiat, it argued, Black Washingtonians instead must appeal to the fairness and open-mindedness of members of the majority who, in the last analysis, will determine the issue. 41. But racial reformers had appealed to the fairness and open-mindedness of white people for decades, with little success. Moral suasion alone was not enough to destroy Jim Crow. It required direct action, both on the streets and in the courts. The publication of Segregation in Washington in late 1948, coming so soon after the Heard decision, accelerated racial progress. In the next year, Washington hosted an integrated presidential inauguration, local white parochial schools lifted racial exclusions, and the National Zoo and Washington National Airport eliminated their segregation policies. The National Capital Parks and Planning Commission added a black architect and removed all racial designations from its planning maps. Before too long, at the present rate of progress, Washington may stop being a national disgrace, wrote one observer. 42. Yet more struggles remained, particularly in combating segregated private businesses. Segregation in Washington inspired activists to challenge private racial discrimination by publicizing the discovery of what became known as the Lost Laws. Amid the student sit-in movement of 1943-44, Howard Law School librarian A. Mercer Daniel was conducting background research when he discovered that in 1872 law banning racial discrimination in district businesses had never been repealed. The law required restaurants, barbershops, ice cream saloons, and other establishments to serve any respectable, well-behaved person, without regard to race, color, or previous condition of servitude. By the late 19th century, the customs and laws of segregation had settled across Washington, and city officials no longer enforced Reconstruction-era anti-discrimination statutes. When officials wrote D.C.'s legal code in 1901, they simply did not include such laws. Since there is no record of the law's repeal, Segregation in Washington noted, some lawyers speculate that it may still be technically in full force and effect. 43. Charles Hamilton Houston joined a legal team headed by Joseph Forer and David Rain, two Jewish lawyers affiliated with the National Lawyers Guild, to end the speculation. Black attorney and future Judge Margaret Haywood also served on the team. The legal research took little time. Forer recalled that the team spent barely an afternoon to determine that the 1872 law, along with another from 1873, was indeed still valid. The court challenge, however, would take 4 years, and Houston would not live to see its conclusion. He died of a heart attack in June 1950, a victim of his own relentless work ethic. 44. In May 1949, the attorneys presented their findings to the district commissioners and called on them to enforce the anti-discrimination laws. The commissioners passed the legal issue off to the city's council, who dallied for months without action. To pressure officials to act, Annie Stein and other local activists decided to buttress the legal case for the anti-discrimination laws with direct action to dramatize the issue. They created perhaps the most effective civil rights committee to date, the Coordinating Committee for the Enforcement of the D.C. Anti-Discrimination Laws. Despite its unwieldy name, the group proved quite nimble in battling recalcitrant businesses that segregated patrons, served black customers at rear windows, or otherwise discriminated against black people. 45. The Coordinating Committee was led by Stein and Mary Church Terrell, two women of different races, religions, styles, and generations who shared a feisty determination to end Jim Crow. Terrell, at age 86 the Grand Dame of Washington's civil rights movement, remained a vociferous advocate for racial equality. She embraced her role as chair of the Coordinating Committee, willing to walk a picket line, testify before public officials, or pigeonhole a reporter to give a piece of her mind. While Terrell was the elegant face of the campaign, Stein was the adrenaline. The scrappy, indefatigable 36-year-old was a swirling force of nature. Her husky voice, salty language, and frenetic energy struck a sharp contrast to the stately, dignified Terrell, whom she adored. She melded an idealist's commitment to racial justice with a commander's mastery of strategy and logistics. Stein ran the committee's operations out of her apartment. Committee members fondly recalled how she usually had the handle of a mimeograph machine in her hands and stood in her bedroom cranking out leaflets or letters or press releases far into the night. It was Stein who convinced Terrell to serve as the organization's leader. For nearly 4 years, the two were the heart and soul of the movement. 46. Segregation does not die gradually of itself, Stein wrote in a December 1949 memo to committee members. To destroy it, she plotted a methodical attack on multiple fronts. Reviving the lost laws might seem limited in scope, she acknowledged, but it would have a powerful effect on the whole segregation pattern by exposing more sharply the present inequities in schools, recreation, movies, etc. With dozens of local civic organizations offering support, the committee could pursue several lines of attack at once. It educated the public about the lost laws and the extent of discrimination in D.C., negotiated with local businesses to encourage them to desegregate, planned and coordinated pickets and boycotts of uncooperative stores, lobbied city commissioners, Congress, and the President for legislative action, and pursued litigation to win the judicial imprimatur for desegregation. 47. The committee's opening salvo was to create a test case by directly challenging segregation at a local restaurant. The choice was not coincidental. The committee selected Thompson's Restaurant, which had been the target of the Howard sit-ins half a decade before. On January 27, 1950, Terrell led an interracial group of 4 respectable, well-behaved committee members to Thompson's for a meal. The manager refused to serve them. I asked if Washington was in the United States and if the United States Constitution applied here, Terrell recalled, to which the manager replied, "We don't vote here." The group left without eating, but it had accomplished its larger goal, to create a documented case of discrimination that violated the Reconstruction-era laws. 48. The incident triggered a response from city officials. Within weeks, the city commissioners agreed that the anti-discrimination laws indeed were still in effect, a remarkable turnaround for a body that had resisted racial equality since its inception. With the city itself now officially in support of the lost laws, Terrell led another interracial group back to Thompson's. Once again, they were rebuffed. The city then sued. The Washington Restaurant Association encouraged its members to maintain their segregated policies. One businessman feared economic suicide if black patrons were served. Why, the place would be overrun with them in a week, he claimed. It would be broke in a month. The Board of Trade offered legal help and submitted a friend of the court brief on behalf of Thompson's. 49. As the litigation wound its way through the courts, the committee sought to use the pressure of negative publicity to encourage businesses to drop their segregation policies voluntarily. It sent out interracial testing teams to determine which white-owned businesses would serve all customers. The State Department and foreign embassies were particularly interested to know where diplomats could expect service without discrimination. As the list grew, Terrell and Stein used it as leverage in negotiations with reluctant managers. Quiet negotiations often were effective, but when management proved particularly stubborn, the committee pulled out the pickets. Its first target was Kresge's 5 and 10 cent store in the heart of the 7th Street NW commercial district. In December 1950, Terrell, dressed in an ankle-length fur coat and stylish scarf, took her cane and braved a snowstorm to lead the first picket. After 8 weeks in which 100 volunteers distributed more than 40,000 leaflets, Kresge's changed its policy. 50. Once Kresge's surrendered, the other discount stores on 7th Street quickly followed suit. The committee hoped to repeat that pattern with department stores by targeting Hecht's, a grand establishment on 7th Street that got about 25% of its business from black customers. In February 1951, Hecht's sponsored an ad campaign in support of Brotherhood Week in which the store called for equal treatment of all people. When the ad appeared, Stein and Terrell pounced, questioning management about why the store refused to serve black customers at its basement lunch counter. The manager claimed that the ad was just a gesture. 3 months of negotiations failed, and in May the committee called for a boycott. Supporters sat in at the lunch counter, sent 8,000 postcards to management, and manned a well-dressed picket line for 2 hours daily throughout the summer and fall. Hecht's finally began serving everyone in January 1952. Terrell led the first interracial luncheon. 51. Private negotiations, the potential for negative publicity, and the threat of boycotts opened up individual stores, but the legal case for the enforcement of the lost laws followed a tortuous path. The municipal court initially dismissed the suit in July 1950, claiming that the anti-discrimination laws had been repealed by implication when Congress created the district's new commissioner form of government in 1878 and with the 1901 rewriting of the district's legal code. The Municipal Court of Appeals then reversed that decision in May 1951 and ruled that the anti-discrimination laws were indeed still valid, but city officials decided to delay enforcement until all appeals had been exhausted. In January 1953, the U.S. Court of Appeals overturned the lower court's decision, ruling 5-4 that the laws are presently unenforceable. The coordinating committee turned to the Supreme Court. 52. At each stop along its exasperating journey through the legal thicket, the coordinating committee benefited from the guidance and support of the Department of Justice. In a powerfully worded brief to the U.S. Court of Appeals, Truman's Attorney General Philip Perlman made an unequivocal case for dismantling segregation in the nation's capital, which he considered a serious flaw in our democracy. Not only did the city's segregation defy the federal government's ban on racial discrimination against federal employees, but it undermined the nation's foreign policy. 53. This clear federal support for desegregation continued under Republican Dwight Eisenhower, who took office shortly after the appeals court's decision. In his first message to Congress, delivered in early February 1953, he endorsed Home Rule for D.C. and declared that he would use whatever authority exists in the office of the President to end segregation in the District of Columbia. Eisenhower's Attorney General, Herbert Brownell, encouraged civil rights attorneys and filed a supportive brief in the Thompson case. 54. The Supreme Court decided the case quickly. On June 8, 1953, not even 6 months after the appeals court's decision, the court ruled unanimously in District of Columbia v. John R. Thompson Co. that the anti-discrimination laws survived all subsequent changes in the government of the District of Columbia and remain today a part of the governing body of laws applicable to the district. With stunning clarity, the court swept away the remaining legal justifications for segregation in district businesses. 55. After more than 6 decades of struggling against the racial prejudice she saw around her, Mary Church Terrell had achieved her sweetest victory. The 89-year-old met up with some friends from the committee, and the interracial bunch went for a celebratory luncheon at Thompson's. The manager himself served them. I will die happy to know that the children of my group will not grow up thinking they are inferior because they are deprived of rights which children of other racial groups enjoy, Terrell exulted. She died just a year later. Annie Stein mourned her dear friend from New York City, where she had moved just after the Thompson decision. She spent the next 3 decades fighting for integrated education. She died in 1981.56. After nearly a decade of concerted protest, most of the major legal barriers to equal access in Washington had fallen. Race-based restrictive covenants lost their legal force. Businesses, restaurants, and theaters now offered service to customers of all races. Local colleges and private secondary schools integrated their student bodies. The first integrated public housing development, Stanton dwellings, opened to great fanfare, and public recreation areas were open to everyone. The people of the district have been taking sure strides away from the old injustice of segregation, the editors of the Evening Star wrote in an approving 1952 editorial. 57. But one long-standing obstacle remained, what one activist called the stronghold of Washington's segregation, the public schools. The dual school system did not have long to live either, but its story deserves special consideration. And that story begins with a black barber who had the temerity to challenge the city's post-war political establishment, both white and black. 58. It would not happen to white children, parent activists challenge separate and unequal schools. Gardner Bishop was a talker. The son of a barber, he earned prizes as a high school debater in Rocky Mount, North Carolina, but never went to college. He moved to Washington in 1930 and found work cutting hair at a local barbershop, where his mouth proved to be a liability. Unable to resist challenging his white customers' racist comments, he eventually got fired. He then opened his own shop for a black clientele, the B&D Barber Shop at 1515 U Street NW, which he ran until he retired in 1985. For 35 cents, customers could get a haircut and an earful from the gruff, unrefined, tell-it-like-it-is owner. The brawny, mustachioed barber of U Street generally steered clear of white Washington, but he was not one to abide quietly by the city's segregated customs. When his eldest daughter, Judine, was 4 years old, he let her play on an empty playground near their home. A white district police officer pulled up and pointed to the whites-only sign at the playground entrance. Bishop replied, "She can't read." The comment earned him a trip to the police station and a $10 fine, but he had the satisfaction of standing up to a demeaning system. 59. Bishop had no love for the ways of white folks, though he also scorned the habits of what he called highfalutin blacks, the wealthier, well-educated black elites who dominated activist circles in the mid-1940s. In his mind, the local NAACP was a snob social group whose members looked down on the poor and working-class people who were his customers, his neighbors, and his friends. The black poor faced double Jim Crow, he believed. "I'm black and I'm poor, so I'm segregated against twice." He resented how black school officials controlled the black schools called Division II, the white schools were Division I, and protected their own at the expense of the poor black majority. 60. Bishop's anger boiled over in 1947, when overcrowding forced Judine, by then a teenager, to attend Brown Junior High School part-time. He and other working-class parents tried to get their children placed in another school, but black administrators refused transfers unless you were a big nigger, he recalled. If you didn't have the right pull, your children stayed right there in the swamp. Bishop became an outspoken advocate for the brown parents. "I had more mouth than anyone else, and I worked for myself, so there wasn't much chance of being punished by the whites," he said. Their initial protests against black school officials soon grew into an expansive and ultimately successful attack on the entire system of segregated schools in the district. 61. The parents' anger can be traced to the deterioration of D.C.'s black schools in the decades following World War I. Though Dunbar High School remained the pride of elite black Washington, overall the city's black school system struggled to cope with the rapid growth of the black population, particularly as less educated migrants from the rural South flooded into the city. The demographic changes spawned a funding crisis, due in part to the 1864 law that required the city to allocate school funds based on the number of black and white school-age children in the decennial census. 62. The law originally aimed to ensure that black schools got their fair share of city revenues. But by the 1930s, it shortchanged the black system because white schools were shrinking as the black school population burgeoned. The white student population hit its peak in 1935 and declined steadily thereafter as more and more white families moved to the suburbs or chose to send their children to private schools. Between 1935 and 1947, the number of white students dropped by 15%, while the number of black students increased by more than 28%. By 1950, black students were the majority in D.C. public schools. Because of the 1864 law, black schools received a decreasing amount of money per pupil compared to their white counterparts because in the years between the decennial census the black school population grew while the white population shrank. In 1946, white schools spent roughly 27% more per student, $160.21, than black schools, $126.52. By the late 1940s, the city's Division II school system was in crisis, suffering from overcrowded schools, overworked teachers, and overwhelmed administrators. 63. The school that Judine Bishop attended exemplified the problems. A modern facility in 1932 when it opened, Brown Junior High served rapidly growing black neighborhoods throughout Northeast Washington. Brown was designed to educate 783 students, but by the time Judine Bishop enrolled in 1947 it was bursting with 1,727 students, more than double its capacity. 64. To alleviate the overcrowding, the school board implemented a policy of staggered shifts in which students received only 4.5 hours of instructional time, far below the board's own minimum standard of 6 hours. Teachers taught both shifts, and class sizes ranged as high as 58 students. There were no laboratories and just one small gymnasium for students to use. Only a mile away, white students knocked about in increasingly empty Elliott Junior High School, which had vacant classrooms, underused space, and room for another 200 students. One white school official called it a notable embarrassment that classrooms were vacant in schools past which Negro children had to walk to get to their overcrowded schools. 65. Many black parents saw an obvious solution: alleviate the overcrowding in the short term by transferring black students to underused white schools. School officials, however, were in a bind. Committed to maintaining the segregated system, they worried that worsening racial disparities could trigger legal action or federal intervention, yet they feared that transferring modern, well-equipped schools built for white children would only encourage more white families to leave the system. Superintendent Hobart Corning insisted that any disparities between the white and black systems arose simply from circumstance, and with support from the school board, he began pumping money into the Division II schools in a belated attempt to equalize facilities. In 1947, 72% of the school district's construction funds went to black schools. 66. Often over the protests of its black members by law, the school board was composed of 6 white members and 3 black members, all appointed by federal judges. The board remained committed to policing racial lines in the city's schools. In 1944, former National Negro Congress head John P. Davis petitioned the board to admit his 5-year-old son to a white school near his home in the northeast neighborhood of Brookland. Anxious school officials quickly bought land across the street from Davis's house and displaced 9 black families to build a temporary one-room school for the Davis boy until a larger building could be constructed. Mary McLeod Bethune Charter School sits on the site today. 67. 3 years later, a Mexican-American student named Carla Galarza enrolled at a black vocational school to take dress designing classes with a skilled teacher who had studied in New York and Paris. Her choice defied conventional wisdom about the inferiority of black schools and threw racial identities into question. The school board deemed that Galarza and other Mexican Americans were white and thus had to attend white schools. It expelled her from her chosen school. Her father, a labor leader with a PhD from Columbia University, condemned the decision and called for the resignation of the school district's leaders to make way for educators in our nation's capital who can think of a Washington in terms of 1947 instead of 1867-68. The situation at Brown and other black schools attracted increasing criticism, particularly from activists in the Committee for Racial Democracy in the nation's capital. Established in May 1946, the Interracial Committee sought to raise national awareness about Washington's racial practices. It is an undeniable fact that until segregated schools in Washington are brought to an end, the entire social pattern of racial segregation will remain unchanged, wrote the editors of the D.C. edition of the Black Pittsburgh Courier, who helped launch the organization. Agnes Meyer of the Post, a member of the group's Public Information Committee, published a lengthy expose of conditions at Brown in March 1947. Meyer painted a sympathetic portrait of Brown's well-mannered students, cultivated teachers, and poised principal, while condemning school officials' indifference to the problems Brown and other black schools faced. 69. The conditions at Brown prompted parents in the school's Parent-Teacher Association to petition the school board in April 1947 to transfer black students to Elliott Junior High. Filed on behalf of Brown student Marguerite Carr, daughter of the PTA president, the petition and accompanying presentation before the board laid out in excruciating detail how the school's overcrowding deprived Carr and her classmates of an adequate education. Superintendent Corning acknowledged the deficiencies but refused to transfer any students. In response, the Carrs, the PTA, and their NAACP attorneys filed a class action lawsuit. 70. As Carr v. Corning wound its way through the courts, dissatisfied parents rebelled against the black leadership. A court case would take years. Meanwhile, enrollment at Brown had soared past 1,800 students with no signs of peaking. School officials decided to alleviate the overcrowding by transferring two old, poorly equipped white elementary schools to the black system for use by Brown students, a move black parents roundly condemned. The average parent does not give a hoot about his child going to a white school, but he does not want the fact that his child must be segregated used as an excuse for his being given substandard, obsolete, hand-me-down school facilities abandoned by whites, argued parent Nellie V. Green. The decision triggered the formation of a grassroots parent group that would take the dispute out of the boardrooms and courts and into the streets. 71. At the first meeting of what would become the Brown Parent Group for Equality of Educational Opportunities, more than 160 parents signed a petition to the school board announcing a bold act of civil disobedience. They would not send their children to school until the school board provided adequate relief from part-time schooling. Gardner Bishop became the eminently quotable, highly visible spokesman for the group, but he certainly was not the only driving force in the movement. More than half of the petition signers were housewives or retired women, and the two co-chairs were particularly active women with previous experience in political activism, Nellie Green and Capitol View Civic Association leader Joy P. Davis. They were a proudly grassroots group, but from the beginning its membership spanned the full range of classes within the black community. 72. The strike began on December 3, 1947. Parents picketed Brown and the majestic Franklin School downtown, where the Board of Education had its offices. They also visited local and federal officials to press their case in person, though White House guards prevented them from dropping in on President Truman. As the strike continued into January 1948, pressure from school officials, criticism from Brown's principal and other black leaders, and the hardships imposed by the strike itself took a toll on parents. Picket lines thinned, and Bishop and other leaders of the Brown Parent Group turned to the man at the center of the NAACP's multi-pronged assault on district segregation, Charles Hamilton Houston. 73. Despite Bishop's mistrust of elite black leaders, he and Houston bonded immediately, and the two became strong allies and close friends during the next year. Houston promised to file a series of lawsuits aimed at equalizing school facilities. His first salvo was a lawsuit that held members of the Board of Education personally liable for willfully refusing to equalize education and knowingly perpetuating inequality. Pointing out the burdens borne by Brown students, Houston argued simply, it would not happen to white children. With the lawsuit filed and a strategy in place, Houston and the Brown parent group stopped the strike on February 2. The next day, officials adopted a revised plan that incorporated 5 buildings to ensure that all Brown students received a full day of classes. 74. The 2-month strike signaled that a new phase of school protest had begun. Unafraid to use civil disobedience if necessary, parents organized themselves to challenge school authorities and demand a say in school decision-making. With unassailable credibility as parents, strike leaders helped dramatize school inequality and forced officials to address their concerns. Although the parents did not achieve their immediate goal, school officials did not transfer Elliott Junior High to black students. The impact of the strike would reverberate far beyond Brown. The strike catalyzed Gardner Bishop, Joy Davis, and other Brown parent group leaders to form the Consolidated Parent Group in September 1948 to fight school discrimination citywide. Bishop became president of the group. With 3 barbers now working for him, he had the flexibility to meet with Houston, arrange pickets, talk with the media, gather petition signatures, and take depositions to buttress the various lawsuits that Houston was pursuing. The group provided Houston and his legal team with a strong grassroots presence and helped maintain momentum as the lawsuits proceeded. 75. The Brown strike also jolted Congress into action. Disturbed by the issues raised by striking parents, Representative Everett Dirksen, a pro-civil rights Republican from Illinois and the new chairman of the House District Committee, called for a thorough investigation into the city's schools. The committee hired George D. Strayer, an eminent professor emeritus of education from the Teachers College of Columbia University, to lead a team of 22 researchers. Strayer's blistering, 980-page report relentlessly criticized the school district's unresponsive administration, complicated, inflexible, and cumbersome financial system, and inadequate facilities, funding, and academic programs, particularly in the black schools. 76. Released in February 1949, the Strayer report confirmed what black parents and activists had been saying about woefully underfunded, inadequately staffed, and poorly housed black schools. His criticisms could not be dismissed as the carping of communist-inspired parents or the work of rabble-rousing lawyers. Widely read in policy-making circles, the Strayer report became Exhibit A as black parents, community activists, and NAACP lawyers made their final, decisive case against legally segregated schools in the nation's capital. 77. Degrading, demoralizing, undemocratic, and detrimental to this country as a whole, the end of legally segregated schools in D.C. In the wake of the Strayer report, school officials faced increasing pressure to deal with severe overcrowding. The problem was particularly acute at the secondary level. Black high schools were more than 50% over capacity, while white high schools were nearly 25% under capacity. Black Cardozo High School, located in a decrepit building at 9th Street and Rhode Island Avenue NW that the white system had abandoned 2 decades before, had more than 1,700 students, double its capacity, and had no playgrounds or recreation areas. Classes were held in corridors, basement rooms, and even outside. 78. The Strayer report recommended closing Cardozo completely, but where would the students go? Given the curricular and programmatic needs of high school students, school officials could not simply transfer underused white elementary schools, as they had in previous cases. Instead, by mid-1949, black parents and activists began pushing the board to embrace a simple, but politically perilous, solution that even Strayer had not dared to recommend: move Central High School to the black system. School officials had transferred nearly a dozen white schools to black pupils since the end of the war in 1945. But Central High School was no ordinary facility. Founded in 1882, Central moved in 1916 to a 9-acre site at the corner of 13th and Clifton Streets NW, where the school district built a castle on the hill to match the gleaming monuments envisioned in the Macmillan Plan. Sitting majestically on a steep rise with panoramic views of downtown, Central was an architectural marvel, a community landmark, and the pride and joy of white Washington. The school's 47,000 alumni included some of Washington's most prominent leaders. Central resembled a small college, boasting an oak-paneled library, multiple laboratories, several gymnasiums, an indoor track, even an armory and rifle range. Designed to educate 1,950 students, Central had seen its enrollment dwindle to 1,437 by 1948. Black parents and activists eyed the spacious building to alleviate overcrowding and give black students access to a first-class facility. 79. The idea to transfer Central to the black school division had begun percolating among activists after the brown parent strike in 1948, and the stunning statistics outlined in the Strayer report helped catalyze a citywide Central for Cardozo movement. The effort united the parent activists mobilized by the Brown strike with the city's broader civil rights community. One early and effective advocate was Paul Cook, a professor at Minor Teachers College and head of the local Black Teachers Union. A graduate of Dunbar High School with a Ph.D. in education from Columbia University, Cook synthesized the Strayer report into a compelling case for transferring Cardozo students to a different school. 80. Gardner Bishop and the Consolidated Parent Group backed Cook by gathering 10,000 signatures on a mammoth mid-1949 petition to the school board demanding immediate relief from overcrowding. Activists pounded school board members with letters and waged a high-profile media campaign. Their full-page advertisements and frequent letters to the editors of local newspapers quoted the Strayer report and touted the support of an interracial coalition of civic organizations, including the NAACP, the American Veterans Committee, and the D.C. League of Women Voters, headed by a Central alumna. "This is no fight by or for Negroes," read one ad, "but a fight by and for Americans." 81. Transferring Central appealed to some white conservatives as a way to forestall full integration. One Federation of Citizens Association member warned, "If you don't give them equal opportunities, you will find equal opportunities forced upon you." But the prospect of losing the cherished institution horrified most white Washingtonians. "Central is not merely a tradition," wrote one aggrieved alum to the school board president. "It is a living force for good." Outraged white parents and alumni assailed the school board at public hearings in September 1949 and spent months mobilizing opposition to the idea. 82. Despite protests from white alumni, the school board voted 5-2 in March 1950 to transfer Central. 2 white members joined all 3 black members in supporting the transfer. Angry Central alumni insisted that the school no longer bear the name etched in stone above the arched Gothic entryway. School officials complied and erased Central High School from the educational landscape. The building became home to Cardozo High School, which still stands on its hilltop overlooking downtown, though the etched Central remains visible above the entrance. 83. Perhaps as much as any court decision or event, the loss of Central convinced conservative white Washingtonians that the city was no longer theirs. Even the full-throated opposition of Central's powerful alumni had not swayed the decisions of federally appointed officials grappling with a multitude of conflicting interests, including a vocal, growing interracial network of local and national activists. Losing Central helped break the back of white resistance to desegregation efforts. Though the white citizens' associations remained active, their efforts grew more shrill and less effective. A sense of gloom pervaded conservative white Washington, a feeling that the war had been lost even if they could still win a battle here or there. 84. Central High became Cardozo, but the city's school system remained segregated and the school board had no plans to integrate. It had support from the Federal Court of Appeals. In February 1950, just a month before the school board's decision to transfer Central High School, the Federal Appeals Court dealt civil rights forces a dispiriting defeat in Carr v. Corning, the class action suit filed shortly before the Brown parent strike 2 years earlier. The court majority found no evidence of discrimination against black students and ruled that school segregation was both constitutional and supported by Congress. 85. But racial egalitarians took heart in the spirited rebuttal from Henry Edgerton, the judge whose prescient dissents in the restrictive covenant cases anticipated the Supreme Court's precedent reversing 1948 decision in Heard v. Hodge. Once again on the losing end of a 2-1 vote, Edgerton wrote another devastating dissent in Carr v. Corning. The contrarian judge condemned the majority for ignoring the Strayer report, which he cited extensively to show that there was unequivocal evidence of great inequalities between white and colored schools. The District of Columbia is not a provincial community but the cosmopolitan capital of a nation that professes democracy, Edgerton concluded, and the courts need not wait on Congress to rectify this glaring injustice. 86. The Carr decision, combined with Charles Hamilton Houston's death 2 months later, prompted a significant shift in legal strategy. Under Houston's direction, the Consolidated Parent Group had pursued several cases aimed at equalizing resources among segregated schools. As he lay dying, Houston had encouraged the group to reach out to his Howard Law colleague James Knabright. The brilliant son of a Georgia minister who graduated at the top of his class at Northwestern Law School, Knabright was not interested in the cases. He thought that the equalization strategy had run its course. He proposed to become the group's lawyer only if they launched a direct assault on segregation itself. Bishop and the Consolidated Parent Group agreed. They hired Knabright and began searching for a test case. They found one in Sousa Junior High School in Southeast. After school officials announced that they would open Sousa in fall 1950, the Consolidated Parent Group demanded black students have full access. School officials, led by black Assistant Superintendent Garnett Wilkinson, suggested turning the Old Burney School over to black students, prompting howls of protest from black parents. That September, they pressed their case before the Board of Education, arguing, in Bishop's words, that dual systems have never produced equality and the general rule is that the colored child always bears the brunt of inequities. 87 Segregated schooling, the parents wrote on a cardboard petition, was degrading, demoralizing, undemocratic, and detrimental to this country as a whole. 88 When the school board refused to budge, they sued board president Melvin C. Sharp on behalf of 11-year-old Spotswood Balling. Balling v. Sharp was decided alongside 4 companion cases that comprised Brown v. Board of Education of Topeka. Attorneys James Knabright and George E. C. Hayes, who as a school board member in 1947 had condemned the Brown parents' strike, presented their arguments to the Supreme Court on December 10, 1952. The justices reheard the case a year later. Like the attorneys in Brown, Knabright and Hayes emphasized the international context in which the case was being heard, charging that segregated schools violated the United Nations Charter and undermined America's leadership in the world. But Balling was distinct because of the district's unique political status. Knabright and Hayes could not use the 14th Amendment to argue that black students had been denied equal protection of the laws because the amendment did not apply to the district, only to states. Instead, they used the Fifth Amendment's Due Process Clause to challenge Congress's power to impose dual schools on the city. Unlike the attorneys in the Brown cases, they never raised the issue of equal facilities or disparities between the black and white school systems, and they did not argue that separate was inherently unequal. Rather, they focused solely on whether school officials had the power to deny students entry to Sousa on the basis of race. We submit that in this case, in the heart of the nation's capital, in the capital of democracy, in the capital of the free world, there is no place for a segregated school system, Knabright concluded. This country cannot afford it, and the Constitution does not permit it, and the statutes of Congress do not authorize it. 89. The attorney for the school board, Milton D. Corman, captured the dismay that many white Washingtonians felt about losing the dual school system and their entire segregated way of life. A lifelong Washingtonian and alumnus of Central High School, Corman emphasized the good intentions with which white people established segregated schools. The dual system was not set up to stamp these black people with a badge of inferiority, he argued. Instead, it emerged from a kindly feeling school officials simply wanted black children to be educated in a place where they are wanted, in a place where they will not be looked upon with hostility. He speculated that in time, perhaps, schools could be integrated once there was a general acceptance of the proposition that these two races can live side by side without friction, without hostility, without any occurrences. Until then, however, he urged the court to leave the issue to Congress. Corman's plaintive appeal swayed no one on the court. 90. As the Supreme Court deliberated on balling, the school board struggled with how to prepare for the impending decision. When the board solicited input from community members about how best to desegregate schools, angry segregationists in Congress and in local citizens' associations condemned the action as presumptuous. After adopting a wait-and-see attitude, the board found itself under attack from its newest member, Margaret Just Butcher, who had joined the body in June 1953. A Dunbar graduate with a Ph.D. from Boston University, the petite 41-year-old English professor was proper in etiquette, charming in manner, and stylish in dress. But Butcher was a fierce critic of inequities in the schools and perceived foot-dragging by school officials. At every board meeting, in every newspaper, at every opportunity, Butcher pushed administrators to seize the initiative on desegregation in advance of any Supreme Court ruling. They preferred to wait for the court. 91. The court's decision came on May 17, 1954. We hold that racial segregation in the public schools of the District of Columbia is a denial of the due process of law guaranteed by the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution, wrote newly confirmed Chief Justice Earl Warren in a short, 550-word opinion in Balling v. Sharp. The city's 92-year experiment with segregated schools was over. "I think it's a wonderful thing for this country," said Sarah Balling, mother of plaintiff Spotswood Balling, now 15 years old. "Now we can hold up our heads before the world." 92. A miracle of social adjustment, school desegregation and its consequences. Federal and local officials responded swiftly to the Balling decision. President Eisenhower immediately told city commissioners that he wanted Washington to serve as a model for the nation, and within 8 days the school board had approved a non-discrimination resolution in teacher and student placement. Superintendent Corning then proposed a gradual desegregation process involving a limited number of schools in fall 1954, with the rest waiting until fall 1955 to be desegregated. The plan also gave students the option of completing their studies at their original schools if they chose. 93. Corning's plan struck Margaret Just Butcher and parent advocates as unnecessarily slow and complicated. Butcher accused the superintendent of creating a checkerboard scheme in which a stipulated number of Negro students were being sent to a stipulated number of white schools, thereby burdening the Negro student as an interloper and actually solving only the problem of overcrowded schools. The plan passed over her objections. 94. That September, school officials transferred about 2,700 black students to formerly all-white schools, and white schools opened to black students who lived in adjacent neighborhoods. About half of the school district's students went to at least nominally integrated schools. Ironically, Spotswood Balling himself attended an all-black school. The first weeks passed without incident, a remarkable accomplishment considering the violence and chaos that erupted when desegregation came to other southern cities. 95. Newspapers cheered and school administrators breathed a sigh of relief, but simmering tensions boiled over in early October after officials transferred more black students to white schools. In protest, as many as 2,900 white students from Anacostia, Eastern, and McKinley high schools, as well as several junior high schools, staged a 3-day walkout. The striking students held demonstrations with their parents and pastors, including a march down Nichols Avenue, now Martin Luther King Avenue, with sign-toting mothers pushing strollers. One group of about 50 Anacostia students protested in front of the Supreme Court. "We've been pounded and drilled all our lives that Negroes are inferior, and it's just not easy to change when you've been taught something all your life," explained one student. The protests quickly fizzled after Superintendent Corning threatened to revoke the students' extracurricular activities if they did not return to class. There were no more organized protests against desegregation. 96. By fall 1955, the local and national press celebrated a remarkably smooth year in the city's schools. A 5-part Evening Star series portrayed earnest students, teachers, and administrators collaborating to make desegregation work despite exaggerated fears and rumors. The relatively easy transition to racially mixed schools was seen as evidence that the city had come to accept desegregation. "Washingtonians believe integration in the nation's capital is going well," claimed one survey published in the Post. Supporters lauded the school district and heralded a new era of race relations. 97. After the Supreme Court ruled school segregation unconstitutional in Bolling v. Sharp, 1954, D.C.'s public schools desegregated relatively rapidly. Sporadic protests erupted, including this October 1954 march by white families in Anacostia. Reprinted with permission of the D.C. Public Library, Star Collection, copyright Washington Post. Such rosy assessments overestimated white Washingtonians' acceptance of desegregation. By 1954, after nearly a decade of losing battles against an increasingly powerful opposition, white conservatives felt besieged and battered, overwhelmed by the civil rights movement, federal power, demographic shifts, a changing international context, and other forces beyond their control. The lack of violence accompanying school integration reflected white conservatives' resignation, perceived impotence, and grudging respect for the rule of law, rather than an embrace of racially mixed schools. The Federation of Citizens Associations challenged pupil and teacher assignments and filed suit to block the implementation of the school board's desegregation plan, but the case quickly was dismissed. When the Supreme Court refused to consider the FCA's appeal in January 1955, the organization essentially gave up. "I'd say that we're through," conceded the group's attorney. Frustrated white conservatives channeled their rage into a successful campaign to block the reappointment of Margaret Just Butcher to the Board of Education in 1956, but their influence on school affairs was waning. 98. Unable to block desegregation, many white families expressed their opposition to desegregation in a quiet, law-abiding, but ultimately devastating way, by taking their children out of D.C.'s public schools. What came to be called white flight from the inner city did not begin with the Bolling decision, but school desegregation accelerated the trend of suburban migration. In the 2 years after Bolling, the number of white public school students dropped by 29%, from 49,106 to 34,758. Many all-white schools, including Eastern High School, became entirely black within 5 years. By 1965, there were 15,364 white students left in D.C. public schools, barely 10% of the student population, and those students were clustered in overwhelmingly white schools in relatively well-off neighborhoods west of Rock Creek Park. Those figures changed little in the following half-century. 99. Even liberal white supporters of school desegregation often took their children out of the public schools. White school administrator, and future superintendent, Carl Hansen dubbed it the white dilemma as white liberals grappled with how to respond to what they feared would be the disciplinary problems, lower academic standards, and potential interracial dating in desegregated schools. Most concluded that they wanted none of it. Hansen himself confessed that he, too, preferred for his children to attend schools where they would be the dominant racial group. 100. Though by 1956 organized local resistance to school desegregation was flagging, Southern segregationists were just beginning a powerful campaign of massive resistance that would maintain segregated schools across much of the region for more than another decade. Key to this offensive was a series of hearings in September 1956 orchestrated by Representative John McMillan of South Carolina to embarrass D.C. school officials and smear desegregation as unwise, even dangerous. A University of South Carolina football star who vigorously defended the tobacco farmers in the northeastern part of his state, McMillan rose to the helm of the House District Committee after Democrats regained the House in the 1954 elections. Johnny Mack was an avowed segregationist who spent the next 2 decades sabotaging civil rights in D.C. 101. McMillan created a special House subcommittee to investigate public school standards and conditions and juvenile delinquency in the District of Columbia, headed by Democratic Representative James Davis of Georgia. 4 of the subcommittee's 6 members had recently signed the Southern Manifesto, in which they pledged to use all lawful means to bring about a reversal of desegregation. With a $75,000 budget and an axe to grind, the subcommittee hired a zealous investigator and spent 9 days grilling more than 50 school officials, administrators, teachers, and community members about how integration had created chaos, dumbed down the curriculum, and exposed white students to tuberculosis, venereal disease, and other health risks. 102. The hearings depicted school integration in D.C. as an unmitigated disaster and a warning to the nation. It may be too late to save Washington, the segregationist subcommittee majority implied, but with resistance white people could prevent such horrors of integration from happening elsewhere. Congressman Davis assembled the most lurid and alarmist testimony from the hearings into a 48-page pamphlet and distributed 50,000 copies across the South. Chock full of tales of oversexed, undereducated black delinquents preying on white students and teachers, the pamphlet emphasized the wide disparity in mental ability between white and Negro students and insisted that integration in Washington was not a model to be copied by other communities. It helped galvanize white opposition to school desegregation efforts nationwide. 103. Before, during, and after the Davis subcommittee hearings, desegregation supporters rallied to defend the record of the city's integrated schools. The press panned the hearings. The Post deemed them a hatchet job, and local religious and community leaders created the Washington Committee for Public Schools to mobilize support for integration. Under intense questioning from the subcommittee, Assistant Superintendent Carl Hansen defiantly insisted that school integration in Washington was a miracle of social adjustment. Several months later, he wrote a booklet by that title extolling the efforts of teachers and students in integrated schools. Howard Professor of Education Ellis Knox published a study refuting the committee's findings. District schools, Knox wrote, are providing a higher level of education than ever before. 104. Even the most committed desegregation supporters did not deny that serious problems abounded in the schools. The subcommittee deliberately exaggerated the disciplinary problems in integrated schools, but the low achievement of black students compared to their white counterparts was not a figment of the segregationist imagination. Margaret Just Butcher and other stalwart activists recognized the serious educational deficiencies of many black students. I would have been amazed if the Negro child, moving from a segregated school to a desegregated school, had performed more ably after contending with inferior schools, overcrowded classes, and a lack of teachers, Butcher argued. Yet she did not blame integration or innate black inferiority, as segregationists did. It is segregation that has perpetuated the Negro educational lag, she maintained. 105. The schools reflected serious problems within the city itself. By late 1957, Superintendent Corning declared, school desegregation was complete, but this did not mean that D.C. schools were integrated. Desegregation is merely the moving about of people and things, Corning noted. Integration is a much longer process. Its success will depend on creation in the community of the social climate necessary for the progress of education. Full integration proved elusive, however, because it was connected to larger troubles facing Washington. Integration is uncovering problems of health and welfare as well as those of direct educational shortages which were long half concealed behind the curtain of segregation, wrote Douglas Cater, a sympathetic white journalist who investigated D.C. schools for the Reporter in late 1954. Cater found that Washington was a true model for the nation with people in the school system working hard to make integration work, but city leaders needed to address serious problems in housing, urban development, and the economy if D.C. hoped to avoid becoming a place where only the very poor and the very rich continue to live in the heart of the city. 106. The trouble was that Washingtonians lacked the power to do anything about these problems. Without self-government, they remained at the mercy of the district committees in Congress, which were dominated by segregationist Southern Democrats who sought to punish the district for its civil rights advances. Unless the people of Washington win their long-sought home rule, the very success of integration could bring on a gradual debasement of education, a general decline in civic conditions, and perhaps a form of continued segregation within the schools because of the further spreading of slum areas in the center of the city, Cater wrote. It would be tragic indeed if this major forward step in democracy should be frustrated by federal restraints that prevent Washington's citizens from governing themselves democratically. 107. The decade following the end of World War II witnessed remarkable racial reforms in Washington, which by 1957 had become the first major city in the country to have a black majority. Segregation in the city had not died gradually of itself, it was killed by the concerted efforts of an interracial group of activists, parents, lawyers, writers, federal workers, and others committed to an egalitarian capital. These civil rights advocates seized on Washington's changing political, economic, and demographic context to push federal authorities to support racial change. With desegregated schools, restaurants, theaters, transportation, public housing, and recreation areas, the capital is as thoroughly integrated in all phases of its community life as any other city in the country, claimed a New York Times reporter in 1956.108. But the end of legal segregation did not end racial inequality in Washington, nor did it address D.C.'s serious economic and political dysfunction. In the 1960s, Washingtonians seeking to create a democratic, equitable city would find that their struggle was just beginning. 11. How long? How long? Mounting frustration within the black majority, 1956–1968. Direct action has called attention to problems and gotten token changes, but it has made no real basic changes. Political and economic force will bring about permanent change. Julius Hobson, 1964. Southwest is Washington's stepchild area, wrote urban critic Jane Jacobs in 1956, a place blackballed by geography and buffeted by official whims. The smallest of Washington's quadrants in both size and population, Southwest does not feature distinct neighborhoods with historic names that reach back into the city's past. The entire area is known simply as Southwest. Dubbed the Island in the mid-19th century, it historically has been isolated physically and culturally from the rest of the city, separated first by the infamous City Canal, then by a set of unsightly railroad tracks, and now by a confusing network of highways and exit ramps. These concrete ribbons slice Southwest into several pieces and render it relatively inaccessible to outsiders. Though tourists and many Washingtonians overlook Southwest, its history is central to the racial turmoil and activism that marked the city in the 1950s and 1960s. 1. The Southwest we see in the early 21st century did not develop organically through 2 centuries of urban growth. Instead, it emerged suddenly in the decades after World War II. In the late 1940s, city officials, urban planners, and their allies in the local press and business community grew increasingly worried about the flight to the suburbs. The loss of city residents, wrote the Post's Chalmers Roberts in a 1952 series ominously titled Progress or Decay, was the central civic problem in Washington today. City leaders feared that inner-city blight, a term borrowed from agriculture to depict a seemingly natural process of disease and decay, was infecting the older neighborhoods in downtown Washington, including Southwest. 2. At mid-century, Southwest was home to 23,000 residents, more than 70% of whom were black and about 90% of whom were poor. Inside bathrooms, kitchen sinks, central heating and electric lights are luxuries of extreme rarity, noted a 1942 survey. A decade later, another study found that 80% of the housing units were substandard. Journalists and photographers regularly juxtaposed ramshackle homes and plywood privies with the majestic Capitol and elegant federal buildings located just blocks away. But Southwest also featured fine row houses of brick or wood with carefully tended front and back lawns. Indeed, the Home Builders Association of Metropolitan Washington found that many homes were as sound and in many cases as large as fashionable homes in Georgetown. 3. Southwest Washington in the early 1950s was home to 23,000 people, most of whom were black and poor. Nearly all the buildings in the foreground of this picture were destroyed as part of urban renewal in the 1950s and 1960s. Library of Congress. Ignoring this complexity, urban planners and city boosters made Southwest ground zero in a national movement for urban renewal, a federally supported effort to use modern planning to revitalize and redevelop crumbling residential areas. Without concerted action, advocates warned, cities would wither as they lost jobs, shoppers, and taxpayers to the suburbs. In Washington, the driving force behind urban renewal was the Redevelopment Land Agency, RLA, created by Congress in 1945 to buy up unsightly city lots, clear them out, and then offer them at reduced prices to private contractors for redevelopment. Under the leadership of local department store magnate Mark Landsberg, the RLA prioritized projects that lured middle-class residents and shoppers back to the city. The agency received its first major funding through the National Housing Act of 1949.4. The bill launched the era of federal urban renewal in American cities. As it was during the City Beautiful movement, Washington became an early testing ground for urban renewal both because of its symbolic importance and because planners could work directly with city commissioners and business interests without any democratic accountability. One optimistic 1955 report proclaimed that with concerted planning, the liberal use of fight blight funds, and rigorous code enforcement, in a decade Washington could become the country's first major slumless city. 5. Many within the black community opposed urban renewal from the beginning. When planners in 1949 considered redeveloping Marshall Heights, a low-income, semi-rural black neighborhood in Southeast, they ran into opposition from the well-organized homeowners in the area. The Black Pittsburgh Washington Courier articulated black residents' frustration and fear of displacement, the plea that thousands of Negroes will lose their life savings and become renters or objects of charity. Hundreds of Negro business enterprises will be wiped out, hundreds of Negro churches will be destroyed and their membership scattered, Negro professional men will lose their clientele as seen as a poor excuse for not making Washington the most beautiful city in the world. 6. Hoping to avoid such concerted opposition, the RLA in June 1951 selected for its first major project a 550-acre site in Southwest that encompassed nearly the entire quadrant. Most area residents were renters, who had less incentive and power to fight such projects. Initial plans drawn up by architect Albert Peets called for gradual redevelopment by rehabilitating the older housing stock, building low-income housing units, and working carefully to maintain the character of the neighborhood and ensure that current residents would not be displaced. 7. Peets's plan did not impress RLA officials, however. They commissioned an alternative produced by the renowned architect team of Louis Justment and Chloe Thiel Woodard Smith. The pair offered a bold plan to level the entire area and replace it with gleaming modern developments featuring luxury apartments and townhomes, a massive shopping center, a renovated waterfront with high-rise commercial buildings, and an elegant promenade connecting the neighborhood to downtown. The plan envisioned an entirely new Southwest with high real estate values, abundant open space, and modern amenities to appeal to wealthier residents. It also would require displacing nearly the entire population of Southwest. 8. The competing proposals went before the National Capital Parks and Planning Commission, which had insisted in its 1950 comprehensive plan that any redevelopment should offer displaced residents substitute housing of a decent, safe, and sanitary character, at prices they can afford. 9. The Planning Commission proposed a compromise that promised to maintain the area's character, as Peets had advocated, and included a provision requiring that at least one-third of the new units be set aside for low-income housing. In practice, however, urban renewal in Southwest followed the clear unrebuild approach of the Justment-Smith plan. Powerful backers, including the Metropolitan Board of Trade and the Washington Post, pushed for wholesale redevelopment, and federal officials with the Housing and Home Finance Agency refused to fund projects that emphasized rehabilitation. 10. The first bulldozers began clearing the area in April 1954, but legal and financial problems delayed initial construction for more than 2 years. Two business owners in the targeted area challenged the constitutionality of the entire process, arguing that it was illegal for the RLA to take their land because their properties were neither housing nor dilapidated. The land was going to be used for private development rather than public use, they were not receiving just compensation, and they had not been given due process under the Fifth Amendment. The lawsuit threatened urban renewal projects across the country, and the case quickly landed on the Supreme Court's docket. In December 1954, the court ruled unanimously in Berman v. Parker that city officials did indeed have the right to take the land. If those who govern the District of Columbia decide that the nation's capital should be beautiful as well as sanitary, there is nothing in the Fifth Amendment that stands in the way, wrote Justice William O. Douglas, who framed the matter as a moral imperative. The misery of housing may despoil a community as an open sewer may ruin a river. 11. Despite such stirring rhetoric, the largely forgotten decision in Berman v. Parker had a devastating impact on low-income and black communities in the district and elsewhere. The same court that had laid a legal foundation for racial equality in Washington in its decisions on segregation in housing, Heard v. Hodge, businesses, D.C. v. Thompson, and schools, Balling v. Sharp, now gave its approval for what became the wholesale destruction of a poor, predominantly black community. During the next 2 decades, at a cost of about $500 million, about $4.6 billion in 21st century dollars, the neighborhoods of Old Southwest disappeared from the landscape. In their place rose modern projects such as Capitol Park, built atop the notorious Dixon Court Alley. Completed in 1965, Capitol Park featured 5 high-rise residential buildings set amid a reflecting pool, public art, and other amenities. Its design earned a prestigious Merit Award from the American Institute of Architects. Urban renewal in Southwest won widespread praise from planners, city officials, the Metropolitan Board of Trade, and the press for combining suburban wholesomeness with urban stimulation, as the Post's architectural critic Wolf von Eckhart wrote. 12. Modernization came at tremendous cost. In his 1959 Church Eye View of Urban Renewal for the National Conference of Catholic Charities, Father Robert G. Howes, an urban renewal advocate, warned that developments in Southwest show tendencies to place the city beautiful and the city prosperous ahead of the city human. Despite early promises that no families would be evicted and that new housing would be built to meet the needs of current residents, urban renewal destroyed 99% of Southwest's buildings, forced 1,500 businesses to move, and displaced 23,000 residents. In their place came 5,800 new housing units for a population half its original size. 13. As early as 1956, the RLA shifted away from providing affordable housing, citing rising costs and a change in priorities. Ultimately, only one housing complex, with just 310 units, was built for low-income residents in Southwest. By 1960, the average rent in Southwest was more than double the district average. The award-winning new developments attracted wealthier, mostly white residents to the area, but at the expense of low-income, mostly black inhabitants. The racial demographics of Southwest flipped in 1950, the area had been almost 70% black, but in 1970 it was nearly 70% white, at a time when the rest of D.C. was growing more heavily black. Ezekiah Cunningham, the 84-year-old owner of a small grocery store in Southwest since 1907, summed it up, "Well, it seems like they're handin' out a passel o' joy and a passel o' sorrow." 14. Most residents had no choice but to leave. Relocation isn't such an unhappy experience, insisted RLA Director John Searles, though residents believed otherwise. Of more than 4,500 relocated families, only 12.5% remained in Southwest, 46.5% went to Southeast, 25.1% went to Northeast, and 15.8% went to Northwest, the largest, whitest, and wealthiest quadrant. In his 1966 study Where Are They Now?, Daniel Thurs interviewed nearly 100 families uprooted by urban renewal in Southwest. Though most of the displaced residents said that their new homes were in better condition than their old homes, a significant majority remained in poverty, felt socially isolated in their new neighborhoods, and suffered a profound sense of loss. No matter how dirty, inadequate, and unsanitary the Old Southwest was, it was also home for families that had been there for a long time, Thurs concluded. The New Southwest has risen over the ashes of what was a community of well-established, though poor, inhabitants. 15. As residents dispersed, they flowed into already crowded black areas, often worsening conditions in those neighborhoods. "All the Southwest did was to move the slums over here," complained one black homeowner in Northwest. Thousands also found relatively cheap public housing in far Southeast, helping to turn many neighborhoods from white to black within a decade. Concerned that the spread of poor Southwest residents would turn the nation's capital into a city of monuments and indigents, the White Federation of Citizens Associations called for a nationwide resettlement program to remove them from the city entirely. 16. While nervous homeowners feared the effects of displacement, the strongest criticism of urban renewal came from civil rights activists. Urban renewal, charged the Reverend Walter Fauntroy of New Bethel Baptist Church, is urban removal, the removal of Negroes from choice sections of town. By the early 1960s, the phrase urban renewal had become an epithet within the civil rights community, a shorthand description of how policymakers and planners routinely overlooked the needs of low-income residents. 17. The catastrophic impact of urban renewal helped catalyze an era of grassroots citizen activism throughout Washington in the decade after the legal barriers to racial segregation had tumbled. From the late 1950s to the late 1960s, Black and white activists fought back against the business interests and unelected officials who ran Washington, challenging embedded economic inequalities in the Black-majority city. Mobilizing citizen power, they struggled to stem white flight, open economic opportunities, build affordable housing, end police brutality, and win home rule. It was a time of extraordinary social ferment, escalating tensions, and explosive confrontation as Washingtonians questioned the basic relationship between the city and the nation. When the school gets to be all Negro, it's a problem. White flight from the city. Marvin Kaplan stood on the front lines of racial change in Washington. A Jewish Philadelphian by birth, Kaplan descended from a long line of kosher butchers, but his love of literature and language landed him in the Army Specialized Training Program during World War II. He studied Japanese with Japanese-American teachers who also taught him about internment camps and other humiliations Japanese Americans endured. The experience stirred his political conscience, and Kaplan returned to the United States after the war committed to a racially egalitarian vision of American democracy. He moved to Washington in 1952 to take a reporting job, and within weeks he was sweating on a picket line outside Hecht's department store, taking orders from his neighbor Annie Stein. Warm and genial with a toothy grin and sparkling eyes, he quickly endeared himself within Washington's community of radical secular Jews. 18. Kaplan, his wife, Naomi, and their 3 children moved in 1957 to Manor Park, a leafy, middle-income area east of Georgia Avenue NW near the Maryland border. As they soon learned, their new neighborhood was a battlefield of white flight to the suburbs, and we came to recognize every for sale sign as a banner posted by an advancing army, he later wrote. The enemies, Kaplan and his white neighbors believed, were profit-seeking real estate agents who hoped to encourage jittery white homeowners to sell at reduced prices. The agents then would inflate the prices and sell to black buyers. They used a variety of blockbusting and panic-selling techniques to stoke white fears, often bombarding white homeowners with repeated phone calls and blanketing blocks with fear-inducing flyers warning them to sell before it was too late. Once a single black person or family moved into an area, agents considered it in transition, and the city's 3 daily newspapers allowed them to advertise properties in the area as for sale to colored. 19. Predatory realtors made a nice scapegoat, but the reasons for white migration to the suburbs were more complex. As unseemly as their tactics may have been, the agents were responding to a real need. Black home buyers desperately sought decent housing, and they had little access to the suburbs of Maryland and Virginia. The suburbs, observed the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights, formed a white ring around the district, or a white noose, as many black Washingtonians called it. White migration to the suburbs began in earnest after World War II, as city dwellers lured by the prospect of spacious new homes and easy financing left urban areas nationwide. As suburbs grew, employers soon followed. Even the federal government, concerned in part about a potentially catastrophic atomic attack on downtown Washington, began to decentralize its operations by moving agencies to the suburbs. 20. Suburban migration was well underway before the key civil rights victories of the early 1950s, but desegregation in housing and schools accelerated the process significantly. The statistics were stunning. Between 1950 and 1960, D.C.'s white population dropped by a third, the city swung from being nearly 65% white to being roughly 54% black. Many neighborhoods went from being predominantly white to almost exclusively black. 21. White people who left racially changing neighborhoods often feared declining real estate values, deteriorating schools, and a loss of status. Having black neighbors, they felt, inherently made a neighborhood less desirable. There is often a belief that once the first Negro family moves into a block, many others are bound to follow and the block will change completely, demographer George Greer explained in 1962. White residents worried about the tipping point, the point at which a neighborhood turns irreversibly black, and then, the Post's John Maffer wrote, the whites panic and scatter, the way the Arctic lemmings rush mindlessly into the sea. 22. Even liberal white supporters of integration, including the Kaplans, struggled with the decision about whether to leave the city. In an introspective July 1960 article for The Atlantic, Marvin Kaplan articulated the ambivalence with which he, his wife, and other white liberals viewed the racial transformation of their Manor Park neighborhood. Initially, the Kaplans welcomed the first black families in the area, and with a feeling of pride and rightness we saw our eldest child go off to a recently integrated public elementary school. The black neighbors were unfailingly polite and often quite accomplished, but white fears multiplied as schools that had been majority white soon became more than 80% black. Rumors spread, and nervous white residents huddled closer, yearning for other white families to move in. 23. What did they fear? On the surface, Kaplan wrote, he and his white neighbors shared a vague, unsettling sense that things would somehow be different, less manageable, less familiar. There might be Negro turbulence that could bring overcrowding and profanity and violence on our quiet streets. But behind the appearance of middle-class respectability, Kaplan wrote, lay sex. Intermarriage is the abruptly blurted fear. 24. The Kaplans supported integration, but they did not want to become the last white family on the block. And yet they chose to stay in the district, throwing themselves into organizing their neighborhood to prevent further white flight. In summer 1958, after a failed attempt to integrate the Manor Park Citizens Association, the Kaplans recruited black pharmacist Warren Van Hook and an interracial group of like-minded friends to launch Neighbors, Inc., a private organization dedicated to creating stable, integrated, middle-class communities in 4 neighborhoods of single-family, owner-occupied homes along 16th Street and Georgia Avenue in Upper Northwest, Manor Park, Brightwood, Shepherd Park, and Tacoma. It was, Kaplan said later, an act of resolution and despair. 25. United by shared class backgrounds, the early members of Neighbors, Inc., sought to protect what they considered the middle-class virtues of the area: quiet streets, well-kept homes, good schools, vibrant churches, and synagogues in an integrated atmosphere. The organization received key institutional support from Tifereth Israel, a conservative Jewish synagogue on 16th Street that chose to stay in the Shepherd Park neighborhood rather than follow many of its congregants to the suburbs. Like the Kaplans, many of the most active white members were Jews animated by their faith's history of persecution and sense of solidarity with the black struggle. You shouldn't have to tell a Jew what's wrong with ghettos, explained Marvin Kaplan. 26. Neighbors, Inc., stressed the economic and practical benefits of integrated life, self-consciously embracing interracial living as a positive good, a dynamic part of urban life that contrasted sharply with the sterile segregation of the suburbs. In spring 1959, with 175 dues-paying households, the group began helping residents research housing laws, recruit new families, organize interracial community events, and publicize the benefits of integration. It produced photo-laden brochures showing integrated groups of children playing happily together, established a popular art and book fair, hosted community teas and block meetings, and published a monthly newsletter. Members hoped to entice federal officials and other professionals to the area, offering Georgetown-style home and garden tours to showcase the beauty and middle-class tastes of the integrated neighborhoods. 27. The group also challenged racial practices and policies that undermined their effort to maintain an integrated neighborhood. In one of its first initiatives, Neighbors demanded that local newspapers stop allowing real estate agents to list properties by race. It gathered 2,500 petition signatures and helped build a coalition of more than 40 organizations to protest the practice. By mid-1960, the chastened newspapers had changed their ways. It fought Federal Housing Administration policies that denied federal loans to homebuyers seeking homes in transitional neighborhoods, pressured real estate agents to stop their blockbusting techniques, and questioned inaccurate and misleading crime statistics, charging that they spawned unwarranted fears of city life. 28. Neighbors, Inc. attracted abundant media attention and won lavish praise from policymakers and foundation funders. By 1965, the 1,400-member organization claimed that it had successfully checked white panic selling and stabilized the neighborhood, allowing members to focus on more mundane community issues such as streetlights and garbage collection. They have become, whether they wanted to or not, a model, wrote Star reporter Haynes Johnson in 1965. By that time, however, the organization had retreated to the northernmost neighborhoods of Shepherd Park and Tacoma, where white people remained a solid 77% majority. The southern areas of Brightwood and Manor Park had lost most of their white residents as lower-income black people from Southwest and elsewhere found housing in the area. 29. Two Girls Play at the Neighbors, Inc. 1964 Art and Book Festival at Coolidge High School in Northwest Washington. Neighbors, Inc. sponsored dinners, festivals, and other community events to encourage interracial interaction and to stem the flow of white flight from the city. Reprinted with permission of the D.C. Public Library, Star Collection, copyright Washington Post. For all its successes, the group struggled with internal divisions, particularly over new resident recruitment. From its inception, Neighbors' biracial board of directors acknowledged that to maintain a stable white presence it would have to focus its recruitment efforts on wooing white families who shared the group's values. Though it did not actively discourage black homebuyers, it measured its success by the number of new white families that had moved into the area. This emphasis led it to choose a white woman, Marjorie Ware, to serve as its first executive director over a black candidate with more experience, and over time the incessant push to attract white families increasingly irritated black supporters. "You have to have a very tough skin to be a Negro in Neighbors," confessed one black member. 30. The organization's biggest challenge was the shifting racial composition of the schools, particularly Paul Junior High School, located on 8th and Oglethorpe Streets NW at the far southern edge of the Neighbors neighborhoods. Paul had become 75% black by 1963, a ratio too steep for most white persons, group leaders warned in an internal memo. It is now almost certain that the success or failure of the NI Neighbors, Inc. demonstration in residential integration turns on the junior high question. Behind the scenes, they pressed school officials to build a new junior high school in the predominantly white areas farther north. In public, they offered studies, statistics, and personal testimonials from Paul's staff and parents to counter the perception that increasing black enrollment necessarily meant decreasing academic standards. 31. Despite its efforts, Neighbors could not stem white flight from the schools. For many white parents, observed Haynes Johnson in the Star, the ultimate question is the percentage of Negroes in the schools. By 1960, Roosevelt High School in Brightwood had become almost exclusively black. By the mid-1960s Coolidge High School in Tacoma was 90% black, and the Shepherd Park and Tacoma elementary schools were majority black and faced rapidly declining numbers of white students. Even white supporters of integrated schools nervously eyed the growing black population in schools. "When the school gets to be all Negro it's a problem," acknowledged one white member with 2 preschool children. "There's no denying it." 32. The Kaplan's daughter Freya was among a handful of white graduates from Coolidge High in 1968, and she bluntly told her parents that they should not allow her younger siblings to go through what I've gone through: racial bullying, social isolation, and fear of physical violence. After much agonizing and family therapy, Marvin and Naomi Kaplan decided to pull their younger children out of Paul Junior High and arranged to have them enrolled in predominantly white Alice Deal Junior High on the west side of Rock Creek Park. Marvin Kaplan described the experience in biblical terms: likening himself to Abraham and every father who finds himself stubbornly and blindly ready to sacrifice a child for his beliefs. Though he did not regret temporarily consigning our children to neighborhood schools, Kaplan felt guilty about it for the rest of his life. By the 1970s, Coolidge, Paul, and other neighbors, Inc., neighborhood schools were virtually all black. 33. Not all white people could avoid consigning their children to local schools by simply arranging for them to attend an out-of-boundary school or by sending them to one of the area's burgeoning private schools. For blue-collar white residents, particularly in Anacostia, Congress Heights, and other parts of far southeast, the end of segregation spelled the end of life in the city entirely. Congress Heights, a neighborhood of red brick bungalows with rolling hills and commanding views of downtown, was a working-class white community tied by kin and culture to the South. Even into the 1950s, Congress Heights remained relatively rural, with low population density, long stretches of undeveloped land, and a hog farm that reached to the Maryland border. The home of D.C.'s hillbilly music scene. Jimmy Dean and other country music notables performed in local bars. Congress Heights was for whites only. If a black person crossed into the area, recalled one black resident from nearby Berry Farm, you might get a beer bottle thrown at you, and next thing you know, you're getting your ass whooped. As white teens in prosperous Northwest grew their hair long and embraced the hippie look of the 1960s, the sons of cab drivers, pipe fitters, mechanics, and other blue-collar workers in Congress Heights kept their hair slicked back into ducktails and wore tight t-shirts with a cigarette pack rolled up on the shoulder. 34. White flight from public schools happened slowly in far southeast. With few other options, white families continued to send their children to local schools long after they were desegregated. Far southeast remained two-thirds white in 1960, and Anacostia High School, site of white student strikes in fall 1954, was roughly 50% white into the mid-1960s. The new Ballou High School in Congress Heights, built in 1961 to relieve overcrowding at Anacostia High, had a white majority until the mid-1960s. One white teacher in 1963 called it a model school with no racial conflict, no violence, no disrespect for teachers. 35. Racial change came swiftly in the mid-1960s, a full decade after school and housing desegregation began. Local employment dried up when the nearby naval gun factory closed and Bolling Air Force Base slashed its workforce. Many white workers with ties to the military installations no longer had an economic reason to stay in far southeast, and they felt culturally alienated as the area began to fill up with lower-income black residents. Public policies also helped drive neighborhood change. Beginning in the 1950s, zoning changes reserved up to 75% of the residential land in far southeast for rental apartment housing, attracting renters displaced by urban renewal in southwest. The city built public housing units throughout the area and purchased private complexes to convert into public housing. By the end of the 1960s, 85% of housing units in far southeast were multifamily apartments and 3/4 of the city's public housing residents lived there. 36. As the area's population surged, local schools suffered significant overcrowding, and essential city services such as garbage removal, street cleaning, and police protection failed to keep up. Serious deficiencies in public services have resulted from concentrating so many apartment developments in this neighborhood, noted a 1970 D.C. government report. 37. By the end of the 1960s, barely 5% of the area was white, and the few remaining white residents were bitter. "It's like Little Africa," complained one white mother who had moved to D.C. from West Virginia. "This whole place is infested." A local minister empathized with their plight. "They have this feeling of, what's happening to my world? Too poor, too old, or too stubborn to move out to the suburbs." The white residents who remained felt isolated from the rest of the city. They see apartment units that 10 years ago housed small, white families fall apart as poor Negro families with 6 and 7 children move into 1 and 2 bedroom units, wrote Carl Bernstein in the Post. They often resented white Washingtonians on the other side of the river. "It's nice to live in Spring Valley, a wealthy white neighborhood in Northwest, and not be a racist," commented one white resident. But it's different if you have to live out here. 38. 2 decades of white flight after World War II left Washington's white community with a new racial geography and class orientation. It was not just smaller but also older, wealthier, more geographically concentrated, and more politically and culturally liberal. The loss of the white working class meant that race and class were more closely correlated in late 20th century Washington than ever before. Whereas once white people of all classes lived in every quadrant, often in residentially integrated areas, by the end of the 1960s few white people lived in the eastern two-thirds of the city. Andrew Kopkind and James Ridgway of the New Republic called Washington's residential pattern a kind of apartheid. Like the Belgians in Old Leopoldville, the whites live mainly in one large colony of their own. In Washington it is called Northwest 39. Wealthy white people primarily nestled into neighborhoods west of Rock Creek Park or in the redeveloped complexes of Southwest, areas protected by high real estate prices. They sent their children to lightly integrated schools, public and private, and lived a life largely segregated by race and class. Few blue-collar white people remained in the city. They abandoned far southeast and decamped for Prince George's and Calvert counties in Maryland, leaving Washington for good. Traces of D.C.'s white working class vanished as surely as had the neighborhood of Swampoodle decades before. Angry, but not filled with rage, Julius Hobson's fight for good housing, jobs, and schools. Julius Hobson did not fit the image of a 1960s civil rights leader. He was an atheist, not a minister, a statistician, not a student, a man more comfortable in a suit and tie than jeans or a dashiki. Born in Birmingham, Alabama, in 1919, Hobson grew up the son of an elementary school principal and a small business owner, in a home where education was prized. As an artillery spotter during World War II, he earned 2 Bronze Stars, and during his time abroad he read Marx, Rousseau, and other European thinkers. Intellectually invigorated, he returned to the United States as what he called a Marxist socialist, but not a communist, a label he never renounced. After earning an engineering degree from Tuskegee, he enrolled in graduate school in economics at Howard, but a dispute with his white advisor led to his expulsion. Hobson found work as a federal civil servant, first as a researcher with the Library of Congress and later as a statistical analyst for the Social Security Administration. 40. The outspoken Julius Hobson became D.C.'s most visible civil rights leader in the early 1960s. As the head of the Congress of Racial Equality and later the Association of Community Teams, Hobson challenged white authorities in creatively confrontational ways. Reprinted with permission of the D.C. Public Library, Star Collection, copyright Washington Post. Dressed in his trademark fedora and white shirt sleeves, a pipe protruding from the corner of his mouth, the trim Hobson looked every bit the cerebral government statistician that he was, but for a pair of smoldering eyes. Dubbed D.C.'s angriest man, he seethed at the racism and economic inequalities embedded in American life. "I'm angry, but not filled with rage," he told one reporter. "Rage is born out of frustration and the failure to deal with problems. Anger carries direction, planning, and determination." Hobson's anger found direction in the early 1950s when he had to drive his son, Julius Jr., past Whitewood Ridge Elementary to attend overcrowded Black Slough Elementary a mile away. He joined the Parent-Teacher Association, became a vice president in the Federation of Civic Associations, then got involved in the NAACP, each organization theoretically becoming more radical as I went along, he recalled. 41. Hobson's work attracted the attention of the Congress of Racial Equality, CORE, which hired him in April 1961 to run its struggling D.C. chapter. Founded in 1942, CORE was a pacifist organization dedicated to using nonviolent direct action to challenge racial inequality. It joined 2 new national civil rights organizations that were engaging in high-profile protests across the South: Martin Luther King's Southern Christian Leadership Conference, SCLC, formed in 1957 after a successful bus boycott in Montgomery, Alabama, had thrust the 26-year-old preacher into the national spotlight, and the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, pronounced SNCC, founded in 1960 after a wave of student sit-ins. With SNCC, SCLC, and CORE planning peaceful protests that triggered violent reactions from white opponents, the national civil rights movement entered a dramatic new phase of confrontational politics. Hobson helped bring that growing militancy to the nation's capital. He expanded CORE from a mere 15 members to several hundred, and it became among the city's most visible and active civil rights organizations of the early 1960s. Blunt, profane, and unpredictable, Hobson combined righteous indignation with rigorous research, using statistics and showmanship to wage war against Washington's racist practices. 42. Hobson was the most strident of a new generation of young black leaders in town. One studied voice for equality was Sterling Tucker, a wiry, energetic Ohioan who was 32 when he came to D.C. in 1956 to run the Washington Urban League. A prolific writer and a favorite source for the white media, Tucker articulated the Urban League's statistics-rich studies as well as the gut-level emotional toll that racism exacted on black Washingtonians. 43. Representing a new generation of ministers was Walter Fauntroy, a colleague and protege of Martin Luther King who headed the local chapter of SCLC. A graduate of Dunbar High School, the cherubic Fauntroy went to Yale Divinity School and returned in 1959 at age 26 to become pastor of his home church, New Bethel Baptist, on 9th and S Streets NW. 44. A new voice in the black press belonged to C. Sumner Chuck Stone, a 36-year-old firebrand who became editor of the Washington Afro-American in early 1961. Stone was a former Tuskegee Airman and Wesleyan University graduate who immediately generated controversy for his biting condemnations of the lethargic black middle class and militant Uncle Toms. 45. For these civil rights leaders, Washington in the early 1960s presented a unique set of challenges. By many measures, the nation's capital was a black success story. It boasted America's wealthiest, most educated black community. The city's post-World War II civil rights movement already had dismantled the kinds of Jim Crow laws that their counterparts across the South still were protesting. Most of official white Washington spoke the rhetoric of tolerance rather than exclusion. In 1961, President John Kennedy tapped lawyer John B. Duncan, an active civic leader who had been heavily involved in the Central for Cardozo movement a decade earlier, to become the city's first black commissioner. Political pressure even had forced the integration of the Washington Redskins, which in 1962 became the last team in the National Football League to add black players to its roster. 46. Such progress encouraged black leaders to seek more than mere desegregation. They expected all black Washingtonians to reap the full fruits of freedom, including good jobs, decent homes, and high-quality schools. Yet mounting expectations met frustrating reality as D.C. struggled, as did northern cities, with an amorphous set of problems linked to entrenched racial inequalities, rising unemployment, stagnant wages, deteriorating neighborhoods, and overcrowded schools. Two issues topped the list of black grievances: discrimination in employment and housing. Black median income in 1960 was 70% of white income, the same level as 2 decades before. Though both the federal and district governments had official non-discrimination policies, unwritten barriers remained. In some federal agencies, the Urban League found, black workers earned 35% less than their white counterparts. Within the D.C. government, black employees made up more than half of the workforce but less than 10% of its highest-paying positions. The private sector was worse, Hobson charged. In private industry, for all practical purposes there is no place for Negroes. 47. There also was no place for black people to go for decent, affordable housing. Housing discrimination was a bottleneck on black aspiration, an issue that cut across all classes of black Washington. Restrictive covenants had been legally unenforceable since 1948, but 1960 census figures showed that D.C.'s neighborhoods were more segregated than ever before. Black residents paid up to 50% more than white residents did for comparable housing, and black housing units were roughly 5 times more crowded than white units. As more people crammed into older black neighborhoods, public services could not keep up, schools expanded beyond capacity, and living conditions deteriorated. By 1963, D.C. led the nation in tuberculosis, venereal disease, and infant mortality. When whites remind the Washington Negro how far he has come in the past decade, wrote the Post's Robert E. Baker, the Negro points to slums and ghettos as evidence of how far he has to go. 48. Washington's lack of representative government compounded the problems. More than half of the 91 public boards and commissions dealing with city affairs had no black members at all, a remarkable sign of black political invisibility. City officials routinely ignored black concerns, particularly on employment and housing. In 1963, for example, a group of fed-up tenants in a dilapidated apartment house on Girard Street NW signed a petition detailing numerous violations of the city's housing code, including unlit hallways, a malfunctioning furnace, and inadequate plumbing. City officials simply forwarded the petition to the landlord, who promptly evicted the petitioners. 49. Black Washingtonians could not expect support from federal lawmakers either. Angered by civil rights advances, Southern segregationists in Congress tightened their grip on the committees that ruled Washington. The Southerner-dominated House District Committee, led throughout the 1960s by John McMillan of South Carolina, responded only to white residents, wrote political scientist Martha Durthick, and in general played an obstructionist role in district government, willfully and maliciously frustrating the best interests of the district. 50. Another impediment was the Senate Appropriations Subcommittee responsible for the district budget, headed by a former Ku Klux Klan member with a flair for theatrical oratory, Democrat Robert Byrd of West Virginia. McMillan, Byrd, and their Southern colleagues reworked city budgets, eviscerating welfare, education, and housing programs while beefing up the police force. Frustrated Washingtonians grumbled that the segregationists acted as saboteurs. These men are dedicated to the proposition that the district cannot work as an integrated, progressive city, and they have it within their power to make it fail, wrote Andrew Kopkind and James Ridgway in the New Republic. 51. Segregationists in Congress pounced on news stories that cast the district in a negative light, including a racially charged incident at the annual City Schoolboy Championship football game on Thanksgiving in 1962. A major charity event held at newly built D.C. Stadium, later renamed for Robert F. Kennedy, the game attracted a record crowd of more than 50,000. The public school champions, predominantly black Eastern High, battled the private school champions, predominantly white St. John's College High School. With the game winding down and St. John's leading 27, an on-field skirmish among the players helped trigger a post-game brawl as upwards of 2,000 black teenagers and young adults stormed the field and attacked white St. John's fans with fists, bottles, and bricks. More than 500 people were injured as the fracas spilled out into adjacent neighborhoods, where black residents opened their doors to shelter fleeing white fans. City officials, student leaders, and the media initially sought to downplay the racial dynamics of the riot, but few television viewers, spectators, or observers could ignore the racial divisions. The explosion of hate stemmed mostly from my own people, wrote black reporter Simeon Booker, who attended the game. 52. White Southerners in Congress trumpeted news of what they called a race riot of the most vicious kind, pinning the blame on integrated education and linking it to what Democrat John Bell Williams of Mississippi called the skyrocketing rate of Negro crimes of violence against white people. Williams articulated the anxieties of many white Washingtonians, who attributed the city's rising crime rates, which were increasing significantly, as they were across the nation, almost entirely to the black community, particularly the masses of less educated, low-income black migrants from the rural South. Fear of racial violence haunts Capitol, blared one New York Times headline in 1963. Reporter Russell Baker described a series of black attacks on white victims as evidence of the casual savagery that occurs regularly behind the noble postcard facade that Washington shows the American tourist. 53. Civil rights supporters sought to place the Thanksgiving Day violence and the city's crime problems in a larger context of inequality. An interracial citizens committee led by a former Eisenhower aide investigated the melee and in January 1963 issued a blistering report that assigned blame to the event's sponsors, school officials, police, and Eastern's white football coach, among others. The report also traced the deeper roots of the violence. What happened on Thanksgiving Day was but a serious symptom of a larger problem, it concluded, pointing to the city's lack of self-government, overcrowded schools, and discrimination in employment and housing as reasons for the anger that spilled out after the game. 54. Fears of more racial violence gave new urgency to local civil rights initiatives, including CORE's merit hiring campaign, which Hobson had launched the year before. Like the new Negro Alliance's Don't Buy Where You Can't Work protests 30 years earlier, CORE's campaign used pickets, negotiations, and boycotts to pressure businesses to hire black employees at all job levels. Hobson also compiled a selective buying guide, akin to Annie Stein's famous list of desegregated restaurants a decade earlier, to publicize cooperative businesses. In every establishment we went into we raised hell and got blacks into token positions, Hobson recalled. After leading more than 80 pickets, he claimed credit for helping some 5,000 black people get hired in about 200 companies. 55. The success of the merit hiring campaign encouraged activists to use direct action protests to challenge racist rental practices and push for an open or fair housing law that would require all housing to be accessible to residents of any race. CORE investigated housing discrimination, helped residents file complaints, and pioneered a dwell-in program in which white people rented apartments in white complexes and then allowed black people to occupy the homes as guests. CORE launched a series of protests in May 1963 against developer Morris Caffritz for renting units in his apartment complexes solely to one race or the other. A lifelong Washingtonian who had lived in an integrated alley in Georgetown as a child, Caffritz had married the city's most prominent social hostess. By targeting him, CORE attracted widespread attention within official Washington and the media. Within 2 months Caffritz came out in support of CORE's call for a citywide open housing law. 56. To raise the visibility of the housing and employment campaigns, CORE joined the NAACP and SCLC for a march downtown on June 14, 1963. Held weeks after police dogs had savaged civil rights protesters in Alabama and just days after a white supremacist murdered NAACP leader Medgar Evers in Mississippi, the March for Freedom now attracted a peaceful, integrated crowd of more than 3,000, about 3/4 of whom were black. They marched first to the district building, where Bishop Smallwood Williams of the SCLC concluded a lengthy prayer by asking, "How long will the Negro people suffer shame, indignities, inhumanities, degradation, and brutality?" 57. Chants of "How long? How long?" echoed through the crowd. "Not long," answered Commissioner Walter Tibrener, who promised that the city would issue a fair housing ordinance before the end of the year. The protesters then moved on to the Department of Justice, where Attorney General Robert Kennedy stood with a bullhorn atop a rickety platform. Questioned about persistent job discrimination within the federal government, Kennedy grew defensive and angry, according to the Afro-American's Chuck Stone, but he vowed, "We can and will do better." 58. 2 months later, the National March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom brought 250,000 protesters to the steps of the Lincoln Memorial. Despite widespread fears of racial violence, the event was smooth and orderly, thanks in no small part to local activists on the Washington Coordinating Committee. Chaired by the SCLC's Walter Fauntroy and the D.C. NAACP's Edward A. Hiles, the committee included Julius Hobson, Sterling Tucker, and the heads of other local civil rights groups. They helped recruit between 25,000 and 35,000 marchers from the Washington area, arranged for local lodging, and organized hundreds of volunteers to help with security and crowd control. Hobson, the Post revealed 2 decades later, also kept the FBI informed of the plans. 59. Yet the March on Washington, so resonant in historical memory, had little impact on the local movement. Rather, it may have marked a high point in collaboration within Washington's notoriously fractious civil rights leadership. Hobson, in particular, often alienated other black leaders, many of whom he dismissed as mild-mannered, soft-spoken, pasteurized Negroes. He also gradually lost support within CORE. He grew impatient with the organization's dedication to nonviolence as a way of life, and his authoritarian administrative style and abrasive personality clashed with its consensus-oriented culture. "You can't run a revolution with Robert's Rules of Order," he grumbled. In June 1964, a dissident faction in the DC chapter worked with CORE's national leadership to expel him from the group. 60. Cast adrift from CORE, without a donor base to appease, Hobson became free to pursue a more radical course. He shifted his strategy away from protests toward building power. Direct action has called attention to problems and gotten token changes, but it has made no real basic changes, he observed in April 1964. Political and economic force will bring about permanent change. He formed a local chapter of a new militant organization called Associated Community Teams, whose objectives were to isolate Uncle Tom, reject white liberals, and promote black unity. The group refused white help. "We don't hate white people," one internal memo read. "We just don't need them." 61. Hobson worked best as a community gadfly, a one-man thorn in the side of establishment leaders of both races. He enjoyed engaging in what he called guerrilla tactics and psychological warfare, high-profile stunts designed to bring attention to poor living conditions in black neighborhoods. Shortly after he left CORE, for example, he captured rats that scurried about in poor neighborhoods, put them in a cage atop his station wagon, and then held rat relocation rallies in which he threatened to release the critters in Georgetown if the city did not establish eradication programs in black neighborhoods. Hobson never carried through on his threat. He drowned the rats at night, but the rallies spurred reluctant city officials to act. Hobson's headline-grabbing antics often exasperated Fauntroy, Tucker, and other established leaders, but he played a valuable role. "Washington needs a Julius Hobson," argued one white activist. "It's useful to have a lunatic fringe that keeps the community on edge and makes it possible for the moderates to move in." 62. For all his creative protests, however, Hobson's most enduring legacy resulted from a more conventional tactic, a lawsuit against the school system. Hobson believed that D.C.'s inadequate schools perpetuated racial inequality and had failed the vast majority of students, consigning them to an economic, cultural, and social junk heap. By the mid-1960s, after a decade of purported desegregation, D.C. schools remained visibly and statistically separate and unequal. Most schools were more than 90% of one race or the other, and the school system spent 34% more per pupil on students in under-enrolled schools in wealthier, white neighborhoods west of Rock Creek Park than it did on predominantly black and poor schools. 63. Moreover, school officials instituted a four-tiered tracking system whereby students of similar abilities were grouped on the same track, from basic for less able students to honors for the academically gifted. Hobson was among a host of critics who challenged tracking because in practice the tracks correlated very closely to race and class, the basic track filled with black and poor students, while white, middle-class students clustered in the higher tracks. When his daughter, Jean, was in middle school, Hobson discovered that she had been placed in basic, effectively preventing her from taking college preparatory courses. Incensed, Hobson filed a class action suit against Superintendent Carl Hansen, charging that tracking, though ostensibly race-neutral, nonetheless prevented poor black students from receiving an equal education. It created, in Hobson's pungent phrase, a system of programmed retardation. 64. Federal Circuit Court Judge J. Skelly Wright agreed. A crusading jurist ostracized in his native New Orleans for his support of civil rights, Wright ruled in June 1967 that school officials presided over a resegregated system that unconstitutionally deprived Washington's poor and black students of their right to equal educational opportunity. In a scathing 118-page decision, he condemned the system's neighborhood school policy, which helped maintain racially and economically segregated schools that damage the minds and spirit of all children who attend them. Superintendent Hansen's tracking program, Wright found, was based on racially and culturally biased tests that make it a self-fulfilling prophecy that poor and black students would be assigned to lower tracks from which the chance of escape is remote. Calling the DC school system a monument to the cynicism of the power structure which governs the voteless capital, Wright ordered sweeping reforms, including an end to tracking and the special preferences that allowed white students to attend predominantly white schools. 65. Hobson v. Hansen exposed the realities of what observers called de facto segregation, forcing school officials to grapple with educational disparities within a desegregated system. After the school board chose not to appeal the decision, Superintendent Hansen resigned and filed his own appeal, which he lost. An ardent supporter of integration who had clashed with Southern segregationists a decade before, Hansen ended his career as a symbol of official intransigence on racial disparities. Washington had changed during the past decade, but Carl F. Hansen did not, wrote Susan Jacoby in the Post. As one community member put it, policies that seemed liberal during the 1950s in a city that basically had been a Southern town seem very conservative today. 66. It was a bittersweet victory for Julius Hobson. His commitment to the case had drained his savings and dissolved his marriage, but the decision focused his energies by giving him a clear mission. He founded the Washington Institute for Quality Education and devoted himself to holding the school system accountable for implementing the decision. That Hobson, an ordinary civil servant and father possessed of neither political power nor financial wealth, could force such fundamental change was evidence of the extraordinary grassroots ferment that was percolating through the district in the mid-1960s. He was a pioneer, the first in a phalanx of aggressive community activists who challenged federal and local authorities. Like Hobson, the new activists realized that without the vote, the policy makers would be influenced only by techniques and strategies that surprised, confounded, aggravated, delayed, or just plain scared them, wrote radical white journalist Sam Smith. And no one scared the establishment more than Marion Barry. 67. We want to free DC from our enemies, Marion Barry takes on the DC establishment. Born in 1936 into a sharecropping family in the Mississippi Delta town of Itta-Bena, Barry moved to Memphis with his mother when he was 5. After she remarried, Marion grew up in a crumbling tenement duplex, the only boy in a family with 8 children. A focused, driven child with prodigious entrepreneurial energy, he became one of the first Black Eagle Scouts in Memphis, then went on to excel at local Lemoyne College, now Lemoyne-Owen College. He earned a master's degree in chemistry from Fisk University and was just a thesis away from getting a PhD when he dropped out to join the Nashville civil rights movement. Somewhat older and more politically adept than his peers in the movement, he maneuvered to become the first chairman of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee when it formed in April 1960. He held the position for just 5 months before drifting away as SNCC grew into the country's most dynamic civil rights organization. He returned in 1964, joining SNCC's New York office as a fundraiser. Charismatic, ambitious, and adaptable, Barry spoke with a country accent and cultivated an image of a streetwise tough, but he also was skilled at chatting up wealthy white liberals on SNCC's northern fundraising circuit. SNCC's national leaders tagged him to revitalize its struggling DC chapter, hoping that his fundraising prowess could turn the DC affiliate into a money machine for its southern campaigns. 68. Lean and muscular with a thin mustache, a straw hat, and a wardrobe of loose-fitting, African-inspired clothing, the 29-year-old Barry arrived in DC in June 1965 with a swagger that surprised the city's buttoned-down civil rights establishment. Even the eccentric militant Julius Hobson wore suits and carried a briefcase. Barry's bold tactics, confrontational rhetoric, and proud defiance of authority quickly earned the admiration of poor black Washingtonians and the rapt attention of the white press. At the same time, he annoyed, angered, and often frightened many leaders within the city's middle and upper class communities, black and white. 69. Barry arrived in Washington just as the national civil rights movement shifted gears. Successive waves of sit-ins, freedom rides, and demonstrations had pounded the Southern political establishment and forced a reluctant federal government to intervene on behalf of civil rights protesters. The movement achieved its greatest legislative victories with the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which together used federal force and funding to protect black voters and end segregation in public places. Now the movement faced what aging labor leader A. Philip Randolph called a crisis of victory. As the framework of legal discrimination collapsed, movement activists struggled to find solutions to stubborn racial inequalities. Mounting rage in black ghettos erupted in riots in New York, Los Angeles, and other cities in the summers of 1964 and 1965. Martin Luther King, fresh from his triumphant Selma, Alabama, campaign that led to the Voting Rights Act, shifted his focus to the urban North. He eyed Washington as a potential site for a mass movement and visited the city in August 1965, but he ultimately chose to focus on Chicago for his first urban campaign. Simmering ideological and generational tensions exploded within the movement as many younger radicals, disenchanted with King and disillusioned with the political process, rejected nonviolence as a strategy, abandoned integration as a goal, and embraced the rhetoric of revolution. SNCC expelled its white members and selected Stokely Carmichael as its new chairman in 1966.70. Already a grizzled veteran of the struggle at age 24, the lanky Carmichael personified and articulated the movement's emergent radicalism. A native of Trinidad who grew up in the Bronx, he was a star student who enrolled at Howard in 1960 and immediately reinvigorated the university's dormant tradition of activism. He spent more time in southern cotton fields than in the classroom, organizing black voters, challenging segregation laws, and often getting thrown in jail. During a June 1966 speech in Greenwood, Mississippi, he captured the growing radicalism of the age when he thundered, "We want black power." 71. Many black Washingtonians straddled the line between civil rights and black power, as they had half a century earlier when there was a similar split between Booker T. Washington and W.E.B. Du Bois. They often embraced black power rhetoric even as they sought to work within the system to effect change in their communities. Marion Barry exemplified this approach. With his roots in SNCC, he had the experience, language, and attire of a militant, but he harbored long-term political ambitions and never renounced working with white people. When he arrived to run SNCC's Washington office, Barry immediately began laying plans to make SNCC a player in local politics. Not content to simply raise money for other SNCC projects, he wanted to harness the collective strength of D.C's black majority to build economic and political power. He dismissed Washington's black leadership as undemocratic and self-seeking and proposed that SNCC pursue a D.C. action project. As the nation's capital, the city was a key pressure point for us, and despite SNCC's southern campaigns, the organization was still generally unknown to governmental people in Washington. A massive local movement would force federal officials to pay attention. 72. Barry hoped to use the tactics that SNCC had honed in its southern campaigns, but his approach to organizing D.C. was fundamentally different than that of other activists in the organization. In the rural South, SNCC pursued what Barry called a base action strategy. SNCC organizers invested tremendous amounts of time and energy building a base of community support before launching a direct action campaign. But in a large urban area with more than 500,000 black people living in dozens of neighborhoods, Barry thought that such a painstaking approach would take far too long. Ever impatient, he preferred an action-based strategy whereby SNCC would act as a catalytic agent in which a few of us think of the programs and actions which will catalyze the community to begin to build a base. 73. Once the base was built, the key to long-term power was the ballot. The problems of the Negro community cannot be solved without the vote, Barry argued, and this will never happen unless there is massive demand for the vote. He wanted to use the energy and momentum of civil rights to jump-start the struggling local Home Rule movement, which for 2 decades had been driven by the Washington Home Rule Committee. The committee's interracial board of directors included Julius Hobson and other black leaders, and by 1963 it explicitly linked the issue to civil rights. Yet it was an unwieldy and largely ineffective group composed of busy people whose top priorities lay elsewhere. 74. The Home Rule movement stagnated even as district residents scored an important victory in 1961 with the ratification of the 23rd Amendment, which allowed them to vote for president for the first time since 1800. The amendment initially called for D.C. residents to get voting representation in the House of Representatives proportional to the city's population, which in 1961 would have been 3 seats, as well as in the Electoral College, but the House stripped it of congressional representation and capped D.C.'s electoral vote at 3. Passed by Congress in June 1960, the amendment quickly gained ratification by the requisite 38 states and became law in March 1961.75. Though it passed quickly, supporters noticed an undercurrent of racial opposition. Only one southern state voted to ratify the amendment, and in the Midwest and New England, the Star's Haynes Johnson observed, state legislators wondered if the right to vote wouldn't be thrown away by giving it to a city where more than half the people are colored. Despite such concerns, President Lyndon Johnson became the first president since Thomas Jefferson to win office with actual D.C. votes after 90% of the city's 200,000 eligible voters cast their ballots in 1964. Yet D.C. voters still had neither representation in Congress nor self-government. 76. President Johnson saw Home Rule as a vital part of his overall civil rights strategy and threw his weight behind a 1965 bill that would have created an elected city council. As Congress deliberated on the bill, the Metropolitan Board of Trade launched a nationwide effort to kill it. The board, 2/3 of whose members lived in the suburbs, lobbied members of Congress and sent letters to dozens of newspapers claiming that a great many Washingtonians, including the overwhelming majority of local civic, professional, and business leaders, are opposed to Home Rule legislation. Like so many before it, the bill passed the Senate but died in the House. Congressional Quarterly attributed the bill's defeat in part to fears of Southerners and some Northerners of both parties that the Negro majority would dominate the city elections and consequently the city government. It also noted that local organizations had little real capacity to influence the votes, while national supporters did not put muscle into the effort. 77. Congressional Quarterly's damning analysis and the Board of Trade's brazen lobbying angered local civil rights activists. After the bill's defeat, grumblings of protest arose from the D.C. Coalition of Conscience, a biracial confederation of about 40 local religious, civic, and civil rights groups formed in early 1965 to give visibility to the unmet needs of the city's poor. Chaired by SCLC's Walter Fauntroy and Paul Moore, the white Episcopal suffragan Bishop of Washington, the coalition planned to picket outside the Board of Trade's offices on K Street NW to mobilize support for Home Rule. The coalition, however, suffered from too many leaders, not enough troops, according to one critic, and it soon found itself outmaneuvered by the nimble upstart from Memphis. 78. As coalition members prepared their pickets, Marion Barry mobilized Washington's black community around a mundane but fundamental issue: bus fare. In fall 1965, the D.C. Transit Company, headed by an ostentatiously wealthy New York entrepreneur named O'Roy Chalk, announced plans to raise bus fares by a nickel to 30 cents, double the cost of a bus or subway ride in Manhattan. SNCC and other civil rights groups protested immediately with petitions, rallies, and testimony before the Metropolitan Area Transit Commission, to no avail. Chalk's intransigence, however, gave SNCC a clear enemy and a chance to cultivate what Barry dubbed believability, the sense that people could effect change in their own lives. SNCC called for a citywide bus boycott to protest this proposed economic rape. 79. The boycott coordinator was Willie J. Hardy, a no-nonsense, 43-year-old Democratic Party activist who ran a local anti-poverty organization. Hardy focused her organizing energies on the Benning Road bus line that traveled through the heart of several black neighborhoods in Northeast. She established 45 ride-in stations at churches, barbershops, and other locales where commuters could catch a free ride, and she arranged for volunteers to pass out 100,000 leaflets showing a beefy chalk stealing bread from starving kids. 80. The day of the boycott, January 24, 1966, dawned blustery and cold, but the sight of empty buses barreling down Benning Road brought warm smiles to SNCC faces. Berry boasted that the boycott was 90% effective and cost D.C. Transit 150,000 fares. The company dropped the planned fare increase. It was a staggering success, according to the New Republic. The protest gave the people of Washington some faith in their own power, Berry told SNCC's national leaders. And, after barely half a year in the city, he had his first clear organizing victory. 81. Buoyed by the boycott, Berry seized the initiative on home rule by launching the Free DC movement. He intended to bring SNCC methods, education and mobilization of the people, economic pressure on businessmen by withholding our buying power from those who did not support the right to vote and, when necessary, demonstration to a movement marked by timidity and failure. He unabashedly linked home rule to the other problems that plagued black Washingtonians. We want to free DC from our enemies, the people who make it impossible for us to do anything about lousy schools, brutal cops, slumlords, welfare investigators who go on midnight raids, employers who discriminate in hiring, and a host of other ills that run rampant through our city, Berry announced at the organization's first press conference in February. He called for a boycott targeting business owners who opposed home rule. 82. Armed with 200,000 leaflets proclaiming, "In chains 400 years." And still in chains in D.C., Free DC volunteers asked merchants to take action in favor of home rule by signing a petition, writing telegrams to Congress and the President, and displaying 6 by 9 inch, orange and black Free D.C stickers in their store windows. Though the Coalition of Conscience already had been picketing on the issue, its members recognized that they had been upstaged and chose to support Free D.C. 83. Free DC struggled almost from the minute Berry announced the effort. As part of the original plan, movement leaders demanded that store owners contribute to a political action fund, a controversial tactic denounced as blackmail by members of Congress, the Board of Trade, and even home rule supporters. Some early allies, including the NAACP, backed out of the movement. 84. Berry quickly abandoned the demands for money, and Free DC forged on with the boycott, focusing initially, as the New Negro Alliance did a generation earlier, on merchants in commercial areas along H Street NE and 14th Street NW, where black consumer power was strongest. That approach, however, generated criticism among consumers and business owners alike who complained that it aimed at the wrong target. When Berry attempted to pressure the larger businesses run by the leaders of the Board of Trade, the movement sputtered. By summer, Free DC had gone mostly dormant. That fall, the Home Rule bill in Congress failed once again. 85. Despite its short, turbulent life, Free DC left a lasting legacy. It generated significant media attention, and with more than 700 businesses posting supportive stickers, it punctured the myth that the business community stood united against self-government. The movement's pressure frightened the Board of Trade and spurred it in April to name the first black member to its board of directors, George E. C. Hayes, one of the lawyers who argued Balling v. Sharp a decade before. The effort also helped SNCC pioneer its wildly successful block parties, which introduced the organization to the community and generated enthusiasm for the movement, particularly among young people. 86. Perhaps most important, Free DC profoundly affected the course of Marion Berry's career. Along with the successful bus boycott, Free DC established his reputation as an innovative and daring, if controversial, leader willing to challenge powerful interests on behalf of the poor black community. The movement's failure forced him to rethink his priorities and reflect on how to create change in a city he was only beginning to understand. Besieged by critics, members of Congress and white conservatives denounced his immoral, un-American, and unjust tactics, established black leaders questioned his rhetoric and strategy, and militant activists condemned his use of white volunteers. A frustrated Berry blamed black fear and apathy. He complained that black Washingtonians have psychologically grown accustomed to people who come in and do things and go out, and were not accustomed to doing things for themselves. 87. Berry also acknowledged his own miscalculations. The biggest lesson he learned from Free DC was to focus on issues that are more tangible for people. It's very difficult to talk to a man about his right to vote when the plaster is falling off his wall, or he doesn't have any food, or his kids are hungry, Barry conceded. It's a hard issue to mobilize people around. Fighting the good fight on home rule was simply not enough. People needed to see direct, immediate changes in their lives, he told his fellow SNCC organizers. The people have to believe that we have strength, that we have power, and can get things done. 88. The new militancy of the urban poor, organizing the community to demand federal resources. One way to get things done was to work within the system, which suddenly had become more open to community input. In his January 1964 State of the Union speech, President Johnson launched the War on Poverty, an ambitious array of federal programs from Head Start to Job Corps that aimed to lift millions of poor Americans into the middle class. The Federal Office of Economic Opportunity, OEO, run by the indefatigable Sargent Shriver, channeled anti-poverty funds into the local United Planning Organization, UPO, a non-profit agency established by city commissioners in 1962 to combat juvenile delinquency. The UPO had a $35,000 budget and one full-time employee when James G. Banks took over in 1963. 2 years later, it had a $21 million budget and 1,100 employees. 89. The new anti-poverty programs did more than turn on a spigot of federal cash, they also transformed how the programs were administered by requiring that poor people have the opportunity for maximum feasible participation in the programs that benefited them. Pushed by Julius Hobson and other activists, James Banks, UPO's pipe-smoking leader, aggressively used his large budget to hire community people to run programs on behalf of the poor. A native of Berry Farms and a graduate of Dunbar High School and Howard University, Banks had supervised the relocation of displaced Southwest residents during urban renewal, an experience that initially discredited him within the activist community. But he proved open to creative ways to involve local people in anti-poverty programs and found room on the payroll for civil rights activists, including Marion Barry, who left SNCC under duress in early 1967.90. Though some activists grumbled that UPO money distorted the movement by buying off community members, UPO gave poor people both resources and a measure of administrative control, encouraging them to develop their own sense of power. By 1968, more than 1,500 low-income residents, many of them women, served in administrative and advisory positions through the UPO and other community action programs in D.C. No longer meek recipients of handouts, the Post's William Raspberry wrote in 1967, they become vocal, insistent, and demanding. 91. Perhaps no place better exemplified what Raspberry called the new militancy of the urban poor than the Southeast Settlement House. Founded in 1929 by pioneering black physician Dorothy Boulding Farabee, Southeast House offered a variety of social services, from recreation programs for children to health clinics for senior citizens. With an infusion of $133,000 from UPO in 1965, Southeast House became a locus of radical organizing activity, as local residents became paid community organizers who hosted meetings, held rallies, and confronted city officials about rat infestations, overcrowded schools, and inadequate recreational facilities. 92. Southeast House organizers helped form a creative tenants group called the Berry Farm Band of Angels in response to the National Capital Housing Authority's 1966 plans to refurbish the Berry Farm public housing complex. The Band of Angels demanded that their views be considered in the planning process and pressured Housing Authority Director Walter Washington into conducting a tour of the complex. Their tactics worked. Washington quadrupled the funding for the renovations and allocated the money toward the interior improvements that were the focus of residents' complaints, rather than the exterior repairs that planners had prioritized. 93. Etta Mae Horn was among the local residents inspired by Southeast House organizers to challenge local authorities. A single mother of 7, Horn had an 8th-grade education and physical disabilities that forced her to depend on welfare payments and subsidized housing to support her family. After persistent organizers banged on her door, Horn joined the Berry Farm Band of Angels and embarked on a career of welfare activism in which she attacked the patronizing attitudes, offensive procedures, and opaque policies of city welfare officials. In 1966, she helped found the Washington Welfare Alliance, which later became affiliated with the National Welfare Rights Organization, to help bring the views of welfare recipients into the national debate over welfare reform. With her booming voice, stubborn independent streak, and flair for attention-grabbing tactics, she once disrupted a welfare department office celebration by sticking a picket sign in the middle of a cake. Horn became one of Washington's most recognizable and controversial welfare advocates, one of hundreds of black women who became politically engaged through anti-poverty activism. 94. As Etta Horn and the Berry Farm Band of Angels challenged city planners and welfare officials in Southeast, residents in the Northwest neighborhood of Mid-City banded together after the National Capital Planning Commission targeted the area for urban renewal in 1966 and renamed it Shaw. The commission took the name from the area's junior high school, which honored Robert Gould Shaw, the white Civil War officer who commanded one of the Union Army's first black regiments. By the early 1960s, school officials and area residents alike labeled the dilapidated, overcrowded school shameful Shaw, a mirror of the deterioration in the surrounding neighborhood. From his perch behind the pulpit of New Bethel Baptist Church, just 2 blocks from the school, Walter Fauntroy could see the corrosion of the area. But he and other local activists feared that urban renewal would level the neighborhood's quaint townhomes, displace the residents, and turn the area into another Southwest of soulless high-rise condominiums. Fauntroy helped organize the Model Inner City Community Organization, MICO, a coalition of about 150 churches, civic groups, and businesses that aimed to give Shaw residents a voice and a hand in the rebuilding of their community. Chastened by the Southwest experience and concerned about rising urban anger, federal officials in the new Department of Housing and Urban Development granted MICO $1.8 million to help planners solicit input from local residents and incorporate their ideas into the renewal plans. 95. The money, a stunning amount that reflected the newfound power of grassroots organizations, gave MICO an opportunity to give the nation an instructive example of how a depressed slum area can be renewed with, for, and by the people who live there, said Fauntroy, who took leave from his church to work with MICO full-time. The organization hosted countless community meetings and rallies to overcome residents' apathy and skepticism of urban renewal. It sponsored an extraordinary March 1967 parade led by Fauntroy's mentor, Martin Luther King, who called MICO's work in Shaw the most massive and comprehensive assault on slums ever initiated in this country. The group even developed a theme song, sung to the tune of "Michael, Row Your Boat Ashore." Old Southwest, it lost its fight, hallelujah. But our Shaw's gonna turn out right, hallelujah. Old Southwest did one thing wrong, hallelujah. Stayed unorganized too long, hallelujah. 96. Though MICO attracted criticism from city officials and militant activists alike, it successfully preserved the aesthetic character of the neighborhood and prevented mass displacement of low-income residents. 97. MICO showed how community activists could use federal resources to protect the interests of the poor, a lesson not lost on Marion Barry. Barry wanted to capitalize on the fear that coursed through white officialdom as riots burned through Detroit, Newark, and other northern cities in the summer of 1967. Jittery federal officials, including Labor Secretary Willard Wirtz, worried that Washington might explode next. A Midwesterner known as a vigorous champion of workers' rights, Wirtz collaborated with Barry on a new community program to address youth unemployment. 98. Ignoring the customary red tape for such projects, Wirtz quickly approved a $300,000 grant to help Barry launch Pride, Inc., which used the federal money to hire, train, and supervise young black men often called dudes even in media and official reports on civic improvement projects. In dark green, military-style denim uniforms, Pride workers fanned out across the city that August, cleaning up garbage, killing rats, and beautifying dilapidated areas. Initially funded as a temporary summer program, Pride earned plaudits from the press, and after Barry pushed for year-round funding, Wirtz delivered a $2 million grant. 99. Pride, Inc., built a modest record of success, but like Myco, it attracted a diverse array of critics, some of whom charged that it was nothing more than a blatant attempt to buy summer peace, and at a fairly cheap price. White conservatives attacked it as a junior black power movement and questioned the selection of a mercurial 20-year-old with an arrest record, Rufus Catfish Mayfield, to run the multimillion-dollar program. Pride also raised eyebrows among black nationalists such as Stokely Carmichael, who were skeptical about taking government money and working with white federal officials. Yet Pride gave Berry and his coterie of supporters the opportunity to make a tangible difference in the lives of the poor, and it helped him build a base of community support. After he ousted Mayfield in an internal power struggle, Berry took full command of the program. 100. Pride, Myco, the United Planning Organization, and other local organizations encouraged poor Washingtonians to claim their share of public resources. Instead of protesting to get federal and local officials to act on their behalf, they demanded resources to allow community members to implement their own programs. They mobilized local people and pressured officials to fulfill the promise of maximum feasible participation. By pushing for adequate resources and insisting on having control of the money being spent in their communities, these anti-poverty organizations helped remake the relationship between the federal government and its capital city. Act as if you were elected, the newly appointed city council confronts police brutality. No president had as positive an impact on Washington as Lyndon Johnson. Every president since Harry Truman had offered rhetorical support for home rule, but Johnson took substantive steps to make it happen, even without congressional support. Driven by a fear of urban riots, the mounting pressure for action on home rule, and a desire to cement his civil rights legacy, Johnson reshaped the landscape of D.C. politics by abandoning the three-man commissioner form of government that had ruled the city since 1874. His unilateral action put the city on an irreversible path to self-government. Johnson's plan, which went into effect in August 1967, created a 9-person city council headed by a single mayor/commissioner. He framed the measure as a way to create a better organized and more efficient government that could combat growing crime, but he also saw it as a step toward full home rule even though all members of the council were appointed by the president and Congress retained veto power over its budget and legislation. Conservatives on the congressional district committees recognized it as an attack on their power, while the local Board of Trade feared the reorganization would lead to full home rule. Both vigorously opposed the reorganization, but Johnson prevailed. 101. Johnson's initial appointments to the council reflected how much Washington had changed in just 6 years since activists had hailed the nomination of the first black city commissioner. Tokenism no longer would suffice, and Johnson recognized it. He avoided controversial militants such as Julius Hobson and Marion Barry, but he appointed a black majority to the council, including Walter Fauntroy and Sterling Tucker, as well as strong white civil rights supporters such as Democratic National Committee, DNC, Delegate Polly Shackleton. Most important, he named a black man, Walter Washington, as commissioner, the unelected mayor of the district. 102. Washington had deep roots in the city. A native of Jamestown, New York, he came to D.C. in 1934 to attend Howard University, joined the New Negro Alliance, and married Benetta Bullock, the daughter of the prominent pastor of Third Baptist Church. He burrowed himself in the municipal housing bureaucracy. His first job was as a junior housing assistant for John Elder in the Alley Dwelling Authority and rose to become the first black head of the National Capital Housing Authority in 1961. A consummate bureaucrat well versed in the intricacies of municipal government, he also was active in a variety of community organizations, including the Urban League and the United Planning Organization. But he was no radical, in either temperament or ideology. Congenial and self-effacing, Washington seemed a safe choice for Johnson at a time when fears of racial violence flared within Congress and federal agencies. Act as if you were elected, Johnson advised Washington on his taking office in November. 103. One of the first tests for the new city council was addressing police brutality, a long-standing source of frustration and anger that cut across class lines and united the city's fractious black leadership. Police mistreatment of black citizens became an explosive social issue in the 1960s as crime spiked in Washington and other urban areas. The annual number of murders in D.C. jumped from 81 to 278 between 1960 and 1969, while the violent crime rate nearly quadrupled, according to the FBI. 104. The crime surge in the nation's capital attracted breathless media coverage and bubbling indignation from federal authorities. President Johnson worked with Congress to pour money into the Metropolitan Police Department, improve coordination between federal and local law enforcement officials, and pass legislation to expand local police powers. One controversial anti-loitering law allowed police officers to arrest people for failure to move on, even if they were committing no crime. Marion Barry was arrested on the charge in May 1966. These new laws were enforced by a police department that remained more than 80% white and largely non-resident in a city that, by the mid-1960s, was more than 60% black. In the ghetto, police officers were perceived as the symbol of white supremacy and suppression, wrote the Council on Human Relations, a municipal agency that, under the leadership of tenacious Ruth Bates Harris, made police reform a top priority. 105. Swedish anthropologist Ulf Honnertz, who spent much of 1967 and 1968 conducting research in a DC ghetto for his pioneering book Soulside, noted the tense, fraught relationship between poor black residents and the police. The use of disliked epithets boy, nigger, and so forth shows that many policemen do not bother to hide their prejudice, and some excessive use of force cannot be understood as anything but police brutality, Honnertz observed. As crime rates rose, police resorted to force more often, but ghetto residents complained that they focused less on helping people than on protecting property. The police say, "Let the niggers cut each other up," local residents told Honnertz. They don't care as long as it is not in a white neighborhood. They're just watching out for the stores. 106. Clashes between police and black residents erupted frequently, including an incident at the Southeast House in August 1966 that nearly escalated into a full-scale riot. City officials routinely ignored citizen complaints about police brutality. In nearly 2 decades since the police department created a complaint review board in 1948, only once had it reprimanded an officer for misconduct. Aware of the department's worsening relationship with the public, Police Chief John Layton worked with the Council on Human Relations to mediate disputes and created a civilian committee to serve as a liaison between citizens and police. The department changed its training procedures and began to promote more black officers, but frustration continued to mount. After spending a year on the chief's committee, Julius Hobson angrily resigned, fuming that the group was concerned primarily with improving the department's image and acted as a buffer to soften the blows and impact of continued police harassment of the helpless poor. 107. When the new city council took office in November 1967, it immediately faced a police crisis in the southeast neighborhood of Congress Heights. According to residents, a rogue officer routinely used racial slurs and mistreated black residents. At the behest of Ruth Bates Harris, the new city council investigated the officer and held hearings at which residents, including anti-poverty activists and Uniformed Pride, Inc., workers, testified about a range of abuses. The hearings provoked a furor, and pressure from police officials and their allies in Congress forced Mayor Washington to intervene and declare that the council had no authority to review police conduct. It was a humbling reminder that, President Johnson's rhetoric notwithstanding, the new government had little actual power to respond substantively to citizens' complaints. 108. The city council's impotence in curbing police abuses only fueled anger in the black community. In late 1967, Black Power activist Stokely Carmichael returned to D.C. hoping to channel that anger into unified action. Fresh from a 5-month world tour in which he was feted as a hero by Guinea's Ahmed Sékou Touré, Cuba's Fidel Castro, and other world leaders, the former SNCC chairman aimed to establish his base of operations in the nation's capital. In January 1968, he convened 100 leaders to form the Black United Front, BUF, a coalition that sought to unify disparate black groups and speak with one voice for a rightful and proportionate share in the decision-making councils of the district, and rightful and proportionate control of the economic institutions in the black community. The BUF spanned the center-left ideological range within the black community, from moderates such as Sterling Tucker and Walter Fauntroy to radicals such as Julius Hobson, Willie J. Hardy, and Marion Barry. More conservative organizations, including the local NAACP, business groups, and the Committee of 100 Ministers, declined to participate, but the coalition quickly asserted itself as a strident advocate for racial justice. With a majority of the city's black leadership pledging to work with the nation's foremost advocate of black power, Washington appeared primed for even more radical protest in the years to come. 109. By early 1968, the legislative victories of the national civil rights movement and years of growing grassroots activism had fueled what SNCC workers called a revolution of rising expectations as civil rights leaders, anti-poverty activists, and residents embraced an increasingly ambitious agenda to build black political and economic power. Progress, however, did not keep up with expectations. Despite 2 decades of protests, negotiations, hearings, and reports about racial inequality, Washington remained separate and unequal. The divide between black and white only seemed to grow wider, and frustration within the low-income black community intensified. Some federal officials, reporters, and business owners hoped that the presence of the federal government and a strong black middle class made D.C. riot-proof, while weary activists lamented the difficulty of mobilizing the city's black community to fight for racial justice. You could take a little black girl, dress her in organdy, take her downtown, pour gas over her, burn her, and it wouldn't move the community, groused Julius Hobson in 1967.110. But others who lived and worked among poor Washingtonians saw the potential for serious violence. There is legitimate fear among many that one or more of the area's pockets of despair may simply explode if something isn't done soon to relieve conditions, Walter Fauntroy warned in 1966. Anger, frustration, and resentment, particularly in the ghettos of Black Washington, mounted against the forces that controlled the city, Congress, the police, the Board of Trade, the man and the white power structure, in the parlance of the time. In a chapter titled Waiting for the Burning to Begin, anthropologist Ulf Honnertz wrote that the foundations for rebellion against these outside powers exist long before the eruption comes. 111. The eruption came on April 4, 1968. 12. There's gonna be flames, there's gonna be fighting, there's gonna be rebellion. The Tumult and Promise of Chocolate City, 1968-1978. More and more Washingtonians are unwilling to accept that being the seat of government should deny them the right to enjoy the supposed fruit of that government, freedom. Sam Smith, 1974. The intersection of 14th and U Streets NW occupies a special place in the heart of Black Washington. For much of the 20th century, 14th and U was the bustling transit hub of a black commercial district that offered block upon block of stores, restaurants, theaters, and clubs that catered to black customers and featured black artists such as Duke Ellington, who grew up nearby. It was here that SNCC, SCLC, Pride, and other civil rights organizations established their headquarters in the 1960s. And it was here that Black Washingtonians congregated when news of Martin Luther King's assassination reached the nation's capital a little after 7 p.m. on Thursday, April 4, 1968. King had been in Washington often in early 1968 as he prepared to launch the Poor People's Campaign, an ambitious effort to bring thousands of impoverished people of all races to the nation's capital to raise awareness of persistent poverty across America. The Sunday before his assassination, he preached at the Washington National Cathedral to explain the campaign. "We are not coming to tear up Washington," he told the 4,000 members of the audience. "We are coming to demand that the government address itself to the problem of poverty." 1. As the devastating reality of King's death began to sink in, SNCC staffers met with the group's erstwhile leader, Stokely Carmichael, at SNCC's headquarters at 14th and W Streets. A seething Carmichael, who viewed King as a mentor even though the two differed significantly on many issues, burst out of the office with about 24 followers in tow. They marched south along 14th Street, stopping at stores along the way and demanding that they close in King's honor. Nervous managers complied. Walter Fauntroy had been updating the White House on the situation all evening, and he hurried out to intercept the group near T Street. "This is not the way to do it, Stokely," Fauntroy pleaded. Towering over the diminutive councilman, Carmichael assured him that the group only wanted to shut businesses down. Indeed, he and SNCC staffers at times physically intervened to prevent the crowds from damaging property. At one point, Carmichael brandished a gun and admonished anyone interested in violence to go home. 2. But at about 9:30 p.m., someone shattered the plate glass window of the People's Drug Store on U Street, site of many New Negro Alliance protests 3 decades before. It was as if a dam had been broken, releasing pent-up anger that coursed through the area around 14th and U and spread to the black commercial strips along 7th Street and W and H Street NE, as well as black neighborhoods in far southeast. Realizing that he was unable to control the crowds, Carmichael retreated from the scene. 3. The situation quickly spiraled out of control. Police officers, who initially had stood by as the crowds gathered, now scrambled to restore order as thousands of people, almost all of them black, roamed largely unimpeded through the streets, smashing windows and looting. Police used tear gas in a vain attempt to disperse the crowds. They also tear-gassed the SNCC office, with about 20 members inside. Fires erupted, and when firefighters arrived on the scene they were met with stones and bottles. 4. The chaos continued for hours even as Fauntroy, Ruth Bates Harris, and other black leaders walked the streets encouraging people to go home. "We were outnumbered," one police officer later recounted. "It must have been hundreds to one, children of all ages, women, everybody." An appalled Mayor Walter Washington toured 14th Street by car that evening and watched dumbfounded as looters happily clambered through broken store windows to steal clothes, electronics, and other goods. "There was a sort of holiday gaiety about it all, people laughing and talking," wrote Black Star reporter Paul Delaney, who accompanied Washington. Only a rainstorm that hit about midnight dampened spirits. 5. When Washingtonians awoke on Friday, they found police officers lining the streets of downtown as tear gas and smoke wafted across the city. The glass-strewn streets of the black commercial districts were largely clear. Mayor Washington kept the schools and government offices open and ordered an immediate cleanup. The mayor and the press condemned the violence, but many activists made no effort to soothe the raw emotions of the night before. "You just can't expect people not to react this way," said Edward J. McClain, president of the largely middle-class Federation of Civic Associations. "The city has been heading this way for a long time." At a morning press conference, Stokely Carmichael defiantly called on black residents to arm themselves in preparation for a war of liberation. That afternoon, he went to Howard University, just up the hill from where rioters had torched 7th Street businesses. "We will go out tonight," he told a crowd of several hundred. Waving a gun, he added, "Don't loot, shoot 6. The riots following Martin Luther King's assassination in April 1968 devastated whole swaths of black D.C., including this stretch of 7th Street and W. Despite the devastation, many black Washingtonians saw the riots as cathartic and were hopeful for a post-riot renaissance. Copyright Matthew Lewis/Washington Post. Even as Carmichael spoke, looting and arson had begun anew, and city officials quickly realized that they could not stop the growing violence. The specter of rioters spreading through downtown Washington compelled President Johnson to step in. He ordered the National Guard, the 82nd Airborne Division, and the 503rd Military Police Battalion into the city. The troops initially struggled to reach the riot areas. Thousands of suburb-bound workers clogged the streets attempting to flee the city, and the violence continued long into the night with fires raging unattended, sidewalks heaped with soggy mashed loot, smoke covering all, the Star reported. By dawn on Saturday, the 13,600 federal troops had D.C. under control. It was the largest deployment for any riot in the nation's history, and images of troops patrolling the streets of the smoldering nation's capital unnerved people nationwide. 7. The violence was not completely random. Police and media reports, as well as anecdotal evidence, confirmed that some rioters often avoided black-owned businesses, which identified themselves with Soul Brother signs in their storefront windows. Ben's Chili Bowl on U Street remained open throughout the riots, serving as a strategic center for community activists. Safeway, a grocery chain reviled in the black community since it fiercely fought the New Negro Alliance decades earlier, found its stores particularly hard hit, the New York Times reported, while its rival, Giant, suffered relatively little damage. Giant's owner, Joseph Danzinski, supported Marion Barry's work with pride. As the violence escalated, he and Barry established food distribution centers in the riot areas, and Barry sent Pride workers to protect Giant stores. Yet raging fires engulfed businesses owned by civil rights supporters alongside those run by racists. Mortimer Lebowitz, a former Urban League president who had marched with Martin Luther King in Selma, watched helplessly as 3 of his 4 clothing stores burned. 8. Mayor Washington banned the sale of alcohol, flammable liquids, and firearms, and imposed a nightly 5:30 p.m. curfew that remained in effect for a week. Sporadic violence forced the cancellation of the annual Cherry Blossom Festival parade, but by Sunday the city largely was calm. 13 people had died, most by fire and smoke inhalation, 2 were killed by police. Entire blocks along the black commercial corridors of 14th Street NW, 7th Street NW, and H Street NE had been reduced to rubble, with charred hulks standing in place of thriving businesses. More than 900 businesses were damaged or destroyed, roughly 5,000 people lost their jobs, and 2,000 were left homeless. According to the Post, about 20,000 people had been involved in the rioting and the police had arrested more than 7,600 people, 90% of whom were black men, primarily for violating the curfew. 9. The riots had exposed the powerlessness of the local government, but Walter Washington earned praise for his calm, firm action during the chaos. With support from Attorney General Ramsey Clark, Washington repeatedly resisted calls by Senator Robert Byrd and others to give police shoot-to-kill orders. The National Capital Area Civil Liberties Union, normally a fierce critic of police, praised officers' restraint and coolness. White business owners and community groups, however, condemned Clark and accused Police Chief John Layton of being too timid with looters. "We were sacrificial lambs," one white businesswoman told Senator Byrd. 10. Black Washingtonians surveyed the damage with a mix of anger, sadness, defiance, and determination. Many agreed with Lucy Cusin, a self-described Black Power advocate, who called the looting in her Northeast neighborhood senseless and irresponsible. Yet nearly half of Black Washingtonians in one survey believed that the riots had served a useful purpose. Calvin Rolark, the black publisher of the Washington Informer, called them a consumer's rebellion against businesses that had victimized ghetto residents. The riots offered instant urban renewal, many black residents joked, destroying predatory businesses and dilapidated housing that should have been condemned long before. 11. There also was a sense of exhilaration. White people tell you to go to school and get educated, and then they give you some penny ante job and expect you to feel like the world has been so gracious, wrote one anonymous black government employee in the Post. She had been arrested during the rioting but expressed little guilt about her involvement. "The black people in this city were really happy for 3 days. They have been kicked so long and this is the one high spot in their life." 12. The riots were both catastrophic and cathartic, a crisis that captured the nation's attention and gave the city's problems widespread visibility. Washington now has the opportunity to rebuild politically, socially, as well as physically, argued the Reverend Channing Phillips of the Black United Front. Perhaps out of the chaos could come some good so long as local residents planned the rebuilding effort and did the work themselves. If things are rebuilt the same way, they are going to be burned down again, Marion Barry warned a week after the riots. "We, the community, must insist that if white merchants want to come back into our community, they will have to come as partners." 13. The appointed council, in office barely 6 months when the disturbances occurred, held a series of public hearings at which nearly 100 local residents testified. Its report, released in May, strongly condemned the violence and rejected calls to exclude all white people from the rebuilding process. The report, written by its white chairman, John Heckinger, owner of a dominant hardware store chain and scion of a prominent Washington family, also acknowledged the deep roots of community anger. The Black community of Washington should have a central and powerful role in the planning and implementation of policies for rebuilding and recovery, the council emphasized. What came through was the universal demand for the right of self-determination for the neighborhoods that need rebuilding. 14. The decade following the April 1968 riots was a clamorous, unpredictable period of citizen-driven politics, cultural and political experimentation, and swift change. It was a tumultuous but hopeful time for a city lovingly dubbed the original Chocolate City by funk band Parliament in 1975. The district gained a measure of local power for the first time in nearly a century, and Washingtonians of all races including a growing Hispanic community in the Adams Morgan and Mount Pleasant neighborhoods pushed for self-determination, community control, and participatory democracy. No white man's road through black man's home, freeways and a new era of confrontational politics. On the evening of King's assassination, Sami Abdullah Abbott was in the streets doing what he did best, protesting. To the consternation of police, he and an interracial band of picketers staged a demonstration at the LaDroit Park home of Mayor Walter Washington. Abbott was the gravelly-voiced grandson of Syrian Christian immigrants, a tiny white man with a prominent nose, black-rimmed spectacles and a rim of trim, white hair around a bald crown. Born in 1908, he grew up in Ithaca, New York, and attended Cornell University briefly before dropping out to organize workers. He moved in 1940 with his wife, Ruth, to Tacoma Park, Maryland. Just over the district line. He refused to live in D.C. itself because he wanted to be able to vote. He earned a Bronze Star in the U.S. Air Force during World War II, then threw himself into the post-war peace and civil rights movements, catching the attention of the FBI and the House Un-American Activities Committee. After being blacklisted for 2 years, he started a career as a freelance artist. 15. Accustomed to defying authority, Abbott was a bundle of angry energy. "I'm a perpetually mad person," he once said. Like Julius Hobson, he channeled his anger into organized protest. In 1964, he found the cause that would consume the next decade of his life and cement his legacy as a social activist: freeways. Ruth told him that their home stood in the path of a planned freeway that would travel through northeast Washington and Tacoma Park to connect with the newly opened Beltway in suburban Montgomery County. With 8 other distressed homeowners along the route, the Abbotts launched the Emergency Committee on the Transportation Crisis, ECTC, and became leaders in what would prove to be one of Washington's most significant and successful protest movements. Freeway construction had been a pillar of city planning since the 1930s. The passage of the National Interstate and Defense Highways Act of 1956 made freeways a national security priority, and Congress pledged to pay 90% of the costs of building them. With billions in federal funding at stake, a broad array of powerful interests in the D.C. area united behind freeways, business owners in the Metropolitan Board of Trade seeking to lure suburban shoppers back to the city, construction companies eager for lucrative contracts, city planners hoping to implement visionary projects, newspaper editors and local boosters encouraging growth and development, local officials searching for a larger tax base and solutions to urban blight, and members of Congress looking to reward friends with patronage and pork. In the 1950s, construction began on I-395 through southwest Washington and I-295, the Anacostia Freeway, which sliced through far southeast. Planners, politicians, and pundits debated the details of various plans, but until the early 1960s few people questioned the overall wisdom of building so many highways in the first place. That began to change after the National Capital Planning Commission released its 1959 Transportation Plan, which outlined a 329-mile network of highways that would crisscross the metropolitan area, including 29 miles of interstates through the city itself. Planners envisioned 3 concentric circles of multi-lane freeways, an outer loop, later called the Beltway, that ringed the city, an intermediate loop of parkways, and an inner loop that traversed downtown. A series of radial highways branched out from the inner loop and sliced through city neighborhoods to connect to the outer loop. 16. The plan looked clean and coherent on paper, but it did not account for the disruption and displacement that would occur in the neighborhoods where the freeways were to be built. By some estimates, 5,400 homes in D.C. would be destroyed, displacing up to 20,000 residents. Thinking about traffic efficiency more than politics, planners also failed to anticipate the outrage that would accompany their proposed Northwest Freeway, which cut through the Tony neighborhood of Cleveland Park, home to many white professionals as well as members of Congress and other federal officials. 17. One incensed Macomb Street NW homeowner was Peter Stebbins Craig, a graduate of Oberlin and Yale Law School who worked for a prominent downtown law firm, Covington and Burling. Craig helped launch the Northwest Committee for Transportation Planning to organize opposition to the plan. With their legal savvy, careful research, and extensive connections on Capitol Hill, Craig and his allies pilloried the proposed freeway at public hearings and in the courts. As Post columnist George Lardner put it, protectors of the status quo used phone calls, first names, and chats at the country club to derail the Northwest Freeway. Within a year, a sympathetic Congress imposed a 5-year moratorium on freeway construction west of 12th Street NW and north of the inner loop, thus sparing the city's wealthiest, whitest neighborhoods. 18. Residents in predominantly black and poor neighborhoods did not win such protections, though black organizations from the radical SNCC to the Middle-Class Federation of Civic Associations opposed freeway construction. After Congress nixed the Northwest Freeway, a headline in the Afro-American blared, "Plan to destroy homes, thousands of colored people to be driven out of D.C., white homes saved." In 1963, Bishop Smallwood Williams, activist pastor of Bible Way Temple on New Jersey Avenue NW, called on Senator Hubert Humphrey of Minnesota to protect his church from being demolished by the construction of I-395, but he succeeded only in rerouting the road behind the church building. It leveled the rest of the neighborhood. Something must be done to stop the senseless destruction of colored people's homes for the sole benefit of white motorists from Maryland and Virginia, Smallwood said. 19. Having been stymied trying to plow through Northwest, freeway advocates sought a less direct but politically more palatable way to link the proposed downtown inner loop to the Beltway. In late 1964, city planners proposed building a 10-lane North Central freeway that would cut through Brookland and other predominantly black neighborhoods of Northeast, as well as the moderate-income, mostly white suburbs of Tacoma Park and Silver Spring, Maryland. Officials estimated that the freeway would displace about 1,300 families, more than half of them in the district. 20. The North Central Freeway catalyzed Sammy Abbott and his allies into action. Abbott and the Emergency Committee on the Transportation Crisis wanted to kill new highway construction altogether in a city that already, by 1964, had the most freeway mileage per capita in the nation. Any solution to the transportation crisis, the ECTC insisted, must proceed from the basis that all, not some, communities must be preserved, that all communities, not some, must be served, that all, not some men are entitled to the protection of the law and the defense of their rights. Instead of freeways, the ECTC called for an extensive system of public transportation, including a subway that would connect poor neighborhoods to downtown. 21. Driven by economic self-interest, political pragmatism, and moral idealism, Abbott and the ECTC deliberately created an interracial, cross-class coalition that could wage a sustained, multi-front campaign to defeat the highway lobby. Launched at a time when the national civil rights movement was splintering over questions of racial separatism, ECTC from its inception united rich and poor, black and white, behind militant leadership. 22. Abbott wanted to bring white homeowners in Northwest into ECTC's coalition. Among his first recruits was Peter Craig, who was then leading the opposition to a proposed 8-lane bridge across the Potomac River at Three Sisters Islands near Georgetown University. Though the two differed markedly in style, Abbott was a rabble-rousing agitator, Craig a cool-headed insider. They shared a passionate disdain for freeways and the havoc they threatened to wreak on city neighborhoods. Abbott called Craig up and challenged him, "All you care about is the rich white folks west of Rock Creek Park." Recalling the conversation years later, Craig laughed, "He guilt-tripped me, and being a good Quaker I fell for it." Working with a local citizens group called the Committee of 100 on the Federal City, Craig lobbied on Capitol Hill, testified at hearings, and, most important, pursued anti-freeway litigation. 23. But Abbott was neither ideologically nor temperamentally suited to lead a respectable reform effort that navigated comfortably within established political channels. He and other ECTC co-founders believed that the people most endangered by highways should drive the anti-freeway movement, the city's black poor. Abbott recruited Reginald Booker, a black General Services Administration worker whom he heard speak at a neighborhood meeting. When he was a child, Booker and his family fled their home in Southwest during urban renewal, and after graduating from Roosevelt High School he became active in various civil rights protests. Often clad in black power attire, a dashiki and dark sunglasses, the tall, lean, 26-year-old Booker struck a sharp physical contrast to the short, suit anti-clad Abbott, but the two were kindred spirits who developed a close relationship that lasted more than 2 decades. Booker became chair of the ECTC in February 1968, while Abbott worked as publicity director. They brought in Marion Barry of Pride and Charles Castle of the Black United Front to serve as vice chairman. 24. The ECTC cast the freeway fight in explicitly racial terms. "No white man's road through black man's home" became the battle cry as ECTC members testified at hearings, wrote letters to public officials and local newspapers, compiled reading lists for freeway fighters, produced countless posters, pins, and pamphlets, and encouraged residents to resist developers, surveyors, and appraisers. Well aware of the media's power to advance the cause, Booker and Abbott were always willing to carry a controversial picket, create a compelling flyer, give an attention-grabbing quote, or cause a photo-worthy confrontation. "Before another inch of these damn freeways gets laid down in the district," warned Abbott at one rally, "there's gonna be flames, there's gonna be fighting, there's gonna be rebellion." Reginald Booker and Sammy Abbott are crazy, wrote the Post's William Raspberry, and that gives us our best chance to avoid being buried under freeway concrete. 25. By 1968, ECTC and its anti-freeway allies had begun to win significant victories on multiple fronts. Their interracial protests were growing larger, forcing the media and local officials to pay attention. They convinced a majority on the new city council to endorse a transportation plan that prioritized rapid transit over freeways. Within the federal government, a growing number of Johnson administration officials, including the nation's first Secretary of Transportation, Alan Boyd, questioned the economic impact and racial implications of massive freeway construction. Boyd even hired anti-freeway lawyer Peter Craig. And the biggest victory came in the courts. In February 1968, a federal appeals court ruled that city officials had ignored an 1893 city law requiring public input on all planned highway construction, and it ordered an end to all planning and work on the freeways. The bulldozers ground to a halt. 26. White man's road through black man's home. The Interracial Emergency Committee on the Transportation Crisis fought freeway construction with grassroots protests, militant rhetoric, and relentless lawsuits. The committee's artwork often used racial imagery to highlight the social consequences of freeways. Emergency Committee on the Transportation Crisis Collection, Box 44, Washington IANA Division, D.C. Public Library. But citizen-driven activism ran into the harsh reality of D.C.'s political powerlessness. President Johnson's government reorganization notwithstanding, the city remained at the mercy of congressional committees and the pro-highwaymen who ran them. One particularly intransigent foe was Representative William Natcher, a Democrat from rural Kentucky who chaired the House Appropriations Subcommittee on D.C. A law and order segregationist wary of ceding any control to local officials in the black-majority city, Natcher had a thick drawl, a thin skin, and a deep determination to assert congressional authority over the nation's capital. He repeatedly threatened to withhold all funding for subway construction until the city committed itself to completing the entire system of highways. 27. Freeway opponents refused to give in to what they considered blackmail. With D.C. residents largely and loudly united against the freeways, in December 1968 the council approved a revised transportation plan that deleted the controversial North Central Freeway and Three Sisters Bridge. Yet Natcher kept a tight hold on subway money, delaying the metro's groundbreaking and adding millions of dollars to its cost. Pressure mounted on city officials to appease Natcher by approving a plan to complete the highway system. The issue reached a raucous climax at a council meeting in early August 1969. Worried that council members would crumble under pro-highway pressure, more than 200 ECTC members and other freeway foes packed the meeting room. Sammy Abbott stood on his chair to lead deafening chants of no, 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 and then leaped on a police officer after Council Chair Gilbert Hahn ordered police to clear the room. A fist-swinging, chair-throwing melee erupted, according to the Post. Abbott, Booker, Julius Hobson, and 11 other activists were arrested. 28. The council reconvened behind barricaded doors and voted 6-2 to accept the Three Sisters Bridge and North Central Freeway in exchange for getting funds to build a subway. Congress showed us who was boss, lamented council member Polly Shackleton, who voted no. ECTC members condemned the council for having sold out. The D.C. government now stands naked as a sham. Even after the humiliating vote, Congressman Natcher refused to appropriate money for the subway until all freeway lawsuits were dropped or resolved. 29. The council's capitulation only intensified the battle, triggering 2 years of intense protest and litigation that focused increasingly on the Three Sisters Bridge, which freeway advocates and opponents alike considered the key to the entire highway system. Once completed, the bridge would funnel tens of thousands of cars from Northern Virginia into downtown Washington every day, necessitating the completion of the Inner Loop, the North Central Freeway, and other projects. If they could stop the bridge, freeway foes believed, they could prevent all the other interstates from paving the district. The ECTC worked with anti-freeway activists from across the country, and they tapped the growing power of student protesters at area colleges to form the D.C. Student Committee on the Transportation Crisis. Students in the predominantly white committee embraced Black Power slogans and imagery, and they consistently articulated racial arguments against the building of the bridge. In October 1969, a few dozen students occupied the Three Sisters Islands in the middle of the Potomac, leading to 140 arrests. A month later, Abbott joined Marion Barry and Julius Hobson at a Georgetown University rally that ended with some 200 protesters flooding neighborhood streets, setting fire to trash cans, and skirmishing with police. 30. The street protests paralleled a prolonged court battle led by the Committee of 100's legal team, which successfully argued that Congress could not override the city law requiring public input on the Three Sisters Bridge. A series of federal court rulings beginning in April 1970 repeatedly affirmed district residents' right to comment on the design and planning of the bridge, and they ordered the city once again to halt construction. With support from the nascent national environmental movement and increasingly vocal pro-subway activists in suburban Virginia and Maryland, the anti-freeway movement broadened its coalition and gained allies in Congress. In December 1971, the House of Representatives finally ended Congressman Natcher's blockade of subway funding. By the time the first metro trains began running on the Red Line in 1976, the Three Sisters Bridge, the North Central Freeway, and other interstate projects were fading into memory. 31. In the early 1960s, freeways crisscrossing the nation's capital seemed inevitable. 10 years later, they were impossible. Half a century on, they are unimaginable. Initially deemed quixotic, the anti-freeway movement had a tremendous impact on the city. Much of what 21st-century residents and visitors love about Washington: bucolic neighborhoods, historic architecture, a walkable downtown would have been destroyed by the vast network of freeways originally envisioned by city planners, Congress, local officials, and boosters in the press. The legacy of the ECTC and the anti-freeway movement extends beyond what was not built. It also points to what was built, a successful, interracial, cross-class coalition that united a variety of interests within the metropolitan area. Movement activists from confrontational outsiders such as Sammy Abbott and Reginald Booker to court-savvy insiders such as Peter Craig used a variety of strategies to outmaneuver opponents, persuade skeptics, and force reluctant local and federal officials to honor the wishes of D.C. voters. In the most politically impotent city in the nation, black and white, poor and affluent, student crazies and Covington and Burling lawyers had held out against the most powerful politicians in the country, wrote Sam Smith admiringly. It was a remarkable feat. 32. If we can't control it, let's kick it out of here, activists push for community control of the police. Washington crackled with protest energy in the late 1960s. Like anti-war, black power, feminist, and environmental protesters across the country, D.C.'s activists used increasingly forceful tactics to challenge local and federal authorities. One particular target was the police department, which many in the black community viewed as dangerous, corrupt, and filled with rogue, racist officers. After a series of police shootings of black citizens along 14th Street during summer 1968, the Black United Front held neighborhood hearings on police behavior, from which emerged a list of 13 demands for community control of the police department. "We have always had community control of police," Ruth Bates Harris observed wryly. "The problem is that it has been white community control." 33. Issued in September, the Buff's plan called for precinct-level and citywide citizens boards to recruit new officers, investigate charges of misconduct, and fire officers when appropriate, a ban on all white police patrols in black neighborhoods, a requirement that all police officers live in the district, and the firing of Chief John Layton. The Buff presented its plan to Council Vice Chairman Walter Fauntroy, who sat on the coalition's steering committee. Fauntroy promptly endorsed it, as did the city's Democratic Central Committee as well as many of the city's white radicals. Indeed, some community control rallies featured majority white crowds. 34. Few law enforcement officials seriously considered ceding control over their officers to community members. With crime rates spiking, the number of robberies had increased more than eightfold since 1960. Many traditionalists on the police force and their supporters, particularly among white residents, believed that community control would undermine officers' ability to do their jobs. During the 1968 presidential campaign, Republican Richard Nixon made the city a focal point of his law and order message, labeling D.C. a crime capital. After he took office, Nixon proposed a sweeping D.C. crime bill that included several controversial provisions, such as a no-knock rule that allowed police officers to enter a suspect's home without warning. 35. But some progressive-minded local and federal officials saw the need to reform the department. To improve the relationship between the police and the community, Robert Shellow, an Asch, 38-year-old white psychologist within the Federal Office of Economic Opportunity, developed the Model Precinct program. Shellow acknowledged that police were seen as a coercive, adversary force, especially in Negro inner-city areas, so he proposed to establish 24-hour storefront centers where neighborhood residents could have easy access to police as well as public health and welfare agencies. Shellow's plan also envisioned teenage patrols recruited to help police monitor suspicious activity, and it required officers to enroll in sensitivity training and Black history courses. Thoughtfully prepared and reflecting the latest in social science research, the proposal quickly won approval from OEO, which pledged $1.4 million for 18 months. 36. It was a disaster. From its inception, William Raspberry of the Post noted, the Model Precinct program, also known as the Pilot Police Project, faced two serious problems. First, the police are reluctant to relinquish any substantial control to the community. Second, the program gives the impression of trying to buy citizen informants in exchange for welfare services. At the first public announcement of the grant, the Star reported, Mayor Washington and other program supporters were startled to hear critics assail the idea as a Nazi-like program that will create a neighborhood-based spy network. 37. More than the specifics of the program, residents objected to the fact that none of the program's officials bothered to consult with anyone from the community that they hoped to reform. Even the OEO's own local anti-poverty group, the United Planning Organization, had not been involved. At a time when Washingtonians were demanding more autonomy, the Model Precinct program emerged, fully formed, from the brain of a white bureaucrat in a federal agency, and community members were expected simply to sign on. They refused. All too often the mistake has been made of planning for the poor instead of with the poor, explained UPO head Wiley Branton after the UPO board, insulted at being asked to rubber stamp the plan, rejected it altogether. 38. Office of Economic Opportunity officials forged ahead nonetheless. Shello began hiring staff in August 1968, and Mayor Washington appointed 39 community representatives to a committee that would hold neighborhood hearings and select a precinct to host the pilot project. Seeking to be representative of the whole city, the unwieldy board included black activists such as Marion Barry and Charles Castle, as well as conservative white representatives from the Metropolitan Board of Trade and the Federation of Citizens Associations. Barry, Castle, and other activists soon became disenchanted with the committee and quit. In their absence, the committee selected the 13th precinct to serve as the test site. 39. It was an odd and ultimately doomed choice. Bounded by Rock Creek Park to the west, North Capitol Street to the east, Euclid and Calvert Streets to the north, and S Street to the south, the 13th precinct had the city's second highest crime rate and included much of the riot-torn areas along 14th and 7th Streets. But few of the area's 70,000 residents expressed interest in the model precinct project. Only 40 had shown up to the public hearings on precinct selection, and most of them opposed the program entirely. 40. The selection of the 13th precinct triggered a backlash from the Black United Front and Pride, Inc., both of which had their headquarters in the area. Marion Barry led the attack. As in the bus boycott 2 years earlier, Barry saw resistance to the model precinct project as an opportunity to take a stand against a hated enemy and mobilize the community in support of radical change. With characteristic bravado, he threatened lawsuits, held mock people's courts to indict officials, and filibustered planning meetings and then dared opponents to do anything about it. This thing was forced on black people, he argued. If we can't control it, let's kick it out of here. 41. Not all black residents supported Barry. He and his supporters often alienated older, middle, and upper-class black Washingtonians who were frightened both by the rising crime rate which disproportionately affected black neighborhoods and by the strong-arm tactics and radicalism of young activists. Off the record, worried black residents feared that if a person spoke in favor of the police program, he might get his home burned down. Many came to support Sterling Tucker, the black leader of the Urban League who stressed both police reform and community responsibility. 42. Yet Barry remained the most powerful voice in the debate over the pilot project. When it became clear that the OEO was going ahead with the program, he engineered a takeover of the elected citizen board. After Barry and a slate of his supporters won election to the board in February 1970, conservative members of Congress urged the OEO to kill the program. Office of Economic Opportunity officials stood firm and Barry became chair of the board. His combative but competent style earned both respect from board members and loathing from police rank-and-file officers, one program trainer reported, considered him the devil incarnate. 43. The board never could wield authority over the police, but it did win control of the program's budget, procedures, and personnel. Among its first acts was to force Director Shello to resign, leading to a rotating set of directors who did not provide consistent leadership. Hampered by incessant internal bickering, consistent community opposition, and dwindling official support, the program slowly faded into obscurity. After $2.7 million in federal funding, plus another $170,000 for an OEO-sponsored film about it, the project closed shop in early 1973. 44. Had the pilot police project been proposed 10 or even 5 years earlier, it may have been welcomed. By 1968, however, Washingtonians were not willing to accept an officially approved, expert-designed program that ignored community input, no matter how much federal money came with it. "The people simply don't submit to arbitrary and harsh controls as we once did," explained the Black United Front's Charles Castle. "White people remain too paternalistic," Sterling Tucker wrote. "They remain immobile in a time of change and upheaval, steadfast in their "we can solve their problem for them" creed." 45. The attempt to bring DC police under community control drew strength from national movements, but like the anti-freeway protests, it was primarily a local fight for self-determination in a city long denied the power to govern itself. These battles sought to redefine the relationship between the federal government and the people of the capital cities so that Congress and the unelected officials chosen to lead Washington could no longer simply dictate the terms by which DC residents had to live. Federal and local officials could still try to ram freeways through neighborhoods or foist unwanted programs on Washingtonians, but by the late 1960s such imperiousness met with increasingly vociferous and effective opposition. Citizen power was limited and often only negative vocal. Organized residents could stop some objectionable plans but lacked the power to implement new ideas, and their opposition was not always successful. Yet in the new era of confrontational politics, DC residents of all races demanded accountability, participation, and control. In short, they wanted democracy in the nation's capital. Between the white and the black, Latino immigrants staked their claim to the city. Carlos Rosario helped bring Spanish speakers into the citywide calls for democracy. A native of San Juan, Puerto Rico, Rosario attended the University of Puerto Rico and served in a segregated Puerto Rican unit of the U.S. Army during World War II. He trained to become an X-ray technician and immigrated to the United States in 1950 to take a federal job with what soon became the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare. He and his wife, Carmen, moved to D.C. in 1952 and settled on Hobart Street NW in Mount Pleasant. Bilingual and educated with twinkling eyes and an easy smile, the charismatic Rosario channeled his abundant energy into building a sense of community out of the disparate group of Spanish speakers isolated in an English-speaking city accustomed to viewing itself solely in black and white. 46. When he first came to Washington, Rosario recalled years later, there was no Spanish community. At less than 1% of DC residents, the population of Spanish speakers was small, unorganized, and politically invisible. It grew slowly after World War II as Latin American countries established embassies and international organizations such as the World Bank staffed offices, primarily along 16th Street and Massachusetts Avenue NW. Professional staff and domestic workers clustered in the nearby neighborhoods of Mount Pleasant and Adams Morgan, which for decades had been bucolic streetcar suburbs for well-to-do white Washingtonians. The population expanded rapidly beginning in the late 1950s, spurred first by political turmoil in Cuba, Guatemala, El Salvador, and elsewhere, and later by the passage of the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965, which allowed for greater immigration from Latin American countries. Though some of the new immigrants were professionals back in their home countries, the vast majority found low-wage work in domestic service, childcare, construction, and restaurants. 47. Unlike in the American Southwest, where Latino immigrants primarily were male agricultural workers, women drove Latino immigration to Washington. Rosa Lopez was emblematic of D.C.'s nascent immigrant community. Born in El Salvador, Lopez worked as a housekeeper for an American family that was posted with the U.S. Agency for International Development in San Salvador in the 1960s. When the family returned to Washington, they brought Lopez with them, and she eventually became a permanent U.S. resident. She settled in Mount Pleasant, and her husband, Javier, joined her in 1968. In the ensuing decades, 35 Lopez family members made their way to the Washington area. 48. Pioneering women like Lopez helped transform Mount Pleasant Adams Morgan into the city's unofficial barrio, with "Se habla español" signs and Latino restaurants, bodegas, barbershops, grocery stores, a churreria, and other businesses peppering the commercial strips near the intersection of 18th Street and Columbia Road. Squeezed between mostly low-income black residents to the east and high-income white residents to the west, the community's heterogeneous population represented nearly 24 countries and defied attempts at racial, economic, or political categorization. It boasted every shade of skin color from dark-skinned Panamanians to light-skinned Ecuadorians and every income level from working-class Guatemalan domestics to well-off Cuban entrepreneurs. Latino residents, called Latins or Spanish speakers at the time, simply did not fit into Washington's binary racial structure. The Spanish-speaking are between the white and the black, explained Sister Maria Luisa of Mount Pleasant's Spanish Catholic Center. 49. Rosario helped create communal threads to knit the city's Latino residents together. He began with social events. He started the Latin American Social Club to host dances, planned Independence Day celebrations for each of the nations represented in the area, and rented the Colony Theater on Georgia Avenue for Spanish-language movies. An English speaker with experience in the government, he positioned himself as a fixer, a skilled problem solver who could help struggling Spanish speakers find jobs, secure housing, and deal with the city's bureaucracy. At movie screenings, I always announced that any person who was looking for a job should call me, and I would help them, he remembered. 50. The city's Spanish-speaking population boomed in the 1960s. According to the Census Bureau, between 1960 and 1970 the number of Hispanic people in Washington more than doubled to 15,671, though Rosario and other local leaders insisted the number was closer to 50,000. The community was always too diverse for a single leader to represent the variety of interests among Latino residents, but Rosario built a loyal following and gained a reputation as one of the few English-speaking spokesmen who could articulate Latino needs in the larger community. 51. There were many immigrant success stories: Puerto Ricans finding solid government jobs, Cubans opening thriving small businesses, but Latino residents often struggled in Washington. They faced many of the challenges that confronted their low-income black neighbors, including discrimination in employment, housing, education, and law enforcement, but with the added barrier of language. One major concern was underemployment. Language difficulties prevented many immigrants from taking jobs commensurate with their education and skills. A carpenter cannot be a carpenter if he doesn't know the names of his tools, or understand what you want done, said Rudolfo Ramos of D.C.'s Latin American Alliance. So to get by, he takes a job as a dishwasher. Underemployment was particularly galling for well-educated immigrants, who often had to take low-paying jobs outside their field because they could not get certified or meet the language expectations in their professions. Once on the job, workers often found themselves exploited by employers who refused to pay them adequate wages and threatened them with deportation. 52. Not surprisingly, a high percentage of Latino immigrants lived in poverty. Manuel Gonzalez, one of the few bilingual staffers at the United Planning Organization, estimated that the median income for Latino residents in Mount Pleasant was just $3,000, right at the poverty line. About 80% of Spanish-speaking students at the local Oyster Elementary School lived in poverty. Seeking to share the high cost of rent, many immigrants crowded into apartment buildings. Landlords happily took their rent but often refused to maintain the roach-infested buildings, claiming that the tenants violated their rental agreements by allowing too many people to live with them. 53. For many Latino families, education was another barrier. They sometimes chose not to send their children to school at all, explained Franciscan priest José Somoza, because the children don't understand, they don't have a teacher who understands Spanish, or they have to stay home to take care of younger brothers or sisters. Law enforcement presented another problem. The community struggled to communicate with local police officers. Only 3 of 116 police officers in the Mount Pleasant Adams Morgan precinct in 1967 spoke any Spanish, so minor incidents all too often blew up into serious altercations. 54. Add to this the problem of getting Social Security cards, employment, a reliable used car for $400 or $500, a driver's permit, license tags, and so on. In the cultural adjustment from adobe to cement, clay pots to aluminum, and unlocked doors to Washington-style fortress living, wrote Richard Critchfield in the Post. Despite the persistent belief in America as a land of prosperity, Cuban immigrant Martha Vidana acknowledged, this can be a hard country to live in. 55. Yet few Spanish-speaking residents spoke up or petitioned the local government for redress of their grievances. The reasons were largely economic. Many residents worked long hours at grueling manual labor jobs, leaving little time or energy to devote to politics. Culture and experience also played a role. Many immigrants had fled countries where political activism could prompt deadly retaliation, so they feared speaking out. Some came to the country without legal papers and avoided doing anything to attract attention from government officials. Others simply did not want to complain about a country that had opened its doors to them. Some of these people make a cross of the fact that they do not make demands, said one exasperated Latino leader. 56. By the mid-1960s, Rosario and a handful of English-speaking Latino leaders such as the Reverend Antonio Welty of Good Shepherd United Presbyterian Church, a Colombian, began to organize the Spanish-speaking community. Adopting the strategies and rhetoric pioneered by civil rights activists, they confronted local and federal authorities to demand that government respond to the needs of the burgeoning Latino population. Rosario created the Committee for the Aid and Development of Spanish-Speaking Disadvantaged Minority in the District of Columbia and began to advocate for Latino interests within the English-speaking community. Welty organized 8 a.m. breakfasts at the Wilson Center on Irving Street, NW, which by the late 1960s had become a hub of social activity for the growing immigrant population. The pair worked with public school officials to hire bilingual teachers and staff and offer adult English courses. They pushed police officials to start immersive Spanish-language training for officers, and they lobbied for money to pay for public health, recreation, and housing programs in Hispanic neighborhoods. 57. Though many of the vocal leaders were men, the vast majority of people involved in these efforts were women. They staffed training programs, attended language classes, and helped orient new immigrants to the city. Always it was the mothers, the wives, who sought help, said Casilda Luna, a Dominican janitor and community activist. That's how the community began. Over time, these efforts to organize Spanish speakers helped forge a new Latino identity that crossed divisions of race, class, politics, and nation. 58. As Latino residents grew more numerous and better organized, they sometimes clashed with their black neighbors. Despite periodic attempts to unite non-white minority groups into a class-based coalition, Black and Latino residents in D.C. often approached one another warily. Like the Irish immigrants before them, Latino immigrants competed against Black workers for low-income jobs, but they could not match Black political strength. Many Latino residents referred to Black and white people alike as Anglos, a term that elsewhere meant white people or boss. In late 1960s Washington, many Latino residents believed, the black man is the boss man. 59. Tensions flared on neighborhood streets, in crowded apartment buildings, and in the hallways of Lincoln Junior High School and other schools with significant Latino student populations. The Spanish and the Black live here together, but not integrated, worried Sister Maria Luisa. They are not friends. Carlos Rosario, too, recognized the racial difficulties. The two groups don't understand each other as well as they should, and haven't really begun to work together on common needs and interests, he said in 1970.60. Crime complicated the relationship between the Black and Latino communities. As crime rates surged after the 1968 riots, many Latino residents saw themselves as easy targets for Black criminals, and they urged more police protection in Mount Pleasant and Adams Morgan. Like their white and Black peers, many better educated, middle-class Latino residents left for the suburbs after the riots, spurring the growth of the Hispanic populations in Langley Park, Maryland, Arlington, Virginia, and other suburban communities. Many would like to stay because of the Latin atmosphere in Mount Pleasant, lamented the Reverend Welty, but they're afraid. 61. Those who remained in the district, wrote the Star's Philip Chandler, tended to be those who need help the most, the newest, the most underemployed, the least prepared by background and experience to cope with the rising tensions. The riots refocused city officials' energies toward the needs of the Black community, often at the expense of Latino concerns. An effort to train police officers in Spanish, for example, was scrapped after the riots. Black has become the color of urgency, one Latino leader noted ruefully. 62. Latino activists' efforts to organize their community often conflicted with the goals of black political leaders, as Carlos Rosario discovered. In 1965, Rosario helped found Change, Cardozo Heights Association for Neighborhood Growth and Enrichment, an anti-poverty nonprofit funded by the Office of Economic Opportunity. When the predominantly black organization faced internal struggles between moderate and militant members, the savvy Rosario maneuvered to become president by positioning himself as a safe candidate on whom everyone could agree. Many black members, however, complained that he focused too much on Latino needs. One board member remarked, "He's very conscientious, works very hard, but is simply unable to communicate effectively with people who don't speak Spanish, in this case, black people." 63. As president, Rosario struggled with executive director Ruth Webster, a black mother of 14 who embodied the civil rights goal of developing leadership within the poor black community. Webster believed that Latino residents and other ethnic minorities should learn to adjust to the community they are living in. She wanted racial and cultural integration and did not believe that Change should develop a special program for the Latino community. But Rosario and other Latino residents insisted that their community had specific needs, particularly for language training. When Webster refused help, they grew increasingly resentful. 64. Latino political frustration manifested itself in complaints against Mayor Walter Washington. Like Ruth Webster, the mayor and many of his top officials believed that the Spanish-speaking community would best be served by universal, citywide programs, but Rosario and other leaders argued that their constituents needed targeted action. When Washington was first appointed in 1967, Rosario asked him to create a liaison office between the city and the Latino community. Washington agreed, but the person assigned to the position offered zero service, Rosario complained, and quit without being replaced. Lacking any electoral means to express their community's discontent, Rosario and other Spanish-speaking residents turned to Congress. In particular, they sought support from the Senate's sole Hispanic member, Democrat Joseph Montoya of New Mexico, who sat on the D.C. Appropriations Subcommittee. Montoya pressured the council to hold hearings on problems in the Latino community. Held in January 1970, the hearings gave Latino residents the opportunity to vent long-held grievances, including language barriers, exploitative landlords, difficulties with police, and struggles in the school system. The 6 black members of the council recognized most of the complaints as the same ones that Negroes had been forced to deal with in earlier days, wrote William Raspberry in the Post. The city has neglected its Spanish-speaking residents. 65. Out of the hearings emerged the Spanish Community Advisory Committee, an appointed 15-member body that would make policy recommendations to city officials. Rosario became executive secretary and Antonio Welty served as chair, and Latino residents now had a direct point of contact within the city government. But efforts to build Latino political power suffered a serious setback with the publication of the 1970 census, which counted 15,671 Latino residents in D.C. and another 55,000 in the Maryland and Virginia suburbs. Angry Latino leaders denounced the figures as wildly inaccurate, arguing that there was an undercount because Latino residents often refused to fill out census forms, particularly if they were undocumented immigrants, and census surveyors sometimes skipped or miscounted Hispanic households. 66. Fearing that the low population totals could give city officials an excuse to ignore the community, Rosario joined with Marcela Davila, Casilda Luna, and other Latino leaders to amplify Latino residents' political voice through a Hispanic American Festival, an annual showcase of Latino culture. Like the Emancipation Day parades that Black Washingtonians held in the post-Civil War era, the festival aimed not only to celebrate community heritage and achievements but also to offer visible evidence of the size and strength of the Latino community. The festival was for us a demonstration to the American people that yes, we existed here, said Pedro Lujan, a Peruvian who helped found the celebration. First held in August 1971, the festival brought thousands of Latino residents to Columbia Road, attracting the attention of politicians and the media alike. 67. The Hispanic American Festival and the Spanish Community Advisory Committee, along with other community organizations that sprouted in the early 1970s, did not immediately alleviate long-standing concerns in the Latino community. A one-day event in a small city office with a $40,000 budget could only do so much, and struggles with language, culture, and city bureaucracy persisted throughout the 1970s. But the years of political organizing and community mobilization that made Latino institutions possible helped transform the community into a visible political force. "We have come a long way in the last 5 years," noted a pleased Carlos Rosario in 1973. "The Spanish community is no longer a lonesome community." The timing of the Latino political awakening was auspicious, for it coincided with the culmination of the city's Home Rule movement. After nearly a century of appointed government, Washington was on the verge of winning the right to govern itself. 68. "You don't need the bullet when you got the ballot," D.C. wins Home Rule. Anita Ford Allen was unapologetically old-fashioned in an era of upheaval. Born in 1925, she grew up in Anacostia surrounded by aunts, uncles, and cousins in a community she remembered as close-knit, composed of generally hard-working families. Her roots were undeniably working class. Her father worked nights at the government printing office, her mother cleaned offices in the Library of Congress, but she had upwardly mobile ambitions. The valedictorian of Armstrong High School, she graduated summa cum laude from Howard and earned a master's degree from the University of Chicago, then returned to Washington to become a civil servant. She joined the Federal Office of Education in 1965. 2 years later, she was appointed to serve on the D.C. School Board. Light-skinned with a penetrating gaze, Allen stood 5'9" and often wore elaborate hats that made her seem even taller and more imposing. She developed a reputation for both her knowledge of educational policy and her blunt manner, a woman with little patience for either go-slow school administrators or gung-ho black separatists. 69. Allen's passion for education led her to run in Washington's first election in nearly a century, the November 1968 school board election. The bill to establish an elected, 11-member school board emerged on the heels of President Johnson's government reorganization plan in August 1967. It sailed through both chambers of Congress later that year with just 3 nay votes, becoming law shortly after the April 1968 riots. The election attracted 64 candidates with a variety of backgrounds, including federal workers, community activists, and non-traditional office seekers such as beautician Ilya Bullock, who paid her filing fee in small change jammed in brown paper bags. Activist Julius Hobson won the most votes. Allen survived a runoff to win an at-large seat. 70. As local activists and community leaders shifted from protest to electoral politics, the school board D.C.'s only elected body became the focal point of political energy. The simmering tensions that had been kept in check by coalition building exploded into ugly fights for power and office. Allen, an avowed liberal and an integrationist, rejected efforts to use schools to develop black political consciousness and clashed frequently with Hobson, Charles Castle, who won election to the board in 1969, and other activists who pushed for community control of schools. "What most people want is better schools, not control," she argued. After she became president of the board in 1969, she presided over many fractious meetings that at times devolved into personal attacks. At one meeting, a group of black high school students taunted, "Hey, Mrs. Allen, are you black?" 71. Allen, like Mary Church Terrell, Calvin Chase, and John Mercer Langston in eras past, embodied a middle class, often light-skinned, within the system form of leadership that historically had exercised disproportionate influence within Black Washington. That traditional leadership increasingly came under attack in the late 1960s. When Allen came up for re-election in 1971, she faced Marion Barry, who represented a younger, militant form of leadership that appealed to a lower-income constituency. Turning his community organizing skills to politics, Barry ran a high-energy campaign for the part-time post and promised to bring radical change to a school board he labeled the laughingstock of the nation. Though he had little experience with schools or education policy, Barry crushed Allen. 72. By 1971, city residents had another outlet for their political energies, the office of the non-voting delegate in Congress. Proposed by President Nixon as an interim step toward full representation, a bill creating the symbolic delegate post passed Congress in 1970. Though it had no voting power, the position attracted considerable interest, and the 1971 campaign pitted two civil rights heavyweights against each other, Julius Hobson and Walter Fauntroy. The two often had worked together, but they were very different men. The one, a profane, no-nonsense atheist who despised compromise, the other a gregarious preacher who enjoyed the give and take of deal-making. And they did not care for each other personally. During the campaign, Hobson mocked Fauntroy's self-important manner, calling him Little Lord Fauntroy and telling voters their choice was between a man or a boy in Congress 73. The Hobson-Fauntroy campaign revived an old idea that would resonate in D.C. politics for decades: statehood. The idea to turn D.C. from a federal city into a state on equal footing with the rest of the Union dated back to the late 19th century, when white labor leader A. E. Redstone called for the establishment of a new state of Columbia. The idea languished until 1969, when the Reverend Douglas Moore, journalist Chuck Stone, and other black nationalists announced the creation of the D.C. Statehood Committee and vowed to use whatever means necessary to make Washington the 51st state. The committee never followed up on its dramatic announcement, but it inspired Sam Smith, the crusading editor of the alternative Capital East Gazette, later the D.C. Gazette, to take up the issue the following year. A native white Washingtonian who volunteered in the Free D.C. movement, Smith published The Case for D.C. Statehood, in which he called on city residents to embrace unfettered, uncompromised, self-determination, statehood. 74. Needing a platform for his third-party run against Fauntroy, Hobson adopted Smith's idea and ran as the only candidate of the new Statehood Party. The name was deceptive. Statehood Party members were a diverse group of activists primarily interested in education, housing, and racial equality, but Hobson's campaign made statehood a serious, if divisive, topic of debate within the movement for D.C. self-determination. Hobson demanded immediate statehood even though there was little support for it in Congress, reasoning that a clear, uncompromising demand would bring the idea from the margins to the center. Fauntroy feared that pushing a statehood bill would lead to overwhelming defeat and undermine the self-determination cause in the long term. Even if Congress did approve statehood, Fauntroy believed, it surely would cancel the congressional payment, then roughly 20% of the city's budget, a scenario he likened to giving D.C. residents a reservation after they kill off all of the buffalo. He advocated instead for a home rule bill and a subsequent constitutional amendment calling for full voting representation in Congress. 75. Fauntroy handily defeated Hobson in the 1971 election. Once in Congress as non-voting delegate, he built support for the city through a strategy he called the arithmetic of our power politics. Black voters were in the minority nationwide, but Fauntroy noted that they held the balance of power in roughly 150 congressional districts, mostly in the South. If they stood united, they could sway elections and force the representatives in those districts to pay attention to their demands. 76. Using this strategy, Fauntroy led a vigorous campaign to help unseat John McMillan, the notorious South Carolina segregationist who had opposed so many D.C. civil rights initiatives. Fauntroy sent dozens of organizers to McMillan's congressional district in 1972, rallying black voters, who made up 28% of the district, and highlighting McMillan's racist record. McMillan suffered a stunning defeat. Asked to explain his loss, he groused, "The colored people were bought out." 77. McMillan's ouster cleared the way for home rule in D.C. His successor as chair of the House District Committee was Charles Diggs, a black congressman from Michigan with a long history of supporting greater D.C. autonomy. Diggs pushed the D.C. Home Rule Act through the House, and President Nixon signed it into law in December 1973, 99 years after Congress stripped the city of self-government. The bill established an elected government with a mayor and a 13-member council empowered to levy taxes, determine spending, and pass legislation. 78. Congress did not relinquish control entirely, however. To the dismay of self-determination advocates, all legislation passed by the Council remained subject to congressional review and veto. It's a joint partnership, Representative Diggs explained, but Congress is the superior partner. The bill was a legislative remedy rather than a constitutional one, meaning Congress could revoke it in the future. Indeed, some members of Congress saw Home Rule as an experiment. As one influential representative told Diggs, "I'll give it 5 years, then we'll have to repeal it." The limited Home Rule bill was designed to keep the natives happy and tranquil, grumbled the D.C. Gazette's Sam Smith. 79. Despite its limitations, the Home Rule bill marked a significant milestone in D.C. politics and was justly celebrated as both a major achievement of the civil rights movement and an exciting opportunity to wield black power. The bill not only established the basic structure of elected self-government but also created a remarkable space for neighborhood autonomy. Tucked into the bill at the behest of Democrat Don Fraser of Minnesota was a provision creating advisory neighborhood commissions, ANCs, that empowered residents to elect representatives within a 2,000-person neighborhood district. With about 360 representatives elected to 36 neighborhood councils, the ANCs were a symbolic and substantive product of the times, an institutional form of participatory democracy that would flummox political leaders for years to come. 80. The Home Rule bill set the stage for a new era in D.C. politics. The political energy generated by the school board and delegate races now flowed into the 1974 campaign for council. In a wide-open contest with no established slates and infant party organizations incapable of shaping the field, a veritable army of 100 poverty officials, Black Power activists, federal appointees, and ministers crowded into the 14 races for mayor and D.C. Council. It was a political free-for-all, with the exception of the race for council chairman. Urban League head Sterling Tucker ran unopposed, the only candidate to do so. 81. The council that emerged reflected a remarkable shift from protest to politics. Walter Washington became mayor, and 9 of the 11 elected black members were civil rights veterans, including Marion Barry and Julius Hobson. The council's 2 white members, Polly Shackleton and David Clark, both had strong civil rights credentials. After years of challenging city officials and pushing for change from the outside, they now stood as elected leaders with official responsibilities. In the early stages, some of the members were still damning the power structure and the system, Chairman Tucker recalled. I had to remind them that they were the power structure and system. 82. Having won, limited, Home Rule, self-determination activists planned a campaign for full voting representation in Congress to coincide with the nation's 1976 bicentennial. It seemed a politically opportune time, as the Watergate scandal had knocked many conservative opponents of increased D.C. self-determination on their heels, and Democrats, who largely supported D.C. voting rights, held huge majorities in the House and Senate. Activists united behind a D.C. voting rights amendment to the Constitution. Delegate Fauntroy introduced the amendment in Congress in 1975, imploring his colleagues to mend a crack in the Liberty Bell. Self-determination for D.C. SDDC, a national advocacy group founded in 1971, coordinated an intense lobbying effort that inundated targeted members of Congress with phone calls, letters, and visits from professional lobbyists and citizen advocates. 83. Their efforts bore impressive fruit. Both parties supported the amendment in their 1976 party platforms, and in March 1978 the House passed it 289-127. In the Senate, Fauntroy and SDDC won key support from Republican Senator Strom Thurmond of South Carolina by promising not to rally black voters against him during his tough re-election campaign in 1978. The longtime civil rights foe lined up co-sponsors among conservative Republicans and gave an extraordinary floor speech in which he declared that human rights begins at home here in the nation's capital. The amendment passed 67-32 and headed to the states for ratification. 84. The success of the D.C. Voting Rights Amendment symbolized D.C.'s rising national stature and the hope of the early Home Rule era. In 1975, funk band Parliament released an ode to D.C. titled Chocolate City, a nickname popularized by local disc jockeys such as Nighthawk in the early 1970s and embraced by the city's black population. "You don't need the bullet when you got the ballot," cooed lead singer George Clinton. For many black residents, Chocolate City captured the pride and promise of home rule. The city enjoyed a flowering of black culture and consciousness expressed in go-go music, a style indigenous to the city, the DC Black Repertory Company, where SNCC veteran Bernice Johnson Reagon and others founded the a cappella group Sweet Honey in the Rock, and predominantly black Federal City College, folded into a new University of the District of Columbia in 1976. With an elected leadership that reflected the city's 71% black population, Washington reasserted itself as the capital of Black America. For some white residents, home rule only reinforced a deepening sense of insecurity and resignation. Washingtonian magazine captured white fears in a controversial October 1976 cover story featuring a provocative picture of an ice cream cone with 1 scoop of vanilla buried under 4 scoops of chocolate. The headline asked, "Can whites survive in D.C?" with the subhead reading, "A Chocolate City mentality is taking hold in the district. A new kind of racism is emerging." Writer John Sansing interviewed numerous white residents, many of whom professed to be political liberals, and found them nervous, alienated from the home rule government, and surprised at their own growing racial prejudice. One 26-year-old teacher described herself as having changed from lily white liberal to realistic racist after having lived in Adams Morgan and fearing her black and Latino neighbors. Like many of her white peers, she saw Congress as the only check on the black majority. "I know it is terrible to feel, but when home rule really comes and we don't have Congress to protect us, whites, I would want to leave the district entirely," she said. 85. People are doing this all over, shoving people out, development and gentrification in 1970s DC. For all the hope of the post-riot era, Washingtonians of all races recognized that DC faced serious demographic and economic problems. Like cities nationwide, Washington was hemorrhaging people. Between 1970 and 1980, its population shrank more than 15% to 638,333 as middle-class white families continued to leave for the suburbs, joined by an increasing number of middle-class black and Latino residents, as well as businesses that catered to them. The crime wave of the late 1960s and early 1970s appeared to have crested, but it had devastated huge sections of the center city. Boarded-up buildings, barricaded stores, and riot-charred hulks lined much of the commercial corridors along 14th Street NW, 7th Street NW, and H Street NE. Seeking ways to entice people back to the city and preserve the tax base, nervous policy-makers focused on real estate development and worked closely with developers on massive projects such as a new convention center, the renewal of Pennsylvania Avenue, and the Metro. 86. The emphasis on new development exacerbated a growing housing problem as developers eyed aging central city neighborhoods for revitalization projects. What came to be called gentrification, a word popularized in the 1970s to describe the process by which low-income residents of a neighborhood are gradually displaced by higher-income residents, already had reshaped several DC neighborhoods in preceding decades. The first wave of gentrification hit Georgetown in the 1920s and 1930s as white professionals moved into what had been a deteriorating working-class neighborhood and began to restore the area's old homes. By the 1950s, Georgetown had become among the city's most exclusive neighborhoods. Another wave of revitalization and displacement washed over Foggy Bottom and Capitol Hill in the 1950s and 1960s as developers refurbished slum houses and sold them to wealthier newcomers. 87. But the displacement of the 1970s was much larger and more rapid than in the past. Attracted by rock-bottom housing prices and the success of restorationists in Georgetown and elsewhere, developers, speculators, and amateur flippers snapped up property in Adams Morgan, Mount Pleasant, Logan Circle, and other older neighborhoods. Young professionals followed fast on their heels, inspired in part by a back-to-the-city ethos rooted in the era's counter-cultural critique of the suburbs. Low-income residents in these neighborhoods are forced out by escalating rents, an inability to come up with down payments to prevent their homes from being sold to new owners, and, in the case of homeowners, higher property taxes in their suddenly more expensive neighborhood, wrote the Post's Milton Coleman. For the most part, the settlers staking out a new life in these once neglected areas of glass-strewn sidewalks and rodent-infested alleys are white. 88. Table 6 Washington's population, 1970–1990. Many developers focused on converting old apartment buildings or large tracts of townhouses into condominiums, displacing occupants in large and alarming chunks. Within just a few months in 1973, owners evicted tenants in 11 Adams Morgan apartment buildings and an entire block of Capitol Hill rooming houses. Condominium conversion accelerated as the decade wore on. A 1979 study found that about 12% of the city's apartment units had been or were in the process of being converted to condominiums. Real estate prices spiraled upward. In Adams Morgan, Mount Pleasant, and Capitol Hill, home prices doubled in less than 5 years, pushing them far beyond the reach of most of the Black and Latino residents who called these neighborhoods home. 89. Calling for neighbor power, local activists mobilized to protect low-income renters and fight displacement by forming neighborhood-based tenants' rights groups such as the Capitol East Community Organization and the Adams Morgan Organization. The Citywide Housing Coalition, founded in 1973, connected activists across neighborhoods. In the past, advocates for displaced renters found few friends in government. With the advent of home rule, however, they could leverage the might of activists turned politicians in their struggle against landlords and developers. 90. Two such activists were Councilman David Clark and Councilwoman Nadine Winter, who made anti-displacement legislation a priority. As one of its first moves in the Home Rule era, the Council passed the D.C. Rent Control Act, which placed a cap on rent increases and gave tenants the first right to purchase their unit if a building was slated for condominium conversion. The following year, the Council set benchmarks for developers who sought to convert apartments to condominiums. But Clark and Winter's proposed penalty for developers who bought and quickly resold property flippers met stiff resistance from real estate interests, which worked with Revenue and Finance Committee Chairman Marion Barry to block the bill. 91. As city leaders debated anti-displacement legislation, renters on the 1700 block of Seton Street and W. Indiana Adams Morgan fought back. In April 1976, Center Properties of Bethesda, Maryland, bought several dilapidated row houses on the block. Planning to renovate the buildings and resell them for more than triple what they paid, Center officials sent eviction notices to more than 24 households. Most renters believed that they lacked the resources to fight Center and decided to move, but 9 families chose to challenge the developer. Seton Street was no paradise. City inspectors found 959 health and safety code violations spread among the street's 44 houses, but residents were deeply attached to their neighborhood and considered their ramshackle apartments home. The 9 defiant families contacted the Adams Morgan Organization, sued Center Properties to halt the evictions, and began raising money to buy the homes themselves. "People are doing this all over shoving people out," said resident Joseph Lewis Jr. "That isn't right." For more than a year, the Seton Street tenants stayed put. Facing a rising tide of public disapproval, Center Properties agreed to sell to the tenants just days before the case went to trial. 92. Inspired by the Seton Street protest and threatened by the accelerated pace of displacement, renters staged so many raucous and disruptive protests that the Post dubbed 1978 the year of the Renters' Revolt. The protests pushed the council to pass a series of progressive measures to protect low-income residents and provide financial incentives to help them purchase their own homes. Although some of these laws were honored in the breach and others were allowed to lapse in the early 1980s, tenants and tenants' rights activists were nonetheless able to use them to slow displacement in some neighborhoods. 93. Our last chance to solidify, the 1978 mayoral campaign. Gentrification and the growing income inequality that it reflected became major issues in the 1978 mayoral campaign. Incumbent Mayor Walter Washington emphasized his experience and integrity and boasted of his role in the city's post-riot renaissance, but many voters had soured on his bland leadership. He faced a stiff challenge from Council Chairman Sterling Tucker, who won the support of Walter Fauntroy's formidable political network and emerged as the clear front-runner. 94. The expected clash between two establishment titans, Tucker and Washington, was disrupted by the ambitions and political good fortune of hustling council member Marion Barry. On the council, Barry used his position as chair of the Revenue and Finance Committee to build relationships with the business community and establish a reputation as a canny politician capable of balancing the interests of D.C.'s diverse constituencies. Still relatively unknown or mistrusted in large parts of the city, particularly vote-rich, predominantly white Ward 3, Barry benefited, remarkably, from being shot. 95. It happened on March 9, 1977. Armed groups of Hanafi Muslims, an offshoot sect of the Nation of Islam that had established its headquarters in the Gold Coast area of Upper 16th Street NW, stormed the B'nai B'rith headquarters on Rhode Island Avenue NW and the Islamic Center on Massachusetts Avenue NW, seizing more than 100 hostages. A third, smaller contingent burst onto the fifth floor of the district building, captured hostages near Sterling Tucker's office, and exchanged gunfire with police. A ricocheting shotgun pellet pierced Marion Barry in the chest as the councilman exited an elevator. 96. Though the wound later would be dubbed superficial, initial coverage reported that Barry had been shot near his heart, and pictures of the councilman, his chest wrapped in bandages, flashed across the evening news. Sitting in his hospital room, watching the cards and flowers pile up around him, Barry, ever the astute politician, believed that the shooting would give him the boost he needed to run for mayor. He summoned his fundraiser to his bedside and directed him to open a campaign account. Though his odds were long, he threw his hat in the ring. 97. Barry's decision to enter the 1978 mayoral election scuttled Walter Fauntroy's efforts to bring order out of the chaos that had characterized the early Home Rule-era elections. Identifying Tucker as the more experienced and popular candidate, Fauntroy instructed Barry to wait his turn and run for council chairman. Instead, Barry cast himself as an outsider valiantly struggling against political bosses intent on anointing an administration hand-picked by a handful. 98. The three-way Democratic contest divided the black electorate. Washington appealed to the older black elite, organized labor, and many working-class voters, particularly city employees. Tucker cultivated younger, middle-class black professionals, federal workers, and business owners. Barry received the smallest share of the black vote, mainly from young professionals and the poor. Black ministers supported either Washington or Tucker, while the Democratic State Committee split between Tucker and Barry. 99. Though the candidates and their top aides were black, race remained a divisive factor in the election. The fear of losing what limited black control there is in this city, a subject seldom raised publicly, is a constant backdrop to this year's election, wrote the Post's Milton Coleman. For many worried black residents, the fierce infighting among black politicians, the scandal-focused scrutiny of the media, and the return of white residents to gentrifying neighborhoods were signs of resurgent white political power. They pointed to comments by Metropolitan Board of Trade President Robert Linos, who in April confidently predicted that the city soon would be racially balanced and solidly middle and upper class, with the poor commuting in from the suburbs. "There's a healthy sense of peril," commented one politically active black lawyer. "This is our last chance to solidify before whites will start demanding the top positions." 100. With the black community divided, white voters held the balance of power in the election and they broke for Barry. The former Black Power militant cultivated high-profile white supporters, including Nancy Bitsy Folger, the former chair of Procter & Gamble, and young, ambitious developers Jeffrey Cohen and Conrad Kaffritz, and he embraced socially liberal positions in favor of gay rights and marijuana legalization that angered black ministers but appealed to white liberals. He won support from white radicals, young white professionals who had moved into gentrifying neighborhoods, the politically potent white gay community centered near Logan and DuPont circles, and even some established white voters in Ward 3.101. Fascinated by Barry's rise from sharecropper's son to councilman, many white voters viewed him as a break from the past, a man tough enough to deal with both the black poor and the white business interests. He gained the surprise endorsement of the Washington Post, whose editors were impressed with Berry's quality of leadership and lauded his genuinely bold and alive commitment to make things happen. The Post's 6 pro-Berry editorials and the candidate's subsequent climb in the polls so unnerved Sterling Tucker that he desperately tried to coax Berry to drop out less than a week before the Democratic primary. 102. The final tally was agonizingly close. Ahead by fewer than 2,000 votes, Berry tentatively claimed victory on election night, but it would take 2 weeks of recounts and special pleading from Walter Fauntroy for Tucker to concede defeat. 103. White voters and the Post had put Berry over the top, and as he approached the general election, he had to battle the impression that he was the white folks' candidate, a poisonous label in the proudly black city. During the primary campaign, Berry aides had taken great pains to ensure that their candidate was not photographed too often with white supporters, and his press secretary had demanded that newspapers explicitly identify the candidate's new multiracial bride, Effie Berry, as a light-skinned black woman because her angular facial features made her appear white in newspaper photos. But the role of white voters in his victory as well as the triumph of Betty Ann Kane, the first white candidate to win an at-large council race, concerned some black observers. 104. Newly elected Mayor Marion Berry receives the oath of office from Supreme Court Justice Thurgood Marshall in January 1979. The son of sharecroppers and a civil rights activist who had arrived in D.C. in 1965, Berry embodied the hopes and promise of Chocolate City. Reprinted with permission of the D.C. Public Library, Star Collection, copyright Washington Post. Soon after the primary, Washington Afro-American columnist Lillian Wiggins voiced the whispered fears that faceless and nameless people had a master plan to undo black gains and reassert white control over the city. An outspoken member of the black middle class, Wiggins noted that African American voters had split their vote while white voters had magnified their electoral clout well beyond their numbers by coalescing behind particular candidates. Chastising black politicos for failing to guard against a united white voting bloc, Wiggins wrote that the grab for power among black politicians struck a blow for the master plan. She predicted that should Berry win the general election in November, he too will feel the sting of the master plan, and counseled him to unify the black vote to protect himself. Wiggins's fears of a master plan, later shortened to the plan, would echo through D.C. politics for the next 3 decades, cropping up whenever a corruption investigation or white political gains threatened black elected officials or gentrification displaced black residents. 105. In the general election, Berry faced Republican Arthur Fletcher, a black Purple Heart recipient, former pro football player, and Assistant Secretary of Labor under President Nixon. Though a formidable candidate, Fletcher could not compete in a 90% Democratic city, and Berry won 130 of the city's 137 precincts. Yet the results forecast the racial dynamics of city elections for the next 2 decades. Many of the white voters who supported Berry in the primary turned out for Fletcher in the general election. The 7 precincts where Fletcher came out on top were in the wealthiest, whitest portions of Ward 3. Conversely, poor African Americans, who had backed Washington in September, gave the overwhelming majority of their votes to Berry. So much for Berry being the white man's candidate, quipped one Berry campaign worker on viewing the returns. 106. On January 2, 1979, Berry led an inaugural parade through the still riot-scarred 14th Street corridor, past the Youth Pride office, which, in a takeoff of a famous Virginia Slim cigarette ad, had hoisted a banner that read, "You've come a long way, Marion," to the district building. Waiting to conduct the swearing-in ceremony was black civil rights veteran and Supreme Court Justice Thurgood Marshall, a student of the man who had devoted his life to make this day possible, Charles Hamilton Houston. 107. The decade between the April 1968 riots and Marion Berry's victory in the 1978 mayoral election witnessed a remarkable political revolution in the nation's capital. When 1968 began, city residents remained politically impotent, ruled by Congress, unelected city commissioners, and a coterie of business interests as they had been since disfranchisement in the 1870s. 10 years later, Washingtonians enjoyed a measure of home rule and had elected a former civil rights agitator to serve as mayor alongside an elected council filled with community activists. Throughout the decade, D.C. residents exercised political muscles that had atrophied during a century of commissioner rule. The transformation was tumultuous, marked by devastating riots, surging crime, and middle-class flight from the city. Politics was often uncivil and chaotic as Washingtonians struggled to be heard in a clamorous era marked by attacks on authorities, Congress, the police, city planners, developers, and others. The district experienced participatory democracy with all the frictions, as one black city official put it after a particularly bruising neighborhood meeting. But for city residents unused to local political power and particularly for black Washingtonians it was a thrilling, hopeful time. 108. Marion Barry embodied those hopes when he took office in 1979. The new mayor recognized that his administration symbolized much more than his own individual success and that he bore a particular racial responsibility to run an effective government. "There's a feeling that blacks can't do anything right," he said. "We want to show blacks can be competent." The first civil rights veteran to run a major city, he represented the potential of black power. "There is a strong emphasis on the mayoralty of Barry and the people around him as role models," the Post's Nicholas Lemon wrote. "Barry and his closest aides talk as if the eyes of the world are upon them." And indeed they would be in the decade to come. 109. 13. Perfect for Washington. Marion Barry and the Rise and Fall of Chocolate City, 1979–1994. Many blacks feel that a part of their own future is wrapped in Marion Barry's success as mayor. He is a symbol, the most visible symbol of those blacks who grew up in the 60s, began to achieve affluence, status, and power in the 70s, and don't want to lose it in the 80s. Milton Coleman, Washington Post, 1980. Hidden behind lush trees, the four-story, rough-hewn gray stone townhouse at 1345 Euclid Street Northwest is easy to Mississippi. Though tall and imposing, the 4,335 square foot structure fades into a row of four nearly identical neighbors. The building underwent modest renovations in 2010, and the massive home it boasts 8 bedrooms and 4 full bathrooms looks clean but shabby, a relatively underpriced property in Columbia Heights' overheated 21st century real estate market. 1. A generation before, the building stood out as Euclid House, the headquarters for the Community for Creative Nonviolence. The CCNV was founded in 1970 by Ed Guinan, a white stock trader who liquidated his assets and traveled to D.C. to study for the priesthood after being inspired by the Catholic worker teachings of Dorothy Day. Rising to international prominence as a fiery anti-Vietnam War preacher, he envisioned the CCNV as a boot camp for like-minded activists, to quote one member. Yet as the decade wore on, he worried that the group's anti-war efforts ignored the poverty in their midst. With all the intense international focus, Guinan recalled, "We were blindly stepping over the bodies here in D.C." In 1972, the CCNV refocused its energies on the poor and opened the Zacchaeus Community Kitchen in Shaw, where they fed upwards of 400 people per day. 2. Dedicated activists from across the country flocked to CCNV's community, then located on N Street NW, just north of Thomas Circle. One charismatic but mercurial newcomer was Mitch Snyder, a Brooklyn Jew who had converted to radical anti-war Catholicism while in prison for fraud. With his passionate commitment and boundless energy, Snyder quickly emerged as a leading voice in the community, a man willing to confront injustice directly with strident rhetoric and brazen protests. His combative style clashed with Guinan, who by the mid-1970s had moved away from confrontational tactics toward living among and serving the poor. To avoid an internal rift, the community agreed in 1975 to open a second house, ostensibly led by Snyder, dedicated to direct action protest. Euclid House was born. 3. By the mid-1970s, the Columbia Heights neighborhood surrounding Euclid House was dangerous. Originally an elite subdivision, the area became a middle-class black enclave after the Supreme Court declared restrictive covenants unenforceable in 1948. The neighborhood began to deteriorate in the 1960s. When black renters moved into the area, white apartment owners neglected upkeep, turning gorgeous buildings with commanding vistas into slums. The April 1968 riots left a trail of burned-out storefronts and wrecked apartment complexes along 14th Street. After the fires cooled, drug dealers moved in, transforming the Strip into one of the city's largest heroin markets. Desperate addicts resorted to burglary, prostitution, and mugging, compelling many middle-class homeowners to leave. 4. The city accelerated the neighborhood's deterioration by using it as a dumping ground for ex-convicts and the mentally ill. The property at 1345 Euclid became a home for men transitioning out of Lorton Penitentiary, and D.C. officials cited 6 more group homes and halfway houses within a 2-block radius. By the mid-1970s, many homeowners sold out to speculators who hoped that the gentrification underway in nearby DuPont Circle and Adams Morgan would make its way up to Columbia Heights. But the anticipated development boom never came, and investors simply boarded up their properties to ride out the economic storm. 5. The same forces that transformed Columbia Heights into a slum attracted radical activists and community organizers. Many of the civil rights and Black Power organizations that had made the neighborhood their base in the 1960s remained in the 1970s. Pride, Inc., owned a gas station at the corner of 14th and Euclid. The D.C. Alliance of Active Black Businessmen made its headquarters at the Pitts Motor Hotel on Belmont Street, and the Drum and Spear Bookstore, owned and operated by a coterie of SNCC alumni, was located at 1371 Fairmont Street. Several predominantly white New Left communities also took up residence, reinforcing and enriching the neighborhood's activist tradition. Sojourners, an anti-war Christian group dedicated to neighborhood organizing, the Columbia Heights Community Ownership Project, a collection of anti-gentrification advocates, and the Community for Creative Nonviolence. 6. The move to Euclid Street had a powerful impact on Mitch Snyder and his fellow CCNV activists. All about them they saw abandoned houses held by speculators. Columbia Heights hosted a disproportionate share of the roughly 4,000 vacant homes spread across the city, while the working poor and derelicts alike went homeless. The city provided no shelter for single homeless adults, leaving the job to a network of faith-based nonprofit organizations that provided a total of 200 beds for men and fewer than 2 dozen for women. The CCNV opened Euclid House to displaced neighborhood residents, and by mid-1976, Snyder recalled, 40 or more people per night were sleeping on our floor. The activists' energy, dedication, and refusal to judge those in need endeared them to the poor people whom they served. They didn't ask for nothing, observed Robert Lewis, a recovering alcoholic who intermittently stayed at Euclid House. They just helped me back on my feet. 7. Determined to address the systemic causes of the crisis, Snyder and the Euclid House community prodded Mayor Walter Washington's reluctant administration to create a shelter system for the city's growing homeless population. City officials grudgingly complied, but the CCNV found that the city-run shelters were cruel places where homeless men sometimes were beaten by security guards, forced to strip naked and shower before entering the premises, and disgorged back onto the streets well before dawn. Many homeless refused to submit themselves to such degradation and remained on the streets, sleeping on steam grates or in abandoned cars. In the winter, they froze to death by the dozens. 8. Exasperated with Mayor Washington, Euclid House members found hope in Marion Barry's 1978 mayoral victory. Though they did not participate in electoral politics, they had developed a working relationship with Barry. Snyder even had visited Barry in the hospital after his 1977 shooting. On taking office, Mayor Barry embraced the CCNV's reform agenda. Shelter is a basic human right, he declared in a February 1979 speech, and he insisted that his administration would ensure adequate shelter for every person in need in the nation's capital. He appointed a Mayor's Advisory Commission on Homelessness and tasked it to come up with a plan for a comprehensive, decentralized small shelter and drop center system, precisely the type of system for which CCNV had been fighting. It was an exhilarating moment for activists accustomed to being ridiculed by officials and shut out of policy-making decisions. 9. The excitement that Euclid House residents felt in early 1979 reflected the sense of hope, optimism, and possibility that many D.C. residents embraced in the early years of Mayor Berry's administration. Out of the ashes of the riot, in the void created by white flight, against an inefficient and often indifferent city bureaucracy, D.C. residents sought to shape a new, racially egalitarian, and economically just city. Marion Barry became the vehicle for their lofty ambitions. His rise from sharecropper's son to street protester to chief executive of the nation's capital inspired many Washingtonians to think grandly about making D.C. a model chocolate city. "We're going to show everyone that black people can really run something." Marion Barry takes power. Ivanhoe Donaldson could not contain his excitement. The Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee was about to run a city, and not just any city, but the nation's capital. Born in Harlem in 1941, Donaldson was the only son of a police officer and a homemaker, Jamaican immigrants who admired black nationalist Marcus Garvey and instilled in their boy a serene sense of self-confidence and pride. As a student at Michigan State University, he traveled on his own to North Carolina to attend SNCC's founding meeting, where he met Marion Barry. Though slight of build, almost delicate, Donaldson had a steely determination and volunteered for some of the most dangerous work in the South. He also was a voracious reader, an incisive thinker, and a brilliant tactician. In the mid-1960s, Donaldson helped Stokely Carmichael refine his ideas on black power, and as the movement turned from protest to politics, he bounced from state to state, leading some of the iconic campaigns that raised the first generation of post-Voting Rights Act black politicians to office. 10. In between trips, Donaldson established his home base in D.C. "I wanted to live in a black city," he later recalled, "and be an organizer in national politics and the local community at the same time." Approximately 36 of his SNCC comrades joined him in the district in the years after 1965 for many of the same reasons. They exercised a decisive influence on their adopted home, playing leading roles in everything from the formation of the Black Studies program at Federal City College to leading the campaign to pass the referendum approving the Home Rule Charter. Donaldson reveled in their company. He shared an apartment with John Wilson, argued black politics with Charlie Cobb and Judy Richardson in their Drum and Spear bookstore, and called on his movement allies to help elect their old friend Marion Barry to the D.C. Council in 1974.11. Donaldson managed Barry's improbable run for mayor in 1978 and, when the returns were in, again called on his movement colleagues to help the young mayor-elect. SNCC veterans filled Barry's administration, including Press Secretary Florence Tate, Minority Business Opportunity Commission Director Cortland Cox, Assistant City Administrator for Planning and Development James Gibson, Karen Spellman as Director of Resident Services in the Housing Department, and, of course, Donaldson, who served as General Assistant. Nowhere else in the country had a black protest organization so thoroughly come to dominate a major city government. "We're going to show everyone that black people can really run something," a thrilled Donaldson remarked soon after moving into his district building office in 1979.12. Mayor Barry shared Donaldson's desire to make D.C. a showcase for black political power. Only 12 years had passed since Carl Stokes of Cleveland won election as the first African-American mayor of a major American city. In his wake had come an impressive group of black mayors, including Coleman Young, Detroit, Tom Bradley, Los Angeles, Maynard Jackson, Atlanta, and, of course, Walter Washington in D.C. Their results had been mixed. White flight, the disappearance of urban manufacturing jobs, and persistent poverty and crime had frustrated many of their efforts. Barry was sensitive to the criticisms of these administrations. "There are some white people who didn't think black leadership would work anyway and are saying, 'I told you so,'" he told the Post during his campaign. 13. Barry bounded into the mayor's office in January 1979 determined to prove them wrong. Setting a frenetic pace, he worked 13-hour days, racing his secretaries into the district building in the mornings and huddling with aides long after dinner. His was to be an open, competent, and compassionate administration, one that was responsive to the press, answered the phones and solved citizen problems. He hired a diverse team of energetic young city administrators who reflected the city's demographics. Though African American men predominated, Berry also brought a significant number of women, Latino officials, and gay people into the upper reaches of D.C. government for the first time. 14. He also made the mayor's office unabashedly black. Berry festooned the walls outside his office with Senegalese tapestries, then revealed them to the public in an elaborate reception featuring the country's ambassador to the United States. In mid-1979, he embarked on a 5-nation tour of Africa, culminating with a speech before a meeting of the Organization of African Unity in Liberia, a nation founded by Black Americans resettled by the colonization movement a century and a half before. 15. Berry aimed not simply to make local government more efficient and representative. He wanted it to work for people, particularly low-income Black residents who had been locked out of decision-making since Reconstruction. He proposed a multi-million-dollar plan to take the boards off the city's estimated 4,500 abandoned homes. The flagship of the initiative was the Bates Street Project, a 3-block rehabilitation effort in Shaw that had been stalled by bureaucratic red tape and funding problems. Berry jump-started construction by providing developers millions of dollars in interest-free loans. By the end of 1979, more than 100 middle and working-class families had moved into the newly renovated buildings, some with city subsidies to make them more affordable. Berry also nearly doubled the size of the summer youth employment program and created an initiative to reduce infant mortality. 16. Though Berry worked hard to serve the needs of the poor, he was most successful in using city contracts to redistribute money and power to the Black middle class. The city's population was roughly 70% Black, but minority-owned businesses held only 7% of city contracts in 1978. Minority Business Opportunity Commission Director Cortland Cox intended to more than triple that number immediately, warning that city agency directors who failed to give 25% of their contracts to minorities should seriously evaluate their positions in city government. Berry leaned hard on white contractors, telling them that they must hire Black workers if they wanted city business, while Cox encouraged Black entrepreneurs to create businesses specifically for city contracts and establish joint ventures with white-owned firms to increase their capacity. 17. During Cox's tenure, the city rarely signed a contract that did not involve a minority company. By 1985, 35% of city contracts worth nearly $160 million were going to minority businesses. The initiative created a new crop of Black millionaires, and some of the minority firms that got their start with the city, including Black Entertainment Television and the People's Corporation, eventually grew into industry heavyweights. 18. Despite these successes, Berry almost immediately encountered systemic problems that undermined his administration's early promise. Foremost among them was the bureaucracy, a bloated workforce 44,000 strong that was woefully inefficient, terribly expensive, and at times astonishingly rude. Bureaucratic delays sabotaged the mayor's signature projects. Although the housing department had delivered the first 100 units of the Bates Street project in record time, by the summer of 1982 the rest of the houses were 2 years behind schedule and several $1 million over budget, due in large part to city workers failing to check contractors' work before issuing payments. Even Donaldson, who distinguished himself as an intimidating enforcer, found city workers so incompetent or recalcitrant that what should have been a one-day project could take up to 10 days of your time. 19. Perhaps most damaging was the bureaucracy's failure to keep the books. The city's budget and reporting structure had changed little since before Home Rule, when municipal agencies were more closely tied to their federal counterparts than the district building. In 1976, the Arthur Anderson accounting firm had judged the city's accounts unauditable. Incoming City Controller Alphonse Hill recalled that in 1979 each of the departments still acted as little fiefdoms with their own accounting, personnel, and payroll staffs and no central coordination, making it impossible to determine how much money the city was spending and on what. It would take the Berry administration 2 years and $6 million just to complete an audit, the first in the city's history. 20. When administration officials finally figured out what was in the books, they discovered that the city had a deficit of $115 million, a long-term debt of more than $300 million, and an unfunded pension liability of nearly $740 million. Thus, rather than reforming the bureaucracy, Barry spent much of his first 2 years in office squeezing every extra penny out of the budget. 21. To make up for the shortfall, Barry unveiled an austere 1981 budget that called for tax hikes, reduced city services, layoffs, and pay freezes. The cuts fell hardest on the poor, the elderly, and the homeless. For many who had gained substantive access to city services only when Barry entered office, including Mitch Snyder and the Community for Creative Nonviolence, the budget was particularly devastating. Just a year after he had promised a dramatic improvement of homeless services, Barry dissolved the Mayor's Commission on the Homeless and declared that the city would close 2 emergency shelters within 72 hours to save money. The CCNV scrambled to find a team of pro bono lawyers to fight the mayor's order and secured a judgment that required the city to keep the shelters open. 22. The cuts splintered Barry's coalition. Labor leaders and youth groups condemned him for proposing to close community centers and lay off city workers but not make the business community pay its fair share. A diverse group of city workers, housing advocates, and community activists booed him when he took the stage at a rally in front of the district building. Accustomed to protesting authority figures rather than being the object of protest, Barry told them to go to hell. "He cares more about the moneyed people," said one widow living on a fixed income. "He has turned his back on the poor and elderly." 23. Just about the only constituency that grew closer to the mayor during the crisis were businessmen such as Robert Linos, the white former president of the Greater Washington Board of Trade, who praised Barry for making the hard choices. By December 1980, only 31% of African American residents approved of his performance in office. For the former activist, it was a rude awakening to the realities and constraints of political power. 24. Patronage is just good politics. Barry builds a political machine amid conservative opposition. As an embattled Barry struggled to keep his coalition intact, the city landed in the crosshairs of a rising national conservative movement. Among conservatives' first targets was the D.C. Voting Rights Amendment, THIRD, which traveled to the states for ratification in the months after Barry's election. Like the Equal Rights Amendment, which also was being considered for ratification, the THIRD generated fierce opposition from a powerful array of grassroots organizations, think tanks, and pressure groups. One particularly effective foe was the American Legislative Exchange Council, ALEC, a coalition of conservative state lawmakers and business interests founded in 1973. ALEC was part of a dense network of new right organizations that used a series of overlapping issue campaigns including taxes, affirmative action, the Equal Rights Amendment, gay rights, and the THIRD to mobilize supporters. In 1978, ALEC's new chairwoman, Arizona State Representative Donna Carlson, put the fight against the THIRD atop its agenda. Under Carlson's leadership, ALEC supplied research and talking points to dozens of conservative commentators who attacked the THIRD as an effort to furnish special privileges and power to Washington bureaucrats and a scheme to elect ultra-liberal Democrats who would support federally financed abortions. Gun control, labor law reform and all other bills pushed by the Union chieftains. ALEC incorporated criticisms of the amendment into beefy blue briefing books and sent one to every state legislator in the country. The group's lobbying efforts decisively blunted the amendment's early momentum. 25. Conscious that overt racial hostility had become politically unpalatable, new right activists walked a tightrope of playing down the race issue when opposing the amendment, while simultaneously appealing to white anxieties about black power. Patrick Buchanan found the balance. A pugnacious D.C. native who had grown up in Chevy Chase, Buchanan had helped craft President Nixon's strategy of painting the city as a crime capital. Now he seamlessly weaved white anger at liberal policies into a potent argument against the THIRD. Though he privately conceded that D.C. residents had a legitimate grievance, publicly he labeled the amendment an affirmative action program and implored Americans not to set aside 2 centuries of constitutional government. Just so civil rights activist Julian Bond can have a Senate chair. 26. Facing concerted conservative opposition, the drive to pass the THIRD sputtered. By late summer 1980, only 10 states had ratified the amendment. 9 states had rejected it by wide margins. The Republican Party, for only the second time since 1948, adopted a platform without a plank for D.C. voting rights. The change endured for the next 32 years. The party would either remain silent on the issue or oppose any expansion of D.C. self-determination. The federal elections in November 1980 sealed the amendment's fate by propelling to power conservative insurgents who had spearheaded opposition to the decree, including newly elected President Ronald Reagan. 27. The 1980 elections fundamentally altered the city's relationship with the Republican Party and the federal government. Since the advent of Home Rule in 1974, the liberals who controlled Congress had purposefully steered clear of fights over local legislation, seeking to give the new D.C. government the greatest degree of self-determination possible within the statutory confines of the Home Rule Act. Newly emboldened conservatives cast this convention aside, aggressively intervening in D.C. affairs and using the city as a marker in national policy debates. Congress is the local government, argued Representative Philip Crane of Illinois after he and other Republicans successfully overturned the city's sexual assault legislation in fall 1981. We have a responsibility to review everything the D.C. City Council does everything. 28. In the next 5 years, congressional Republicans introduced 12 disapproval resolutions, a congressional nullification of an act passed by the council opposing everything from a 1981 city law decriminalizing consensual adult sodomy to a 1983 law divesting city funds from firms doing business with the white supremacist regimes of South Africa and Namibia. Representative Julian Dixon, a black California representative who was born in Washington and chaired the House Appropriations Subcommittee on D.C., lamented, "There is a plantation mentality among some of the members who believe they have to be the overlord because people in the district can't handle their own affairs." 29. Conservative opposition mounted even as Marion Barry's political fortunes rebounded. After struggling through the budget crisis of his first year, Barry benefited from a downtown development boom sparked in part by the expansion of the city's metro system. Throughout the old downtown, land prices spiked as developers leveled block after block of dilapidated row houses and built gleaming office towers in their stead, while the city's department stores spruced up their old buildings. Hex built a new facility, the first major department store built in a U.S. center city in decades. Barry accelerated the revitalization by cutting red tape for builders, working closely with the federal government to choreograph development, and moving forward with plans for a convention center above H Street between 9th and 11th Streets NW. Beyond downtown, significant gentrification continued into mid-decade, and soaring real estate prices in the changing neighborhoods produced a windfall in property tax revenue. 30. Barry used this new revenue to expand and improve city services, which helped him gain the support of a broad cross-section of the black community. In Ward 7, a long thin slice of the city east of the Anacostia that contained both housing projects and a solid middle-class black community dubbed the Silver Coast, the city improved trash pickup and public transportation, cleaned alleys and streets, named many residents to public boards, and refurbished libraries and playgrounds. This attention gave residents, long used to being ignored by the city government, the feeling that they were part of the governing coalition. "Marion brought us respect," said resident Kimmy Gray, whom Barry appointed to head his Public Housing Advisory Board. 31. The mayor also gave them jobs. Much like his Reconstruction-era predecessors, Barry faced the problem of finding employment for a large, low, and middle-skilled African American population in a city that lacked an industrial base. No longer pressed to cut the budget, Barry abandoned his efforts to shrink the bureaucracy and used the city government as an employment program. He gave public workers a 20% raise and went on a hiring binge that would last through his second term, adding 4,000 workers to the already hefty payroll. The government grew dramatically, becoming the largest per capita in the country. Despite all those workers, the city bureaucracy could not shake its reputation for inefficiency and ineffectiveness, particularly in agencies that served the city's neediest people. But grateful city workers became the backbone of Barry's electoral coalition, raising charges of patronage from the press. Patronage, replied Barry's re-election campaign manager Ivanhoe Donaldson, is just good politics. 32. Barry reaped the political rewards in his 1982 re-election campaign. In the Democratic primary, the only election of consequence in the heavily Democratic city, he faced Patricia Roberts Harris, an accomplished black lawyer who had served as Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare in the Carter administration. Barry dodged Harris during the campaign, relying on his superior organization and last-minute improvements to city services to neutralize her criticisms and shore up his base. He also used race effectively to paint Harris light-skinned, refined, with impeccable credentials as not black enough. There has always been a black candidate in D.C. elections, Donaldson told the Post. Marion is that candidate. Harris angrily denounced the strategy, noting that she had participated in the 1943 Howard University sit-ins and was involved in the civil rights movement long before Marion Barry. 33. The mayor's strategy succeeded. Barry secured 59% of the vote, while Harris only managed to win predominantly white Ward 3. Barry won overwhelming black support in every ward, even among the black middle-class residents who had held out against him 4 years before. He had replaced his biracial coalition of 1978 with a cross-class black coalition. 34. As Barry consolidated his hold over the African American electorate, white voters' ability to influence elections declined. White Democrats were a distinct minority within their party, while changes in the national GOP undermined local Republicans of all races. Since the Home Rule era began in 1974, D.C. Republicans had included a contingent of the city's socially conservative black middle class, liberal white Republican voters in Ward 3, and nationally known African American political appointees who swooped into town to run for office. The rise of the new right within the National Party, however, marginalized liberal black Republicans. Seeing its future in the white electorate, the party abandoned majority black jurisdictions such as D.C., instead using them as straw men to score political points with white voters who lived elsewhere. 35. With no serious opposition left in the city, Barry asserted his political dominance. Determined to preempt any future rivals and avoid repeating the budget battles of his first term, the mayor cowed the D.C. Council into political submission by dispensing or withholding city services depending on a council member's loyalty. Opposition to administration initiatives evaporated. In 1984, Barry instructed Ivanhoe Donaldson to run for Democratic State Committee chairman against Theodis Gay, a veteran activist who had kept the party relatively independent of the mayor. Donaldson trounced him. 36. Barry even co-opted most of the city's protest organizations by placing their leadership on the payroll or giving them city contracts. "We hire everybody who complains," grumbled Councilman John Wilson. "There are no independent advocacy groups in this city." The few activists whom he could not control, Barry defamed. When Mitch Snyder and the CCNV illegally converted a World War II-era temporary building at 2nd and E Streets NW into a homeless shelter, Barry dispatched trusted aide Lawrence Guillot, another SNCC veteran, to smear him as a Jim Jones-style cult leader, a message echoed by the Reagan administration. 37. With the Democratic Party firmly under his control and the Republican Party isolated in Ward 3, Barry stood alone as the most powerful political figure in local politics. "I may not be perfect," Barry crowed after he cruised to re-election in 1986, "but I'm perfect for Washington." Dubbing him Boss Barry, the Post's Eugene Robinson surmised, tongue-in-cheek, that the mayor's only real competition now is the U.S. attorney. But his biggest enemy in the cities turned out to be much smaller and more powerful than the federal government. It was crack cocaine. 38. Everything is coming unraveled, crack hits D.C. While Marion Barry was busy building his political machine, Raphael Edmund III launched a local cocaine empire. Born in 1964, Edmund grew up the favored son of a large and loving extended family centered on his maternal grandmother's home at 407 M Street NE. His parents were part of D.C's solid black working class. Both were employed at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, DHHS, his father as a driver and his mother as a staffing specialist, and Edmund recalled being spoiled to death as a kid. Generous, athletic, and quick to flash a wide, disarming smile, Edmund proved popular with his peers at Dunbar High School, by then much diminished from its heyday as the crown jewel of black public education. They voted him Mr. Sophomore, Mr. Junior, and, as a senior, most popular 39. Despite the accolades, Edmund struggled after graduating from Dunbar in 1983. He tried college and worked odd jobs, but he found himself drawn to the family business, drugs. Both of his parents dabbled in the drug trade to pad their incomes. His father, Big Ray Edmund Jr., earned extra money as a numbers runner and small-time drug dealer, while his mother, Constance Bootsy Perry, sold prescription diet pills to heroin dealers who used them to cut their product. The elder Edmonds did not hide their activities from young Rafel. "My mom and dad taught me the drug game," he recalled. "I was 9, 10 years old. After the Barry administration deprived Big Ray of his numbers hustle by creating a city-run lottery in 1982, he quit his job at DHHS and began importing cocaine from New York full-time. 2 years later, he offered his son a piece of the business. Rafel III picked up a kilo of cocaine from his father, broke it down, and headed to the Strip, the neighborhood open-air drug market that encompassed the 600 blocks of Morton and Orleans Place NE. It was the beginning of an extraordinarily lucrative and violent career. 40. By the time Rafel Edmund became a dealer in the mid-1980s, D.C's illegal drug trade had been well established for more than half a century. The city's population of addicts, once confined to the back rooms of speakeasies and jazz clubs, exploded in size and spilled into the streets as the heroin trade flourished in the 1960s. By 1969, the city counted a population of approximately 6,000 addicts, and despite President Nixon's war on the dangerous and illegal drug traffic in the District of Columbia, the trade remained stubbornly persistent through the 1970s. 41. In the 1980s, a growing number of district users turned to cocaine, a rich man's drug that appealed to white-collar workers who could afford its $100 a gram price tag. As a hub for young professionals, the D.C. region became a major market for cocaine. Lawyers and real estate developers snorted lines at Georgetown house parties, the maitre d' and waitresses at the exclusive Palm restaurant in Northwest dealt coke to lobbyists and socialites, even a few members of Congress dabbled until a 1983 investigation of drug use on Capitol Hill scared them into being more circumspect. 42. Upscale drug dealers and addicts melded into the social landscape of majority white suburbs and wealthy neighborhoods, but in the poor black communities of the center city they created large, disruptive open-air markets that sold to neighborhood junkies, lawyers on lunch breaks, and suburban commuters alike. Of D.C's 16 open-air markets, the busiest was Hanover Place NW, a narrow, one-block lane about a mile and a half north of the Capitol. It became a 24-hour operation with long lines that lengthened on the weekends and around the first of the month, combined with a whole other mass of people and peddlers. Boosters and hijackers, one resident recalled. In 1985, the market became a battleground as dealers fought for a piece of D.C's lucrative trade. Because of high demand and low supply, D.C. cocaine typically sold for double the price it fetched in New York. 43. By the end of 1985, Washington surpassed all other U.S. cities in per capita drug arrests. The following year, as cocaine spread down the income scale to poor and working-class African American addicts, it topped heroin as D.C. users' drug of choice. The city's growing drug epidemic became national news in June 1986 with the death of University of Maryland basketball star Len Bias. A hometown hero, Bias had grown up just across the city line in Hyattsville, Maryland. In the 1970s, middle-class black families like the Biases had begun to redraw the boundaries of Chocolate City. Seeking the good schools and green expanses of the suburbs, they poured across the Maryland line, buying mid-century tract homes on winding lanes in Prince George's County. White County residents fled before their advance, and by 1986 most of the communities along the district border had become majority black. Though determined to escape the city's ills, Black residents who moved to Prince George's County often worked, worshipped, and socialized in the city. As one Hillcrest Heights resident put it, "Our affiliations are in D.C. We just live in Maryland." 44. The Bias family was no exception. They attended Pilgrim AME Church on 17th Street NE, and in his college years, Len frequented D.C. nightclubs such as Chapter 3, just south of the Capitol. Thus, when the world champion Boston Celtics made Bias the second overall pick in the NBA draft, many black Washingtonians celebrated his good fortune as their own. But less than 2 days later, the graceful forward lay dead, victim of a cocaine overdose. 45. Residents protest an open-air drug market in Mount Pleasant. Open-air drug markets attracted dealers and users from across the city and suburbs. The markets flourished during the crack epidemic of the late 1980s. Copyright 1989 Carol Guzzi / The Washington Post. Bias's death stunned Washingtonians as well as federal officials. Occurring amid growing national alarm over cocaine addiction, it generated a firestorm of media attention. Magazines such as Sports Illustrated featured him on their covers, and the Post published hundreds of articles on the young forward in the months after his death. President Ronald Reagan delivered a prime-time television address exhorting Americans to join a national crusade against drugs, and Democrats in Congress hurriedly cobbled together the draconian Anti-Drug Abuse Act of 1986, which included mandatory minimum sentences for a host of drug crimes and a 100-to-1 disparity in sentences between crack and powder cocaine. The district featured prominently in the hearings on the bill, with some of the most dramatic testimony taken from a former dealer who sat behind a frosted glass panel to conceal his identity as he declared, "Cocaine is everywhere in Washington." 46. With pressure from Capitol Hill and polls showing that district residents considered drugs the city's biggest problem, Barry launched his own drug war in August 1986 during his re-election campaign. Operation Clean Sweep, which targeted the city's open-air markets, was the brainchild of Assistant Police Chief Isaac Fullwood, the officer whom Barry had promoted through the ranks following his heroics during the 1977 hostage crisis. Using a team of between 100 and 200 officers, the department saturated the drug markets, using jump-out squads to apprehend dealers and buy and bust teams against users. Looking back, Fullwood marveled at the scale of the operation. "We were arresting, literally on the weekends, sometimes, 800 or 900 people." Residents of the affected neighborhoods cheered the program, thankful for a respite from the flocks of dealers chirping, "Are you looking?" and "I got it," and the ever-growing threat of violence. 47. Operation Clean Sweep helped Barry cruise to re-election that November, but it offered only short-term relief for drug-ravaged neighborhoods. On Hanover Place, police set up a mobile command center in the middle of the block, boarded up 47 abandoned homes, and carted away 300 tons of trash, including 41 stolen cars, only to see the market return after they pulled out. With demand still high and dealers still plentiful, the drug trade thrived. By December 1988, Police Chief Maurice Turner declared the program a failure, despite spending $6 million and making nearly 30,000 arrests. The mass arrests inflicted long-lasting damage by creating a generation of felons. Between 1985 and 1987, police arrested 1 of every 4 young men between the ages of 18 and 29 on drug-related charges. Because the program focused on the open-air markets, not the more discreet dealing in upscale neighborhoods, nearly all those arrested were African American. 48. An Operation Clean Sweep failed to stop the spread of crack. Crack was a cheaper form of cocaine made from boiling the drug with baking soda or ammonia to create a hard, rock-like substance that could be smoked. It first appeared in major drug importing cities such as New York and Miami, becoming widely available in D.C. in late 1986. Crack dramatically expanded the drug-using population, attracting the poor, teenagers, and casual users put off by the high price of cocaine. A small bag of rocks could be had for as little as $5. More addictive than powder cocaine, crack packed a short, intense high that left users anxious for another hit. Desperate addicts took to selling whatever they could to buy the little white rocks. "I've seen mothers prostitute themselves and pimp their daughters for hits of crack," recalled Tony Lewis Jr., whose father ran an open-air market on 1st and Bates Street NW, in front of the houses Mayor Berry had hurriedly refurbished in 1979. To serve the expanded trade, dealers opened an additional 36 drug markets, expanding the city total to nearly 60 by the end of 1987. 2 years later, that number had more than doubled. 49. No single individual did more to spread crack in Washington than Raphael Edmond III. After a brush with vice officers almost landed him jail in late 1984, Edmond decided to abandon street dealing and set himself up as a supplier. Using his large family and a group of neighborhood friends, he assembled an impressive smuggling, production, and retail operation that quickly came to dominate the Strip. In 1987, he made a direct connection to Colombia's Cali cartel and began importing massive amounts of high-quality cocaine, then selling it as crack at cut-rate prices. Along with his former Dunbar classmate Tony Lewis, Edmond imported perhaps 1,700 pounds of cocaine a month, roughly 20% of the district market. 50. As addicts heard about Edmond's top-notch product, they flooded the Strip and other markets where they could find it. On busy nights, Edmond's dealers carried out 30 sales a minute. Grossing roughly $2 million per week and lacking the contacts to launder it through legitimate businesses, Edmond spent lavishly on cars and jewelry, including a $45,000 diamond-encrusted Rolex, took his friends and family on outlandish shopping trips, and traveled frequently to New York, Las Vegas, and elsewhere. He also cultivated a public image of generosity and benevolence, buying people around the Strip turkeys at Thanksgiving, paying overdue utility bills and rent, even handing out $100 bills to kids. 51. With so much money to be made as crack expanded D.C.'s drug trade, well-armed Jamaican gangs from New York and Miami tried to muscle in on the business in 1986 and 1987, precipitating a bloodbath. Edmond and his D.C. counterparts traveled to Virginia to buy their own arsenals. The D.C. Council had passed strict gun control legislation in the mid-1970s. Properly equipped, they repulsed the out-of-towners, then turned the guns on one another in a deadly struggle for turf, profits, and respect. 52. Driven almost exclusively by a spike in drug-related killings, the number of murders in D.C. jumped from an average of 200 per year in the first half of the 1980s to 372 in 1988. Crunching the numbers in January 1989, a group of relieved Detroit journalists declared that D.C. had surpassed the Motor City to become the nation's murder capital. Police proved powerless to stop the carnage, in part because Mayor Berry had reduced their budgets and filled the department's brass with political cronies. 53. Berry tried to calm rattled Washingtonians, arguing that most of the killings were targeted assassinations among drug dealers, and hence the vast majority of the district was safe. The carnage was indeed confined almost exclusively to poor African American communities east of Rock Creek Park. In 1988, not one murder occurred in the affluent neighborhoods to its west. The mayor promised leadership, ideas, programs, and action to address the problem, but the violence only increased. Each killing prompted retaliation from rival crews, and the police department's miserably low rate of solving murder cases left drug enforcers on the street. The notorious Wayne Perry alone slayed nearly 36 people. Though federal authorities arrested Raphael Edmond in 1989, killings rose unabated, peaking at 482 in 1991.54. Feeling abandoned by the city government, many communities took to battling dealers and addicts on their own. In Mayfair Mansions, the sprawling apartment complex in Northeast built by Elder Michaud during World War II, residents invited the Nation of Islam to provide anti-drug patrols in an open-air drug market so large and dangerous that police officers called it Little Beirut and refused to respond to 911 calls until they could assemble overwhelming backup. The Muslim dope busters took up residence in the community, providing a 24-hour presence that commanded the respect of desperate residents. 55. In Shaw, a brash, young advisory neighborhood commissioner named Leroy Thorpe Jr. organized marches to shut down the neighborhood's crack houses. Like the Muslims, who sometimes assaulted suspected dealers, his actions often crossed the line into vigilantism. "I'd go get a bat, bust them upside the head," Thorpe recalled. "I was raw." Another Shore resident took to burning down crack houses. "Everything is coming unraveled," worried neighborhood activist Jeff Cohnreich. "People are taking matters into their own hands." 56. "That goddamn bitch set me up," the fall of Marion Barry. As crack devastated the city, Marion Barry wrestled with his own addiction. The mayor had first tried cocaine in the late 1970s and developed a habit soon thereafter. By the mid-1980s, Barry could no longer hide the effects. His behavior grew erratic: long, unexplained trips, a diminished work schedule, slurring words in public, and even ardent supporters grew worried. The U.S. Attorney and local police had gotten wind of his drug use by 1982, but investigators struggled to build a reliable case. Barry continually outflanked them, covering up emergency room visits for overdoses and getting his contacts in the police department to quash inquiries. In 1984, U.S. Attorney Joseph DeGenova uncovered evidence that a young district employee named Karen Johnson had carried on an affair with the mayor, during which she sold him cocaine on more than 24 occasions, but Barry lied to a grand jury and paid Johnson not to cooperate with investigators. 57. Determined to catch the elusive mayor, the persistent DeGenova broadened his investigation to seek evidence not just of drug use but also of corruption within the Barry administration. In 1984, Barry's ex-wife, Mary Treadwell, pleaded guilty to stealing hundreds of thousands of dollars from a public housing project owned by Pride, Inc. A year later, Barry's longtime confidant Ivanhoe Donaldson admitted to scheming $190,000 out of an unaudited Department of Employment Services account, while Deputy Mayor for Finance Al Hill confessed to steering city contracts to friends in return for kickbacks. 58. Convinced that the mayor was complicit in such graft, DeGenova in May 1987 staged a series of raids on 5 city agencies, minority-owned businesses with close ties to Barry, and the homes of Barry friends and employees. He found ample evidence that Barry and his top administrators used the contract system to ensure that black businessmen, many of them close to the mayor, secured millions of dollars in city contracts while making almost no effort to certify that the services they provided were adequate. One notorious offender was Cornelius Pitts, a Barry ally since the 1960s. Pitts charged the city exorbitant prices to house homeless people in his vermin-infested Pitts Motor Hotel in 1986. A congressional committee condemned the shelter as the most expensive in the nation. 59. By publicly announcing the raids and leaking information about what agents had seized, DeGenova hoped to stir public outrage and generate pressure on Mayor Barry and his allies to cooperate with federal authorities. Instead, he triggered a racially tinged backlash. "Is DeGenova investigating white contractors?" asked one black businesswoman who noted that 2/3 of the city's business was with white contractors, many of whom also had received preferential treatment and delivered poor services. He was not. Nor were many of his fellow U.S. attorneys around the country. Under President Reagan, federal investigators focused disproportionate attention on black elected officials and the minority contractors they worked to bring into government. The Post's Gwen Ifill discovered that African American politicians, who were only 3% of all elected officials, were suspects in 14% of federal corruption investigations in the mid-1980s. Black observers nationwide grew alarmed by the probes, which they interpreted as attacks on black power, not corruption. 60. Barry tapped into black anxiety over the federal government's disproportionate investigation of black elected officials. He denounced DeGenova's raids as an effort by federal authorities to run me out of office and filed a lawsuit alleging that the U.S. Attorney had violated the secrecy of the grand jury by leaking information about the investigations. 6 national black political organizations filed friend of the court briefs arguing that the Barry investigation was part of a national effort by federal prosecutors to neutralize black political strength. 61. Rumors of Barry's drug use, allegations of widespread corruption, and ongoing federal investigations eroded white support for the mayor. He had swept into office in 1978 with an interracial coalition and the backing of the liberal white establishment, including the Post, but in 1986 he won just 25% of the white vote and the Post's editors had turned into fierce critics. As his addiction worsened and parts of the city government became thoroughly dysfunctional, their criticism turned into contempt. William Rigardi, publisher of a monthly business magazine popular with wealthy white Washingtonians, caricatured Berry sniffing cocaine and handed out bumper stickers that read, "Just say no to Marion Berry." During a 1989 hearing on the city budget, Republican Senator John Danforth of Missouri confronted the mayor, "This government is scandalously corrupt and hopelessly incompetent." 62. President George H.W. Bush, elected in 1988, exploited the city's vulnerabilities by using it as a prop in his administration's war on drugs. In April 1989, the president's drug czar, William Bennett, unveiled an $80 million plan to combat drug trafficking in D.C. by dramatically increasing arrests of street-level dealers and addicts, the same approach Police Chief Maurice Turner had deemed a failure just a few months before. The federal government was stepping in, Bennett claimed, because the local government has not acted in as responsible a way as it should. Simultaneously, GOP strategists close to the president worked to soften the GOP's racial image by wooing Turner to run as a Republican against Berry in the 1990 mayoral election. Vice President Dan Quayle headlined a $500 plate fundraiser and the president invited the lifelong Democrat to the White House to ceremonially change his party affiliation. 63. The president's exploitation of the city's drug crisis reached its apogee in September with a prime-time television address in which he rolled out his $7.8 billion national drug control strategy. To underscore his message that drugs were the greatest domestic threat to the nation today, Bush held up a bag of crack cocaine that he claimed had been seized by federal agents in a park just across the street from the White House. The prop suggested a capital city so unruly that drug dealers brazenly plied their trade outside the president's home. White House aides had informed the president before the speech that drug dealers actually did not operate in Lafayette Park, but Bush was so enamored with the idea that Drug Enforcement Agency officials made it true. They selected an 18-year-old small-time dealer from Southeast, Timothy Jackson, drove him to the park, conducted the sale, then arrested him. Jackson's subsequent case ended in a mistrial because, the jury foreman said, the jurors thought it was a setup. 64. For federal officials, the primary culprit for D.C.'s drug problem was the mayor himself. Despite 5 years of near-constant investigation, Berry remained in office, charged with no crimes and widely popular with black voters. But investigators were closing in. In December 1988, Berry nearly walked into a local police buy-and-bust operation targeting his friend and fellow addict Charles Lewis. The son of a prominent Virgin Islands family, Lewis had fallen on hard times and, after he was apprehended, began cooperating with the police. He introduced U.S. Attorney J. Stevens to a long list of friends, business partners, and former lovers who had done cocaine with the mayor. Stevens recognized that a jury likely would not convict Berry based simply on verbal testimony, however. He needed direct evidence of the mayor's drug use, and he sought to secure it by setting up a sting operation using one of the few people who had the increasingly cautious mayor's trust, Hazel Diana Rashida Moore. Though a womanizer, Berry had a soft spot for Moore. Raised in a deeply religious, working-class Northeast home, the tall, sultry Moore became a top model whose face graced the covers of Essence and W magazines in 1975. Yet she struggled with drug use, and her career sputtered after a boyfriend was caught attempting to smuggle cocaine into the country. When she met Berry in 1986, Moore was penniless and living with her mother. The mayor gave her a $60,000 contract to teach young women image consciousness in the Summer Youth Jobs program, and the two began a stormy, 2-year affair in which they mixed sex, cocaine, or crack at least 100 times, in Moore's telling. In 1989, she left the city to reunite with her 3 children in Los Angeles. That is where the FBI found her, living in a shelter, compelled to change by her revived religious convictions but unable to shake her cocaine addiction. She determined to atone for her sins by cooperating with federal investigators. "I prayed about my decision," Moore stated. I wanted to cleanse myself. 65. The plan was simple. Moore would lure Berry to room 727 of the Vista International Hotel on M Street NW, where she would present him with the opportunity to buy and smoke crack as federal surveillance cameras rolled. When Berry arrived, he was more interested in sex than drugs and initially refused Moore's persistent suggestions that they smoke crack. After 20 minutes, he implied that he was open to buying drugs. Moore took Berry's money, purchased $40 worth of crack from an undercover agent, and handed it to the mayor, who put the crack pipe to his lips, lit up, and inhaled. Federal agents and local police stormed the room and placed the mayor under arrest. An incredulous Berry sat on the bed muttering, "That goddamn bitch set me up." 66. As news of the sting spread, Black Washingtonians expressed both sadness and anger, seeing in Berry's fall a setback for the causes that many held as indistinguishable from the man. When the Los Angeles Times interviewed many Cardozo High School students, all of them voiced their outrage at what they perceived as the mayor's hypocrisy. "He was going around preaching an anti-drug message," stated 17-year-old Tracy Parker, "but he was doing it." 36% of Black D.C. residents polled by the Post said the sting was the mayor's fault alone. A slightly larger number, however, 39% blamed both a perfidious federal government and Berry equally. WOLM radio personality Kathy Hughes, who fielded thousands of calls in the days after the sting, noted that her listeners were struck by the mayor's carelessness, considering that he knew federal officials were targeting African American leaders. Even if it was a setup, she argued, you Berry knew they were trying to set you up. Another 20% of Black residents polled believed that law enforcement officials were out to get Marion Berry any way they could. 67. Berry's embarrassingly public arrest turned him into a punchline for late-night comedians, but the mayor quickly gathered himself and organized a brilliant defense. He sought public sympathy by wrapping himself in a biblical tale of sin and redemption. Flanked by 100 city pastors, he admitted to having an unspecified problem that had brought him face to face with my deepest human frailties. He then checked himself into a drug and alcohol rehabilitation center and began attending church regularly. Behind the scenes he tried to arrange a deal with prosecutors, offering to plead guilty to a misdemeanor, a charge that would allow him to run again for office. With video evidence and 10 witnesses who would testify to using cocaine with Berry, U.S. Attorney Stevens felt confident in his ability to secure several felony counts and rebuffed the mayor's entreaties. 68. Berry, however, knew the city's Black electorate better than Stevens. As he said before his 1990 trial, all it takes is one juror saying, "I'm not going to convict Marion Berry. I don't care what you say." He and his lawyers spent all their energy angling for that one juror by placing the government on trial. Years ago the government made a determination that it would get Marion Berry, defense attorney R. Kenneth Mundy claimed in his opening statement, and it would go to any lengths, any extremes to get him. 69. The defense alleged a government conspiracy, knowing that D.C.'s Black community was particularly sensitive to the idea that federal prosecutors were targeting Black leadership for investigation. Since 1987, federal officials had brought charges against or leaked information from investigations of the most powerful Black elected and appointed officials in 7 states, including Maryland, New York, and Florida. Many of these officials traveled to Washington to make their case against the Justice Department, and they often appeared in local churches, on Black radio programs, and at protest rallies. Many Black Washingtonians, including those who opposed the mayor, politically feared, as did NAACP Executive Director Benjamin Hooks, that the Justice Department had placed an undue emphasis on harassing Black elected officials. 70. The defense's claims resonated with roughly half of the jurors, and deliberations were deadlocked from the beginning. A group of 5 middle-aged, working-class Black jurors blamed the government entirely. They were out to get Marion Berry, said D.C. Corrections Department Secretary Valerie Jackson Warren. I believe that with all my heart. Through 8 exhausting days of debate, an opposing group of 5 younger African Americans and 2 white jurors failed to dislodge them from their position. Ultimately, they compromised. The jurors would convict Berry of 1 misdemeanor count, acquit him of another, and give up on the rest. When they announced the verdict on August 10, the mayor cracked a huge smile and his supporters outside the courthouse erupted into chants of BARRY. BARRY. He had dodged a bullet. 71. Yet Barry's political future remained clouded. He had missed the filing deadline for the Democratic primary, but he registered as an independent and entered the crowded race for an at-large council seat. During the campaign, Judge Thomas Penfield Jackson, a jolly, patrician, Reagan appointee who had made little secret of his disapproval of the defense team's strategy, sentenced Barry to 6 months in prison. It was a stiff penalty for misdemeanor drug possession, one rooted in Jackson's belief that Barry had given aid, comfort, and encouragement to the drug culture at large. Though Barry's defenders scoffed at Jackson's logic, Raphael Edmond made a similar argument from a federal prison in Marion, Illinois. It's so many people that are out there talking about drugs is bad that are using drugs themselves, he argued. Just like Marion Barry. Jackson's verdict also revealed his disdain for the older black jurors, who, he later claimed, would not convict under any circumstances. 72. Barry hoped that black voter resentment over the sentence would boost his campaign, but voters' sober-eyed understanding that the mayor suffered from a serious substance abuse problem counterbalanced their anger. In November, they handed him his only electoral defeat. Weeks later, Barry headed off to prison, seemingly finished in district politics. 73. A new season, D.C. Struggles under a new mayor. Sharon Pratt Dixon believed that she could renew the promise of Chocolate City. A third-generation Washingtonian, a child of the city's light-skinned elite, she had grown up along the edge of Washington's Black Belt, moving northward from LaDroit Park as the city opened up to African American home buyers. In 1961, she graduated with honors from the newly desegregated Roosevelt High School, then headed to Howard University, where she studied political science. Pretty and petite, she stood only 5 feet, 2 inches tall. Dixon had hoped to become an actress, but her father, a distinguished jurist, convinced her to enroll in Howard Law School. There she met and married Arrington Dixon, who, with his wife's help, entered district politics in 1968 and rose to D.C. Council chairman within a decade. Smart, self-assured, and driven, she once stated her intention of going as far, doing and earning as much as any man. Dixon was not satisfied to serve as her husband's behind-the-scenes advisor. In 1976, she launched a political career of her own, winning the post of D.C. delegate to the Democratic National Committee. As part of Walter Fauntroy's organization, she officially was allied with Marion Barry, but like many upper-class black Washingtonians, she held the crude upstart in disdain. In 1982, she managed her friend Patricia Roberts Harris's ill-fated campaign to dethrone the vulnerable incumbent. Following Harris's defeat, Dixon focused on the national scene, becoming DNC treasurer in 1984.74. But as the city spun out of control, Dixon returned to local politics with her own improbable campaign for mayor. Trumpeting her outsider status and promising to clean house with a shovel, not a broom, Dixon tapped into many residents' desperate desire to break from the Barry years. A powerful endorsement from the Post helped Dixon win a majority of white voters and propelled her to a razor-thin victory in the 1990 Democratic primary. She then crushed her Republican opponent in the November general election to become the first African American woman to lead a major U.S. city. 75. It was a new season in D.C. politics, Dixon declared at her inauguration in January 1991. An ambitious cohort of reformers had swept away a generation of elected officials, including both Marion Barry and Walter Fauntroy, who came in last in the Democratic mayoral primary. Replacing him as D.C.'s non-voting delegate in the House of Representatives was Eleanor Holmes Norton, a respected attorney, civil rights activist, and Carter administration veteran who had never before held local office. 76. Dixon capitalized on the sense of optimism to tackle the city's economic woes. When she took office, the country was in the midst of a real estate recession that devastated D.C.'s most important private industry. City tax receipts, largely reliant on real estate, shrank considerably. With the congressional payment frozen since 1985 in a silent protest against Berry, the city experienced a budget shortfall of $300 million. Dixon spent much of her first 2 months in office calling on her DNC contacts and charming lawmakers on Capitol Hill. Impressed with the polished and professional Dixon, a sharp contrast to her predecessor, Congress upped its annual payment by $200 million and appropriated an additional $100 million in emergency funding to close the budget gap. She received a similarly warm reception from the Council, which approved more than $400 million in additional borrowing and granted Dixon the power to circumvent civil service rules to get rid of underperforming city employees. 77. The first real test of her leadership came in May 1991, when riots erupted in an unexpected place, the diverse, eclectic Mount Pleasant Adams Morgan neighborhood, widely regarded as the city's melting pot. In the 1980s, the neighborhood absorbed thousands of Salvadorans who had fled a murderous civil war and settled in the area, nearly doubling the city's Latino population. Mostly young, male, and poor, the new immigrants packed into dilapidated, overcrowded apartments, emerging each day to work as busboys, janitors, and construction workers, jobs that historically had gone to African American laborers. Fully half of the area's Latinos lived in households that contained 4 or more people and earned less than $20,000 per year. Because many immigrants had arrived without papers documenting their legal status, they could not vote, and the Berry administration ignored them. It was as if Carlos Rosario, who passed away in 1987, had never existed. With little access to government services and concentrated in the most vulnerable segments of the economy, they were hit hard by the 1990 recession. 78. As unemployed Salvadoran men filled neighborhood parks to wait for work and socialize, their more established neighbors, black and white, came to see them as alien and threatening. Drunks regularly trash the neighborhood, use it as a latrine, harass women, break the area's saplings, scare the elderly and kids out of the parks, and pull knives or clubs on each other, complained a former ANC commissioner. Police officers, few of whom spoke Spanish, rousted loitering men from area parks, often becoming rough with the non-English speakers who could not understand. Tensions between the predominantly African American police and the Salvadoran community increased dramatically. 79. Daniel Enrique Gomez knew these tensions well. Gomez arrived in D.C. from his native El Salvador in 1989 and secured a job washing dishes at the Georgetown Marriott. Once his shift was over, he would grab a bottle and catch up with friends at a small park at the corner of 17th and Lamont Streets. On May 5, 1991, a balmy Sunday evening, Gomez and 3 friends were thoroughly drunk when officers Angela Jewell and Grisel Del Valle cited the men for public intoxication. The men resisted arrest, and during the ensuing scuffle Jewell shot Gomez in the chest, wounding him critically. 80. Rumors that a black officer had shot and killed a Salvadoran man, some claimed he had been handcuffed when he was shot, coursed through the Latino community. Crowds of angry residents gathered along Mount Pleasant Street as hundreds of police reinforcements scrambled to the scene. By nightfall, bystanders were throwing bottles and rocks at a wall of riot police. Groups of young men raged up and down the Mount Pleasant commercial strip, burning police cars, smashing windows, and looting. Though frightened by the violence, many residents could not help but sympathize. "They're standing up for their rights," insisted Mount Pleasant resident Bea Rodriguez. "If you live here you see a lot of abuse by police." 81. Mayor Dixon inspired public confidence with her measured, compassionate response to the conflagration. She directed Police Chief Isaac Fullwood to contain rather than confront the rioters, a move later credited with saving lives and minimizing the reach of the riot. No one was seriously injured, and property damage was limited to the Mount Pleasant and Columbia Road commercial strips. Police made 230 arrests and contained the violence by the second night. For days, Dixon remained visible in the neighborhood, huddling with police, meeting with Latino leaders, and walking Mt. Pleasant Street to speak with residents. Her handling of the riot drew praise from residents of all backgrounds and the D.C. Council. "Mayor Dixon grew immeasurably in my eyes during the riot," said Councilman Frank Smith, whose district included the riot area. 82. In May 1991, a black police officer shot an unarmed Salvadoran man, triggering 3 days of riots in Mount Pleasant. Latino leaders charged that the city's black leadership routinely ignored the needs of Latino residents. Rick Reinhardt. Latino community activists were less impressed. The Mount Pleasant riot inspired a new generation of Latino leadership and kindled a new assertiveness that focused attention on the poor relationship between the city's black-run government and the fast-growing Latino community. Latinos made up more than 5% of district residents but less than 1% of municipal workers, and the city bureaucracy did a poor job of providing Spanish-language services. Latino leaders demanded their fair share of city resources. Longtime community leader Beatriz Otero pleaded for equity and parity, while younger activists struck a more militant tone. Pedro Aviles, chairman of the D.C. Latino Civil Rights Task Force, an umbrella organization formed in the wake of the riot, sounded much like the young Black Power activists of a generation before when he warned, unless these problems are addressed in a comprehensive way, we will have the danger of having similar disturbances again. 83. After the riot, Mayor Dixon promised to open the government to the Latino community, arguing that Black Washingtonians must embrace an expansive vision of social justice that addressed all forms of exclusion and discrimination, not just those directed against the Black community. She promised to revitalize the Office of Latino Affairs and pass reforms aimed at giving Hispanic residents a measure of power and influence in city affairs. Yet in a recession economy, Dixon's initiatives received fierce opposition from within the Black community. Some rejected Latino demands entirely. "If Latinos don't appreciate our country, get out," snapped Councilman H.R. Crawford. Others sought to protect their constituents' interests. "I believe the Latino community is entitled to their fair share of city contracts and services, but I won't allow that to happen at the expense of the African American community," asserted Councilman William Lightfoot. Dixon's initiatives stalled. By the end of her term, Latinos made up only 1.7% of city workers, many agencies still did not have translators, and Latino activists picketed the district building as the cash-strapped council considered the elimination of the Office of Latino Affairs. 84. Dixon's inability to produce meaningful reform for the Hispanic community mirrored the struggles of her administration overall. Her blunt manner and outsider status had been an asset on the campaign trail, but they proved a hindrance once in office. Alternately shy and abrasive, Dixon turned off voters who had become used to the glad-handing and deal-making at which Berry had excelled. Unaccustomed to being questioned, she demanded glowing media coverage and accused reporters of racism and sexism when they asked probing questions. Determined to rid the district building of Berry cronies, she fired all the city's top administrators, wiping away years of institutional knowledge. In their stead she hired an unimpressive group of political neophytes and old law school buddies, few of whom possessed the expertise or experience to manage a government in crisis. 85. Voters of all races soon soured on Mayor Dixon. She vowed to eliminate bloat by firing 2,000 mid-level managers, a pledge that many Black residents interpreted as an attack on their interests. Post-columnist Cortland Milloy called Dixon's plan a brutal chop at the heart of Washington's Black middle class, designed to impress some disinterested white men on Capitol Hill. Dixon hesitated to issue pink slips, angering her white supporters who expected her to clean out the bureaucracy. She eventually fulfilled her promise, but the process was haphazard and came almost entirely through retirements and buyouts rather than layoffs of low-performing workers. The controversy hurt morale, and city services, already dismal, deteriorated further. By the end of her first year in office, more than half of D.C.'s Black residents disapproved of her performance. 86. Mayor Kelly's She had changed her name after marrying New York businessman James Kelly III in December 1991. Fortunes continued to sink as Washington's economic situation worsened. By late 1992, she announced a projected $1 billion shortfall for the next 2 years and warned of higher taxes, layoffs, and the complete elimination of some services. Unable to balance the budget or even slow the growth of the deficit, she blamed D.C's tax and governance structure. The only long-term solution, she argued, was to determine our own economic course by becoming a state. Yet Kelly's embrace of statehood was not simply a desperate gambit to distract residents from her political problems. Despite D.C's violence, political turmoil, and economic struggles, the early 1990s appeared to be an opportune time to push for a state of New Columbia. A liberal bastion of corruption and crime, the push for D.C. statehood. The statehood movement, which had its roots in Julius Hobson's 1970 campaign for non-voting delegate, stalled following the irascible councilman's 1977 death from cancer. But the issue unexpectedly gained new life when Community for Creative Nonviolence founder Ed Guinan placed it on the 1980 ballot in the form of an initiative. Without consulting anyone in the self-determination movement, Guinan drafted a statehood proposal that required a four-step process: an up or down vote on the question of statehood, the election of 45 delegates to a constitutional convention, the submission of a constitution to the voters for ratification, and, finally, an application to Congress for admission to the Union as the 51st state. The process was unorthodox and cumbersome, but Guinan believed that it could build a dense network of grassroots activists that would displace establishment leaders and empower citizens to address D.C's most pressing needs. 87. Support for Guinan's initiative was lukewarm. The ballot question won, though by the underwhelming margin of 85,487 to 57,580, hardly a unanimous show of local support for statehood. Opposition was strongest in Ward 3, where D.C. voting rights amendment supporters such as the League of Women Voters joined with white residents who feared a black government unencumbered by congressional oversight to oppose the measure. 88. The statehood push displaced the well-connected elected officials, lobbyists, and civil rights activists who dominated the local movement for self-determination. Unconvinced by Guinan's strategy, these veteran activists stood aloof as what the Post's Tom Sherwood described as a potpourri of liberal community activists. A few elected or appointed officials and a sprinkling of political unknowns declared for the 45 delegate seats to the Constitutional Convention in January 1982. Mayor Berry did not even bother to run a slate of surrogates. Experienced elected officials such as Councilman David Clark and former school board member Charles Castle were rare in the sea of political unknowns who secured delegate seats. Despite a lack of interest from the community, the press, and city officials, the delegates assembled at Dunbar High School for the Constitutional Convention and produced, in just 90 days, a draft constitution for the state of New Columbia. 89. The document staked out a host of political and social positions typically left to legislators. It guaranteed full employment, gay rights, and a living wage, protected public workers' right to strike, called for the public ownership of utilities, defended the legality of affirmative action, and expanded rights for those accused of a crime. The draft constitution was as much a manifesto for social reform as an outline for a form of governmental structure, Delegate Philip Schrag acknowledged. Convention President Charles Castle called it the most progressive official state document in the history of this nation. 90. Most local political elites, however, rejected the effort. The D.C. Republican Party and the Board of Trade denounced its economic provisions, while the Post and the Star claimed that its dense social clauses would doom it to failure before Congress. Even Sam Smith, the radical white editor of the Progressive Review who had outlined the case for statehood a decade before, wondered why delegates had not simply copied another state's constitution and saved the New World Order for later. Voters had similar misgivings, and only 53% voted to approve the Constitution. In September 1983, Mayor Berry submitted the draft Constitution to Congress, where D.C. Delegate Walter Fauntroy gave it a snowball's chance in July in Florida. Castle chafed at Fauntroy's dismissal, but he admitted that the statehood forces could count just 3 supportive members of Congress out of 535. It never made it to the floor for a vote. 91. The statehood idea might have remained buried in the bowels of Congress but for the intervention of Jesse Jackson, the nation's most prominent black politician. A Baptist preacher from South Carolina with a powerful presence and a national network of supporters, Jackson had first learned about D.C.'s lack of self-determination when he worked with Walter Fauntroy in the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. He helped Fauntroy on the D.C. Voting Rights Amendment campaign in 1978 and dominated the city's Democratic presidential primaries in 1984 and 1988. At the 1988 Democratic Convention he succeeded in inserting a pro-statehood plank in the party platform, the first time either major party had done so. Often in D.C. to lobby Congress or participate in national events, Jackson developed such an affinity for the city that he purchased a boarded-up house on the 400 block of T Street in LaDroit Park, next door to former Mayor Walter Washington, .92. Following his unsuccessful 1988 presidential bid, Jackson mulled the idea of running for mayor of D.C. Marion Barry famously scoffed, "Jesse don't wanna run nothin' but his mouth," but he feared that leading a city under occupation would make him politically vulnerable and dilute his national leverage. Instead, he sought an elected position that allowed him the freedom to maintain his role as a national civil rights leader. He believed that he found an answer in D.C.'s shadow senator, a nebulous post required as part of the 1980 statehood initiative for which the council had never scheduled elections. Hoping to use the office to lead a high-profile campaign for D.C. statehood, he pressured the council to hold elections, then dominated the ensuing contest in March 1990.93. Despite his popularity, Jackson found Democrats in Congress lukewarm and Republicans openly hostile as he pushed for statehood. After 2 years of lobbying, just 31 senators agreed to support a statehood bill sponsored by Massachusetts Democrat Edward Kennedy. Only one, Arlen Specter of Pennsylvania, was a Republican. .94. The bill faced a robust, national grassroots campaign of opposition coordinated by Citizens United Against D.C. Statehood, an offshoot of a conservative political action organization that later gained fame for its attack on campaign finance reform laws. Founded by Republican activist Floyd Brown, creator of the infamous Willie Horton ad in the 1988 presidential election, Citizens United linked D.C. statehood with support for communist leader Fidel Castro, Arab terrorists, and black Muslim hate-mongers. An emerging conservative media also fueled opposition to statehood. The Washington Times, an unabashedly right-wing newspaper founded in 1982 by the Reverend Sun Myung Moon of the Unification Church, published several thinly sourced articles portraying Jackson as petulant and self-important, while conservative talk show host Armstrong Williams made a name for himself as a black opponent of statehood on the local WOL radio station. .95. Unlike with the Voting Rights Amendment in 1978, self-determination activists were poorly organized and had no reach outside of the city limits. Citizens for New Columbia, an independent group, hosted protests, hearings, commemorations, and informational events but failed to influence members of Congress. Despite clear signs that the statehood bill would not pass, Delegate Eleanor Holmes Norton pressed for a vote, and on November 21, 1993, the House defeated it 277-153. Not a single Republican supported the bill. The district, a liberal bastion of corruption and crime, doesn't even come close to meeting statehood requirements, charged Republican Tom DeLay of Texas. Congress ought to take back control of the city and clean it up. 96. An angry Jackson blamed Democratic leadership for the legislation's defeat, while Norton and Citizens for a New Columbia tried desperately to put a positive gloss on the outcome by arguing that a vote on statehood, the first in the city's history, was a victory in and of itself. Following the bill's failure, Jackson withdrew from D.C. In December 1995, he announced that he would not seek re-election as shadow senator and would return to Chicago. After he left, the statehood forces fell into disarray. Always loosely organized and short of money, they had lost their one champion with a national profile and access to significant funding and support. 97. In the 15 years since the D.C. Voting Rights Amendment passed in 1978, opposition to D.C. statehood had become conservative dogma while national Democrats proved noncommittal. Recognizing that the struggle was all but hopeless, the experienced strategists and national figures who for a generation had led the movement for DC self-determination abandoned the cause, leaving the field to a motley crew of amateurs, dreamers, and demagogues. To give the powers that be the finger, Barry's triumphant return. As the battle for statehood raged, Marion Barry re-emerged on D.C's political scene. The so-called mayor for life had never seriously entertained leaving politics despite his incarceration in a federal penitentiary in Loretto, Pennsylvania. From the day he arrived in prison, Barry worked the phones to check in with old campaign hands, measure his chances, and plan his comeback. With the help of supporters such as the Reverend Willie Wilson of Union Temple Baptist Church in Anacostia and former aide Sandra Allen, Barry had already choreographed his return to D.C. politics by the time he was released in April 1992. A caravan of 6 buses and a limousine met Barry at a motel not far from the prison. Some 300 poster-waving supporters sang "Victory is ours" and cheered as Barry professed, "I've come out of prison better, not bitter." 3 months later, he announced his candidacy for the council seat from Ward 8.98. Ward 8 was ideal for Barry's rebirth as a politician. Tucked between Prince George's County and the Anacostia River, it was D.C's southernmost jurisdiction, encompassing the area formerly known as Far Southeast. Residents were poor. 22% fell below the poverty line, compared to 3% in predominantly white Ward 3, and amenities were few, with only one grocery store for the ward's nearly 70,000 residents. The area led the city in infant mortality and claimed a disproportionate share of the carnage in one of the most violent urban areas in the nation. Ward 8 citizens, more than 80% of whom were black, felt isolated, neglected, frightened, and angry. 99. Since 1976, Ward 8's representative on the D.C. Council was Wilhelmina Rolark, a combative lawyer and Home Rule activist who had helped coordinate Walter Fauntroy's successful effort to oust segregationist Representative John McMillan of South Carolina. Rolark and her husband, Calvin, publisher of the Washington Informer and founder of the United Black Fund, had long been Barry allies, but they broke with him following his 1990 arrest. Barry had not forgotten the insult, though he targeted Rolark primarily because he viewed her as politically weak. 100. Barry also chose Ward 8 because it perfectly fit his redemption narrative and political style. Roughly half of Ward 8's black males were incarcerated or being processed through the criminal justice system, most for drug-related crimes, and Barry presented himself as a former addict and prisoner who knew their struggles. According to the Reverend Wilson, Barry was a rare man that everyone in this community can identify with because they've been in the same places in jail and in trouble and downtrodden, as he's been. Barry fed Ward residents' desire for recognition and respect. Draped around his neck throughout the campaign was a piece of Kent cloth stitched with the words Ward 8. Second to none. Though he was, in effect, campaigning against policies of mass incarceration and neglect he himself had put in place, his message resonated. The city's political elites rushed across the river to support Rolark, but their efforts were futile. Barry trounced her by a 3-1 margin. 101. With an eye on recapturing the mayor's office, Barry never stopped campaigning. Once on the D.C. Council, he concentrated his energies on sometimes hopeless but politically popular citywide issues that gave him inroads with new constituencies. He also reshaped the electorate to his advantage by expanding the voter registration operation that had been crucial to his 1992 win. Week after week, a roving team of Barry campaign workers calling themselves the Fighting 54th, after the Black Civil War regiment depicted in the movie Glory, combed housing projects and row houses in Wards 6, 7, and 8, cornering any unregistered voters that they could find and begging them to sign up. By election day, volunteers had added tens of thousands of new voters to the rolls, pushing the city's registration rate to 79%, an all-time high. Perhaps most important for Barry, the effort erased the huge advantage the wealthy western wards held over the poorer eastern wards. 102. Meanwhile, Washington continued to descend into chaos. Murders topped 440 every year between 1990 and 1993. Fearful of revenge killings, most residents stopped speaking to a police force widely seen as incompetent and corrupt. In 1993, 113 officers were indicted for everything from working as paid security for drug dealers to abetting murder. The breakdown within the police department mirrored the overall deterioration in the city government. 103. Terrified by the violence and tired of government dysfunction, those who could decamp to the suburbs, 37,000 residents, most of them black and middle or working class, left D.C. between 1990 and 1994, nearly double the number who had done so in the previous 4-year period. Without their tax receipts, the city slipped deeper into debt. As 1994 came to a close, the projected deficit topped $700 million. Washington's sorry state and Mayor Kelly's inability to do anything about it earned her a whopping 67% disapproval rating, dooming her chances of re-election. 104. Into the political vacuum stepped a resurgent Marion Barry, who used legions of newly registered voters to fuel his 1994 mayoral campaign. Alongside the uplifting themes of faith and redemption that propelled his D.C. Council campaign, he added a racial appeal: "Don't let the white folks pick your leader." He railed against the Post's endorsement of his chief opponent, black councilman John Ray, and used Ray's heavy support in the western wards to paint him as the white folks' candidate. To the astonishment of political pundits nationwide, Barry easily won the Democratic primary. Even many middle-class black voters supported the incumbent. "I voted for Barry to give the powers that be the finger, to let them know that there is a palpable black rage even among the middle class," explained Leonard Knight, an African-American lawyer. 105. The vote split neatly along racial and geographical lines. In predominantly white Ward 3, support for Barry was near infinitesimal, just 586 of 17,333 votes cast, while in Ward 8, he won by a margin of 4-1. Asked by a reporter what he had to say to the white voters who had opposed him, Barry snapped, "Get over it. Get over whatever personal hang-ups you got." They would not. Soon after the primary election, one resident began a Free Ward 3 movement, collecting signatures for an effort to retrocede the area back to Maryland. Most of his neighbors settled for crossing party lines and supporting Republican Carol Schwartz in the general election. These white Democrats, and a sizable number of middle-class black voters, swelled Schwartz's share of the vote to 42%, the largest received by a Republican since modern home rule began. 106. As Barry returned to the mayor's office, the city found itself at the mercy of an increasingly hostile Congress. In November 1994, American voters delivered the House of Representatives to the Republican Party for the first time in 40 years, elevating many legislators who opposed D.C. self-determination to positions of national leadership, including Speaker of the House Newt Gingrich and Majority Whip Tom DeLay. Hoping to preempt a congressional takeover and set the terms of any government restructuring, within weeks of taking office Barry announced that the district was $722 million in debt. To stave off bankruptcy, he asked the federal government to assume control of essential city services, including courts and prisons, and give the city $250 million in aid to cover Medicaid overspending. In return, he promised to slash the budget and lay off city workers. 107. Barry framed his plan in rebellious terms, arguing that the home rule system was broken from the start. "If we are going to be treated as a territory, half slave and half free, we ought not to pay the price that free people pay." Many black city residents cheered Barry's posture of defiance. "We talk a lot about how the district is like a plantation under the Republicans," stated Northeast resident Fred Cooper. "One thing we admire about Barry is he is refusing to be an overseer." 108. Members of Congress, however, rejected these terms outright, demanding instead a loss of self-determination in return for federal help. Much as it had when it had disfranchised city residents in 1874, the normally lumbering legislature addressed the district's financial problems with head-snapping speed. In April 1995, Congress passed legislation establishing a financial control board that would oversee the district budget, wield management authority over district agencies, and hold a veto over local legislation. After President Bill Clinton signed the legislation, Councilman Kevin Chavas remarked, "It is a sad day for the District 109. When black activists entered government in the late 1970s, recalled journalist Kojo Namdi, we were not looking to run business or government the way white folks did. We were looking for the opportunity to run the government at a higher level of integrity. In some respects they succeeded. They changed the very nature of city government, decoupling it from the federal bureaucracy and making it more representative of the city's diverse population. They also redistributed wealth, building a large black working and middle class through public jobs and city contracts. 110. Yet the man whom many district residents entrusted with their hopes ultimately let them down. The more time Mayor Berry spent in office, the more he adopted governing methods characteristic of big city political machines. He cozied up to large developers and used public programs to buy political allegiance, while several of his aides and friends exploited the disorganized bureaucracy and city contracting system to pad their wallets. Other large cities experienced similar graft, but Berry's transgressions were magnified by a hostile national conservative movement that dominated the White House for most of his time in office and used the city as a symbol of black democratic corruption and dysfunction. Berry's failures made the very people that he had worked his entire political career to help more susceptible to the crack epidemic. As violence soared and city services deteriorated, the residents most in need suffered most of all, and D.C. teetered on the edge of bankruptcy. By the mid-1990s, Berry and his coterie of activists, now graying political veterans, struggled to maintain a much diminished version of home rule. The expansive hopes and promise of Chocolate City were gone. 14. Go home rich white people. Washington becomes wealthier and whiter, 1995-2010. Oh, white people. White people on my street. I don't believe it. Sandra Seegers, 2009. Washington, D.C.'s Chinatown, centered on the 600 block of H Street NW, is like an Asian-themed Times Square, a head-spinning mix of Chinese culture and consumer capitalism. Emerging from the metro at 7th and H Street, visitors enter a crude recreation of a pagoda festooned with huge video billboards flashing ads for everything from cell phones to cars. Just steps away, majestically spanning H Street, is the Friendship Archway, a gilded, 60-foot-high traditional Chinese gate erected in 1986. Chinese characters adorn every business, street lamps resemble Chinese lanterns, and the 12 animals of the Chinese zodiac are embedded in the sidewalks. With its shopping, restaurants, and movie theater, the area has become something of a downtown mall. Street performers jockey with black Israelites for space along sidewalks crowded with hungry office workers, gawking tourists, and meandering high school students. Amid the crush of humanity, however, one group is conspicuously rare: Chinese people. Chinatown had once been a small but stable community located initially between 3rd and 4½ Streets NW on the south side of Pennsylvania Avenue, where now sits the East Building of the National Gallery of Art. In the 1890s, Chinese merchants purchased half a dozen buildings in the area and opened restaurants and shops selling imported goods and curios. Small and dilapidated, crowded with boxes and thick with the smells of incense and tea, the shops were largely quiet during the day. In the evenings and on Sundays, however, the neighborhood came alive as Chinese laundrymen. Only 3 or 4 women and no more than 15 children were among the more than 400 Chinese residents in D.C. in 1900 converged on the area to shop and socialize. 1. Small in number and linked to a foreign nation represented in a local legation, the Chinese received different treatment from the white community than their black neighbors. City officials generally regarded the Chinese community as a harmless oddity that gave the nation's capital exotic flavor and vital labor. Local papers often remarked on Chinese residents' thrift and hard work while assuring readers that D.C. was free of the notorious dens of vice, opium dens, allegedly characteristic of other, larger Chinatowns. The handful of Chinese children in D.C. enrolled not in black schools, as they did elsewhere in the South, but in white schools, where they often were the subject of bemused fascination. Some of the white parents foolishly declared that they belonged in the colored schools, the Post reported when the first Chinese students enrolled in 1893. But all have been won over by their bright faces and attractive ways. With the precedent established, students of Asian descent attended white schools up through school desegregation in 1954. White Washingtonians generally did not fear negative consequences of such integration, perhaps because they believed, as the Stars E.C. Cohn wrote in 1927, the homogeneous character of the Chinese precludes any probability of their assimilation, and an Oriental will likely always be an Oriental wherever he is too. 2 decades before the destruction of Southwest during urban renewal, the Chinese experienced their own searing displacement. As federal lawmakers worked to remake the National Mall and Federal Triangle, the district commissioners laid plans to place a municipal center on the 300 block of Pennsylvania Avenue. They forced Chinatown merchants to sell the land, and demolition began in 1931. Picturesque Chinatown, with its tea houses, quaint shops, and air of Eastern mystery, impervious for 40 years to Western ways and customs, bowed at last to Western progress, wrote the Post. The city made no provision for the merchants' relocation, and residents scattered as the bulldozers rolled in. 3. But Chinese residents were organized into a dense web of family, mercantile, and benevolent associations, and led by the An Liang Merchants Association, they secretly purchased a series of storefronts on the 600 block of H Street NW. Despite attempts by nearby German Jewish merchants and homeowners to block what they dubbed the Chinese invasion of H Street, nearly a dozen businesses relocated and established a new Chinatown. Reinforced by veterans who returned home with Chinese war brides, the community reached its apex in the years following World War II, swelling to about 1,500 members and spreading east and west along H Street and north to Massachusetts Avenue. The community became a staple of city life. Residents of all backgrounds visited the neighborhood's 6 restaurants and, after 1950, craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the paper dragon undulating down H Street during the Chinese New Year parade. 4. Yet just as the community had become established, suburbanization delivered a near-death blow to Chinatown. Determined not to remain laundry operators, many D.C. Chinese pushed their children to enter the professions. By the 1950s, Chinese accountants, doctors, and government workers followed their white peers out to Bethesda and Wheaton, Maryland, and McLean, Virginia. As the center of Chinese life shifted to the suburbs, new immigrants bypassed Chinatown unless they were too poor to do so. By the mid-1960s, scarcely 10% of the D.C. area's Chinese population lived in Chinatown. Most of those who remained were senior citizens and bachelors who lived amid a deteriorating strip of stores and restaurants. 5. The decline of Chinatown stimulated 4 major efforts to revitalize the neighborhood, each with diminishing participation from Chinese business owners and residents. In the early 1960s, a group of suburban-based Chinese business owners and professionals created the Oriental Commercial Center, a real estate syndicate designed to save Chinatown, in the words of founding member Hamilton Moy. The Commercial Center organized white business owners into the Chiam Lions Club, an exclusive cross-cultural organization for interested investors. They were less concerned with maintaining the area as a home for Chinese than in building a commercial enclave set off by Oriental motifs. Despite a few early successes, the plan collapsed. The anticipated influx of investment never arrived, and the 1968 riots left a burned-out slum on Chinatown's northern border. "People got scared and stopped coming," said Jean Lee, whose parents owned a grocery store on H Street. 6. Next, federal officials and the Metropolitan Board of Trade attempted to rejuvenate the neighborhood by siting a 25-acre convention center on the north side of HST between 6th and 10th Streets. Residents, some of who remembered the 1931 displacement, argued that the project would destroy rather than revitalize their community and organized spirited protests. Though the demonstrations renewed community pride and forced officials to shelve the plans, they did not stop the area's decline. By 1980, only 302 Chinese lived in Chinatown, less than 2% of the metropolitan Chinese population. 7. In the early 1980s, Mayor Marion Barry assembled a group of Chinese American business owners and professionals into the Chinatown Development Corporation for another attempt to redevelop the neighborhood. The corporation envisioned an economically diverse neighborhood anchored by a series of new commercial and mixed-use projects. Central to their plans was the Far East Trade Center, a $116 million, 10-story, glass-walled building that would house offices for international businesses, a Chinese-themed hotel, condominiums, and a ground-floor Asian marketplace. With its 34 Chinese-American investors holding a 47% stake, the massive development promised to be the largest such deal involving Chinese Americans in the United States. 8. The plans triggered a wave of land speculation, increasing pressure on Chinese residents and small business owners, but the promised development never came. The Far East Trade Center suffered from the same inexperience and lack of financing that plagued other minority contracting deals during the Barry years, and the project foundered. Hounded by crime, high taxes, and high rents, Chinese immigrants continued to shun the neighborhood. All the Chinese people, the immigrants, leave Chinatown. Because no one wants to be here, explained Dai Taisheng, a calligrapher who lived and worked at 803 H Street. By 1990, less than 25% of the property in Chinatown was Chinese-owned, and the community had thinned to a cluster of dingy restaurants and shops scattered amid parking lots and boarded-up buildings on 7th and H Streets. Some derisively called it China Block 9. Abe Pollin witnessed Chinatown's decline and the larger abandonment of downtown D.C., and he hoped to revitalize the area. The philanthropic owner of the Bullets basketball team and the Capitals hockey team, Pollin was dedicated to his hometown. He grew up in Brightwood, attended Roosevelt High School and George Washington University, and started his construction business in D.C. In December 1994, he brokered a deal with Mayor-elect Barry to build an indoor sports arena on the southern edge of Chinatown. 10. Chinese business owners on the Chinatown Steering Committee got involved only after the deal was struck, but they greeted the news with excitement. They haggled with Pollin about the location of a subway entrance and the architecture and design, but they did not negotiate about affordable housing even though the planned development threatened to displace the area's 300 remaining Chinese residents and several small businesses. No Chinese people will be able to afford to live in Chinatown, worried Wilson Lee, who ran a general store and herbal pharmacy on 7th Street. The Chinese people will be moved and you cannot have a Chinatown without people. There'll be nothing left but the arch. The merchants were sympathetic but saw their choices as between development and displacement or continued decline. Sure, we want Chinese businesses, said Dwayne Wong, the one steering committee member who lived in Chinatown, but if nobody comes, well. 11. The 20,000-seat MCI Center opened to great fanfare on December 2, 1997, and immediately became the centerpiece of the city's downtown redevelopment plan. During the following decade, Chinatown boomed. Land values and real estate taxes soared as sleek national chain restaurants and stores opened in newly remodeled storefronts. Though relentlessly promoted as a Chinatown, only the Chinese merchants who owned their buildings and residents fortunate enough to secure Section 8 housing subsidies were able to stay. Even the kitchen staff in the few remaining Chinese restaurants was largely Salvadoran. Washington's Chinatown had become less a community than, in the words of the district government's 2009 Chinatown Cultural Development Strategy, a premier destination for experiencing international Asian and Chinese American art and culture. 12. The new Chinatown, bustling, multicultural, hip, but not Chinese, embodied the dramatic economic and demographic transformations that D.C. experienced in the early 21st century, as well as their costs. In the first decade of the new millennium, a similar process enveloped much of the city west of the Anacostia. Driven by a nationwide housing boom and post-9/11 government expansion, new development injected millions of dollars of capital into neighborhoods that had not seen significant investment since the 1950s. Young, affluent residents swarmed back into Washington, reversing the city's 5-decade population slide, replenishing its tax base, and reshaping the landscape and the culture. But as the city became younger, wealthier, and whiter, many established residents, particularly black Washingtonians, felt alienated from their new neighbors and unwelcome in their own city. Unable to afford homes as DC real estate prices skyrocketed, many lower-income residents sought affordable housing in the suburbs. Those who stayed used their dwindling political strength to fight back against displacement and the policy makers who supported unbridled development. As the pace of development and the in-migration of young professionals quickened, racial tensions in the city flared. On the verge of financial collapse in the mid-1990s, by 2010 the nation's capital was thriving economically but remained sharply divided along racial lines. Pawns of a predominantly white and callous Congress, the Financial Control Board takes control. Andrew Brimmer had watched the city slip toward insolvency in the early 1990s, and he hoped to bring it back from the brink. The third of 5 children born to black Louisiana sharecroppers in 1926, Brimmer had grown up picking cotton and slopping hogs until World War II offered him an escape. With the GI Bill, the diligent and driven former Army sergeant moved swiftly through college, earned a Ph.D. in economics from Harvard University in 1957, and distinguished himself at the New York Federal Reserve Bank and the Commerce Department. President Lyndon Johnson nominated him to the Federal Reserve Board of Governors in 1966, the first black person to hold the prestigious post. With his close-cropped hair, business suits, and horn-rimmed glasses, Brimmer became, in the words of Time magazine, the Federal Reserve Board's Jackie Robinson 13. Like Robinson, Brimmer was a determined integrationist, and he deemed as misguided and not at all promising the various economic and community control proposals advocated by Marion Barry and other Black Power activists. He was not, however, a racially obsequious Uncle Tom, as some of his critics would later claim. From his perch on the country's most powerful financial body, Brimmer issued annual studies of black economic progress and forcefully advocated for federal spending to address black unemployment. He also maintained deep and fruitful connections with the black community, serving on the board of Tuskegee University and as president of the Association for the Study of Afro-American Life and History. 14. Brimmer developed an affinity for an in-depth knowledge of his adopted home. Though he left the Federal Reserve in 1974, Brimmer remained in the district, basing his financial consulting firm on MacArthur Boulevard NW and commuting to his many academic and corporate board positions from his Northwest home. Between 1981 and 1992, the city government tapped the esteemed economist to conduct 3 separate studies of D.C.'s finances, which gave him a thorough understanding of the district's economy and its relation to the federal government. Brimmer's stature in the financial world, his connections to the black community, and his understanding of the city's finances made him a leading contender for the chairmanship of the Financial Control Board, which Congress established in April 1995 to oversee Washington's books. 15. Though viewed by many D.C. residents as a hostile takeover by a punitive Congress, the initial creation of the Financial Control Board was a strategic retreat in which the city's elected leaders played an influential role. Originally suggested by Delegate Eleanor Holmes Norton to preempt Republican proposals to strip D.C. of self-government entirely, the idea won support from the new Speaker of the House Newt Gingrich of Georgia, a fiery partisan who regularly had attacked the district in his 15-year quest to win control of the House of Representatives. Gingrich hoped that working with Washington's black leadership could soften the Republican Party's anti-black image and provide an opportunity to showcase conservative anti-poverty policies, including school vouchers and enterprise zones. The nation's capital could become an urban jewel, he told Mayor Barry and Delegate Norton. 16. With Gingrich determined to present the GOP as an enlightened partner in D.C.'s efforts to regain solvency, Congress crafted a bailout bill that left the home rule government largely intact. Drafted by a moderate Republican freshman from Northern Virginia named Tom Davis, the legislation drew not from the undemocratic 3-commissioner system of the pre-Home Rule era but instead on a more cooperative model used in New York City, Philadelphia, and Cleveland. Under Davis's bill, a presidentially appointed Financial Control Board 17 could review and alter all budgets, financial plans, city leases, and contracts, but the mayor and the D.C. Council retained much of their executive and lawmaking functions. The board would stay in place until the district's credit rating had recovered and the city government posted 4 consecutive balanced budgets. Punitive enough to please Republican hardliners yet elastic enough to give D.C. continued home rule, the bill breezed through both chambers on a voice vote. 18. Working through the Clinton administration, Norton set the tone for how the board would use its power. At her urging, President Clinton named Andrew Brimmer as chair of the board, along with 4 other D.C. residents with stated commitments to home rule, including Joyce Ladner, Marion Barry's old SNCC comrade who then was serving as the interim president of Howard University. Brimmer and his fellow board members embraced the limited role Norton envisioned for them. 19. Despite the pivotal role city leaders had played in creating and staffing the control board, most African American residents did not trust the new body. Washingtonians of all races had grown weary of spiraling deficits, declining services, and devastating crime, and many resigned themselves to the idea that the city needed Congress's help to relieve the financial crisis. But a distinct racial split emerged on the issue. Where white residents overwhelmingly supported congressional intervention, many black Washingtonians viewed it skeptically. No matter if the board is brown or black or white, they are going to be seen as pawns of a predominantly white and callous Congress, noted the Reverend Graylin Ellis Hagler of Plymouth Congregational United Church of Christ in Manor Park. 20. Attuned to black popular opinion, Mayor Barry cultivated African American residents' distrust of Congress and presented himself as their champion. After the board, in its first act, advised the mayor to cut spending and reduce the size of the bureaucracy by 5,600 workers, the mayor chastised members for their insensitivity to district residents. The following December, he supported more than 100 protesting city employees who used government vehicles to block the intersection outside the board's Thomas Circle offices during the morning rush hour. I can understand the frustration many D.C. employees feel with regard to the powers and decisions of the control board, he said. For months Barry used the cooperative framework Norton had created to slow, if not sabotage, board initiatives. 21. By early 1996, board members had given up on cooperating with Barry and the council. Calling the mayor irrelevant, they announced that they would conduct their own reviews of the city budget and implement cuts without his input. There is tremendous respect for home rule, said Control Board Executive Director John Hill. But there comes a point in time when you just can't wait any longer. 22. Barry initially pushed back. When the board called on him to fire Vernon Hawkins, a veteran bureaucrat and Barry loyalist who served as director of the Department of Human Services, the mayor objected, calling the board's request absolutely anti-democratic, anti-American, un-American, totalitarian. Hawkins was a poor manager, but Barry viewed the issue as a test of his power and refused to back down. The control board does not have the day-to-day responsibility of managing this government, he declared, I do. Only when Speaker Gingrich informed him that his failure to cooperate puts into doubt the whole issue of home rule did Barry capitulate. 23. As the battle for power between the board and the city's leaders escalated, Barry's personal problems re-emerged. In April 1996, the mayor suddenly announced that he was suffering from spiritual relapse and physical exhaustion and would be leaving the city for an undisclosed period to recuperate. Though Barry was opaque about the reason for his abrupt departure, reporters soon heard rumors that he had made the announcement after a staffer caught him purchasing crack in the district building. Boxing promoter Rock Newman, a principal backer of the mayor's 1994 campaign, encouraged Barry to stop the maddening process towards relapse and resign. Barry could not. His personal peccadilloes continued that summer, further undermining the control board's faith in his ability to be a constructive force in the city's recovery. 24. With Barry out of the way, the board undertook the difficult process of reforming the bureaucracy. Board members conducted in-depth studies of particularly troubled city agencies, assumed control, and replaced underperforming managers. Despite the board's decisive action, it was not enough for some conservative critics in Congress. Foremost among them were North Carolina Republican Senator Loch Faircloth and Representative Charles Taylor, respectively the chairman of the Senate Appropriations Subcommittee on D.C. and the House District Appropriations Subcommittee. The two pilloried the board for being too sensitive to home rule. "It's time to stop worrying about stepping on toes," Faircloth insisted. They envisioned a much stronger board that would run the entire city directly. 25. They found a vehicle for their ambitions in a 1997 bill to address the city's debt. Since the Home Rule Act took effect in 1974, city leaders had complained that Congress created insurmountable deficits by saddling the district with an unfunded pension liability and the financial obligations of a state but strictly limiting the city's taxing authority. Congressional leaders dismissed such complaints, blaming the city's financial problems on poor management alone. Now responsible for the city's finances, however, Congress realized that it had indeed created a massive structural deficit. It crafted legislation that assumed the city's $4 billion pension obligation and transferred control of a host of city services such as prisons and street maintenance to the federal government. 26. The legislation had bipartisan support, with Speaker Gingrich and Delegate Norton as its most vocal advocates. But Senator Faircloth argued that the initial proposal was no more than a multi-billion-dollar bailout for a mismanaged city and demanded direct federal control. He got support from an unlikely source, Financial Control Board Chairman Andrew Brimmer. Furious at the mayor for failing to carry out his edicts, Brimmer urged Congress to place the district government under a city manager who would not be constrained by having to look over his shoulder at either the mayor or the council. 27. Delegate Norton succeeded in derailing the city manager idea, but what the district got instead essentially suspended home rule. The Compromise National Capital Revitalization Act of 1997 provided the necessary bailout but required that the control board directly administer the city's 9 largest agencies and appoint a chief management officer to run the government and report directly to the board. Barry was reduced to a ceremonial figure with direct oversight of only parks and recreation, libraries, and a few assorted commissions. The council fared even worse, as the legislation gave the board veto power over any law it passed or contract it brokered. Congressman Tom Davis, who managed the bill in the House, noted that out of respect for home rule, the board had been reluctant to exercise their powers between 1995 and 1997. Now it's a congressional mandate. 28. Barry decried the legislation as a rape of democracy and encouraged residents to rise up in anger. A small group of activists took up his call, marching on Representative Davis's Falls Church, Virginia, home chanting, "Down with Davis! Up with democracy," and caravanning down to Clinton, North Carolina, to stage a raucous protest outside Senator Faircloth's hog farm. Others blamed the mayor. Sandra Seegers, once a Barry supporter, created the committee to recall Mayor Barry, arguing, "After all the embarrassment, after all the hypocrisy, after all the corruption, and now that democracy has been stolen from the citizens, it's time to dump Barry." 29. Most residents, however, appeared resigned to the congressional takeover. As the city crumbled around them, they believed that a loss of home rule was the price they had to pay for recovery. Trash pickup is lousy, potholes, people moving out because crime is so bad, Brookland resident Vernon Ham groused. Something had to change. 30. Despite his tough rhetoric, Barry, too, came to accept the new order. Though polls showed him well ahead of possible opponents, he declined to run for re-election in 1998. Politically neutered by Congress, besieged by critics, and still battling his drug addiction, he reasoned that the struggle would not be worth the hollow prize of a ceremonial office. On May 22, in a selfing speech in which he took credit for nearly every positive development in the city's recent history, the four-term mayor told residents, "There are areas I can better serve in outside of the government." Though Barry would come out of retirement to reclaim the Ward 8 council seat in 2004, he never again wielded significant power. 31. It was the end of a remarkable era in D.C. politics. For 3 decades, Barry seemed to defy political gravity, rising from an unknown street protester to become the most dominant elected official in the city's history. He displayed an uncanny ability to take advantage of shifting political winds, moving deftly from black power militant in the 1960s to inclusive coalition builder in the 1970s to pinstriped power broker in the 1980s to reformed sinner in the 1990s. Despite his personal scandals and the city's struggles, he remained wildly popular among his core constituents, low-income black Washingtonians. Marion Barry employed a lot of people, he made a lot of people middle class, he put a lot of people through college, he paid a lot of rent, said longtime ally Lawrence Guillot as he assessed Barry's legacy. 32. Barry was Washington's tragic hero, a supremely talented politician who held the promise of leading the city beyond its historic divisions. But his personal flaws and managerial indifference, combined with the enormity of the city's problems, ultimately shattered that sense of hope. 33. Races simmering just beneath the surface, the uneasy return to home rule. Barry's announcement upended the 1998 mayoral race. The three declared candidates, Black Councilman Harold Brazil and Kevin Chavas and White Councilman Jack Evans, scrambled to connect with voters in a suddenly wide-open contest. But all were blindsided by the arrival of an unexpected candidate in the race, Anthony Williams, the city's chief financial officer, CFO. Thin and balding with a low, droning voice and a penchant for obscure analogies, the Yale and Harvard-trained former Department of Agriculture CFO appeared to be little more than a quirky bureaucrat with shallow roots in D.C. The light-skinned Los Angeles native had moved to the city just 3 years before, rented a nondescript apartment in Southwest, and voted only once in local elections before entering the mayor's race. Described in the Post as a numbers-crunching, bow-tie-wearing bookworm, Williams was shy and awkward in public, a sharp contrast to the glad-handing Barry. He was easy to underestimate. 34. Williams's bureaucratic demeanor masked his driving ambition and keen political mind. The finance position he held was the second most powerful in district government, with authority over all the city's funds and the power to certify the mayor's budget numbers. Hired in part because Mayor Barry did not believe that he would use the job to become a political rival, Williams proved to be a cunning and capable strategist. He asserted his independence by publicly criticizing the mayor's budget decisions, developing a close relationship with Representative Taylor and other members of Congress, and cultivating his own constituency by attending more than 100 community meetings. He gained a national reputation for his efforts to tame the district budget. Governing magazine named him Public Official of the Year in 1997. By the winter of 1998, he was seriously considering a run for mayor. A well-organized grassroots movement endeavored to draft him, and just 10 days after Barry announced his retirement, Williams jumped into the race. 35. In the ensuing campaign, Williams styled himself as a new black leader interested more in making the city run properly than in redistributing money and power. "I'm running because I believe district politics have changed from a politics based on political considerations and ideology to a politics based on a discussion of real needs and real results," he told voters. 36. The various crises of the 1990s, the relentless violence, the crumbling schools, the inept public services, the congressional takeover of city government had generated a desperate desire for good governance. The former finance chief promised competence, and his proposed reforms proved particularly popular among white and middle-class black voters, who helped him secure the Democratic nomination. Yet he struggled to win over poor and working-class voters, who still expected the racially targeted, redistributive policies characteristic of the Black Power era. With all the candidates pledging race-neutral delivery of city services, they stayed home. Turnout dropped from 52% of eligible voters in 1994 to just 30% in 1998. Despite the lack of African American enthusiasm for the Democratic standard-bearer, Williams easily turned back a general election challenge by Republican Carol Schwartz. 37. Williams's rise sped the transition back to local control. After Brimmer sided with conservative Republicans who advocated an end to home rule in 1997, an alarmed Delegate Norton asked President Clinton to select a new board chair when his 3-year term expired. Clinton selected Alice Rivlin, a white Federal Reserve Board vice governor then serving as the director of the Office of Management and Budget. Like Brimmer, Rivlin was well versed in the district's finances. She headed 2 commissions that examined the city's books in the 1980s and early 1990s, and she helped select the initial Financial Control Board in 1995. But unlike the hard-edged Brimmer, the diminutive, soft-voiced Rivlin believed that the board should act more and more like a board of directors to prepare local administrators so that the city could run itself well without a board, a position dictated as much by Barry's retirement as by her temperament. Following the general election, Rivlin and the board announced that they would return control of all district agencies to the mayor's office on Williams's inauguration in January 1999.38. For many black Washingtonians, however, the Williams administration appeared indistinguishable from the control board. As the new mayor and his team of young, aggressive white deputies set to work pursuing the reforms he had implemented as CFO, cutting costs, firing underperforming workers, closing or privatizing dysfunctional agencies, many already skeptical poor and working-class African American residents concluded that he did not care about their needs. Race is simmering just beneath the surface, stated Ward 8 activist J.E. Funnell Lawrence. You can't just turn the administration of this city over to young white boys and expect people to say all is fine and dandy. 39. Williams believed that the best way to show African American residents that he cared was by delivering top-notch public services to all residents in all parts of the city. It's clear to me that people want the services done in an equitable way, he argued. The tensions inherent in this ostensibly race-neutral approach were most apparent in the mayor's 2001 effort to close D.C. General, Washington's only public hospital. 40. Founded by Congress as a hospital for the indigent in 1806, D.C. General had a troubled history. Underfunded and poorly managed from the outset, it boasted a miserable record of care stretching across 2 centuries. By the 1990s, it was in crisis, unable to make a dent in D.C.'s nation-leading rates of diabetes, infant mortality, and HIV/AIDS despite consuming tens of millions of dollars. The control board recommended closing the hospital in 1995, but Barry had refused, considering the move politically perilous. 41. In 2001, Williams decided that the day of reckoning had come. He planned to shutter the hospital and replace it with a network of private care providers who could feed patients into Greater Southeast Community Hospital. A diverse group of community activists, clergy, and unions protested, frightened at the impending loss of more than 1,600 jobs and doubtful that the mayor's plan would work. Many also loved the troubled institution. Generations had worked and received care at its sprawling campus on 19th Street SE overlooking the west bank of the Anacostia. Though it provided poor service, it was the one place in the city that the poor and uninsured knew they would be admitted if the private care facilities farther west turned them away. It's not just a hospital, insisted activist Sherry Brown. A lot of people have an emotional attachment to it. Williams plunged ahead nonetheless, using nearly $1 million in city money to sell his plan to voters. Opponents adopted desperate tactics such as hunger strikes to stop him. Council members, nervously eyeing the 2002 elections and unconvinced that the mayor's plan would provide adequate care, unanimously rejected the initiative. In a show of overwhelming political force, however, the control board stepped in to thwart the popular will and help Williams close the failing hospital. 42. Critics of the mayor's plan eventually were vindicated. In the years after D.C. General was shuttered, Greater Southeast performed so poorly that city inspectors recommended the revocation of its license. Not long after, it went bankrupt. The African American communities in the eastern parts of the city were left with the same poor medical care that they had before privatization, but this time with fewer jobs and no control, just as they had feared. 43. Despite Williams's political struggles, Washington's economic outlook improved. At the end of September 2001, the control board disbanded after 6 years of remarkable success. It had convinced Congress to correct much of the structural deficit, restored investor confidence, and put the city's books in order. Pulling D.C. back from the edge of bankruptcy in 1995, the board worked closely with the Williams administration to post 4 consecutive balanced budgets between 1998 and 2001. Even as the city braced itself for a dramatic decline in tourist revenue following the terrorist attacks on September 11, 2001, an optimistic board chair Alice Rivlin declared, "The fiscal situation is just light years better." 44. Many Black Washingtonians, however, saw the control board's effects on the city very differently. While they, like all residents, appreciated the improved city services and economic condition, much of that progress was made by pushing them and their chosen leadership aside. The city's balanced budgets were achieved, in part, by firing hundreds of city workers, most of whom were Black. Service improvements often came after privatization, which removed public services from the control of public employees, most of whom were Black. And the city had temporarily lost home rule, in large measure to get rid of Marion Barry, Black voters' chosen leader. With the financial control board gone, many frustrated Black residents directed their anger at Mayor Williams, almost derailing his 2002 re-election campaign. With $1.4 million in the bank and facing 4 fringe candidates, Williams entered the contest as the overwhelming favorite. But his campaign struggled even to obtain signatures to get on the ballot in Black neighborhoods. "Some Black people don't want Anthony Williams to be mayor," observed Crystal Bishop, whose father had a contract to gather signatures. "They didn't really want to sign." As the filing deadline approached, Scott Bishop panicked, filling sheet after sheet with names such as United Nations head Kofi Annan and actor Kelsey Grammer, all in the same handwriting. For the infraction, the D.C. Board of Elections and Ethics fined Williams more than $250,000 and removed his name from the September primary ballot, forcing the incumbent mayor to run as a write-in candidate. 45. Seeing that the mayor was vulnerable among Black voters, very confident the Reverend Willie Wilson entered the race as a write-in candidate. Wilson charged that the mayor cared more about developers and new middle-class residents than the poor Black residents of the eastern wards, whom he called the voiceless, the hopeless, the disappointed, the disgusted. Though Williams won by a margin of 3-1, the entire episode undermined the mayor's image as an effective, ethically upright technocrat. District resident and crisis management specialist Lanny Davis wondered, "How long are we going to let Williams ride on not being Marion Barry?" 46. Williams had presided over a difficult transition from the instability and tumult of the mid-1990s to economic solvency and partial home rule in the early 2000s. Focused primarily on righting the economic ship, the wonky mayor and his allies placed a higher priority on bureaucratic competence and economic growth than on self-determination or equity. By 2002, Washington was positioned for an extraordinary economic boom that would fundamentally transform the city. But Williams and his allies ignored growing discontent, particularly within the low-income Black community, about who benefited and who suffered from his administration's pro-development agenda. Black voters' anger with Williams intensified as a new wave of gentrification crashed across D.C. during the mayor's second term. "We are headed for some bad trouble, gentrification and displacement in turn of the century." D.C. Louise Thomas knew gentrification well. She had endured its effects nearly all her life. Born in Fayetteville, North Carolina, in 1924, she moved with her parents to Washington when she was 5. Her father shoveled coal at a city-owned power plant to pay the rent on the family's shabby Georgetown apartment. Shortly before World War II, when Louise was still a teenager, the Alley Dwelling Authority condemned her family's home and evicted them. A developer bought the place, fixed it up, and sold it to a well-to-do white family. Such practices helped turn Thomas's racially mixed, economically diverse neighborhood almost uniformly wealthy and white within a decade. 47. After leaving Georgetown, Thomas's family landed in the burgeoning Black community of Columbia Heights, where she lived for the next 6 decades. Though another burst of gentrification threatened Thomas with displacement in the 1970s, it stalled in the 1980s when crack and crime scared developers out of the area. By the late 1990s, as the epidemic subsided, she was living in a 28-unit apartment building at 1418 W Street NW, where she and her neighbors developed a strong sense of community. Short, chocolate brown, with a plump, kind face, Thomas was a beloved figure. When one neighbor died of cancer, Thomas adopted 2 of the woman's 8 children. 48. Though Thomas and her neighbors invested time, money, and effort in their community, their landlords, Kenneth J. Welch and his son Patrick, did not. They neglected maintenance in 1418 W Street and racked up reams of housing code violations. Despite residents' complaints, the dysfunctional Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs did little to address the problems until 2000, when the Williams administration initiated a crackdown on hot properties, rentals where slumlords flagrantly violated housing codes. To the delight of Thomas and her neighbors, city inspectors arrived at their building to look into their complaints. But rather than force the landlord to make improvements while residents remained in their apartments, the inspectors condemned the building and gave the residents 24 hours to evacuate. The city offered no moving or replacement housing assistance. For Thomas, the episode was a maddening replay of her family's displacement half a century before. Rather than move, the W Street residents joined with Latino and Vietnamese renters from 3 other buildings that inspectors had condemned to sue the city, alleging racial discrimination. After months of hot properties enforcement, the Williams administration had issued eviction notices to dozens of tenants in Adams Morgan, Columbia Heights, and Shaw, but had yet to sue a single landlord, leading many renters to fear that the city was working with white developers to displace the poor from gentrifying neighborhoods. The city was, in fact, negotiating with landlords to make repairs, but progress was slow and city officials did not inform tenants, thereby leaving them in the lurch. Pressured by the judge hearing the lawsuit to take tenants' concerns into consideration, the city increased pressure on the landlords, eventually securing a settlement for the W Street tenants stipulating that the owners fix up the building, sell it to the residents for $1, and refrain from owning rental property in the district in the future. After years of struggling to create community in the face of official neglect and landlord exploitation, Louise Thomas was a homeowner. 49. Thomas's experience revealed the potential for displacement that could accompany Mayor Williams's ambitious citywide development strategy. During his second term, Williams worked closely with developers and financiers to clean up the city's housing stock to draw middle-class residents back to town in hopes of growing the tax base. Blind to the ways in which race and poverty limited residents' ability to take advantage of improving city services and increasing land values, Williams addressed the concerns of low-income residents only when their protests forced his administration to pay attention. The mayor's interest in development grew out of his knowledge of the city's woeful financial outlook. Despite the 1997 Bailout and Control Board-directed financial restructuring, the district still struggled to raise sufficient revenue. Suburban lawmakers in Congress vigorously protected the long-standing ban on a commuter tax, so 66% of the income generated in Washington was taxed in Maryland and Virginia, where the bulk of federal workers made their homes. In addition to churches, schools, and other institutions that do not pay taxes anywhere, D.C. officials also could not tax land owned by the federal government, embassies, and non-profits. Fully 42% of district land thus did not contribute to city coffers. 50. Before the 2002 election, the Williams administration commissioned an economic development study to figure out how to address the problem of limited revenue. The subsequent report concluded that D.C. needed to attract new middle-class residents to increase tax revenue. It urged city officials to complement and extend Washington's tourist and city beautiful amenities to shed its image as a home to bureaucrats and poor people. 51. Following the report almost to the letter, in January 2003 Williams announced a plan to attract 100,000 new middle and upper middle class residents in 10 years. The Post and other observers mocked what then seemed like a laughably ambitious goal. Washington had been losing population for more than half a century, reaching a new low of 572,059 in the 2000 census. But Williams forged ahead. He encouraged the Department of Housing to seize abandoned buildings and sell them to developers, auctioned off city-owned properties, including old schools and post offices, worked with Metro to spur development around transit centers, pushed the U.S. Small Business Administration to find ways to revitalize neighborhood commercial centers, and begged federal lawmakers to transfer huge parcels such as St. Elizabeth's Hospital, Walter Reed Army Medical Center, and the Navy Yard to the city so that it could build entirely new communities, a process that the George W. Bush administration began in 2005.52. Though less ambitious than Williams, previous city leaders had implemented similar plans with marginal success. Mayor Marion Barry had built city offices to spur development along the riot-scarred H Street and U Street corridors in the 1980s, and he brokered the deal whereby the MCI Center became the anchor for a revitalized Chinatown. These earlier efforts had stalled by the late 1990s, but Williams's plans took off, largely because they coincided with several national developments that disproportionately affected the metropolitan area. 53. First, with the ebbing of the crack epidemic, violent crime dropped in cities nationwide. The change in Washington was dramatic, with murders falling from a high of 482 in 1991 to 242 in 2000. By 2010, the number reached 132, the lowest total since 1964. Rates of burglary, armed robbery, and other crimes fell in tandem. As the city became safer, it grew more attractive to prospective residents and investors. 54. The drop in crime accompanied a surge in Washington wealth stimulated by the expansion of lobbying in the 1990s and early 2000s. The terrorist attacks of 9/11 led to the creation of a mammoth new Department of Homeland Security and triggered extraordinary growth in the defense, intelligence, and information technology industries. Between 2000 and 2010, the amount spent on lobbying, defense, and federal contracting more than doubled, annually pumping hundreds of millions more dollars into the regional economy. All this money drew legions of young tech workers, lobbyists, office staffers, military bureaucrats, lawyers, and contractors into the Washington region. 55. In an earlier era, nearly all these affluent newcomers would have gone straight to the suburbs. The majority still did. But driven by a new urbanism that rejected the energy-wasting car culture of the suburbs for compact, diverse, walkable communities, a significant portion of these new workers moved into older neighborhoods within the city. There they expanded on the centers of stalled gentrification in Capitol Hill, Logan Circle, Adams Morgan, Columbia Heights, LaDroit Park, and Shaw. The Williams administration's emphasis on revitalizing neighborhood commercial corridors and locating new development around public transportation hubs encouraged the migration. 56. The promise of fabulous profits in the housing market also lured newcomers to the city. With interest rates at record lows and banks loosening credit requirements, buyers and investors poured into the housing market, pushing prices ever higher. Realtor David Hawkins recalled that potential buyers approached home sales like a competition, paying whatever it took to win a property. There was almost no fear on the part of the buyers of overpaying for a house, he observed, because they figured it would be worth more later. 57. The market became so fevered and buyers so sure that prices would spiral ever upward that some bought properties sight unseen. In 2005, a group of Massachusetts investors purchased a house at 513 Florida Avenue Northwest based solely on an internet picture. This relatively common practice warranted notice only because, once inside, the owners discovered the mummified remains of the previous owner, an elderly African-American man who had died in the bathtub 5 years before. Between 2002 and 2007, the median price of a house in Washington rose by an average of 75%, and often far more in the most desirable neighborhoods. 58. With prices rising so quickly, developers and buyers soon ventured into areas outside of the L'Enfant City. By 2002, they were snapping up old crack houses in Trinidad and ripping tin sunshades and green astroturf off porches in Old City. Longtime residents were shocked to see young black professionals, and even some white ones, cramming into open houses in east of the river neighborhoods such as Congress Heights and Deanwood. During the filming of a documentary, Anacostia community activist Sandra Seegers interrupted an interview when she saw some white people walking through her neighborhood. "Oh, white people," she exclaimed, chuckling to herself. "White people on my street. I don't believe it." 59. Older residents found promise and peril in these developments. Some longtime residents profited from the changes sweeping over their neighborhoods. Almost all of the families from my block cashed out, recalled Tanya Jackson, an African-American developer who had grown up in Columbia Heights. People were getting offered ridiculous amounts of money for their houses. But 60% of DC residents were renters, most on low or fixed incomes. For them, the burst of early 21st century gentrification generated an affordable housing crisis. By 2004, the average rent on a two-bedroom apartment in downtown DC had risen to $1,187. For minimum wage workers earning $6.60 per hour, an affordable rent constituting 30% of their income would have been just $343 per month. 60. Many residents also got the impression that their new neighbors did not want them around. Kurt Ehrman, a white transplant from Kensington, Maryland, purchased one of the $500,000 row houses across the street from 1418 W Street, and he certainly hoped that Louise Thomas and her low-income neighbors would leave. Change has been very slow, he complained. The Section 8 and cooperatively owned buildings are an eyesore. How much are we willing to compromise to maintain affordable housing in the city? He was not an outlier. When the Washington City paper examined a Columbia Heights neighborhood listserv populated by 830 mostly new, well-to-do residents, it found a litany of complaints against illegal immigrants, disgruntled, disrespectful, mean-spirited, violently and criminally minded black youth, and homies, derelicts, degenerates. 61. The economic pressure and alienation from new residents moved many African American residents to assert their claims on the city. Some took to the streets to harass newcomers or paint pointed graffiti "Go home rich white people, read one tag." Local activists engaged in a wave of cooperative organizing and called on the D.C. Council to strengthen rent control legislation. Others demanded that new residents defer to their rich history and long tenure in the neighborhood. 62. Tensions flared, for example, between older African American residents of Eastern Shah and their Ethiopian neighbors over what to call a strip that once was home to flourishing jazz clubs. The Washington area had been a magnet for Ethiopian immigrants since a Soviet-backed coup overthrew Emperor Haile Selassie in 1974. By the early 2000s, Ethiopian and Eritrean merchants dominated the storefronts on 9th Street between U and T Streets, and in 2005 they petitioned Councilman Jim Graham to rename the block Little Ethiopia. Theirs was a simple branding campaign designed to bring business to their cluster of storefronts, but many African American residents saw it as a threat to the neighborhood's history and identity. They haven't paid their dues, argued neighborhood activist Clyde Howard. Where were they during the riots? They're Johnny-come-lately. What gives them the right? The local advisory neighborhood commission, dominated by longtime black residents, urged the council to reject the Ethiopians' request. It did. 63. As Washington natives and local activists grew increasingly apprehensive about the changes enveloping the city, they became more aggressive about challenging the Williams administration's relentless focus on development. Their anger erupted in 2004 over the mayor's plan to subsidize a new baseball stadium. Mayor Williams, an avid baseball fan and firm believer in the potential for sports stadiums to spark economic growth, made an aggressive bid for the Montreal Expos, a floundering team owned by Major League Baseball, MLB. By fall 2004, he had brokered a deal with the league that required the city to pay the entire $589 million cost of constructing a new stadium, slated for industrial land next to the old Navy Yard along the Anacostia. Opposition to the deal was widespread and crossed socio-economic and racial lines. After years of firings and budget cuts, most residents could not fathom spending more than $500 million on a baseball stadium that would draw most of its fans from the suburbs. Ward 4 Councilman Adrian Fenty, who represented the economically diverse black neighborhoods of Upper Northwest, and at-large Councilman David Catania, whose base of support lay with the gay community near Logan Circle and the Republicans of Ward 3, led the opposition. 64. Determined to move forward, Williams campaigned hard for the deal among African American residents, holding public rallies where he noted that the owners had agreed to provide free tickets for low-income kids, sign contracts with minority businesses, and give priority to DC residents seeking jobs. The stadium, the mayor claimed, would be a grand slam for a long-neglected section of the city. 65. Many black residents disagreed. Ward 7 resident Jauhar Abraham spoke for many east of the river residents when he told the mayor, "I'm concerned that you're fighting for baseball and we do not have a public hospital." In November 2004, amid the stadium negotiations, black voters replaced Williams' supporters on the council with 3 stadium opponents, Quame Brown, Vincent Gray, and the irrepressible Marion Barry. The 3 promised to focus their attention on the needs of the eastern wards and the poor, a rebuke to a government that had focused so much energy on development and drawing affluent residents back to the city. 66. Williams scrambled to approve the deal before the new council took control in January, promising $70 million in funding for pet projects to 7 council members. "Usually payoffs are more subtle than this," quipped Republican Councilwoman Carol Schwartz. Outflanked by Williams and the pro-baseball faction on the council yet determined to address residents' concerns about cost, Chairwoman Linda Kropp slipped in a provision requiring that 50% of the construction cost for the stadium be privately financed. By a vote of 7-6, the council approved the deal. In April 2005, the renamed Washington Nationals played their first game at RFK Stadium, their temporary home, while a gleaming Nationals park rose in southeast. 67. After Williams won the stadium, he belatedly responded to lower-income residents' complaints about displacement by announcing a plan for housing the poor and working class called the New Communities Initiative. It sought to break up areas of concentrated poverty by building mixed-income neighborhoods and using the profits from the high and middle-income units to subsidize those for lower-income residents. Hoping to avoid repeating the mistakes of alley reform, urban renewal, and other federal programs that displaced poor communities, city officials worked closely with public housing residents to craft the program. Residents of target areas demanded that new communities require regular input from a representative tenant council, adopt a build-first policy that obligated the city to produce new units before demolishing old ones, and create a plan for comprehensive social services to renew the neighborhood's human capital along with the infrastructure. 68. The first designated site for the New Communities Initiative was the massive neighborhood of subsidized housing bounded by North Capitol Street, New York Avenue, K Street, and New Jersey Avenue NW, which planners called Northwest 1. Just 10 blocks from the Capitol, Northwest 1 was to be the initiative's showplace, a demonstration that the city had figured out how to revitalize a poor community without displacing residents. In an unexpected show of support for the program, Mayor Williams launched the project by invoking eminent domain against the owners of Temple Courts, a dilapidated 10-story, 520-unit building at the heart of the site, to prevent them from converting the building to market-rate units. His decisive action gained residents' trust. Excited by the initiative's promises and desperate to answer the pleas of the 52,000 people on the housing assistance waiting list in 2006, the council pushed the District Housing Authority to create additional sites in the Anacostia, Deanwood, and Parkview neighborhoods. 69. Low-income black residents had made Williams respond to their concerns, but they still had to contend with the forces his administration had helped to set in motion. No sooner had Louise Thomas and her 1418 W Street neighbors become homeowners than developers began soliciting them to sell the building. It was a heady experience. People who had never had 2 pennies to rub together were being offered upwards of $110,000 per household. In 2003, Thomas found herself on the losing side of a tenant vote to sell the building. The buyers of 1418 W Street quickly flipped the property to another developer for a $1 million profit. The new owners remodeled the beat-up apartments into condominiums that sold for more than $200,000. Thomas now was back to renting in a neighborhood where prices were fast moving beyond her ability to pay. Thomas remained anchored to the neighborhood through her daughter Deborah, who led the fight to turn the nearby Capitol Manor apartments into a cooperative, but most of her old neighbors could not afford to stay in Columbia Heights. In 2005, perhaps the most frenzied year of D.C's housing boom, a reporter for Crisis magazine asked Thomas what she thought of the changes that had transformed her neighborhood. "Everything is being built for people who have money," she observed. "I was living in Georgetown when all the change happened, and you see Georgetown now. We are headed for some bad trouble." 70. Consensus is the absence of leadership, Adrian Fenty and the hope for a post-racial D.C. Adrian Fenty wanted to make Washington a world-class city. Born in 1970 to an Italian-American mother and African-American father, Fenty grew up in the eclectic Mount Pleasant neighborhood and attended Woodrow Wilson, the city's most racially diverse high school. Athletic and academically driven, Fenty ran track and played basketball while studying English and economics at Oberlin College, the alma mater of many generations of middle-class leaders of Black Washington. After earning a degree from Howard Law School, he settled with his wife in the predominantly black, upper-middle-class Crestwood neighborhood in Northwest. He took a job as counsel for the District of Columbia Committee on Education, Libraries, and Recreation and threw himself into neighborhood politics, becoming president of the 16th Street Neighborhood Association and then commissioner on his local advisory neighborhood commission. Having come of age in a city that struggled simply to function, Fenty was obsessed with constituent services. He dug deeply into the minutiae of replacing damaged stop signs and cleaning alleys, and he grew frustrated with the sclerotic city bureaucracy. Competitive, energetic, and impatient, he determined that he could do a better job than his Ward 4 representative on the D.C. Council, Charlene Drew Jarvis. Emphasizing his youth, he was not yet 30, and can-do spirit, Fenty ran a brilliant retail campaign, speaking with roughly half of the voters in his ward and sending the 20-year incumbent down to defeat in 2000.71. On the council, Fenty maintained his focus on constituent services. He answered 200 emails a day, kept up a steady stream of posts to 6 different neighborhood listservs, and regularly attended ANC, PDA, and civic association meetings. By the end of this first term, his Ward 4 constituents marveled at how his staff, often even the councilman himself, responded within minutes to requests for speed bumps, police patrols, or city-issued trash cans. His council colleagues, by contrast, complained that Fenty was better at campaigning than governing and quietly fumed as he constantly whispered with aides and typed away on his BlackBerry during meetings. They resented how their brash young colleague talked to the media about the city's problems but failed to sit down with them and work out solutions. "He doesn't participate in the actual workings of government," groused Ward 2 Councilman Jack Evans. 72. In 2005, the relentlessly ambitious Fenty declared for mayor against Williams's presumptive successor, Council Chairwoman Linda Kropp, a veteran lawmaker best known as a consensus builder. "We're much too satisfied that we're better than we were," Fenty insisted, promising that with follow-through, responsiveness, and attention to detail he could make Washington a model of efficient government for the rest of the country. And he personally delivered this message to tens of thousands of voters. Campaigning non-stop for more than a year, Fenty visited roughly half of the houses in D.C., earning many voters' support simply for showing up. "I was impressed that he knocked on my door," stated Woodridge resident Juanita Glover. "I don't remember someone doing that since Marion Barry." 73. Fenty's intensive campaign and reputation for constituent services helped him win majority support from all racial and income groups. In the Democratic primary, Fenty won every precinct in the city, and he gobbled up 89% of the vote in the November 2006 general election. His astounding victories made him, in pollster Ron Lester's words, the first mayoral candidate who has really transcended race, income, and demographics. With his trim physique, shaved head, and multiracial heritage, the 35-year-old Fenty embodied a hip cosmopolitanism that appealed particularly to the educated young migrants who flocked to Washington in the early 21st century. 74. Fenty was on the leading edge of a new generation of black elected officials that journalists would dub post-racial. Like Newark Mayor Cory Booker, Alabama Congressman Arthur Davis, and Illinois Senator Barack Obama, this cohort had little experience with the racial oppression that had limited their parents' horizons. Highly educated and ambitious, they challenged an older generation of black politicians, confident that they could make government work better, particularly for the poor. And they were adamantly colorblind. "I certainly don't think about race a lot," Fenty responded when asked about the issue during his 2006 mayoral campaign. "I always heard politicians talk about race, but not the people. They were just talking about making sure every neighborhood gets the same attention." 75. Fenty also was uninterested in the give and take of politics. Scorning consensus building and compromise, he believed that a strong leader puts forward bold ideas and sticks to them, often quoting Margaret Thatcher's adage that consensus is the absence of leadership. He pilloried his opponents as obstructionist members of a broken government or tools of special interests, touting himself as a representative of the popular will. 76. The young mayor stocked his cabinet with young, forceful, BlackBerry-wielding reformers and an odd assortment of loyalists and longtime personal friends, almost all of them white. Indeed, of the top 10 appointments in the Fenty administration, only one was black, raising eyebrows in the African American community. "How can there be a scarcity of blacks for positions in the city with the most qualified black people in the world?" wondered Ward 4 resident Carlos M. O'Keefe Sr. Fenty brushed off such criticism, believing that he knew the people's heart. "I feel like I'm doing what I was put in office to do," he stated. "When I talk to people in this city, the sense I get is that they want results, not process." 77. Fenty delivered results. Using his newly created Capstat, a centralized database for measuring the productivity of each city program, Fenty took his legendary Constituent Services program citywide. Deputy Mayor for Economic Development Neil Albert expedited billions of dollars of development deals, accelerating the city's already overheated real estate market. Alan Liu and his newly created Office of Public Education Facilities Modernization began work on dozens of schools, community centers, and playgrounds. Police Chief Kathy Lanier implemented data-driven policing to reduce crime by swarming crime hotspots and placing all hands on deck on weekends. 78. But Fenty believed that schools would be his legacy. "If we do not fix schools and challenge each child to reach their full potential," he told supporters shortly after his 2006 victory, "we'll never be the world-class city we want to be." On his first day in office, Fenty called for legislation to dissolve the school board and place D.C. public schools under direct mayoral control. Though many on the council distrusted Fenty, the system was in such poor shape that they were willing to try something new. That April, the council granted the mayor the power to select a chancellor who would have full control over education policy, administration, and contracts. 79. When Fenty assumed control of the city's public schools, the system was in free fall. Decades of white and then black middle-class flight, combined with leadership turnover and excessive bureaucracy, had crippled the schools. A decade of Republican efforts to create an education marketplace compounded the crisis by draining students and funding from traditional public schools. In 1996, Republicans in Congress, determined to implement market-based solutions to the problems of inner-city poverty, passed legislation establishing charter schools in the district. By 2006, the city had 51 charter schools serving more than 17,000 students and receiving $140 million in public money, numbers exceeded only by hurricane-ravaged New Orleans. In 2003, Republicans imposed vouchers on the city, establishing the D.C. Opportunity Scholarship Program over the objections of local elected officials. Each year thereafter, the program offered 1,600 public school students federal money to attend private schools. As D.C. emerged as a national leader in the charter school and voucher movement, city schools hemorrhaged students. Between 1996 and 2006, the number of students in public schools dropped from 80,000 to 58,000, forcing the city to cut programs, fire teachers, and close schools. Voter confidence in the system dropped to 15%, the lowest on record. 80. Fenty sought a transformational leader who could fundamentally reshape D.C.'s public schools in a short time. He found a kindred spirit in Michelle Rhee, a 37-year-old, Korean-American education reformer who had never run a school system. It was a gutsy, unexpected choice. Ri was a high-profile alumna of Teach for America, TFA, a non-profit that placed recent graduates from elite universities in poor urban and rural schools to teach for 2 years. As a TFA core member, she taught elementary school in Baltimore where she claimed, fraudulently, as it later turned out, to have made extraordinary achievement gains with her low-income students. She went on to launch the New Teacher Project, TNTP, a TFA spin-off that recruited and trained teachers for large school systems. At TNTP, Ri made a name for herself as a fearless critic of teachers' unions that, she argued, protected poorly performing teachers. 81. Ri and TFA were the vanguard of a national education reform movement that united liberals and conservatives in pursuit of accountability in public education. The movement achieved its signature legislative accomplishment in 2001, when President George W. Bush partnered with liberal Senator Ted Kennedy to pass the No Child Left Behind Act, which mandated annual standardized tests to all students beginning in 3rd grade, then used those tests to measure school performance. Schools that showed adequate yearly progress earned increased federal support, while those that showed declines faced increased scrutiny, punishment, or, in the case of consistent poor performance, closure. 82. Running D.C.'s troubled schools gave Ri the opportunity to reform an entire urban school district in the backyard of the nation's lawmakers. Cocksure and tireless, Ri was up to the task, but she initially demurred. She believed that effective school reform required conflict with parents, with teachers, with elected officials, and she doubted that the mayor was willing to weather the storm of pushback and opposition. Fenty admired her aggressive approach and assured her that he would risk everything to turn the schools around. Ri signed on. 83. D.C. Public Schools Chancellor Michelle Ri became the national face of school reform but polarized Washingtonians. Her tumultuous tenure exacerbated racial tensions in the city. Mayor Adrian Fenty, standing behind Ri to her right, gave his controversial chancellor unwavering support, contributing to his defeat in 2010. Copyright Kevin Deitch. Ri swept into the city determined to create a culture of accountability in a system where almost no one was fired for performance. Within days of coming to town, she blasted the system's central office staff as bloated and incompetent, making her point by walking a television crew through a school system warehouse where mountains of badly needed supplies sat forgotten and unused while students and teachers went without. Teachers go out and spend their own money on this stuff, she seethed. The council stripped some of these workers of union protections, and Ri immediately fired nearly 100 of them. 84. Leveraging the standardized testing required by No Child Left Behind, Ri created a system for assessing administrators. She gathered scores for the D.C. Comprehensive Assessment System and sat down with every principal in the city to deliver a simple message: if test scores do not go up, you will be fired. By the end of her first year she had fired 24 principals, including the head of the esteemed Oyster Adams bilingual school that her children attended. 85. Ri also sought to use test scores to measure teacher performance. She bypassed the teachers' union by using obscure credentialing rules already on the books to implement parts of her system and, she hoped, to fire hundreds of teachers she considered ineffective. She raised hundreds of millions of dollars in private money from foundations and wealthy individuals to pay bonuses to teachers whose students scored higher on standardized tests. Some teachers and principals grumbled about the relentless focus on testing and firing of personnel, but student scores jumped 10 percentage points across the board in her first year. Many teachers received bonuses, and Ri earned lavish praise, though later investigations discovered that the jump in scores was attributable, in part, to cheating by teachers and administrators desperate not to be fired. 86. By the end of 2008, Ri had emerged as perhaps the national symbol of school reform. She traveled the Ideas Conference circuit, speaking to tech billionaires and philanthropists about how to save America's failing schools. Both presidential campaigns met with her to discuss education reform. Camera crews from Frontline, 60 Minutes, and the 2010 documentary Waiting for Superman chronicled her every move. Nearly all of the coverage, and Rhee herself, related the same story of a relentless school reformer, driven by data and determination, whipping a dysfunctional urban system into shape. One enthusiastic journalist called her D.C.'s Braveheart 87. Perhaps nowhere did this message come across more clearly than the December 8, 2008, issue of Time magazine that featured Rhee on the cover, holding a broom as she stood sternly in an empty classroom. "Teachers hate her. Principals are scared of her," wrote reporter Amanda Ripley. Rhee had become the most revolutionary and polarizing force in American education. Rhee expressed her disdain not only for teachers but also for parents and politicians who opposed her reforms, calling their alleged excuses for poor student performance crap. Though the story played well with her national constituency of education reformers, it alienated many D.C. parents, teachers, administrators, and even a few students. Kathy Riley, head of the Senior High Alliance of Parents, Principals, and Educators, an anti-violence organization focused on D.C. teenagers, called the cover story disrespectful and denigrating. And these were the folks who voted in local elections. 88. No special affinity for black folks, race sinks Mayor Fenty. Much like his school's chancellor, Adrian Fenty, too, had become a media darling by late 2008. As he sped from meeting to meeting in his smart car, constituents treated him as a combination of rock star and athlete, noted journalist Harry Jaffe in Washingtonian magazine. Young professionals jockeyed to get into his running group or formed their own, setting off an exercise boomlet within normally pudgy government circles. Pundits compared him to President Barack Obama, particularly after the pair appeared jointly at U Street's famed Ben's Chili Bowl in early 2009. But all the praise masked an explosive anger in the city's African American community with Fenty's autocratic style and his seeming disregard for the particular demands of black Washingtonians. Fenty steadfastly ignored it, convinced that results would supersede race. He was wrong. 89. The first rumblings of black discontent with Fenty's reform agenda were apparent as early as 2007. In one of her first major moves as chancellor, Michelle Rhee unveiled a plan to close 23 underpopulated, underperforming schools, all of which were located in low-income black neighborhoods. Viewing parents and elected officials as enemies bent on scuttling the plan, she and Fenty presented the closings as a fait accompli and rushed to implement them before opponents could react. Unwilling, however, to acknowledge that they were ignoring constituents, Rhee held a series of meetings with affected communities where residents subjected her to withering criticism. Many expressed a love for their neighborhood schools, praised hard-working local teachers, and worried that the school closings would endanger their children or fail to improve their education. But the most prominent complaint was that the chancellor was not listening to them. "Nobody asked us what we thought of the plan," complained Sharita Whiting, president of the Ward 4 Education Council. "It was just handed to us and we were told, this is at 90. Rhee assumed that the anticipated results of her reforms, better performing schools, higher quality teachers, and higher achieving students would dispel any concerns about the means by which she produced them. But she was deaf to the political realities of the city, wrote the Post's Mark Fisher. Indeed, she pursued her agenda with an almost reckless disregard for the racial implications of her actions. She brought all-white teams of administrators with her to explain school closings to overwhelmingly black and Latino crowds. At the same time, she actively courted middle-class white parents. Though the percentage of the city's white population had topped 35%, white families typically moved to the suburbs or sent their children to private school after the elementary years, so only 6% of public school students were white. Determined to keep white students in the system, both to increase enrollment and to boost test scores, Rhee often personally solicited young professional parents in affluent and gentrifying neighborhoods, sending them emails and attending listening sessions in their living rooms. Like the Kaplans and Neighbors, Inc., 50 years before, Rhee attempted to stop white flight by aggressively recruiting white families and catering to their interests. 91. Many African American parents worried that Rhee's wooing of white parents ultimately would hurt their children. The schools in the gentrifying areas that retargeted often were relatively well-performing schools populated by the children of enterprising African American parents who had used the out-of-boundary system, a pupil assignment program in which students could apply to attend a school outside of their neighborhood district to gain a better education for their children. If Rhee succeeded in convincing white parents in the neighborhood to send their children to these schools, out-of-boundary black children would be kicked back into their poorly performing neighborhood schools. 92. Nowhere was this issue more combustible than at Rose L. Hardy Middle School in the affluent Glover Park neighborhood. Under the leadership of Principal Patrick Pope, Hardy developed a well-regarded citywide arts and music magnet program that attracted largely middle-class black students from across the city. Only 10% of its students were white because few white students from the neighborhood attended. But after a $48 million renovation in 2008, white parents with children in Hardy's feeder elementary schools told Rhee that they would remain in the system if she could make Hardy more inviting. Rhee responded by transferring Pope, a white man popular with black students and parents but with a reputation for being prickly with neighborhood parents. African American parents howled in protest. In their eyes, the chancellor was punishing a beloved principal who had served their children well to appease white parents who had a history of abandoning the system. Students stood by their principal. Hardy 7th grader Claire Murphy Keller called Rhee a real-life Dolores Umbridge, referring to a villain from the popular Harry Potter series. Rhee, however, refused to back down, again willfully blind to the racial effects of her reform agenda. 93. Backed by Fenty, Rhee pushed on. During summer 2009, she hired 934 new teachers, including many young TFA-style recruits like herself. She then used the opportunity of a budget shortfall, precipitated by the economic recession of 2008, to justify the firing of 159 staff members and 229 teachers, the vast majority of whom were older and African American. Rhee claimed that the firings were necessitated by last-minute council budget cuts, but the council had instructed her to cut the money in question from the system's summer school offerings. She ignored the council, fully funded summer school, and then, faced with a shortfall, implemented an emergency reduction in force that, unlike regular layoffs, did not require her to follow union-negotiated seniority rules. Rhee rejected accusations that she had created the crisis to get rid of older black teachers, but that was the net effect of many of her reforms. By 2011, black teachers no longer were a majority in D.C. schools. Just 8 years before, they had comprised 77% of the teaching force. 94. For many black Washingtonians, the teacher firings were the last straw. More than 1,000 parents, teachers, students, and community activists held a rally for respect outside the Wilson Building. Waving signs that read "Sweep her out," and "This is not resistance," the crowd cheered when Washington Teachers Union President George Parker declared, "We are mobilizing to let Mayor Fenty and Chancellor Rhee know that we want respect, involvement, greater accountability, and transparency." Rhee's approval rating plummeted in black neighborhoods. While 50% of African American voters believed that she was doing a good job in 2008, only 27% still asserted as much 2 years later. Despite this dwindling support, Fenty steadfastly stood behind his chancellor's decisions. 95. Fenty's problems with the black community extended beyond Michelle Rhee and the city's schools into the field of real estate development. Unlike with schools, however, many African American voters complained that he was doing not too much, too fast, but too little, too slow. In his first 2 years in office, Fenty supercharged the city's already booming real estate industry. He cut red tape for developers and rushed billions of dollars of deals through the permitting and approval process. When the 2008 economic recession halted construction in other cities, he pushed for the district to spend hundreds of millions to keep the boom going. "You kind of have to spend money to make money," he argued. 96. The city actually benefited from the recession and housing crisis as high gas prices, terrible traffic, and an overbuilt housing market made the suburbs increasingly less attractive. After 2008, a growing percentage of migrants to the region chose the city over the suburbs. Between 2009 and 2011, DC gained nearly 30,000 new residents, the vast majority of whom were educated white professionals. Entrepreneurs worked feverishly to capitalize on this demographic, opening a dizzying array of bars, restaurants, and gyms catering to young, white-collar workers with disposable income. Developers followed suit, accelerating the pace of high-end apartment and condominium construction. 97. Fenty ensured that some of this development took place in the nearly all-black areas east of the Anacostia. Important new projects included the Department of Homeland Security on the former St. Elizabeth's campus, a giant supermarket on Minnesota Avenue NE, the first supermarket in Ward 7 in 12 years, and an IHOP in Ward 8, which previously did not have a single sit-down restaurant. 98. Many African American residents, however, believed that the mayor was not doing enough. Development in majority black neighborhoods lagged behind that in gentrifying areas, and more important, market pressures threatened low-income black residents' ability to stay in the city. Much of the housing being created for new residents was not new construction. Instead, it was carved out of the low-income housing inventory. As the number of high-cost apartments tripled between 2000 and 2010, the number of low-cost units dropped by half. While the number of houses costing over $500,000 doubled, the inventory of low-cost homes shrank by 2/3. 99. As new home buyers and developers gobbled up low-cost units in the private market, many poor residents and their representatives on the council pushed the Fenty administration to create more affordable housing. Yet Fenty did not make it a priority. Indeed, a mayor known for his impatient determination to make things happen immediately dragged his feet when it came to providing housing options for the poor. The New Communities Initiative offered an instructive example of his administration's lackluster efforts. New communities had been created in 2005 through a long year of difficult negotiations between the Williams administration and the residents of the several public housing projects located in Northwest 1. Many of the area's elderly residents had ended up in public housing after the federal government destroyed their Southwest homes in the 1950s, so they feared, in the words of community activist Alverta Munlin, that any modern-day urban renewal would lead to black people's removal. The Williams administration, however, convinced them that this time would be different. With his autocratic style, Fenty violated that trust and undermined the initiative. After receiving complaints of rat and bedbug infestations in Temple Courts in March 2007, the mayor called a meeting with tenants. He told the 65 residents in attendance that they could stay in the building as is or take Section 8 housing vouchers and leave. A majority elected to take the vouchers. Inclined to gather information directly from residents and distrust the organizations that claimed to represent them, Fenty disregarded the protests of the Northwest 1 Tenant Council and ordered all 211 families to vacate the building so that it could be demolished and replaced. Fenty's actions violated the Build First agreement residents had brokered with the Williams administration, but the mayor promised that all tenants would have a place in the new development once it was complete. "It's a lie," warned Diana Hunter, president of the Temple Courts Tenant Association. "When they tear down this building, we're not coming back." 100. Events proved her right. Private funding for the planned development never materialized, and the Fenty administration did not make new communities a priority. Temple Courts became a parking lot. Its former residents scattered throughout the city's far eastern wards and Prince George's County, just as Southwest residents dispersed after urban renewal a half-century before. Similar problems existed at the other new communities' sites, and the affordable housing crisis worsened. Between 2008 and 2010, the low-income housing voucher and public housing wait lists grew by 47% and 61%, respectively. 101. And yet, despite his controversial development policies and education reforms, Mayor Fenty appeared invulnerable going into his 2010 re-election campaign. Test scores were up, crime was down, the city was booming, and he had raised a whopping $4 million, scaring off most potential challengers. Polling showed that residents of all class and racial backgrounds favored the many improvements in city services under the dynamic young mayor. Highly popular among white voters, Fenty was assumed by many political observers to be rolling to an easy victory. His re-election seems almost guaranteed, wrote Washingtonian's Harry Jaffe in March 2010.102. But Fenty had a major political problem. In a city where African Americans still constituted 63% of registered voters, most black residents viewed the mayor as arrogant and dishonest, and they believed that he cared more about upper-income white residents than themselves. He's treated white folks with deference and black folks with diffidence, complained civic activist Lawrence Guillot. 103. Many black residents seethed at what they perceived to be his deliberate insults of established black leaders. In 2009, Fenty had attempted to evict Quorum Masters Berry, Marion Barry's ex-wife, and her non-profit organization from the Southeast Washington Tennis and Learning Center, which she had worked to create and operate. Two of Barry's friends, Dorothy Height and Maya Angelou, among the most respected elder stateswomen in Black America, requested a meeting to discuss the matter. Twice Fenty cancelled on them, generating a firestorm of criticism from prominent black women across the country. A poll taken after the high-profile snub showed that 3/4 of D.C.'s black women, the city's most potent voting bloc, had a negative impression of Fenty. 104. Others noted that Fenty showed little urgency when faced with the serious problems that disproportionately affected the black community, including unemployment, which reached nearly 30% in Ward 8, and HIV/AIDS, which ballooned to a nation-leading 3% of the population, and was concentrated almost exclusively in low-income black neighborhoods. By 2010, 75% of all black voters disapproved of Fenty's performance in office. Many agreed with Antonio Robertson, owner of the Langston Bar and Grill on H Street, who argued that Fenty has no special affinity for black folks. 105. Desperate for a viable challenger to the mayor, several black activists and union leaders fixed on Council Chairman Vincent Gray, a former director of the Department of Human Services under Sharon Pratt Kelly, who often had clashed with the mayor. A D.C. native and graduate of Dunbar High School, the light-skinned Gray was a bland politician nearly 30 years Fenty's senior. He entered the race in March, just 5 months before the Democratic primary, and campaigned on the slogan "One City," promising to unite a diverse city divided by race and class. Black voters' frustration with Fenty fueled Gray's campaign. Assisted by a broad coalition of African American political groups, unions, and churches, Gray quickly raised $2.8 million and focused on turning out the black vote. 106. Confident that he knew the average voter's mind, Fenty ignored polls and rejected his advisors' frenzied pleas to pay attention to the black electorate. If there were problems with black voters, he reasoned, another round of door-knocking would win them over. Only in September, when polls showed that he had lost the black vote almost entirely, did Fenty concede his mistake and scramble to make amends. He cut a commercial apologizing for his arrogance, but then he skipped church services the Sunday before the election to run a triathlon. 107. The same black voters who forgave Marion Barry for his many trespasses showed little tolerance for Fenty's transparently inauthentic attempt at humility. 80% of them cast their ballots for Gray. An equal percentage of white voters supported the incumbent. Gray won easily, a sign that black votes still held the key to political power in the rapidly gentrifying city. 108. In the end, Fenty's efforts to ignore race ultimately undid his political career. Like the Financial Control Board and Mayor Williams before him, Fenty had delivered his black constituents badly needed services, which many enjoyed, but he often did so in a manner that disempowered, denigrated, or even displaced them. Fenty, his supporters raved, was making the trains run on time, wrote Post columnist Cortland Milloy in an incisive election postmortem. That people were falling off the caboose and being railroaded out of town was just the price of progress. But, he continued, the people being left behind as Fenty charged into the future still could vote. So people went to the polls and politely delivered a message: most residents actually believe in representative democracy, thank you very much. 109. Epilogue. That must not be true of tomorrow. History, race, and democracy in a new moment of racial flux. The past has been a mint of blood and sorrow. That must not be true of tomorrow. Langston Hughes, History, 1934. The original Busboys and Poets sits at the corner of 14th and V Streets NW, just a block north of the epicenter of the 1968 riots. A combination restaurant, bookstore, lounge, and theater, Busboys took its name from Langston Hughes, the one-time busboy at D.C.'s Wardman Hotel who gained international renown as a poet, albeit one who denounced the snobbery of D.C.'s black upper class. After it opened in 2005, it became an immediate commercial and cultural success, attracting young, hip Washingtonians who swarmed the surrounding Shaw neighborhood in the 21st century. 1. From its name to the expansive selection of black studies titles in its bookstore to the enormous mural depicting heroic figures of the civil rights movement that adorns one wall, Busboys consciously embraced a social justice mission and promoted African American history. Yet its clientele was predominantly non-black, and it was owned and operated not by an African American entrepreneur but by Andy Shalal, an Iraqi immigrant who grew up in suburban Virginia. Busboys and Poets was just one of many D.C. establishments in the early 21st century, particularly in Shaw, that used themes, imagery, and people from black D.C. history to appeal to a new, affluent, multicultural clientele. 2. Busboys and Poets epitomized the spirit of a growing, gentrifying city energized not only by new development but also by the election of Illinois Senator Barack Obama as the nation's first black president in 2008. More than 92% of district residents cast their ballots for Obama, exceeding his highest vote total elsewhere by 25%, and thousands of D.C. residents traveled to the swing states of Virginia and Pennsylvania to knock doors on his behalf. When newscasters called the election late on the night of November 4, ecstatic interracial crowds gathered outside the White House and at the corner of 14th and U Streets, just a stone's throw from Busboys and Poets, where they hugged, sang, cried, and danced into the wee hours. 3. The following January, many Washingtonians joined the more than 1 million visitors who braved sub-freezing temperatures to witness Obama's swearing-in, their chilly frames packing the National Mall from the Capitol all the way to the Washington Monument. In an event thick with historical significance, Obama did not shy from the nation's and the district's racial past. He marveled that a man whose father less than 60 years ago might not have been served at a local restaurant can now stand before you to take a most sacred oath for. Yet once in office, Obama sometimes disappointed his ardent local supporters. Though many liberal Washingtonians relished seeing the country's first black First Lady, Michelle Obama, visiting low-income students in public schools east of the Anacostia River, they lamented that she and her husband chose to send their 2 daughters to an expensive, mostly white private school. They also grew increasingly frustrated with Obama's failure to make D.C. self-determination a priority. It took him 4 years to place taxation without representation license plates on the presidential limousine, and he neglected to mention D.C. governance in any of his 8 State of the Union addresses, despite intense lobbying from Delegate Eleanor Holmes Norton. In a series of contentious 2011 budget negotiations with conservative Republicans, Obama famously sacrificed the city. "John, I will give you D.C. abortion," he told Speaker of the House John Boehner, thereby acquiescing as congressional conservatives prohibited the district government from spending locally raised tax revenue to fund abortions for low-income women. "Let's be brutally honest," said black community activist Philip Pannell. A Republican president would not have been worse on D.C. self-determination. 5. More ominously for many black Washingtonians, Obama's presidency accelerated the economic and demographic trends already underway in the early 21st century. Confronted with the nation's worst economic crisis since the Great Depression, the young president pursued universal legislation aimed at strengthening the middle class, studiously avoiding race-specific policies designed to address the needs of poor and black Americans. As the national economy stabilized, low-income black Americans continued to struggle, particularly in the nation's capital. Already gargantuan racial disparities in wealth and employment ballooned. An Urban Institute study found that in 2013 and 2014 white wealth in D.C. was 81 times greater than black wealth, and astronomical real estate values made it increasingly difficult for low-income residents to remain in the city. 6. As thousands of white, Asian, and Latino millennials followed Obama into town and older, predominantly African American residents moved to the suburbs, the city lost its black majority. After cresting at nearly 538,000, 71.1% of the total population, in 1970, the number of black residents hit a low of barely 305,000, 50.7% of the total population, in 2010. By 2011, new census estimates revealed that black residents no longer were a majority of the population, a swift and remarkable shift for a city that prides itself on being a hub of black culture and politics, wrote reporters Carol Morello and Dan Keating in the Post. 7. From pulpits and parking lots to blogs and barbershops, these demographic changes rekindled questions of race and democracy that have marked Washington since its inception. For the hopeful, the shifting demographics hinted at a new, hip DC where young professionals of all colors populated flourishing, multicultural neighborhoods peppered with trendy establishments like busboys and poets. As millennials poured into the city, they upended the city's traditionally staid reputation. In 2014, Forbes magazine listed DC as the nation's coolest city, raving about its abundant entertainment and recreational options and ethnically and culturally diverse population. 8. For the political, the numbers raised questions of control, because a diminished black community likely would be forced to relinquish the political power it wielded for the previous half-century. I'm wondering what the DC of tomorrow will look like, and whether I'll still have a seat at the table, worried black lawyer and neighborhood activist Charles Wilson. It was a matter of who has the power to determine what this community is going to look like, explained the Reverend Cheryl J. Sanders, the black pastor of the 3rd Street Church of God near Mount Vernon Square in Northwest. I want to have a voice in that. I don't want to be told to sit down and shut up while we cast the vision for the city. 9. For the conspiratorial, the rising white population revealed the success of the plan, an alleged multi-decade plot by white business and political leaders to wrest control of the city back from black folks. "Come on people, let's be honest," wrote one reader responding to a 2010 article on D.C's changing demographics in the Washington City paper. "The plan is working. White people are pushing black people out of the district, that's the plan." Delivery truck driver Robert Adams recalled when the first white family moved into his Anacostia neighborhood in the mid-2000s. "It was like a buzz, like I told you they was coming back." With the median price of a home in Anacostia double or triple what it had been in the 1990s, Adams no longer was able to afford his apartment. Bitter but resigned, he and his family moved to the more affordable Prince George's County. 10. Table 7. Washington's population, 1990-2015. For the wistful, the changing census numbers meant the end of Chocolate City, the moniker immortalized by funk band Parliament and lovingly embraced by black residents after DC became a black majority city in 1957. Washington's makeover had created something of an identity crisis, wrote journalist Natalie Hopkinson in 2012. Decades of black control had fostered a sense of black privilege, swagger and, yes, the hubris that comes with leadership. Many black Washingtonians now feared that the city would lose its soul. "Well, chocolate melts," lamented Howard University poet E. Ethelbert Miller. "We're seeing the eroding of a community. The city ain't gonna be black no more." 11. The demographic revolution of the early 21st century was the latest chapter in the story of race and democracy in the nation's capital. For 4 centuries, race has been an ongoing source of conflict and division, the central fault line of DC political, economic, and social life. The democratic promises of this nation's founding documents have foundered repeatedly on the shoals of dispossession, slavery, segregation, violence, disinvestment, and our collective inability to grapple seriously with this country's racial sins. But the history of the nation's capital is not simply what Langston Hughes called a mint/slash of blood and sorrow. Since the city's inception, men and women of conscience have struggled to dismantle the systems of racial inequality and mistrust that still haunt our nation. Theirs is a story not of blame and resignation but of action and resilience, of working to ensure that Washington's tortured racial past must not be true of tomorrow. We hope that this book will inspire Washingtonians to take up the challenge of black and white abolitionists, of former slaves and radical Republicans, of civil rights and home rule activists, of freeway protesters and cooperative organizers, to build a more just, egalitarian, and democratic nation's capital. Essay on Sources. Chocolate City is built on mountains of primary and secondary research conducted by generations of historians who came before us, as well as by contemporary colleagues who work alongside us. This book is theirs as well as ours. It offers both our own original primary research as well as a synthesis of scholarly interpretations that have transformed the field of DC history during the past half-century. Indeed, the field has undergone changes as profound as those that have engulfed the city itself. Begun as a celebratory genealogical endeavor among well-to-do amateur historians, the history of the nation's capital has garnered increasing interest from serious scholars within the academy who have broadened the scope of the field and deepened our understanding of the dynamics of race, class, power, and gender in the city. The first organized body to focus on DC history was the Association of Oldest Inhabitants of the District of Columbia, founded in 1865 to celebrate the city's old families at a time when Washington was awash in new residents. A more scholarly group convened in 1894 as the Columbia Historical Society. The 36 white men and women founders mainly were scientists and scholars working in the federal service and putting down roots in the city. They wrote and delivered papers, often reminiscences as well as research, that were bound and published as the records of the Columbia Historical Society. In its early decades, the interests of the society reflected the composition of its white, professional, prosperous membership. Much of the history told in the earliest records was theirs, though by the middle decades of the 20th century the organization moved beyond its elite members' personal interests to publish research on city institutions, including both divisions of the segregated school system. 1. In the early 20th century, other city organizations began collecting a more diverse body of local histories. The D.C. Public Library's Washingtoniana Division, founded in 1905, collected materials covering a broad spectrum of local interests, reflecting its role as one of the city's few non-segregated public centers. Though largely ignored by white historians, Black Washington's social history was readily available in oral tradition, area churches, and the collections of Howard University's Moreland Foundation, now known as the Moreland Spingarn Research Center. Howard scholars produced much of the most important early 20th century work on race in the city, including sociologist William Henry Jones's seminal studies on black recreation and amusement among Negroes in Washington, D.C., in 1927, and Housing, the Housing of Negroes in Washington, D.C., in 1929. His colleague Sterling Brown's short essay on the Negro in Washington for the 1937 works Progress Administration's Guide to Washington remains a powerful exploration of the critical role Black Washingtonians have played in the city. E. Franklin Frazier conducted reams of fascinating interviews with D.C. residents for his celebrated Negro Youth at the Crossways, 1940. Though still useful for their insights into Black life, studies from this era often suffered from a preoccupation with the black elite and condescension for the black poor and working classes. Like so much of U.S. historiography, interpretations of D.C. history were revolutionized by the mid-20th century struggle for civil rights and home rule. Many of the studies conducted in the decades following World War II sought to describe and detail the history of racial injustice in order to dismantle it. This profoundly important work included legal research by Charles Hamilton Houston, Phineas Indritz, and other attorneys, as well as academic research by sociologist E. Franklin Frazier, economist Robert Weaver, and other scholars who collaborated to produce the blockbuster Segregation in Washington in 1948. Such studies were, above all, utilitarian histories penned by liberal activists seeking reform and journalists trying to explain a fast-changing world to anxious readers. They could be achingly beautiful Haynes Johnson's Dusk at the Mountain, The Negro, The Nation, The Capital, 1963, is a poetic snapshot of the still segregated world inhabited by Black Washingtonians. And they could be strikingly clear-eyed and entertaining. Sam Smith's Captive Capital, 1974, brims with indignation at the ongoing powerlessness that D.C. residents experienced. During the 1960s and early 1970s, award-winning studies by two pioneering scholars established D.C. history as a legitimate academic subfield. Constance McLaughlin Green's two-volume Washington appeared in 1962, setting a high standard of scholarship and making it clear that D.C. history no longer could consist simply of hoary chestnuts told and retold by aging white men. Her Secret City, A History of Race Relations in the Nation's Capital, 1967, provided a panoramic view of the interplay between the races, though she struggled to describe the lives of the poor and focused instead on the Negroes at the upper socio-economic strata for whom data were more prevalent. Its shortcomings aside, Secret City is a deeply researched and remarkably perceptive book that set the tone for studies of race relations for decades to come. Green was followed quickly by Letitia Woods Brown, whose Free Negroes in the District of Columbia, 1790–1846, 1972, provided a granular view of early Republican and antebellum black life in the city. Brown meticulously chronicled the efforts of enslaved and free Black Washingtonians alike to secure a greater share of freedom. Her study remains a standard in the field. Brown's work was an early example of what came to be known as the New Social History, a movement among historians nationwide to focus attention on local history and the lives of everyday people, rather than national policymakers and elites. This movement coincided with the triumph of D.C.'s Home Rule movement, which also spurred interest in local D.C. history. Together, these developments inspired historians to look more deeply and critically into the past and to question assumptions about power and privilege, both in historical figures and in historical sources. The result was a generation's worth of interpretations that upended our understanding of D.C. history and unearthed new stories and themes that resonate throughout Chocolate City. An exemplar of the new approach was James Borchert's Alley Life in Washington, Family, Community, Religion, and Folk Life in the City, 1850–1970, 1980, which exploded the race and class-inflected caricatures of alley dwellers created by progressive-era reformers and sought to understand alley communities in all their complexity and richness. Subsequent scholars used a similar approach to write a new D.C. history from the bottom up. Kathleen Menzies Lesko, Valerie Babb, and Carol R. Gibbs collaborated on a groundbreaking study, Black Georgetown Remembered, 1991, that revealed the deep roots of the Black experience in Georgetown. Elizabeth Clark Lewis conducted dozens of in-depth oral histories to tell the story of early 20th century Washington from the perspective of female migrant domestic workers in Living In, Living Out, African American Domestics in Washington, D.C., 1910–1940, 1994, and several related articles. The anthology Urban Odyssey, A Multicultural History of Washington, D.C., 1996, challenged D.C. historians not to overlook the city's many ethnic minorities, including the largely forgotten white working classes. Two particularly important articles in the anthology were Olivia Cadaval's pioneering work on the Latino community and Megan McAleer's excellent piece on the Irish in D.C. This scholarship has complicated and enriched our understanding of the city's past. Area museums and universities contributed to the flood of local history by creating new archives and encouraging new research on the city. The Smithsonian Institution opened the Anacostia Community Museum under director John Kinnard in 1967, and in the 1970s it began collecting oral histories and created a neighborhood-specific archive. The publications it sponsored filled a gaping hole in the field of D.C. history, which had all but ignored the neighborhoods east of the Anacostia River. George Washington University opened a Center for Washington Area Studies in 1980, and the Urban Studies Department at the University of the District of Columbia initiated a D.C. History and Public Policy project the following year. All three gained funding through the Humanities Council of Washington, D.C., an affiliate of the National Endowment for the Humanities, and used it to publish a rich assortment of neighborhood histories and reports on everything from housing and education to the struggle for self-determination. The apotheosis of local studies appeared in 1988 with the publication of editor Catherine Schneider Smith's Washington at Home, a richly illustrated and well-researched collection of concise neighborhood histories. The crack epidemic of the late 1980s and Marion Barry's 1990 conviction for drug use shifted the focus of D.C. history away from social history and neighborhood studies as many journalists rushed to pen accounts about the mayor and the city's descent into dysfunction. Jonathan Agronsky's Angry Marion Barry, The Politics of Race, 1991, Tom Sherwood and Harry Jaffe's riveting Dream City, Race, Power and the Decline of Washington, D.C. 1994, arguably the most influential treatment of late 20th century D.C. in circulation today, and Jonetta Rose Barris's perceptive The Last of the Black Emperors, The Hollow Comeback of Marion Barry in a New Age of Black Leaders, 1998, all offered detailed and insightful accounts of the Barry years. Their focus on the mayor, however, obscured the city's rich social movement history and crowded out other political actors. By the late 20th century, D.C. history looked vastly different than it had a half-century before. The emphasis on local people and neighborhood-level history brought a variety of new voices and stories unheard in traditional histories. These granular studies showed how the city's history has been shaped not just by powerful leaders but also by poor and working-class men and women, acting both on their own and collectively. At times, however, such studies could be disconnected from the larger context in which historical actors lived. A new generation of university-trained historians worked to combine the local with the national, helping readers understand complex struggles for power, rights, and access between the federal government and various local actors. These works have been essential to our understanding of race and democracy in the nation's capital. One indispensable example of this combined approach is Howard Gillette's brilliantly named Between Justice and Beauty, 1994, which explores how race and urban planning have shaped the development of the city. Much of Chocolate City's discussions about urban planning, including late 19th century real estate development and mid-20th century urban renewal, built on Gillette's insights. While Gillette covered the broad, 200-year sweep of D.C. history, other late 20th and early 21st century scholars have contributed tightly focused studies of particular eras. Our early chapters reflect the impact of Ken Bowling's careful work on the city's founding, including creating the Federal City, 1774–1800, Potomac Fever, 1988, and the creation of Washington, D.C., the idea and location of the American capital, 1991. Our interpretation of antebellum Washington's anti-slavery community draws significantly from Stanley Harold's excellent study, Subversives, Anti-Slavery Community in Washington, D.C., 1828–1865, 2003, which details the challenges and triumphs of D.C.'s interracial network of anti-slavery activists. Mary Beth Corrigan's important 1996 dissertation, A Social Union of Heart and Effort, and related articles reveal the complex kin networks and community-building efforts among free and enslaved Black Washingtonians. William G. Thomas's recent work on freedom suits and Black family networks in antebellum Washington emphasizes the agency that enslaved Black Washingtonians showed in combating slavery. Thomas also has helped develop an extraordinary website, Oh Say Can You See, http://earlywashington.org, that digitizes and analyzes hundreds of legal files and court cases involving slavery in the nation's capital. The Civil War and Reconstruction eras have earned the close attention of many serious scholars. Our chapters on that era draw immeasurably from the insights of Kate Masser's masterful An Example for All the Land, Emancipation and the Struggle over Equality in Washington, D.C. 2011. Masser places local Black activism at the center of her study, showing how Black activists such as George Hatton pushed for an expansive definition of equality even as conservative opponents mounted an effective counter-revolution. Kenneth J. Winkle's Lincoln's Citadel, The Civil War in Washington, D.C., 2013, offers a wonderfully readable account of the turbulent era and situates the nation's capital in the broader context of the war. Winkle also has been a driving force behind Civil War Washington, www.civilwardc.org, an important website that offers researchers a trove of primary sources and thoughtful interpretive essays. Alan Lessoff's The Nation and Its City, Politics, Corruption, and Progress, 1861–1902, 1994, remains the standard for understanding the regime of Alexander Shepard and the white businessmen who followed him in ruling Washington. The long era of Jim Crow in Washington, stretching from the imposition of commissioner rule in the 1870s to the modern civil rights movement of the 1940s and 1950s, has not received as much scholarly attention as it deserves. One exception is Eric Yellen's Racism in the Nation's Service, Government Workers and the Color Line in Woodrow Wilson's America, 2013. Yellen's thorough study shows not only how the Wilson administration rolled back decades of black advances but also how the city's black community organized to defend their claims to the city. Some of the best research on the era has been published in article form, including Michelle Pacifico's work on the New Negro Alliance, or remains unpublished, including Maria Annette McWhirter's excellent dissertation, Claiming the City, African Americans, Urbanization and Leisure in Washington, D.C., 1902–1957, 2000. McWhirter reveals the fluidity of the city's segregation boundaries and highlights the various ways that black Washingtonians asserted themselves on the streets of the city. Promising new research on the era has emerged in recent years, including Tikia K. Hamilton's fine dissertation, Making a Model System, Race, Education, and Politics in the Nation's Capital Before Brown, 1930–1950, 2015, Treva Lindsay's Colored No More, Reinventing Black Womanhood in Washington, D.C., 2017, and Mary Elizabeth Murphy's forthcoming A National and Local Affair, African American Women's Politics in Washington, D.C., 1920–1945. The Civil Rights and Black Power eras of Washington history, stretching roughly from the end of World War II until the fall of Marion Barry in the early 1990s, merit more scholarly scrutiny. Our understanding of the era has been enriched by two extraordinary articles on the desegregation era that appeared in Washington History in 2004–5. Belle Clement's Pushback, The White Community's Descent from Balling, examines how white Washingtonians resisted the civil rights movement, particularly during a failed effort to save Central High School as a white school. Maria McWhirter's Our Cause is Marching On, Parent Activism, Brown Junior High School, and the Multiple Meanings of Equality in Post-War Washington describes the grassroots movement among black parents to force city officials to deal with the various problems caused by maintaining dual school systems. Two dissertations completed in 2013 examine the people and organizations involved in the civil rights and home rule struggles. Gregory M. Borchart's Making D.C. Democracy's Capital, Local Activism, the Federal State, and the Struggle for Civil Rights in Washington, D.C., and Lauren Perlman's Democracy's Capital, Local Protest, National Politics, and the Struggle for Civil Rights in Washington, D.C., 1933–1978. Other important works that have influenced our interpretations of this era are Anne M. Vox Radical Sisters, Second Wave Feminism and Black Liberation in Washington, D.C., 2008, which explores the outsized role that women played in the New Left activist communities that dotted Shaw and Columbia Heights, and Dana Floor's wonderful documentary, The 9 Lives of Marion Barry, 2009. Perhaps the best encapsulation of Barry's tumultuous career. Since 2000, a massive wave of gentrification and the subsequent end of the city's black majority have created a unique subset of contemporary D.C. scholarship that has influenced our later chapters, gentrification studies. A critical precursor for this transformation was the federally directed restructuring of D.C. government in the late 1990s under the Financial Control Board. Jahi Baryudi's important dissertation, The Control Board Era in the District of Columbia Government and Politics, 1995–2001, 2003, and Michael Fontroy's Home Rule or House Rule, Congress and the Erosion of Local Governance in the District of Columbia, 2003, are critical guideposts in our efforts to understand this process. Dennis Gale's Washington, D.C., Inner City Revitalization and Minority Suburbanization, 1987, remains perhaps the most wide-ranging and thoughtful treatment of demographic change in the district. The talented cohort of scholars whose work Derek Hira and Sabiha Prince collected into the anthology Capital Dilemma, Growth and Inequality in Washington, D.C. 2016, have built on Gale's insights to explain gentrification as it continues to affect the city today. Chocolate City seeks both to synthesize the important research on race and democracy in the nation's capital that has appeared in the half-century since Green's Secret City and to offer new research and analysis on understudied people, events, and eras. With the proliferation of specialized studies, we see the need for an accessible, one-volume narrative history that melds the powerful stories and insights of local history with the essential context and scope of broader studies. Although written primarily for a general readership, Chocolate City also contributes to scholarly conversations about race, democracy, and social change. Ours is a study of race in Washington, not a study of Black D.C. alone. White Washingtonians, too, have a race, so we look seriously at how race affected the worldview and actions of white Washingtonians, including immigrants and the white working class, and we explore how their racial identity, racial fears, and sense of racial power have changed over time. We also seek to shift the field of D.C. history away from the black-white binary framework that undergirds much writing about the city. Though Washington's population has been largely white and black for much of its history, we incorporate Native American, Latino, Asian American, and Ethiopian stories that can get submerged in popular discussions of race in D.C. We expand on the work of historians who have identified the deep and politically consequential class divisions in the city's various populations. These interracial divisions are crucial to understanding group cohesion or dissension, the spaces for interracial cooperation, and the intense disagreements between governing elites and the grassroots. Such divisions became particularly important during periods of racial flux or tension, as during Reconstruction and its aftermath or during the post-World War II civil rights era. Chocolate City explores the critical role that race plays in Congress's refusal to grant self-determination to the nation's capital, and conversely how Washington's lack of self-government has exacerbated local racial mistrust throughout the city's history. The lack of political democracy has been a double-edged sword. Local activists at times have leveraged the federal government to achieve their ends, and national political actors have used D.C. to pursue their national policy agendas or play to their constituents' prejudices. Our work digs deep into little-known or poorly understood episodes in D.C. history, including the struggles for power before the city's founding, how antebellum black residents used the courts to defend their interests, the role of the Irish in D.C.'s racial history, the importance of Perry Carson and his working-class coalition in the late 19th century, the movement against police brutality in the 1930s, the decline of the white working class in the desegregation era, the interracial movement to stop freeways, the statehood effort from the 1970s to the 1990s, and the persistent popularity of Marion Barry. These stories illuminate our larger themes about the enduring significance of race and the shifting dynamics of racial power, the debilitating effect of D.C.'s undemocratic political status on race relations in the city, and the catalyzing and demoralizing effect of being the nation's capital on local racial struggles. The 21st century will provide ample fodder for future historians. The city's history is being documented every day, not only in the pages of the Washington Post, the city paper, and the Washington Informer, but also on countless blogs and websites that reflect Washingtonians' ongoing love for the district's past. We hope that Chocolate City deepens that love for the city and inspires readers to engage in thoughtful conversations about race and democracy.